firsthand throughout 13 years as its CEO. This edition of BioAsia stands as the biggest event we've ever had in the history, surpassing all previous benchmarks in terms of scale, quality of speakers, registrations, and more. Participation of several global CEOs and established industry leaders in this forum stands testimony to the unparalleled stature of BioAsia today. Special thanks to our esteemed speakers, sponsors, partners, whose contributions have made BioAsia bigger and better every year. Last but not least, I want to express my deepest congratulations and appreciation to the entire BioAsia team for their tireless efforts and dedication in organizing this event. Once again, thank you so much for being here today and enjoy your time at BioAsia. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Mr. Gudlavelleti Sauri, Chief Operating Officer of Sai Life Sciences, as he shares his insights and thoughts with all of us. Sir, can we have you here?
Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister, esteemed guests, delegates, industry colleagues, and friends, it is an honor and privilege for Sai Life Sciences and me to be part of this amazing platform that has been fostering innovation and advancement of life sciences based out of Telangana and Hyderabad over the last 21 years. This event is a microcosm. It's a microcosm of the vibrant life sciences ecosystem in this area that brings together pharma innovators, biotechs, pharma services, research and manufacturing services, generic pharma companies, med tech devices companies, vaccine companies, and various other companies, as well as academic institutes, research laboratories, policy bodies, and incubators, all under one platform to provide healthcare solutions, not just for India, but for around the world. It's actually a privilege to be part of a community like this. One would not have imagined that a small company like ours would be part of manufacturing 10% of the new chemical entities approved by the US FDA over the last 4 years. This is just one of the achievements that this ecosystem has driven, and I'm sure many of our industry partners are part of something much, much bigger. I'm sure that over the next couple of days, we will connect, we will learn many more such interesting things, and we will ideate to further this agenda and to bring much more value to the world. Hyderabad is also the hub of technology, digital technology, to bring digital technologies, automation, and life sciences together to accelerate the pace of creating solutions for health of healthy people as well as patients around the world. I look forward to the engagement over the next couple of days, and I wish you all a great BioAsia. Once again, thanks to the organizers, thanks to the state government, and thanks to the sponsors.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Convergence of research, regulatory, manufacturing, AI, IT is going to define the healthcare industry. And for that confluence, there is no other city better than Hyderabad to support the drug discovery, manufacturing, regulatory, and also delivery of healthcare. And I wish you all the best for the participants of this BioAsia. And government is supporting this industry, and there is a great ecosystem in Hyderabad. And I'm sure Hyderabad will garner bigger share of the Indian healthcare system with the support from all of you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So very good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Minister Revant Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister of Industries and IT, Sridhar Babu Garu, distinguished members on the dais, distinguished members in the audience, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today at the 21st edition of BioAsia. It's indeed a premier life sciences and health forum that we've been participating. Dr. Reddy's is extremely proud to be associated with BioAsia over the years, and this year also promises to be quite exciting. In fact, Telangana itself as a state is a premier life sciences hub. All of you would be aware that in terms of the number of pharmaceutical and biotech companies here, it's almost more than 1,000 such companies are in Hyderabad. If you see the vaccine production, for example, 60% of the global production takes place in India, and 35% of the global production of vaccines takes place in Hyderabad. Also, if you see it from the pharmaceutical production point of view, there's a big chunk of production that happens here. 35% of the Indian pharmaceutical manufacturing happens in Hyderabad. Hyderabad is also again home to almost 200 plus FDA inspected facilities. There are several companies here who export generic products and APIs to the US. So it's quite notable. Also, Hyderabad as a city is something which is, it's quite a bustling city, especially people from outside must have experienced it so far. Also, it's ranked among the best cities to live and work in. There's a great pool of talent available here in R&D as well as in manufacturing. Also, it's home to great research institutions. If you take, say, for example, CCMB, the Center of Cellular Molecular Biology, or if you take ISCT for chemical technology, if you take Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, or if you also look at LV Prasad Eye Institute, these are premier research institutions belonging to both the government as well as the private. Several such institutions Hyderabad is home to. So again, like I said, BioAsia, it's a premier forum. It's also a platform which brings together industry partners, it brings together government officials, it brings together regulators, also healthcare professionals from India, also from globally. There'll be several insightful discussions. There'll be great opportunities for networking, great sessions, knowledge sessions. And the whole theme itself, when we say data and AI, redefining possibilities, the event, I think, clearly explores the transformative potential of data and artificial intelligence in shaping the future of life sciences industry and the healthcare delivery. So I think it's the best time to connect. It's the best time to network, probably forge collaborations. And I wish you the best, and also please enjoy the sessions for today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
I would like to request our chief guest for today, the Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana, Shri A. Revant Reddy Garu, to please come forward and share a few words with all of us.
Today, in post-COVID era, people are looking at life, health and disease, and therefore BioAsia differently. They have both fear and hope in their eyes. The hope is because of Hyderabad is the undisputed life sciences capital of India and perhaps world. We make 1 in 3 vaccines made in the world. In last 20 years, BioAsia helped Hyderabad achieve this status. This conference helped position India and Asia Pacific as a focal point in life sciences. COVID has proved that our problems, at least in healthcare, are same. And we must find solutions together. As I said, there is both anxiety and hope. If COVID was a fear, this year's theme, data and artificial intelligence, is both. Thankfully, Hyderabad is also a capital of IT and software, research and startups. My government is committed to create the perfect ecosystem that includes policy, infrastructure and support. both domestic and international companies are startups. I must confess my focus to drive growth of MSMEs, which are a bridge between the startups and big corporations. Recently, I met representatives from pharma sector to understand their challenges. I promise to support them in a way we can. Your dream is to reach the sky. We will ensure a rocket to take you there is ready. We in Congress know the value of trust. I'm announcing here to establish next phase of Genome Valley in 300 acres of land with 2,000 crores investment. We recently announced launch of 10 pharma villages with an investment of about 1 lakh crore. This will develop infrastructure, create jobs, create opportunities for entrepreneurs. We will create over 5 lakh new jobs. At this village, 3 potential integrated greenfield pharma we have been identified. One is from Vikarabad district, the other one is from Medak district, third one is from Nalgonda district. We are going to create a pharma village, all the 3 areas, 3 different parts of Telangana. It's nearby Hyderabad airport, hardly 1.5 hour drive from international airport. So to reach your infrastructure and your investment. At the recently concluded World Economic Forum in Davos, we got, as my industries and IT minister said, 40,232 crore investment in my state. I am delighted to share that Takeda has decided to set up their manufacturing facility in Hyderabad in partnership with the Biological E. I'm most welcoming the investment. This facility will make 50 million doses of vaccines each year. As I said, in a world where a virus can create fear, Hyderabad gives hope. I'm happy to share all of you. The German company Milteni has decided to set up their R&D center in Hyderabad. I'm welcoming the R&D center. Finally, it's my delightful duty to congratulate Professor Greg Semenza, Nobel Prize winner, on being named winner of the Genome Valley Excellence Award. I once again welcome all of you. Have a successful conference with wonderful experience and find great success. Together, we will shape a healthier tomorrow for all of humanity. Thank you, Anna.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Today, in post-COVID era, people are looking at life, health and disease, and therefore BioAsia differently. They have both fear and hope in their eyes. The hope is because of Hyderabad is the undisputed life sciences capital of India and perhaps world. We make 1 in 3 vaccines made in the world. In last 20 years, BioAsia helped Hyderabad achieve this status. This conference helped position India and Asia Pacific as a focal point in life sciences. COVID has proved that our problems, at least in healthcare, are same. And we must find solutions together. As I said, there is both anxiety and hope. If COVID was a fear, this year's theme, data and artificial intelligence, is both. Thankfully, Hyderabad is also a capital of IT and software, research and startups. My government is committed to create the perfect ecosystem that includes policy, infrastructure and support. Both domestic and international companies are startups. I must confess my focus to drive growth of MSMEs, which are a bridge between the startups and big corporations. Recently, I met representatives from pharma sector to understand their challenges. I promise to support them in a way we can. Your dream is to reach the sky. We will ensure a rocket to take you there is ready. We in Congress know the value of trust. I'm announcing here to establish next phase of Genome Valley in 300 acres of land with 2,000 crores investment. We recently announced launch of 10 pharma villages with an investment of about 1 lakh crore. This will develop infrastructure, create jobs, create opportunities for entrepreneurs. We will create over 5 lakh new jobs. At this village, 3 potential integrated greenfield pharma we have been identified. One is from Vikarabad district, the other one is from Medak district, third one is from Nalgonda district. We are going to create a pharma village, all the 3 areas, 3 different parts of Telangana. It's nearby Hyderabad airport, hardly 1.5 hour drive from international airport. So to reach your infrastructure and your investment. At the recently concluded World Economic Forum in Davos, we got, as my industries and IT minister said, 40,232 crore investment in my state. I am delighted to share that Takeda has decided to set up their manufacturing facility in Hyderabad in partnership with the Biological E. I'm most welcoming the investment. This facility will make 50 million doses of vaccines each year. As I said, in a world where a virus can create fear, Hyderabad gives hope. I'm happy to share all of you. The German company Milteni has decided to set up their R&D center in Hyderabad. I'm welcoming the R&D center. Finally, it's my delightful duty to congratulate Professor Greg Semenza, Nobel Prize winner, on being named winner of the Genome Valley Excellence Award. I once again welcome all of you. Have a successful conference with wonderful experience and find great success. Together, we will shape a healthier tomorrow for all of humanity. Thank you, Anna.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
In biotechnology in the world, specializing in advanced biomanufacturing and personalized medicine. We specialize in vaccines. From the University of Queensland, the Gardasil vaccine came from there. We also supply the Nipah vaccine to India whenever you have a crisis that comes out of our building. And so all of this within this university environment where we do translation. We've translated $62 billion of product in the last 15 years. We have translated more than all the other universities of Australia put together, and then embedded in a Queensland environment of excellence. And my colleagues over there, if you want to do research in Australia.
As you know, AstraZeneca is the global pharmaceutical company with an aspiration to bring, being pioneers in science and bring innovation to the globe and also to the world. And we have also been very passionate, apart from bringing innovative science to India, but also on the sustainability. So we're doing a lot, and hope we will have a chance to talk about this innovation and sustainability in our panel discussion today. Thank you so much.
Our businesses span from API, generics, branded generics, services, biologics, and drug discovery. Today, primarily our revenue comes from generics, API, and related businesses, but we have a very ambitious drug discovery program, and we should talk about it today.
Work probably under the most prolific researcher in his period, Dr. Paul Janssen, who was twice nominated for Nobel. I then also run the research institute called the Flemish Institute of Biotechnology, which is one of a world-class research institute. But I'm looking forward to I'm privileged to have this august panel next to me who will probably give me a lot of new ideas. Thank you.
We are a large generic integrated manufacturer and marketeer, and also now pivoting towards discovery-led organization in terms of investing in small molecules, biologics, ADCs, vaccines, and continue to build both on the access and the affordability front.
Based in Cologne, Germany, and together with my colleagues and our associates, we want to advance medicine by discovering new cell and gene therapies, provide those therapies to potential other companies, and also have devices and equipment which allows discovery, research, and manufacturing. Besides that, we also have a pharma division called Miltenyi Biomedicine, who develops their own CAR-T therapies. Pleasure to be here.
We have recently started treating our patients with first make in India CAR T cell therapy and first gene therapy from our country.
And the first question is to Thon. Thon, based on, and he and I go back in time, based on his experience in Janssen and in Miltenyi, do you find that the mindset is extremely important within not just the research community, but the entire company community to make innovation a reality? And number two, do you believe that some of the existing and new technologies will play a role as we move forward in the drug discovery area?
I go back to two inspirational leaders. I had, like Ajit, the privilege to know Dr. Paul Janssen, who brought with the speed of at least 2 medicines per year, breakthrough medicines, to the market. And at the same time, I'm working now 6 years with Miltenyi. Dr. Stefan Miltenyi brings also a breakthrough in cell and gene therapy by a ritual of at least once ASH per year. He has a number of very new tools. What makes it, in my view, in my experience, unique? Both think the patients are waiting. They have an eagerness to address the diseases today. And they're inspired by whether it's HIV, whether it's vaccines, whether it's oncology, whether it's CNS diseases, address the diseases now. The patients cannot wait for a 12-year development program until we figure out. And COVID was a big example of that. So that's for me the number one reason, the eagerness to treat diseases. The second, being in an ecosystem which is fully equipped with top physicians and scientists who have the same eagerness to develop. And therefore, India is a fantastic place. First of all, India is eager to live longer and better. I mean, there is no doubt in the first category to address the diseases. Secondly, the ecosystem here with outstanding physicians, outstanding scientists who can collaborate and work together is a second driver of advancing medicine much faster than the pace which we had in the last decade. And the third point, I want to commend India's eagerness for local manufacturing. Ensuring that the progress you make, you can also translate and scale it up in an own area or an own country, so that you're not dependent on supplies from all over the world, but you can take your own destiny in your own hands. So I think these are, to my experience, the 3 elements, and I want to add one behavioral element to it, and then I conclude, which is you must be willing to take a risk. Risk-taking belongs to advancement of medicine, and the risk is not to be taken just on your own. The risk is to be taken in potential partnerships, in collaborating with each other, in entrepreneurial ways and openness to exchange. That's what I think are the key elements to progress. But mainly I want to conclude, it's stopping with a slow system of farm development and change to a fast system to get to the patients. Thank you.
Then I will hand it over to Sharvil. Sharvil, the question to you is, what is your impression? Sorry, I'm looking away because the mic is here. But what is your impression of the life sciences and healthcare landscape in India in terms of innovation? And how do you think India can transform itself to becoming some kind of a global innovation hub? And then I think we would all be very keen to hear from you, as you are one of the first companies to have developed and registered an NCE. So from your experience, it would be great to hear what are the lessons learned.
Thank you. First and foremost, I think it has been a longish journey in terms of, I think, learning about many things in the organization. I think if I want to break it down into a few things for what we also do and what we hope in terms of the evolving sciences, we all started learning good science, which is chemistry, how to do PKPD, how to do ADME studies and all of that. And very soon, we all became good at it, and we were able to screen a lot of compounds, get a lot of products, ideas out. And then the whole development engine that had to be built to manage these kind of programs was the next big challenge for the organization in terms of how do you take a product from discovery to development and a global development, which even became harder. So I think that was the second part of the big learning process in the firm, that moving from discovery to development, and how do you look at all the opportunities and the challenges that you need to move forward with. But I think there are 3-4 things that are very important. As an organization, we did it, and I think if innovation has to grow in India, it's very critical. One is, as Professor Toon said, is risk. Both risk in terms of financial risk, but also risk in terms of what you're going to be able to be successful or not successful in terms of the high risk of burden to prove a new chemical entity or a new biological. So I think today the biggest gap that we see is there is very little risk funding available for innovation or pure discovery. As I always say, the technology sector saw a lot of that investment in terms of new startups getting funded, but the time frame for that was 2 to 3 years. You could see innovation happen in 3 years. You could know a proof of concept in 3 years. Whereas in medicine, it's, if you're lucky, 6 years, but sometimes even longer. So to have that opportunity to have that kind of long investment cycle was something that was missing, and that as companies we have done it, but obviously it's important that we create a system for it. The second is infrastructure. I think infrastructure is very, very critical, both on the discovery side, but also on the development side. And to some extent, after many challenges in India, we became risk averse. So today, unfortunately, to do a clinical trial in India, it takes longer to do one here than it takes to initiate a clinical trial in the West. So I think that became a little bit of a challenge to say, how do you navigate this through and make sure that you have a development program that can run efficiently, both within the country and as a global program outside as well. The other areas that were very important for us is to drop projects more than select projects. Is how do you stop doing work, because you have finite resources and one has to worry about how one will invest behind the programs that you all want to which you want to run and move forward. And finally, it's the whole collaboration that is important, both between academia and industry. You have amazing examples in the West and other places where you have seen great revolutionary technologies, products come out through the innovation that happens in universities and academia, and then gets transferred into a pharmaceutical or a healthcare organization. And I think that kind of cultivation started here. We have some people on the panel talking about some of the CAR-T opportunities that have been there. So I think it's been all of that, and I think consistent effort, investing behind people, investing behind in pure infrastructure as Zydus today, all the way from screening to molecular identification to ADME studies, PK studies, phase 1 to phase 3 global trials. We do everything in-house. Now, I'm not saying that's the right way to go about it alone, but I think we had to strongly build this capability within the organization, because having built that, we got 2 advantages. One is, with the finite resources that a firm may have, they can do better with it, utilize it better. And the second is time. Everybody is crunched in terms of wanting to do work. And if we have those resources, we can scale up activities. So while running 2 programs in the early 2000s to running 20 discovery programs now, all of that for us has been only possible because we could build all critical infrastructure within the organization and co-create it with partners around the world that we wanted to do. Coming to a specific part of our discovery, we are very proud to be one of the few companies who have NCE that is approved and commercialized in the country. We already have 12 million patients who have been treated with the product. We are the first product to be approved for NASH NAFLD. It's in the guidelines for NAFLD and globally in the world now. And we have large clinical programs running in the US. But what we learned very quickly as an Indian company is that, we look at diabetes, we look at cardiovascular drugs, GI looks so big, so interesting. But when you think about doing global programs on them with outcome studies, these are sort of never-ending programs that can never get done. So very fast as an organization, we learned that we would focus on unmet needs. We would focus on diseases there where there have been no proof of concept or you're sort of first in class. And so today, most of our programs that we run, even SARO in the US is driven for PBC, which is an orphan indication. Our next molecule, ZYL1, is in Parkinson's and ALS, and CAPS, which is again rare and orphan indications. And we believe that to do good, and not only do good science, but to make a difference, is good that if we can pick up these neglected, rare orphan disease areas and create an impact, because if we are successful in any one of them, it will be far bigger impact than having the next diabetes molecule into the market from a company of our size and scale.
And I really want to open it out to our panel here, and I think GB is pulling his mic, so he might have a question for you.
So, Sharvil, companies like ours are valued based on earnings, and the more you spend on R&D, the less your profits are. How do you address this dilemma?
So I think it is a very big challenge. I have had a lot of heated discussions with certain communities of analysts who talk about if you do good, you get rewarded. If you don't do good, you get penalized very badly. I think it's something that will take time. I think examples of success will create an awareness and opportunity for the investing community or the shareholders to feel the need for doing this innovation and change. So I think that's only going to come by results. Results, if few companies are able to show innovation, breakthrough discoveries, and commercial success, not only science, but create commercial success out of it. I think that is going to catalyze a lot of, I would say, interest in R&D. Today, R&D is almost look like an expense. And that's why the first thing that companies unfortunately need to do sometimes is to reduce R&D because of the pressures that they have in terms of performance and market pressures. But it is evolving. I think it is something that as entrepreneurs, we have to stick to it, commit to it, and show success. If we do not show success, I think we have to be also to be blamed that we obviously put resources behind something that was not successful. But I am very confident that in India, it is something that will get created. We do need an ecosystem for that to happen. Both the government regulations, risk funding, all of that is required. And if all that happens over the next 10 years, we can definitely become a hub for good discovery and science. But as I said, I told one of the analysts that you never valued me for my innovation, but when somebody else gets a $4 billion valuation, you suddenly say, I'm late to market. So where was that innovation then?
So you're absolutely right, Sharvil, to Prasad, that's a balancing act, and how well you balance on that tightrope is always a challenge. And now I'm going to ask Rahul. Rahul, you have the unique challenge like Sharvil and Tone of bringing in a new product, CAR-T in India. And I know the ecosystem which was being discussed previously is going to be extremely important. It's not just the research institutes, but it's going to be the government in terms of IP protection, in terms of providing you public partnership, regulatory hurdles, the financing community that Sharvil talked about, people who are willing to bet for the 10-year life cycle as opposed for the next year. All of these challenges, as you incubate, are going to stare you in your face. So how do you deal with it, Rahul? We'd love to hear.
First of all, thank you so much for the question, and it's really an honor to be here. There are so many questions in one question, so maybe what I will do, I will give you a little story about how was our journey. That will give you a fair idea how we innovated in our country with collaboration and how we built the infrastructure in a government setting, as well as how we translated our academic project to a commercial, now commercial success yet, but that time will tell, but just we commercialized first CAR-T in India. So we started almost 10 years back in IIT Bombay as a faculty member. And one of the biggest challenge was that this CAR-T, that time it was still investigational, but it was expected that it will cost around $500,000 per patient. That means almost 3 to 4 crore rupees per patient in our country. And many of us can't even afford it, that cost, right? So the idea, in fact, the idea came that time that if we own the IP and start till the end, we control the product development. That means we generate the new product. We know how the process works. If we control start to end, that's the only way we can control the price of CAR-T. This was the idea we worked on, and to make this idea really successful, that we control the start to end and control the pricing, that was the idea. And to make it work, we knew that we need collaboration. So IIT Bombay, right from the beginning, started with Tata Memorial Hospital, one of the largest cancer care hospital in our country. We worked together as a partner, and step by step, it in the government setting, as many of you can imagine, it takes a lot of time, lot of funding issues, lot of regulatory issues. But we had our first success after 6 years, when we could see that CAR-T, functional CAR-T are available in the laboratory. And then we founded the company, because as you can imagine, and because many of you are from the pharma, our pharma was not ready for the CAR-T type of work, because our template in pharma success is different, right? So we founded our own company. That was the genesis. As you can imagine, I'm academician, so it was hard to translate that academic to the industry. We started as a startup program. Then comes the Laurus Lab as a visionary, that they felt that they can invest in this. I would say this is a brave move from Dr. Satya and the Laurus team from Hyderabad, that they invested in the company. And then, yeah, thank you. And that was the start where we make it scaled manufacturing lab, created infrastructure. First in India, we have a large capacity now, one of the world-class lab facility for the CAR-T manufacturing. Is not second to anybody in the world right now. And we are even going bigger. We are making another facility for the cell and gene therapy program in the country, in Mumbai. So now, first in India, CAR-T now is successful after 10 years. Now I think the success is that now many patients in our country can dream of CAR-T-like treatment, which was, I think, few years back was like a science fiction. That 5 crore rupees treatment. Some of you might have heard another gene therapy came, which is costing 24 crore rupees per patient. Now, if India doesn't innovate now, we have to innovate. We have to do product development, right from the product start to the process, and take it to the clinical trial and make it a successful market authorization, or make it commercial success. I think that's the only way we can control the pricing and can ensure the access to our patient. Otherwise, it is very, very hard. And I think one of the things we should discuss, it took us almost a decade to bring CAR-T to the market. This should not happen that next product comes in 10 years. Now we should collaborate extensively, like Dr. Toon and others who already are having lot of expertise, lot of research, how we can bring many products now to our country and make, because all these patients should have access. If one of the things you all might realize, we have high numbers of patients in our country. This part of the world has higher numbers of patients. But unfortunate thing is we do not have access to technology and access to these expensive curative treatment. And that's the need. Where there is a need, there is no technology available. Where the need is little, technology is there. So I think with these kind of platform, we should think about how to ensure access and fast track these therapies availability.
And there might be someone on the panel who, Alan?
It's a really interesting discussion, this relationship between academia, where there is this vast resource of talent and funding, which is often unfocused. And I think this relationship we have to change, because I think when you talked about the cost of R&D, how do we get universities to be more useful is a really interesting question, something I've been struggling with for 30 years. And that to get the universities away from the idea of saying, I've got this widget, how can you use it, to more, I've got this capabilities, how can we engage together to fast track that more? And I think this is a really important development within universities. We've just partnered with Sanofi, $280 million, to help them design their next generation of mRNAs. And that's bringing that technology from the lab through to the companies in a partnership. This is really important because the other thing we are all facing a shortage of is talent. And talent which has the right skill sets in this revolution we're going to see in biotherapeutics. So I think we need to re-educate also the academics about how does the business work, get them to teach the upskilling courses. So I think that synergy of partnership there is something which India has a real opportunity. I don't think it's as strong as it is now, but together working there, you can actually do amazing things as you've done at IITD.
Yeah. Sure. No. I think it's absolutely important you stress talent and partnership. Absolutely. And I'm sure the next speakers are going to talk to it. So I'm going to hand it over to Sanjeev, who heads a major multinational in India. How can the multinationals help in this whole development of the ecosystem, bring partnership from small biotechs in Europe and America into Asia and so on and so forth? Over to you.
Thank you very much. I think it's a great discussion from the panel. So we are a global pharmaceutical company, and our aspiration is to be pioneers in science. And we really believe fundamentally that the science can't come to people if we don't collaborate. And especially after COVID, we have seen the importance of collaboration with public-private partnership, academia, industry, and all together. And I want to give this example again, that when we were doing this partnership for the vaccine with the Oxford, within 9 months from discovering to bringing the shot to the arms in the people across the world was a big example where the academia, industry, the government across the country have come together to make this happen. And we really feel proud. How did we bring the access to this vaccine to India specifically? So we decided that we want to do technology transfer. Sometimes you can't bring things very fast, but this was a great example how we brought the technology transfer to India SII, and we actually did globally 3 billion doses and saved 6 million lives across. And we really feel proud, not because what we only made, but we made at not profit. So we are really doing an equitable access of our vaccines with 3 billion doses across the world, and couldn't have happened because of the collaboration. So the theme coming here is that if you have to bring innovation to the world and to our country and to our nation, this is very, very important. That's number one. Number two is what we are doing in AstraZeneca here is not only about innovation of bringing science from a drugs perspective. What we're also trying to do is that how do we bring equity in access to screening? So we have announced, AstraZeneca announced in last 2-3 months, two big things, partnering with the government of Karnataka. How do we bring early lung cancer screening? We see a huge burden of lung cancer in India and across the world, where the cancer is being diagnosed at the 4th stage, which actually cause huge burden for the system. So what we are doing with the government in Karnataka and also with Goa, with Ministry of Health, we have announced that we'll bring AI technology, work with the government, with industry and AI companies to ensure that can we bring a stage shift of diagnosing cancer early. Once we do this, so innovation is not only bringing drugs, but also innovation is to bring the screening early in our country. And I'm really passionate about that. Can we reduce the burden of cancer in my country, which is India? But you can't do it alone. You have to work with the government, with the academia, put together. That's very important. Again, part of collaboration. The third thing is the startups. So we announced Sweden India Innovation Hub. We are giving chances to the companies in India who can solve a common problem. And here we are trying to help startups in our country to bring those solutions to table. So the innovation is not only, we believe, is not only drug innovation, but you have to really work across the chain at which component you can work with the partnership. And finally, I think we really feel proud of what we have done for our country. And I want to really say this, that we announced that health and healthy planet and healthy people is important. So we announced 64 million trees to be planted in Meghalaya state, which is 6.4 crore trees. And we are doing a pioneering stuff on sustainability. So we can think of innovation, but if you don't embed sustainability as a key thing of doing it across, it's important. So while we did vaccine for public, but we are also doing for the planet, and this is vaccine plus planet together. 64 million trees in Meghalaya. What does it mean? We are planting trees on a 22,000 acres, hectares of land, and helping employability for 80,000 households in the country. So as a multinational company, we are really committed to bring that science and innovation, but also ensure that we bring that sustainability into our country. So I really feel proud while being a global multinational company, we are doing for India as a whole.
Any questions from the panel?
I'm just wondering, from the discussions I hear, is there not an opportunity for India, which I strongly believe, to get out of the volume, the low end leapfrogging to the super high end of medical and medicine advancement? Like you were saying, do we need to wait 10 years to get the CAR T, just as an example, or any other product which you mentioned? And can India not become, and as to my fellow panel members, a world leading nation, bringing new medicines which are nowhere else in the world? Because there is the technology here, there is the will, entrepreneurship, and all the skills in place. That's a question to my fellow panel members.
No, Tone, it's a great question, and maybe some of the panel members can address it in their final thoughts, because we need to get through the others. And next is my friend GV, who heads up one of the largest companies in India, Dr. Reddy's, and he has the opportunity to transform it from what somebody called volume to value at the high end, and not only doing it himself in Dr. Reddy's, but together with the rest of the ecosystem, which should facilitate this process. Over to you, GV.
First of all, Ajit, it's an honor to be sitting next to you. Paul Janssen was a great inspiration for many of us. Our founder actually started drug discovery after he met Paul, and he was so inspired that he lost complete interest in our generics business and focused completely on drug discovery as a passion. And it became a lifelong calling for him. And I can see other connections between you and me. You're his Paul Janssen's son-in-law. I'm Dr. Reddy's son-in-law. Also, we both were born in the same town. Miraculously, we found this.
He discovered it last night, I discovered it last night. But go ahead, GV.
Yeah. So that aside, I think drug discovery is certainly a very, very exciting, risky, and thrilling proposition for our industry. Having said that, it is also very resource intensive. When we started drug discovery, it was in the mid-90s. We were the first company in India to start. Dr. Reddy, he was a diabetic himself. So he chose the area of metabolic disorders, which already had a very high standard of care. It was a very difficult area to get in, but he went into it bravely. We worked on it for many years. We had great successes. We licensed our products. Some of them went up to phase 2, one went up to phase 3, and then discovered toxicities. And then we had to kind of move away from that in 2010. And we had spent over $150 million in those years in drug discovery. The good thing about that whole effort was that we built an ecosystem of talent. Many of our scientists went to other companies, became part of their discovery efforts, went into services businesses, and helped the services ecosystem develop. After that, we focused on a services business, which also did drug discovery. And I'll come back to that later. And in interim, we focused on incremental innovation, making existing molecules better. And we actually had 6 NDAs approved and 3 products marketed in the US. Of course, that also didn't succeed a lot because we had challenges in getting reimbursement for incremental innovative drugs, and so we moved away from that also. And finally, we settled down into a model where we do drug discovery, but we also do collaborative drug discovery. We do a bit of services, combine that into an entity. And so we were actually generating money and spending it in building a pipeline. Today we have 19 NCEs in various stages of development and in the clinic, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, across various cancer subcategories. I would say that, we made progress, but there is no certainty to drug discovery. That's the nature of the beast. But the innovative thing that we did in building this pipeline is that we don't spend R&D from the profits. The entity that we have, a subsidiary called Origin Oncology, generates its own funding through collaborations, through partnerships, through services, and invests that money in building the portfolio. Of course, I don't know how long this will last, because I think as we get into phase 3, the dollars will go up. But, we had to do this because the street and our shareholders don't, completely recognize the value of a pipeline. And this is one of the challenges in being a generic company trying to do innovation. Generic companies by nature are valued for the profit, and the price earnings ratio is what determines our, valuation. So pipeline doesn't get a lot of valuation. So these are challenges, and this is how we address that. But coming back to the challenges of doing drug discovery in India, which I want to talk a little bit about. Of course, funding is a major challenge, but not just funding for us, but also funding for 100 immunoags. There are 1,000 entrepreneurs from academia. We don't see that. There are incubators in IITs and other areas, but very, very small at this point. The second one is our public health institutions. There's no equivalent like an NIH investing significant capital in innovation. We have ICMR, but the budgets are not substantial. The ecosystem, when people talked about the ecosystem, there is talent, there are skills, we have good corporate hospitals, and we also have great biotech entrepreneurs in this country. But I think the collaboration is still very suboptimal, especially with the medical profession. There are very few research hospitals. Of course, Tata Memorial is an exception, and there are a few other exceptions. But we need a lot more of research hospitals as part of the ecosystem. And of course, we talked about risk capital. And I also think we can learn from other countries which moved very, very rapidly into innovation. China is a great example. The 1,000 Talents program to relocate the Chinese trained in the West. Yeah. We could do that. We have Indian scientists in every major R&D organization in the world. And, something like that could help accelerate our effort. So, and of course, the hospitals also can have their own incubation, acceleration, and entrepreneurship coupled with the research. If we do all this, I think we'll certainly be an important player. I think it's a little too soon to say that we'll be a powerhouse. I think we have to first establish the whole thing and then become a powerhouse.
Fully agree for these great points, and I might tell the audience that Charvel and GB are honorary consuls for Belgium, and the ambassador sitting here. And I would like to use, to your point, GB, one example of public-private partnership in where the ambassador comes from in Ghent. There is an institute called the Flemish Institute of Biotech, which is on par with the Dana-Farber in Boston, the Broad Institute, with any institute if you look at in terms of research output. But it has a second wing, which is called the tech transfer wing. Yeah. And they have their KPIs, or the key performance indicators, is not only your number of papers you publish, but also the number of companies you spin off, getting to your point, JB, and to your point, Charvel, but also the jobs created. And all of this becomes, and then you automatically create the funding system. And then you create the big pharma companies who come and buy up these small companies. So you've got to, as you said correctly, get the ball rolling. And in fact, the nanobody, which Alan is very familiar with, came out of the University of Brussels and so on. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Alan, to talk about this whole ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, my compliment to you all, because I visited the Genome Valley and I was incredibly impressed. It is an amazing achievement, and I just think it's just going to get better and better. So my compliments to you all. It's absolutely fantastic. Indulge me for a second as a scientist, because you saw something that Christopher Borner mentioned about the changes we're going on. For me, we're in the decade of the cell. We're going to see transitions which are going to like the speed of a train. The Nobel laureate talked about 33 years of doing it. Today, we would probably do that in 7 years. That's the speed. And let me talk about machine learning, which is coming in to allow us to analyze data correctly. Spatial transomics. We're building a whole new series of quantum biomicroscopes, which are allowing us to see the kinetics inside a cell in real time, 10 to the minus 9 seconds. So we're seeing all of how it works. Things which would have blown my mind a couple of years ago. Throw in the mRNA revolution. We made 380 protein equivalents for therapeutics cascade on top of each other, that we have such an amazing opportunity to pick these technologies up and really create this end-to-end therapeutics pipeline. That's what's going to be driving everything. It's really about how do we join the dots up, because they're there. We're trying this actually in Queensland. We're trying to get all the different universities, University of Southern Queensland, QIMR, TRI, trying to get all these research establishments, which is 5,000 researchers, trying to work on that one line, where we can actually pick and do, and say to somebody like a company, well, go here and move here, and along that pipeline, you can end up into phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. We'll help you along the way, rather than trying to own things, trying to lead them. And it really ties into this big breakthrough, which is going to be towards personalized medicines. We haven't even seen how this started. I mean, human organoids, and I'll come back to where I think there are opportunities for the Genome Valley. I think they're going to be a huge breakthrough. The idea, we've paired with PerkinElmer to make fully robotic systems, so you get a 96 well out of human organoids, where you are making, I can take one of your muscles, I can grow it into a brain organoid from you, and in 3 months it starts to dream. We then can look for schizophrenia and diseases. That's yesterday's technology. What can we do tomorrow? Embedding that into the research. The personalized delivery. We've only just touched that. The accompanying diagnostics, where every drug is accompanied with a diagnostic, so you can say within a few days, is it working, by measuring the cytokines. The cell therapies, I mean, the cost of them now, I'm fairly certain in 10 years it will be nominal cost. We will develop techniques how to reprogram a T cell, which do not need you to take it out of the body. This is where we're going. And the question is, how do you join that up? And it's all about what we said before, collaborations. It's collaborations of bringing these different partners in a pipeline. And these boundaries are international. There are no boundaries international. I mean, there is no problem of having somebody developing that bit in Australia. I would recommend Queensland. But doing the manufacturing here. So there's a whole world, and that came from COVID, that we have world problems to solve. So don't think just locally. You think locally about how can I join up the dots globally. And I think as we go down that line and we develop those pathways, IP flow will become easier. The speed will become easier, and we'll also generate all of those innovators and entrepreneurs. And coming back to the point mentioned about how would you make India this, not just manufacturing, but the world leading, it's picking up these innovations quickly. It's saying, well, let's build a facility here which has state-of-the-art MRI so the vaccine people can go straight into it with radiotherapeutics. Building a facility in the Genome Valley which has got state-of-the-art human organoids facilities so you could test on them directly. Building capabilities which bridge those holes which slow everything up, and then allowing, almost like a conveyor belt, it to move down. And this is the opportunity, is to take up that technology as first. That's the key, yes?
Great point, Alan. It's all about opportunity, not about problems. How do you overcome the problems?
Exactly.
So, now with that, the theme has been very much into data analytics, artificial intelligence, intelligent decision making, all to make it faster and cheaper. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists to confine themselves to 1 minute to end up there with their takeaways and their summary. So let's start with the left with Rahul, to Tone, to Shadwell, and then to GV and Sanjeev and Alan.
Yeah. So
1 minute.
Sure. So I think we should collaborate and continue with the innovation. That's the only way to ensure the access in our country and the people in the low resource settings. I think that's the key here. And data analytics and AI will certainly shorten the drug development process, patient monitoring, etc. So I think AI and data will certainly help, and we should continue to collaborate.
Thank you, Rahul. That's very insightful. Over to you, Tone.
I think there is a tremendous amount of science currently available globally. For example, in our company, Miltenyi, we have the FOLR1 inhibitors for ovarian cancer, GDL2 for brain tumors, CD19 for lupus, multiple sclerosis, and so on. Huge unmet medical needs here right now in India. And if we continue to develop, I'm sorry to come back to the same text, at the same pace as the past, it will take forever before we can treat ovarian cancer with claudin inhibitors. We could treat colon cancers. We need to find jointly a way that regulators and industry working together finds a way with the academia to accelerate dramatically the pathway from discovery to the patients. Because all the time we lose, simply those patients are passing away. It's very simple.
Thank you, Tone. Over to you, Sharbel.
So I'll quickly talk on two things that I'm passionate about. One is, I think the way real world evidence data and the use of generative AI has been able to be combined to not only work on repurposing drugs or finding new indications for existing drugs, or in the matter of fact being able to work on new molecules, I think that's going to significantly transform the speed and the success rate that exists in R&D. The second is, I think all the way in the development, you talk about POP-PK, you talk about the pharmacodynamic studies, you talk about clinical work, all AI, all different types of AI and machine learning, as well as these knowledge scripts will help in terms of reducing time. So I think that's going to be a big revolution in terms of what used to take 10 years, 6 years, potentially has the time to be reduced to lesser. I think the next other point, which I think a lot of panelists raise, which I think we as India have no choice but to innovate. The new diseases of the future, the medicines are too expensive. You know, I talk about CAR-T and all of this. I mean, talking about 24 crore rupees is almost a disservice to innovation, because you're not allowing access to these medicines globally, and this is because it's all cartelized by companies, by manufacturers of machines, by manufacturer of reagents, and everything is such a closed system that if somebody wants to make an affordable treatment for CAR-T, indigenous ways or only Indian way of doing it is the only way will bring cost of therapy down. So I think for India to innovate is super critical, because we are never going to be able to afford, and not only us, many countries in the world are not going to be able to afford these kind of life-saving medicines, which are preposterously priced. And while innovation has a premium, but I think innovation cannot have a premium that is disproportionate to doing good for society.
Great point, Sharbel. That's from $300,000 to 30,000 rupees. Let's with that slogan. Over to you, Chief.
Yeah, so I think that we are in a golden period for innovation. The advances in science, the advances in technologies, as well as the force multiplier of AI are going to help us really accelerate innovation. So it's really now or never for this country. We know now that, you know, the pharmaceutical industry is a very strategic part of our healthcare system, and we need to innovate. We can't be bogged down by the limitations. We have to go beyond what we have, collaborate globally, and really jump into the era of innovation. We already mastered the generics game, the ingredients game. We are already there in global leadership as generic companies. So the next horizon for us is innovative medicines, and we should make it happen as, you know, an industry.
Thank you, GB. Over to you, Sanjeev.
Thank you again. I think the key thing here which is coming is the science. How do we bring the purpose of bringing science to patients in India? And it's absolutely clear that what COVID taught us, that collaboration can make this happen. and whichever across boundaries within the country, bringing science to patients will happen from collaboration. That's number one. And number two is it's a great time of digital and tech and data and AI. How do we ensure that we use this collaboration to bring this to India with a clear purpose that we have to help as many patients as possible in India. At the same time, how do we ensure that access to these medications, not only medication, but also early diagnosis is helping to reduce the burden of the disease in our country.
And amazing answers all the way down the line. And there is an amazing capability already here. I just think there is this opportunity now, and there's a 10-year window. The world politics has given a vacuum, which has put India in the spotlight, to really take an opportunity to uptake some of that innovation. Completely agree. Supersize the science. It's there. Take on board some of this innovation. Try and incorporate it by building capabilities, say in the Genome Valley, such that companies can feed off it. And that will just accelerate that pathway. And then actually you start taking leadership rather than following everybody else. And then everybody else benefits, the patients around the world. It is a world business. Bring all that talent and innovation here, and let's see what happens.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Good morning, everyone. Minister, privilege to be here. You know, I've grown up here, went to school, college, education here, went working for a few companies. When the opportunity came to actually come back to India and prove to the world the power of intellect, I grabbed it with both hands. Novartis has been a visionary, is here since over 15 years, but today we have over 10% of our global headcount, 10% of the employees of Novartis based here. The impact of that, the easiest way I explain what Novartis does to my mother is when I tell her that the average lifespan has gone up 20 years in the last 50 years. Just in India, it's gone up 12 years in the last 20 years alone. And people live longer because of companies like Novartis. One of the few companies. So, great privilege again to see several innovative companies and companies the future is really incredible. So pleased to be associated with BioAsia for more than 10 years. I think, as I said, I think this is an amazing place for nearly 8,000 people at Novartis to make a global impact all over, improve lives, cure disease, extend lives anywhere in the world, right from here in Novartis Knowledge City, right in the high-tech city area. So thank you. Really privileged to be here and look forward to this congregation. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
I now invite Mr. Jayesh Ranjan to share his insights and deliver the welcome address for BioAsia 2024. Let us welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Begin the 21st edition of BioAsia 2024. A very warm welcome to all of you on behalf of Government of Telangana. 21 years ago, when this event was conceptualized and started, we never imagined that it will really capture the imagination of the entire industry, the entire research community, the administrators, policymakers, regulators. But as we have completed these 2 decades, we have realized that this has become one of the most looked forward event for the industry. The entire world, so to say, looks up to this event, tries to understand what are the new discussions, what are the new trends, what are the new partnerships that are going to be forged here. This is almost like the World Economic Forum's life sciences vertical, so to say, that gets represented here. I'm also happy to share that, like the earlier editions, this edition is going to have some very important tactical discussions on some of the most pressing challenges, most pressing opportunities. Some of the most eminent speakers and thought leaders from across the world are present with us, who will be sharing their perspectives. Every year, one of the features which really makes people take note of is the interface that we have with regulatory agencies, with regulators. We know that life sciences is a very dynamic environment where we are always trying to keep pace with technology, with new regulations. So that is again getting covered here through multiple sessions. We also know that life sciences is one vertical which is getting disrupted very, very rapidly with innovations. And we have, again, lots of curated sessions which focus on innovation, particularly technology, digital technologies, and manufacturing technology. So I hope that all of us would be able to make the best of this platform that has been created primarily by the Telangana government, of course with the help of all our partners, all our sponsors, and we look forward to a year-long engagement with all of you here in Telangana. I'm particularly happy that Honorable Chief Minister is attending this event after a long gap of many years that a Chief Minister is making his presence felt. We welcome you, sir, on behalf of all the delegates, and we look forward to listening to you on how you want to provide strategic leadership, not just to our country, but the whole world as the government of Telangana in this very important domain of life sciences. Once again, warm welcome to all of you. Let us all have very productive, useful, and meaningful sessions. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good morning, Honorable Chief Minister and rest of the dignitaries on the dais, and then the dynamic life science ecosystem of Hyderabad. We are very proud to be associated with the state of Telangana in supporting and promoting the cooperation between the two regions in life sciences segment. It's been underway as the international partner region for the past 2 years, and then we look forward to having more such engagements. We have also had the Telangana state team with the companies visiting Flanders, and then the discussions are at various levels of maturity levels. So we look forward to continue this engagement, and then we are proud, and then we would like to invite more companies to engage with us in the coming months. Once again, it's a great privilege and a pride to be the international partner region at the 21st BioAsia event, and wish the event all the success. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I welcome Professor Greg Simanza to please share his acceptance speech.
Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister, and assembled dignitaries and guests, it's a great honor for me to accept the 2024 Genome Valley Excellence Award. I would like to thank the BioAsia International Advisory Board, Shakti Nagapan, the CEO of BioAsia, and the government of Telangana. I'm also grateful to my wife, Laura, who is here today, and my children for their constant support. Throughout my career, I have endeavored, despite my many imperfections, to increase our understanding of fundamental biological processes with the hope of translating that knowledge to the clinic in the form of novel therapies for common diseases. It has been gratifying that our basic science discoveries have enabled the development of new effective treatments for anemia and kidney cancer, as I'll describe in my lecture. The current research in my laboratory is focused on, as you heard, the development of novel inhibitors of the hypoxia-inducible factors for two applications: the prevention of vision loss in patients with diabetic eye disease and macular degeneration, and also the treatment of a wide range of human cancers. In both of these areas, we have very encouraging results from animal studies and are hopeful that these drugs will progress to clinical trials in the near future. Thank you once again.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
It's a great honor to speak to you all today about a subject near and dear to my heart, which is oxygen. And we require many things in this life, but nothing more than oxygen. And if you dispute that fact, please hold your breath and I'll get back to you later. The discovery of a system that ensures that every one of the 50 trillion cells in your body receives adequate oxygen at every moment of every day for your entire life. And this is basically a very simple matter of supply and demand. The cells use oxygen to generate energy in the mitochondria, and then we have respiratory and circulatory systems to deliver that oxygen. And the hypoxia-inducible factors that we discovered serve to regulate oxygen supply and demand. If oxygen is not available, the cells use metabolic processes that don't require oxygen, and oxygen delivery is increased through changes in the circulatory and respiratory systems. Well, this was the scene in Stockholm in 2009. You can see the royal family on the right, the laureates on the left, and Nobel in the middle there. This was the King of Sweden giving me the Nobel Award, and this is the award. Thank you very much. On the front, you can see Albert Nobel, his birth date, and the year that he died, which was 1896, and he died on December 10th. And so the Nobel Prizes are awarded on December 10th every year, which is a fairly dark day in Stockholm. But it was also very nice in the winter. And then on the back, you can see my name and the date of the award, 2019. And then in Latin across the top is a quotation from Virgil, which translated into English is roughly, "Let us improve life through science and art." And truly, we've tried to improve life through science. And this started 33 years earlier when we asked a question. We knew that the kidneys produced a hormone called erythropoietin, or EPO. And EPO is secreted into the bloodstream and goes to the bone marrow and stimulates red blood cell production. And of course, it's red blood cells that carry oxygen to all the cells in the body. And the body doesn't count red blood cells. Only hematologists do that. What the body does is sense oxygen delivery. And if oxygen delivery is not adequate systemically, it increases the production of EPO, and that leads to an increase in red blood cell mass and oxygen delivery. So it's a beautiful homeostatic system to maintain systemic oxygen delivery. And when we set out, we wanted to try to understand how do cells in the kidney sense oxygen availability and respond to decreased oxygen or hypoxia by increasing EPO production. And we first identified a sequence that's just downstream of the EPO gene in the human genome that's now known as the hypoxia response element. And this short 33 base pair sequence has the property that it can be taken out of the EPO gene, inserted into a heterologous gene, and the expression of that gene will now be induced by hypoxia. And we use that DNA sequence to identify a protein that was present in hypoxic cells, but not in cells that had adequate oxygen, and which bound to this DNA sequence. And we called this protein hypoxia-inducible factor 1, or HIF1. So a factor is a protein. Inducible means it's made in response to a stimulus, and the stimulus is hypoxia or low oxygen levels. So this protein HIF1 was the first member of a family of proteins identified that are critical for oxygen homeostasis. And when we looked at the levels of the two subunits of this protein, which we called HIF1 alpha and HIF1 beta because we're scientists, so we like to use Greek letters, we found that the HIF1 alpha subunit was present at very high levels in the nucleus of hypoxic cells, and then decayed exponentially as oxygen concentrations were elevated. And it turned out that the levels of the HIF1 alpha protein were regulated by a very elegant mechanism, which is that when oxygen is available, an oxygen atom is inserted into the protein, and this is a signal for its degradation. So when oxygen is available, this hydroxylation event occurs. It occurs on one of two different proline residues within the protein. And this allows the binding of a protein called the von Hippel-Lindau protein, or VHL. And when VHL binds to the hydroxylated HIF1 alpha, this is a signal for its destruction in a area of the cell called the proteasome. So your body is continuously making HIF1 alpha, and if oxygen is available, it's degraded. And if it's not available, the protein rapidly accumulates within hypoxic cells. So this ability to regulate the levels of the protein is critical for understanding, for example, why erythropoietin is made at increasingly large amounts under hypoxic conditions. So hypoxia, as I mentioned, is an imbalance between oxygen supply and demand. It can be due either to the fact that cells are using more oxygen. So, for example, in a tumor, there are more cells consuming oxygen, leading to a hypoxia within the tumor. Or it could be due to a decrease in oxygen delivery, as occurs with, for example, atherosclerotic coronary artery disease, where the delivery of blood through one of the main coronary arteries is impaired. And in either case, HIF1 is induced, and it turns on the expression within each cell of hundreds of genes. Some of these genes serve to increase oxygen delivery, like EPO. Sometimes this occurs only within certain cell types. So, for example, if there's vascular ischemia, only the tissue that is subject to the ischemia shows an increase in HIF1 levels, and this leads to the production of factors that stimulate blood vessel growth, such as vascular endothelial growth factor, or VEGF. And then there are also proteins that are induced that allow cells to survive oxygen deprivation. And the classic intracellular adaptation is the switch from oxidative to glycolytic metabolism that is controlled by HIF1. So now we know of over 8,000 different RNAs that in one cell type or another are induced by hypoxia and allow adaptation. And as I mentioned, the beautiful plasticity of this system is that every cell responds in a unique manner. So the hips send a signal, there's hypoxia, respond, and then every cell responds depending on how it's programmed. And this leads to these beautiful individual responses throughout the body. Well, it turned out that HIF1 had two siblings, HIF2 alpha and HIF3 alpha. These proteins are structurally and functionally similar to HIF1 alpha. They're regulated through the oxygen-dependent degradation, and they can also dimerize with HIF1 beta and activate transcription. And whereas HIF1 alpha is present only in is present in all metazoan species and pretty much all nucleated cells within every metazoan species, HIF2 alpha and HIF3 alpha are only present in certain cells and only in vertebrate species. So with the evolution of vertebrates, you had a much larger body mass, and this required in the specialized systems of oxygen delivery, like the respiratory and circulatory systems, to evolve. And as part of that process, HIF2 alpha and HIF3 alpha came about principally they're active during development to establish the systems of oxygen delivery. Well, I mentioned this beautiful system for regulating red blood cell production through EPO. And this system is dysregulated in individuals with chronic kidney disease. And the more severe the chronic kidney disease, the greater the deficiency in EPO production. And prior to 1986, patients required transfusions of red blood cells, and that put them at risk of various viral diseases. And so it was a really tremendous advance when the EPO gene was cloned and recombinant EPO was produced as one of the first biotech drugs in 1986. And this greatly improved the quality of life in patients with chronic kidney disease. The patients would go to the doctor and say, I feel terrible. The doctor would say, of course you feel terrible. You have chronic kidney disease. But the reason they felt terrible was that they were anemic. And when the anemia was treated, they felt much better. So this was a great improvement in the quality of life. Of course, it's an injectable biologic, which has certain limitations. And some patients, for various reasons, don't respond to EPO. So the next advance was the identification of drugs that target the protein, the HIF1 alpha hydroxylation that I described. And these drugs inhibit the enzyme that inserts that oxygen atom, so that now there are higher levels of HIF production, leading to higher production of EPO. And this probably involves EPO production in the liver, where EPO is made in the fetus. And that probably accounts why even patients who don't have kidneys, who have their kidneys removed, respond to these drugs. So these are small molecules, so they can be taken by mouth. They increase HIF activity, they increase EPO synthesis, and they increase red blood cell production. And this is the chemical structure of the first of these drugs that underwent clinical trials, and that first clinical trial was performed here in Asia. This drug, roxadustat, has been approved in a number of countries, and there are now 5 different HIF stabilizers that have been approved in various countries for the treatment of anemia in patients with chronic kidney disease. So this was really the first translation of our basic science discoveries to the clinic. Well, the next part of the talk involves this very distinguished gentleman, whose name was Eugen von Hippel, and he had the title of Professor Extraordinary, which is quite a title, at the University of Heidelberg. And he was an ophthalmologist in the early 1900s who identified patients who had retinal lesions, and these were retinal tumors called hemangioblastomas, retinal hemangioblastomas. So he identified these tumors, and then a Swedish pathologist named Lindau in the 1920s performed autopsies on patients with these retinal hemangioblastomas and found that these patients often had tumors elsewhere in their body, particularly in the kidney. And so this collection, and this was found to be inherited through an autosomal dominant mechanism in families, and this became known as the von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. And this is a section of a kidney cancer from a patient with von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. It's called clear cell renal cell carcinoma because you can see the cells don't stain well with hematoxin and eosin. And this is because they're filled with glycogen and lipid, because their metabolism has been dysregulated, because they lack that VHL protein that I described to you that binds to the hydroxylated HIFs and causes their degradation. So in the germline, they have one wild-type allele and one mutant allele, and then in the kidney, the wild-type allele is mutated, so there's no functional VHL, and that drives the tumor formation. You can see on the left the parental cells from a patient who has a kidney tumor, and you can see that regardless of whether we culture the cells at high oxygen or low oxygen, there are very high levels of HIF1 alpha and HIF2 alpha. But if we insert a functional copy of the VHL gene back into these cells, you can see now at high oxygen conditions, the HIF1 alpha and HIF2 alpha are being degraded again. So it's the failure to have the normal oxygen-dependent degradation of the HIFs that drives the formation of these kidney tumors. So we can put those parental cells back into a mouse and they will form a tumor, but the rescued cells will not. And we know now that the HIFs are activated in common cancers as well as in the hereditary von Hippel-Lindau syndrome, and that the HIFs contribute to cancer progression by turning on the expression of genes that contribute to every critical aspect of cancer progression. And so it was very exciting when a small biotech company called Peloton in Dallas developed a small molecule that can bind to HIF2 alpha, which plays a particularly critical role in kidney cancer in von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. And when this drug, which is now called belzutifan, binds to HIF2 alpha, it prevents HIF2 alpha from forming a functional dimer with HIF1 beta. So there's now no functional HIF2 within the cells. And this was one of the first trials of belzutifan, and this is a waterfall plot looking at the change in tumor growth. The yellow bars show patients who have had a decrease in tumor growth. That's called a partial response. And then the black bars are patients whose tumors have not changed significantly, and that's referred to as stable disease. And the combination of those two, which is known as the disease control rate, was 80% in this trial in a disease where there was basically no effective therapy once the tumor had spread beyond the kidney. So this was a truly remarkable result. And within several years, the U.S. FDA had approved the drug for the treatment of renal cell carcinoma in patients with the von Hippel-Lindau syndrome. And then more recently, last year, the FDA approved belzutifan as a third-line treatment of other renal cell carcinomas in patients who don't have the hereditary form of the disease. As I mentioned, in my lab, we've been developing drugs that are both HIF1 and HIF2 dual inhibitors that work well in a variety of cancers. And one of the really remarkable effects of these drugs is that they take the response to the immuno-oncology drugs that you heard about, from a very small number to a very high number, so that we can completely eradicate the cancers in half of the animals that we treat with the combination of these drugs. And we think that this is going to have a dramatic impact on the response to the immuno-oncology drugs that you heard about earlier. Well, I just wanted to have a few closing thoughts. The first, as we all know, is that it all starts with education, specifically science education. And unfortunately, you know that in India better than we know that in the US. It's sad to say. But we start with that. We do basic science because that gives us fundamental discoveries that impact on disease processes. And then if we're lucky, we can translate that into novel therapies, which if they involve small molecules can decrease costs and increase global healthcare accessibility. The focus on development of biologicals, which is very great interest now, has perhaps the drawback that these drugs are difficult to transport and store in areas without advanced healthcare systems. And so there are still many advantages to trying to develop small molecule drugs, I think. On the right is my high school biology teacher, Rose Nelson. She was my inspiration for a career in science. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Thank you. It's the first time I've ever followed a Nobel laureate. I'll give this a try. Coming to Hyderabad is like coming home for us. As many of you know in this audience, Hyderabad is the home of the Providence Global Center. We've been in Hyderabad now for 4 years, and we are the first health system in the United States that has established a presence in India, in Hyderabad, particularly for information technology and the concepts around AI and data. Today, we have 1,400 caregivers in Hyderabad. Yesterday, we were glad to dedicate our new headquarters here, and we look at the future in exponential growth in Hyderabad. We consider Hyderabad and Providence, India, as important as Providence, California, or Providence, Washington. Our hometown, so thank you so much for everything that we have here, and we look to a bright future as we go forward. Our home headquarters is in Seattle, Washington, which in a lot of ways has a lot of similarities to Hyderabad. We're the home of Microsoft. What's that other company that starts with an A? I think it's called Amazon. So we are used to living in a high-tech hub. But we very, very carefully selected Hyderabad, and two of my colleagues that are with me today have been in India, in Hyderabad, for 20 years. And they did the initial work to get Microsoft started here in India, and they've done a tremendous job for us at Providence. What we're looking forward to in the United States, I'm the past chair of the American Hospital Association. In the United States, we have 5,000 hospitals, and probably, I would say, about 800 to 1,000 health systems. What we're looking forward to the future is bringing partnerships of other health systems to us in India. And we've already started with one, Advent Health, that started, but I can tell you there's a lineup of my colleagues in the United States that want to be part of what's happening in India. So why India, why Hyderabad, and what's the transformation? So healthcare, like in India, is a little bit chaotic at times. I represent the delivery side of healthcare. So we're situated in the western United States, and we have hospitals, 52 hospitals, from Alaska to Lubbock, Texas. We have over 1,000 clinics, and we have 121,000 caregivers in the United States, and we service anywhere from 5 to 10 million patients in the U.S. About 8 years ago, we said we need to transform our own healthcare system and healthcare. And we needed to go from just a patient care delivery system to an information and services company. So we figured out we couldn't do it alone, so we started hiring people from Amazon and Microsoft and other tech companies to help transform our organization. And one of the first things they said, we need to broaden our scope of computer engineering, and that's why we're here in India. But more than that, we really needed to become a data and analytics organization. So last year, as we've left COVID, we called last year at Providence the year of human connection. We stopped getting behind our screens and started to get back together like what we're doing today. But this year we declared, and going forward for Providence and for healthcare, it's the year of transformation and collaboration. Transformation and collaboration. Healthcare needs to transform. The delivery side needs to transform. And how are we going to do that? We're going to do that through the tools of AI and data. So Providence started on a journey to digitize itself and to become a completely digital company, which I would say over the last 5 years, we're almost there. In addition to that, we said that as a healthcare organization, we need to diversify our portfolio. So today we're a services company that implements electronic health records in Great Britain, in Western Europe, and almost every state in the United States. So a lot of times when a new electronic health record is going on, our people are doing that work as we go forward. The second thing that we said is that we need, data is chaotic in healthcare. And we were not willing to allow our friends at Microsoft and Facebook and Amazon to take our health data. So what we did is said, let's get the health systems of the United States together to create our own data company. Today, Truveta is about 3 years old. It has over 35 health systems that are contributing all of their healthcare data to one point. The power of this is immense. So we account for anywhere from 12 to 15% and growing of all healthcare data in the United States. The importance in terms of biomedical research is that database is incredibly diverse. So it has everything from Hawaiian Islanders to people living in South Central Los Angeles to people that live in Alaska. That kind of a database is critically important to our friends in pharma who are looking to unlock unique properties for medications that they have. Amongst that is almost limitless. The United States government has started to ask us about our data and how we collect it. And we think this is going to be a revolution in the way we do it. But what's critically important is it's data owned by the people that actually do the work and take care of the patients. And we have been tremendously successful in that. In addition to that, we created an organization called Tegria, which enables us to provide services to other hospitals all around the United States and ultimately around the world and particularly in Europe as we stand now. So we've really diversified our portfolio. In addition, we talk about the 6 Ds at Providence. Digitization, diversification. Then the third one's a little controversial, deconstruction, which means we take the health system apart and decide which components are the most important, which ones have value. Today, Providence, in addition to its 52 hospitals, 1,000 clinics, 120,000 caregivers, we're in supportive housing. We have our own health plan. And we even have a high school in Burbank, California. And all of my investors ask us, why did we hold on to a high school in Burbank, California, Providence High School? And when with our investors, they say, we need to know what 14 to 16-year-olds are thinking. And it's really our laboratory to understand where the future is going. We were started 170 years ago in the territory of Washington in the Western United States. That tradition, we've always changed, we've always innovated as we went forward. And our saying at Providence is that we exist at an intersection between compassion and innovation. Last year, we did over $2 billion of free care community service in the United States, in addition to being a $28 billion healthcare corporation. We're looking at the collaboration amongst healthcare systems to really solve some of the problems that we have in the United States in the development of care. So those are the first 3 Ds. Well, what else is there in other Ds? The other D is the delivery of care. We're looking at the scientific way that we deliver care to decrease technologically the burden on doctors and nurses. So today we have a co-caring model of nursing so that our nurses in our hospitals and clinics literally have partners that are on their computers at home doing some of the work along with them. So we look at that as a way to make the difference in healthcare, and we look at things like telemedicine and all of those techniques to really revolutionize the D, which is the delivery of care. What's the 5th D? Diagnostic and therapeutics. If you have any doubt about that, you heard from our first 2 speakers. I've been a physician for 45 years, and we've seen just a dramatic change in what we're able to do. When I started in practice, we kept a total hip replacement in the hospital for 2 weeks. Today, we do it as an outpatient. One of our surgeons operated during COVID on a patient in London from his robotic surgery platform in Seattle, Washington. Seattle operating on a patient in London. So the delivery of care and how we do it and the diagnostics that we use are just going to be remarkable. I'm on the board of GE Healthcare, so very, very interested in the diagnostics that we use in CT scanning and others that make such a difference in our ability to diagnose and care for patients rapidly and thoughtfully. I would never think today what we're able to do 45 years ago in terms of what we're able to offer patients. The last D is probably the most important. I cheat a little bit. It's data and artificial intelligence. So today, Providence has a whole group of folks that do nothing but think about the applications of artificial intelligence. One of the things that we've done, which is different than others that are dabbling in artificial intelligence, is we've said, how do we apply AI to make clinicians and nurses smarter and have less burden? So what's the biggest problem today that most physicians have on the front line? They have an electronic inbox that is this big. And they spend most of their time trying to answer electronic questions and everything else from their patients. Many of us send our questions on our iPhones to our physicians. Well, we've used AI to basically empty the inbox for physicians. So using bots and using artificial intelligence, we triage what the questions are, what has to be answered, and most importantly, who has to answer them. We're also developing AI techniques that can give physicians the answers to complex questions at the point of service, something we call Pearl, which enables clinicians to really have the information that they need. When I was back as an intern and a resident a few years ago, I had everything in a book in my pocket. Today that, I can listen to it in my ear sequence to understand what are the choices and what are the things that we have to do to make patients better, faster, and smarter. Today, we don't read an EKG. It's read electronically for us. Most of you have a watch and you're checking your own EKG as we go. We believe that through AI, things like making sure that CAT scans and MRIs are read the right way, this will become commonplace. And we need to use these techniques to make care smarter and better. We need to take the average physician and turn them into the superb physician. And that's where we really see this exciting interface between technology and healthcare. When we first started hiring technology people at Providence, technology people did not understand healthcare people. Healthcare people did not understand technology people. So we had a Venn diagram, and we had them both here. When you put the two together, that's where magic occurs. So we brought in our folks from Microsoft and everywhere else and sat them down with our clinicians, with our scientists, and with our administrators. And I think that's the secret sauce, to understand how technology can work practically and how data can be used to accelerate what a healthcare system can do. And that's what we believe. Today, we think there's going to be further consolidation of the health systems. We're talking to health systems in India about what they're doing because we believe there's commonality in the problems that we're solving. When we had COVID first hit, we had the first patient who had COVID in Washington State back in 2020. Within one day, we were on the phone with our colleagues in China and in Italy to understand what we needed to do with our patients. And that sense of collaboration is something particularly for us is going to be critically important as we go forward. But we're looking at consolidating all the business practices of healthcare systems in the United States together. So I pose the question, why should every healthcare system in the country and the world have their own cybersecurity? It makes no sense. In order to combat what we need to do on the cyber side, we need to do this together. So we believe things like information technology, cyber, data, actually even finding the right people to work at our hospitals and clinics are things that we should do together as a group of health systems. So we'll be announcing within the next few months what we call the Health System Collaborative, HSC, which means these are health systems in the United States that have said, we're going to look at the whole back office of healthcare and drive that together, both to do it less expensively, but better. So, our vision, as you can see up here, is health for a better world. We look at ourselves as not just a United States-based health ministry, but an international health ministry. And we feel that one of the keys to our success and the success of healthcare in the United States is going to be our commitment here in India with some of the smartest IT technology people we have and that collaboration. So thank you so much for having me here today.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Honorable Chief Minister and friends, it has been a privilege for me to have been associated since 2012 when I was chair of Janssen. And I came from Belgium and found this little nucleus being created here in Hyderabad. And it has grown into a gigantic scale of a hub for innovation, which is incredible proof to the efforts that's been put here in the past. Now, I don't want to take up too much time, but I just want to say they've moved from just disrupting the current state of affairs towards creating the future. And to end with Dr. Paul Janssen's words, the patients are waiting, so let's move ahead. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Very good morning to all, and welcome to the state of Telangana, the pride capital of our people of Telangana, Hyderabad. Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Revanth Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister from Western Australia, the Honorable dignitaries, on the dais, esteemed guests, and the valued members of the life sciences community. And it's absolute pleasure and honor to address you all today at the prestigious 21st edition of the BioAsia Summit. The journey began 21 years ago, and we congratulate and honor all the life sciences community partners who have played the role in building the beautiful ecosystem in and around the world and India too, to create a better world for the citizens of the global and also to the Indian citizens. I thank you all for playing a pivotal role, for creating and putting all your energies, strength, intellectual capacities to create a beautiful world for the people. So it is not every day that we see the several Fortune 500 company CEOs, accomplished scientific leaders like Greg Semenzo, honored Nobel laureate, who is here with us today, that too in state of Telangana. We are honored, sir. And also the captains for several industries who gathered here in this part of this world. This is only possible because of the reputation that the BioAsia event has built. I am truly inspired by the enthusiasm displayed by you all, your dedication and for this advancement of science and healthcare, and which is truly commendable. I am honored to be a part of this esteemed community with the presence of Honorable Chief Minister. Honorable Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy Garu and I were in Davos for the World Economic Forum annual meeting last month. And the enthusiasm displayed by the various global investors, particularly the life sciences community, towards Telangana and our vision is extraordinary, and we are very, very thankful for the encouragement they have shown us during our trip to Davos. I am proudly stating that, the state has got 40,232 crores investments, which speaks volume about the confidence of the investors aligned with BioAsia. I had the pleasure of inaugurating the global R&D centers of BMS and the Providence yesterday. And I'm delighted to note that both of them have very aggressive growth plans. Thank you, Mr. Chris, and thank you, Hatchman, for your trust in Telangana. And I promise that we will extend all the necessary support you require. As we look into the future, I wish to reassure our investors that their trust in Telangana will yield significant returns. I would also like to use this opportunity to use this wonderful platform to inform you that we are committed to the growth of life sciences sector in Telangana, and we are keen in taking this sector to the next level. Among other initiatives, we will be soon launching a new life sciences policy for the state. The new life sciences policy, which I would like to tell you, is the fusion between the technology, between the life sciences, between the pharma industry, between the policy, between the regulatory agencies. The new life sciences policy, which is not there anywhere in the country. The new dynamic entrepreneurial life sciences policy will be annual in the next few months from now. This will be aimed at positioning our Telangana as an important nodal in the global value chain for the life sciences sector. We will catalyze the robust socio-economic growth through the strategic investments, job creation, and the nurturing of an innovation-centric environment. We aspire to cultivate an ecosystem that not only generates employment opportunities, but also serves as a hub for pioneering therapies, ensuring their accessibility to our citizens and beyond. And I would like to add, our Chief Minister, Mr. Revanth Reddy Garu, is very, very committed to reflect that the Hyderabad, especially the state of Telangana, shall become the skill capital of India. One of our potential and very strong investor was just asking me a question. All the investors, all the global players are looking forward to keep their centers in and around Hyderabad and in Telangana. What will happen to the skill which is available right now? So keeping that in view, our Chief Minister and our government already envisioned a plan of putting skill universities. The skill universities will produce enough talent, enough skill. 2 years' time from now, we are tying up with a policy which will be linked to our educational system and to the industry, bringing out a new revolution in terms of providing value to academia. This is like we are making mandatory the internship programs with the industry. All the students who would be studying in state of Telangana would be exposed to the industry needs. That the internship program of 3 to 6 months will give a platform for all the students who would be, becoming the employees either for the life sciences, either for the IT, either for the manufacturing sector. So I don't see any human skill deficiency. And you have all seen many who are on the dais. Like we have Mr. Satish Reddy. You can see from Novartis, Mr. Naveen, they reflect the human capital, and the best human capital is only available and will be available and shall be available only in Hyderabad. With these few words, I thank you once again, and hope your deliberations for the next 2 days will go a long way. Thank you, one and all.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good morning, and thank you all, Honorable Chief Minister Reddy Garu and Minister Babu Garu, and as well as distinguished guests. It's such a tremendous pleasure to be representing Bristol-Myers Squibb at this important conference, and it's a true honor to be giving the keynote address shortly. I just want to say a very sincere thank you to the organizers of this event. This event really does epitomize the ecosystem that has been created here in India and here specifically in Hyderabad. Bristol-Myers Squibb has an almost 30-year commitment to India, and I'm extremely pleased that we have established a presence now here in Hyderabad. In less than a year, we have taken our presence from an idea to almost 1,000 employees. And that success was not by accident. It came about because of the tremendous support that we've received from the honorable ministers, from the government of Telangana, from the organizers of this event. And I sincerely thank all of you. India and now Hyderabad are at the center of our mission as a company to deliver truly transformational medicines to patients. So it is a heartfelt thank you to all of you, and I look forward to this conference.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We've been told that makes us the fastest growing company in Hyderabad. Our latest $100 million investment will bring over 1,500 BMS employees together across IT, drug development, and global business operations to enhance our innovation capabilities for patients everywhere. And that adds up to much better problem solving with many more smart people and creating a hub to enable the people we bring into the organization to deliver more medicines to more patients even faster. One final misconception that I want to address is to those who say that what we do is easy. It's not. It's filled with risk-taking, calculation, and ups and downs. And I'll give you one example from my own career. I had the pleasure of working on cell therapy when it was a very nascent technology. No one knew it was going to work. In fact, there were many days we looked across the table and we said it's definitely not going to work. And here we are today, scientific advancements enabling us literally to turn the body into its own medicine. As a leader in cell therapy, we are incredibly excited about these advances, but it didn't happen overnight. It happened incrementally. What I find when I talk to people outside of the industry and sometimes within the industry is that they really don't understand how iterative and incremental the process of innovation is. That's because people like to focus on light bulb moments. But we know it's the everyday moments, the constant moments of looking for a cure or a path forward for patients, and that's the driver of innovation. Scientists toiled for decades to deliver on the promise of immuno-oncology or immunotherapy, harnessing the body's immune system to fight cancer. We were the first to actually make it happen, and the impact has been transformational. It wasn't that long ago that if you were diagnosed with melanoma, you typically had less than 12 months to live. Our first trials in melanoma with our first IO agent, ipilimumab, showed about a 20-month survival. And some people said, well, that's only an 8-month advance. Not that impressive. But what they didn't realize is that 8 months raises the bar. It becomes the new baseline, the new standard against which the next generation of medicines will be measured. And today, we have patients treated with our combination IO therapies that have been alive for 6 years and some as long as 10 years. The increments matter because they are finally adding up to the cure that newly diagnosed melanoma patients can hope for today. And as the only company with 3 approved IO agents in the United States, we continue to raise the bar again and again. There are countless other examples of how increments really add up to patient benefit. But what if we could go from incremental to exponential? I am super excited about the promise of AI and other digital tools to help us move faster and with a higher probability of success. It's the accelerant that can help us deliver more medicines even faster. We can talk about the impact of this technology from a couple of different perspectives. First, it can be an accelerant operationally. I'll use BMS examples, but I really think this is something that's happening across the biopharmaceutical industry. With AI tools, we can write protocols for clinical trials much faster. Instead of months, we can do it in days. The magnitude of impact can be the difference between a patient enrolling in a clinical trial or not. And for patients with serious diseases like cancer, that can mean the difference between life and death. And here's the great part. This work in large part will be happening right here in India for BMS. We've used digital tools to model real-world data so that we know if our drugs are working, if they're going to be better than the standard of care. We harness real-world data to create virtual cohorts, collections of virtual patients that enable us to reach decisions much faster. That means instead of recruiting 1,000 patients, we only need 500. Instead of taking 6 years, that trial might only take 3 years. And within research, we're using AI to make better molecules faster. In fact, all of our small molecule trials will be enabled by AI by the end of this year. And again, all of this work is or will be happening right here in India. Those are pretty nice examples of incremental improvements. But what I'm really excited about is how can this make us better at doing what we fundamentally do as a company, applying digital tools to really complicated areas of science to make game-changing advances. Remember how I said that 10 years ago we didn't know if cell therapy would work? Well, today, once a patient is diagnosed with certain blood cancers, we can take cells out of the body and re-engineer those cells to recognize their cancer and then eventually reinfuse them back into the patient. Once inside, those engineered cells attack and kill the cancer. It's a truly remarkable scientific breakthrough. When we first started, there was so much we didn't know. Which patients would benefit, how to design the clinical trials, how to best engineering the manufacturing process. With digital and computational tools, we can now answer all of those questions. And that's enabled us to be a leader in this fast-growing and incredibly exciting field. So much so, we're now moving beyond cancer and taking aim at autoimmune disease with our next generation technology. We call this next generation technology Next-T. Using our broad experience in autoimmune diseases such as MS and lupus, we can jump the gap by using AI models trained on thousands of patients to predict features linked to manufacturing success and to safety. And if successful, this will be groundbreaking. We're aiming to provide a functional cure for these types of diseases, and that's never been seen before. And we're focused on making this incredible technology more broadly available, and that includes here in India. I was just talking to a doctor who treats patients with lupus. He told me about a 30-year-old woman with young children at home, and when he provided the lupus diagnosis, the woman was relieved. Now she knew what was causing her to feel incredible joint and muscle pain. She was prescribed a powerful immunosuppressant, which is the standard of care. And then she asked, when do I come off of this medicine? And the physician had to tell her never. Now imagine being 30 years old and finding out you have to take an injectable medicine that puts you at risk for infection for the rest of your life. Being able to offer this woman a functional cure would be life-changing. It would be a major disruption in the standard of care. These are medicines that matter, that bring transformational benefit. But let's not stop there. What if we could improve the standard of care for diagnosis? Obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM, is a thickening of the heart muscle wall that makes it difficult for the heart to fill with blood. Untreated, HCM can result in life-threatening irregular heart rhythms and sudden death. Mavacamten is our game-changing treatment for HCM. It's the first medicine to treat the underlying causes of the disease, not just the symptoms. In fact, just last week, a physician showed me this picture when he was reviewing scans from his patient. And he said, look, you can see that the heart is remodeling itself. But HCM has always been hard to diagnose, even for specialists. It can take an average of 2 years from the time the patient develops symptoms to when they get a definitive diagnosis and treatment. So the question is, how do we identify patients with HCM sooner and enable earlier detection? Well, we partnered with Viz.ai, which is a company that supplies analytics to hospitals that help interpret the thousands of electrocardiograms administered across those systems. With our sponsorship, they developed an algorithm to analyze ECG results, looking for very hard to find markers for HCM. And when the algorithm detects possible HCM, it alerts doctors which patients need additional evaluation, and that can shave off significant time to when patients are able to benefit from this medicine. Just last August, the FDA issued clearance for this algorithm, and that's a first. It's also a great example of the value of collaborations and partnerships and how they can speed the way to patient solutions. We've always said we don't have a monopoly on great ideas. Working together, we can do so much more than we can do alone, such as tackling really difficult scientific challenges like Alzheimer's disease, a large and growing unmet need around the world. And while there are now 2 approved products in the US to treat Alzheimer's, other approaches are urgently needed. Here you see a human brain. There are billions of cells in every single brain, and within each one of those cells, 20,000 genes are expressed at different levels, all leading to this coordinated story in the human brain that we don't fully understand. For example, we know that when certain proteins begin to clump or aggregate in the brain, this leads to inflammation, which in turn causes brain cells to die. When brain cells die, symptoms begin to emerge such as memory loss. With AI tools, we can look at each and every one of those cells and sort through the features of protein aggregation that correlate to someone who will develop Alzheimer's disease. We now know that one of the most important proteins that aggregates in the brain is called tau. By clearing tau protein from the brain, we hypothesize that we will prevent inflammation and, most importantly, prevent brain cells from dying. We have an anti-tau antibody in early development that, if successful, could potentially prevent cognitive decline and give someone many more years of their memory to live happy, healthy, and productive lives. And that's what we think of as truly transformational. And that's what drives us at Bristol Myers Squibb. These are just a few of the many examples of how digital technologies and tools, and frankly, our hearts being in the right place, can start to shift the incremental to the exponential. What an incredibly exciting time to be in this industry. We have witnessed tremendous progress in how patients with serious diseases can be treated and respond to transformational medicines. Over the last 100 years, we've gained 25 years of life expectancy through innovation with vaccines, modern medicines, and frankly, really smart and dedicated people doing the hard work. Integrate digital technology, we can add another 25 years of life expectancy in half the time. But of course, the ultimate accelerant is the human in the room. It's people. And we believe that will always be the case. Talented, passionate people who work with a singular focus to deliver more medicines to more patients even faster. On a personal note, having grown up in a small town in Arkansas in the American South, I could never have imagined that I would be here today in the midst of the monumental advances that we are making as an industry and that are on display here at BioAsia. I was very fortunate, though, to be raised by a large, tight-knit family. Almost every night, we spent time together, not just as an immediate family, but as an extended family and friends and relatives. And those experiences taught me about the value of community, being part of something bigger than the individual, where people have each other's backs. It is my hope that we can remind each other of the importance of finding the best in people and appreciating every contribution that gets made. I am so excited about what we can do together and am honored to be part of the future that is being made right here in India today. Together, we can shape the future of healthcare globally and deliver more for patients. So thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Thank you for that very warm welcome. Kaya Wanju and Namaskara. Kaya Wanju is the word for hello in the language of the Whadjuk Noongar people, the traditional owners of the land where I live in Perth, Western Australia. The Whadjuk Noongar people have a cultural heritage that dates back many thousands of years. And it has been wonderful to learn more about the equally rich cultural heritage of the state of Telangana. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the Honourable Anumula Ravant Reddy, Chief Minister, the Honourable Dudila Sridhar Babu, the Minister for Information Technology, Electronics and Communications, Industries and Commerce and Legislative Affairs, and for the very warm welcome to the great state of Telangana. I'm delighted to be here in Hyderabad today at BioAsia 2024 during this official ministerial visit on behalf of the West Australian Government. It's been a pleasure to meet many of the representatives from your thriving biotech industry as global partners. The size of your globally renowned life sciences sector is breathtaking, and I am thrilled with the opportunity to experience it firsthand. As well as sharing an Indian Ocean, both of our states share an entrepreneurial spirit. This is reflected in our shared vision of transitioning to future economies that decarbonise, inclusive, and innovative and diverse. It is also reflected in our shared emphasis on the knowledge economy, with a mutual understanding that fostering the growth of our innovation ecosystems will result in jobs, prosperity, and increased accessibility to world-class healthcare. I'm honoured to speak with you today about West Australia's vision for our own health and medical life sciences sector. The West Australian Government has a clear vision for our future economy, a vision that by 2035 would see us at the forefront of a cleaner, greener, more tech-savvy economy that provides high-quality jobs and high-quality products and services to the world. The West Australian Government has been embarking on a targeted approach to attracting investment and growing trade opportunities that will enable Western Australian industry to become smarter, more sustainable, and more diversified. As a $410 billion economy, our interest is in growing industries to diversify this economy, which includes support for 8 key industries. Prominent amongst these is the health and medical life sciences sector. With 1/3 of Australia's land mass, our healthcare system spans the largest geographical healthcare jurisdiction on the planet, delivering in some of our harshest and most remote conditions. We have recognised the importance of activities that will improve the value and productivity across multiple sectors of the external-facing economy. With respect to health and medical life sciences, our goal is to leverage our investments in our world-class hospitals, medical research institutes, and research universities. Over the past 5 years, WA's health and medical life sciences ecosystem has doubled. As we are well aware, COVID-19 highlighted the importance of innovative healthcare solutions. It made us aware of the importance of building sovereign capability, of ensuring and securing local and global health and medical supply chains, so that ourselves and our partners are resilient in the face of supply disruptions and global healthcare challenges. One key action the West Australian Government has taken in the establishment of the Future Health Research and Innovation Health Fund 2020. This sovereign wealth fund, built from the success of our iron ore exports, currently stands at 1.8 billion Australian dollars. It provides a secure source of funding to drive health and medical research in Western Australia, delivering innovation and commercialisation outcomes. This fund has already made investments into a range of research programs, and these opportunities are only accelerating. Western Australia has a world-class, vibrant innovation ecosystem underpinned by our leading research institutions, globally competitive manufacturing capability, and highly skilled workforce. In order to support this ecosystem, the West Australian Government has established the Skilled Migrant Job Connect program. This program supports skilled migrants with funding and free settlement services, including mentoring and cultural training to help them establish their lives in Western Australia and participate in Western Australia's workforce. More information is available at the West Australian Expo stand here in BioAsia. West Australia's health and medical life sciences sector has many strengths, including a world-class research base and entrepreneurial talent in health and medical research and clinical practice. 5 universities that all have strengths in life sciences and our outstanding medical research institutes with specialisation in areas including paediatrics, rare diseases, personalised medicine, and ear and eye health. The emergence of a contemporary, technologically enabled healthcare system that is comprised of a blend of public and private hospitals offering advanced practice and strong emphasis on clinical trials. Western Australia is a unique jewel that will allow you to succeed in business and live in an amazing lifestyle surrounded by one of the most pristine landscapes that you'll find on the planet. Western Australia is already home to some of the world's leading researchers, innovators, and over the next decade, we will see some amazing advances in homegrown research and innovation. I'm very proud to be here today, leading the delegation of healthcare providers, digital health, biotech companies from Western Australia. I invite you all to learn more about Western Australia and to consider bringing your talents to our state, expanding your business in our region, and accessing all that Perth has to offer as a launchpad for the rest of Australasia. The West Australian Government, through the Invest and Trade Western Australia office located in India, please reach out or visit us at our booth to engage with Western Australia. Thank you for your warm welcome today.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
In last 20 years, BioAsia helped Hyderabad achieve this status. This conference helped position India and Asia Pacific as a focal point in life sciences.
21 years ago, when this event was conceptualized and started, we never imagined that it will really capture the imagination of the entire industry.
This event is a microcosm. It's a microcosm of the vibrant life sciences ecosystem in this area that brings together pharma innovators, biotechs, pharma services, research and manufacturing services, generic pharma companies, med tech devices companies, vaccine companies, and various other companies, as well as academic institutes, research laboratories, policy bodies, and incubators, all under one platform to provide healthcare solutions, not just for India, but for around the world.
Found this little nucleus being created here in Hyderabad, and it has grown into a gigantic scale of a hub for innovation, which is incredible proof to the efforts that's been put here in the past.
We are very proud to be associated with the state of Telangana in supporting and promoting the cooperation between the two regions in life sciences segment. It's been underway as the international partner region for the past 2 years, and then we look forward to having more such engagements.
And I wish you all the best for the participants of this BioAsia. And government is supporting this industry, and there is a great ecosystem in Hyderabad.
Really privileged again to see several innovative pharma companies and many healthcare companies advancing technology for the benefit of humankind, for mankind.
BioAsia, it's a premier forum. It's also a platform which brings together industry partners, it brings together government officials, it brings together regulators.
We congratulate and honor all the life sciences community partners who have played the role in building the beautiful ecosystem in and around the world and India too, to create a better world for the citizens of the global and also to the Indian citizens.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Good evening. I just want to draw your attention to the bag that we gave you, the image on that. It's an elephant on it. I just want to bring your attention with one of the activities we are doing now, where we are running an ideathon that closes on 30th of this month. We are very serious into wildlife conservation besides what we do. This ideathon is about bringing technology solutions in wildlife conservation, whether it is AI or some kind of any kind of warning systems and things like that, whatever people may have. It is in our website, all the details. Anybody who has how to prevent poaching or using acoustic methods to prevent any wildlife crimes, or how to reduce the wildlife, wildfires, or how to maintain digital fences to reduce human-animal conflict. These are the kind of things we put up there. And I'll really request you to spread it among your, group of friends. If they are interested in putting up, it is just an ideathon where we give some money to the best awardees. We have a lot of wildlife conservation people as judges for it. And we really want this kind of activity to go around because technology has gone up so much and it's important to use these things which is very important in wildlife conservation.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Very, very warm welcome to all of you all, and everyone please applaud and encourage them to come for more events like this. Okay, so this is Cafe Mandala Propel. Why Cafe Mandala? All of you know that this is our flagship event, and we are very happy that this time we are going to be putting wind beneath your wings. Okay, so that is why Propel. We are hoping that the VCs are going to give you the much needed propellant. So with that, I'm just going to ask Dr. Ramji to come and introduce what this event is going to be about.
Welcome you all. As Ritika defined the program, Cafe Mandala is our knowledge sharing platform. We do often monthly once and all, but why can't we do it something very different? Because biotech space and the word biotech, sometimes people don't get much excited. Sorry to say biotech guys, but myself also into the stream. And we want to make it something sound this way, to come to this part of the city, to engage with people who are actually looking into the technologies, especially in the deep technologies. So why can't we use this Cafe Mandala platform to bring all the startups who can pitch, or even some of them not even pitching, but listening to the pitches so that they'll be ready for the next time. And of course, in front of some of the enablers, some of the angels and VCs that we have. So in that sense, the major objective of this today's event is to see some of those 10-12 pitches that we have, how best we can help. So it's not primarily to crack the deals just like Renika or other Shark Tank guys do on the spot checks. Renika's here, but otherwise, they may tell in the slides about their valuation. Don't get scared. You don't get scared, but generally investors, they listen. But the numbers, whatever they present, also just observe and guide them, give genuine feedback and great comments from your side. And also, whatever the numbers that they mention, maybe part of the numbers can be looked exciting for you, so you can be part of the developmental activities or further scale-up activities. Some are in the traction, some are in the commercials already. So I want you to be part of their teams, not only for tonight, but through their journey. So I hope today's event can bring much success to everyone. All the best to the investors, like VCs, angels, and enablers, and all the startups and participants. Thank you so much for being here. So I ask Dr. Madhu to say a quick two-liners before the startup speech.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much for taking time and coming to us and looking at our startups. These startups are with us for almost 6 years, some of them for 2-3 years, and have done very well. And as you know, biotech startups need definitely a kind of more trust in terms of their early journey. I'm sure you look at that in that perspective. They're not ready to go, guys. Some of them are ready to go. So it's my, I'm very proud of these cohort of startups that are presenting today, and hope they'll impress you. and something good will happen, and also good advice. Thank you very much for taking time on a hot day.
Hello everyone, this is Ajay Jain from Silver Needle Ventures.
Hello, I am Udaya from Global Innovation Hub.
Hello everyone, I am Aditi from BioAngels Indian Angel Network. Hi everyone, this is Sonisha from Bloom Ventures. Hello everyone, I'm Kulwan from and representing Temples Law Associates.
Hey everyone, I'm Zaran and I represent Biome.
I'm Vivek Verma. I'm from Upsurge Global.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. I'm Satyanarayana Vaddi representing Finamics Capital.
Hi everyone, this is Renuka Bodla representing Silver Needle Ventures as a venture partner.
Hi, I'm Neeta Sachan. I'm an independent investor.
This is Sushanto from Lead Angels.
Right time now to have the startups.
A very good evening. This is Team Semantic WebTech. Myself, Asha Subramanian and Vijay Varahaswamy. We are the founders of this tech bio startup who is wanting to make a positive impact in the world of genomics and life sciences. And today we are here to present our semantic AI-enabled knowledge integration platform for genomic data analysis. We often discuss and worry about cardiac ailments, about hypertension and diabetes, but how much of attention do we give to genetic disorders? Genetic diseases create a huge burden, and actually a huge proportion of them are treatable if we are able to detect them early. India has a huge genetic disease burden, over 100 million people affected, and actually 1 in every 4 is a carrier of a genetic disorder. Process of digitizing the human DNA, the cost of that have substantially reduced, but the data diagnosis is still a massive challenge, and this is a challenge for genetic diagnostic service providers, hospitals and researchers. So currently what they normally do is either they have a huge battalion of IT engineers or bioinformaticians, or they go in for costly commercial tools, or they tend to do it manually, which is actually hugely ineffective. Our solution is an end-to-end B2B SaaS platform that takes care of every pain of each and every target customer who are clinicians, researchers, doctors, private hospitals, labs, and genetic service providers. What they have to do is the plug and play platform. They have to feed in the data, and the output is a clinical report, which is actually post all the data crunching and analysis. The core knowledge engine is in the process of patent examination. So our platform actually uses semantic intelligence to make the algorithms do reasoning just as a human brain does by working on all this domain intensive data from several scientific databases. At the same time, simultaneously, it is building a rich knowledge base of Indian specific variants. Our platform is ready for the market. We've been able to do very successful beta rounds with multiple potential customers. We have all the security certifications in place. We have actually had collaborations with all the top genetic research institutes in India. We have validated the platform, and we have perfected the art of deploying this platform on multiple cloud platforms. Currently, we are in the process of pushing the platform into the GEM and also converting our beta adopters into paying customers. If you look at the genome, previous slide, if you look at the genome data analysis, it comprises of primary, secondary, and tertiary analysis. Our platform is actually looking at the tertiary analysis market, and that is what is our service addressable market, close to $1 billion. The SOM, which is the service obtainable market, is actually the Asia Pacific, including India market. Immediate focus is on beachhead, which is actually proving our credentials in India. We have kept our business model very simple. Free assisted 14-day trial period where we make the customers get interested on the platform and they are hooked to the platform. We have pay-as-you-go models to make them, these are for customers who have low case loads. The annual subscription models are for customers who have over 1,000 cases load. Apart from this, we also provide value-added services. The rates for our business model are very, very affordable when you compare it with global commercial models. Go-to-market strategy, initially it is going to be founder-led, which means the two of us largely working with the customers in a top-to-bottom fashion where the branding is largely done through conferences, through assisted onboarding. We actually want to give them a personalized experience on the platform. So in terms of competition landscape, we are the only India-based solutions provider who is actually working towards creating a comprehensive end-to-end solution. We are able to provide flexible deployment models at affordable costs. In terms of financials and us, you can see that our projected revenue is indicating a break even at the third year. By the fourth year, we would have done close to 11% of the beachhead and close to 2% of the SOM. This is the team. We are a perfect blend of technical leadership, of business and investment acumen and operations. Our scientific advisors are a combination of highly skilled academicians, scientists, and clinical genomic practitioners. We have been able to garner continuously funds from investment and also from government grants. And we've raised close to 1.8 crores this far to get the platform to the market ready stage. We are ready to take questions now. Thank you.
So currently, I think you're working with beta customers on a B2B basis. Do you have any revenue at this point of time, or it's only proving the concept at this point of time?
Not yet. We have not generated revenue, but the beta trials have happened. In fact, one of the customers, which is a large hospital chain, has actually indicated to us to give them the price metrics. So we are in the process of converting.
Second point is your competition. You have stated the guys who do DNA analysis, but they give you some manual report. And what is the secret sauce? Anybody can copy it. You have knowledge graphs kind of thing. So what is how difficult it is for somebody else to copy the same thing?
Well, first of all, building the platform using that secret sauce, as you said, but largely to be able to do the validations. It took us close to 2 years to get the platform validated with all those premier research institutes that you see, right? Over 150 datasets tested. The same were live patient cases which were done manually by these institutes and then tested on our platform.
Are we covering a large spectrum here when you say, anything goes in and then it comes out, right? And what's the efficacy of such a measure, right? Because let's say if I'm doing only for cardio or something like that, I have a specific strain. But here you're saying a lot more to
version of this platform. We are doing germline diseases or inherited genetic disorders. And in our next version, we'll be doing somatic cancers and also some of those new things like specifically related to pediatrics and so on. And there was a reason why we chose this, because the cancer market is heavily crowded, but the germline diseases is not.
Probably the larger market still lies with the cancer research specific analysis only. So how are we acquiring that non-Caucasian data? Because that is like the secret sauce for that.
Cancers are two types. One is genetic, that is hereditary cancers, and others are tissue-based cancer. We've already taken care of genetic cancers through this platform. Okay. So for the tissue-based cancer, there is a process you need to actually get a couple of more scientific databases integrated, and that's where that is high on the priority list. Okay. What really happens is when somebody does only tissue-based cancer, they are unable to handle the germline because the pipelines are different.
Exactly.
That's the reason why we go through the germline first.
Got it. So do you think you will have to venture into tests to get this data running for the flywheel effect?
No, because the data partnerships that we have done with these institutes, they cover the somatic tissue samples.
Got it. Two quick questions. One is, how do you plan to acquire your customers in initial first or 2 years? Second, how do you plan to utilize the 4 crore that you're raising?
Okay. How do we plan to acquire customers? It's been a long journey, Aditi. So we've been at it for the last 1 year. We've gone to conference after conference to show them a glimpse of our platform. We have a very strong funnel of close to 150 people who have shown interest. And this was actually gathered initially through a process of primary market research. And then we were in the conferences. Then we started to engage with them. And now we are seeing the fruits of all of that, because people are now reaching out to us and saying, can you not show us a demo and how do we go further? So with every customer, the process is simple, 15 days of trial, because we really want them to get hooked onto the platform. They have to get comfortable. That's the way we are going to be doing it. The strategy to go after these customers initially will be founder-led. So we don't have a dedicated marketing team. How are we going to use the 4 crores? 3 things. One is, when we get into the market, we need to pay up market launches expenses, which are largely licenses and all of that. And then it is at this point that we have to now invest in a proper sales and marketing team, and then we want to increase some more workflows, as you know, right?
Against the data sets from the Indian subjects or Indian research based centers. If yes, like how will you position it for the global market? Because a lot of this is driven through the database that you have accumulated over years, right?
So first thing, the databases that are currently integrated into this, so there are some standard 6 to 7 global databases that you have to integrate. All that has been done. So whether it is the UK, US, some of the Middle East ones, they've all been integrated. Actually, the challenge is the Indian data, because nobody has the proper Indian database yet. And that's when we had a partnership with IGIU, who have actually built a database of close to 1,012 whole genome. So that is already integrated into this platform. And so if it works, it actually works for Indian patients. A lot of novel cases comes up. So it is going to work with others because the global databases are already into the platform. Beyond that, when you go for a specific geography, if we take this platform to Canada or if we take this platform to Singapore, so the local database has to be integrated, which is a very small, mediocre activity that can be done as and when we reach that particular geography.
I have one more question. What is your unit economics? I didn't see a slide on that. What's your pricing model, as well as your go-to market as well? Maybe you covered a little bit, but if you can elaborate on both of these.
Right. So if I've understood the unit economics.
So what's your pricing model? What will be your unit economics, as well as your go-to market strategy as well?
Pricing model is very simple. We have only two pricing slabs. One is pay as you go, and the other is for enterprises. We've got more than 1,000 samples processed in a year. Pay as you go model starts from 50, 100, 200 licenses. 200 processes, samples being processed in the system. So it caters to large diagnostic labs and the small and medium-sized businesses who can't afford the tech teams or the large bioinformatics teams to do that. So that's the pricing model. In terms of go-to-market, we are, as she mentioned, we are looking at direct sales for the initial few customers in the first 6 to 8 months. You can ask
the individual price per customer. So while you're doing a B2B model, I understand that, but what would be the individual price per test?
Okay. The price per test depends. It runs between 800 to 1,200 for us. So the retail price to the end customer in the enterprise range starts from 2,500 roughly, and for the pay-as-you-go customer starts higher, 3,500 plus. An average on based on what they buy.
Thank you. Any question from the jury?
See, when you said pay as you go, around 4 to 5 lakh, I didn't understand about that. Is it for a diagnostic center or on a retail basis?
When people subscribe, let's say there is a lab who does only 150 tests in a year. If they want to subscribe to the system, I cannot tell them, go pay me for the enterprise license. So I am allowing them to buy bulk of 1,500 units.
Okay.
And then they pay for it. So when they exhaust that 100 unit, they may just know that, okay, this year I am not going to be doing more than 50. They can come back and buy a 50.
So is it like a subscription model for the diagnostic centers?
It's a subscription, complete subscription.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Please come. Yeah.
So one of the investors couldn't join early, so they'll be joining in half an hour. They would like to hear. We already shared the startup list, so they requested this change. Suresh, you have a time limit of 5 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good evening, all. Really honored to be here. My name is Suresh, and I'm one of the founders of this company called Statoon Labs Private Limited, a medtech company based out of Hyderabad. Okay, so we are addressing a very big problem that's there in the world, which is more of a joint health or a movement health problem. So almost 80% of the adult population in the world is suffering from musculoskeletal pains, which are like shoulder pain, back pain, joint pains, etc. And almost 1.5 billion people on this planet are suffering from neurological ailments like stroke, spinal cord injury, or trauma. So all these people have to undergo something called as physiotherapy, which is all about exercises. One thing which I wanted to share here is, though we feel that cardiovascular diseases and cancer is one of the biggest spend in the world, it's rather musculoskeletal ailments which has crossed $100 billion. So this is an alarming problem, and ways of assessing the root cause of this problem and addressing that is lacking. So we have come up with a solution called as Fizi. It's a wearable device, one of its kind in the world. It is backed by 2 granted patents and is also US FDA approved. So what this device does is, it can be used to assess the physiological aspects of all the major joints in the human body: the shoulder, elbow, wrist, hip, knee, and the ankle, and the back and the neck. These are the main joints that suffer from a lot of pains, especially employees, corporate wellness programs, etc. They address a lot of diagnostics which is into master health checkup, but joint has always been neglected. So we are one of the pioneers in this. We have our copyrighted algorithms, trademarks, patents, IP, etc. in place. And with this device, we are literally first in the world to have created a physiological picture of the joint, and we can identify within 8 to 10 minutes what is the root cause of the joint when it is related to muscles. Next one, please. So yeah, so we use surface EMG, we use the range of motion, and the best part is, there's one more thing which I want to share, whether it's a neurological ailment or an orthopedic ailment or a musculoskeletal ailment. All of these people have to undergo physiotherapy, and unfortunately there is no reporting mechanism in physiotherapy yet. For example, in cardiology we have ECG as a standard way to show the picture of the heart. In orthopedics we have X-ray as the basic picture to show the the level of ailment that the bone has suffered. In physiotherapy there is nothing. So we are literally definitely first in the country and definitely foremost in the world to have designed a well-researched report, which is now the basic report which helps you understand the health of the joint. And these reports are shared with the neurosurgeons, orthopedic surgeons for further treatment decisions. Yeah, please. So what the flow is very simple. The patient basically undergoes a Fizi test, which goes for around 8 to 10 minutes, and then he or she is given a treatment protocol where they do it either in a clinic or at home. And then after the session, one of the reports are generated and the status is also given to the patient. Next, please. So this is I already spoken about. So almost 3.5 billion people in this world are suffering with the kind of problems that I'm talking about, and it's a multi-billion-dollar market. The elder care, which I have not yet specified, is also about joint health. So people fall. So a lot of use cases are coming up in US where fall prevention sensors are coming up, and insurance players are actually playing a big role. So yeah. So we have some good names like Healthcare at Home, KIMS, MIMS, Pratima, Uchwas. Please go ahead. So we are raising a bridge round of around 4 crores, of which 2 is secured. So I'm here to ask for this growth capital, which is, we are an early traction company. We are in the market for 1.5 years. We have a presence in 12 states with 100 plus units as our customers already so 2 crores is done. I'm open for investments from 24 lakhs to 2 crores from this event. Most of it will be going for marketing, scaling. It's a growth capital that I'm requiring for to drive towards Series A round. Yeah, so myself, I am Suresh. I am an engineer, alumnus of IIT Madras, I am Calcutta, supported by my wife, Maitri, alumnus IIT Madras, I am Ahmedabad, and I have some really good partners. I am supported by AIC CCMB, IKP Knowledge Park, Cognify as institutional investors, and many more angels in my company. Please. Thank you very much. I am open to any questions, please.
I'm a physiotherapist, probably you will be selling to me, and you do not prescribe any new wearable technology. It's the existing technology, but probably with a refined protocol for the patient, is it?
You're not interfering with treatment protocols. So for a physiotherapist, I sell the device. For corporate wellness, for diagnostics, we are not interfering in the protocol. So when a patient comes to a diagnostic center with a joint pain, the device is used to understand what is the cause. That can be treated by medication. It'll happen. If they have to be sent to an orthopedic surgeon, we do that. So we have the service providers whom we partner with. They give so we are an end-to-end solution, but a technology platform. So we have contract manufacturers with tight agreements in place. Okay. Everything is done in Hyderabad. Yes. except for the silicon components which we import.
So what is the unit economics? What is the cost of this?
So to build a device, it takes around 18 to 20,000 rupees, and I have a margin of around 3x in that. So 75,400 is the basic version.
Sir, major clients will be
the premium one. Sorry, sir. The premium one has some outsourced parts like the tablet printer, which we are not building. So there the margins are a bit less, but for a basic version, we have 3x.
So what kind of revenue do you share with the contract manufacturers? Is it like
No, we don't share any revenue. No, we don't share any revenue.
You outsource them to manufacture.
Sorry?
You outsource?
Yes. Yeah. So, for example, for placing the electronic components on the PCB, specific robots are required. I am not invested in those robots. I get them done, I bring it to my company. Entire programming, testing, packaging, calibration, etc. happens in our company, and from there it is shipped.
And you have a patent for this?
We have 2 patents granted already. Yes. One is a tech patent, other is a complete patent which includes the algorithms and the intelligence, the product design. Both of them are granted, sir.
So what is your ask right now?
Ask is anywhere between 25 to 2 crores, 25 lakhs to 2 crores.
With a valuation of 15 million USD.
15 million. Right now I'm raising a CCPS round as a bridge capital towards Series A. So CCPS has a floor of 15 million.
Thank you.
I'd like to understand a little bit more about the patents you talked about, because similar devices do exist. Range of motion, creating reports for a physiotherapist are there. Like Southeast Asia has a few, Europe has a few.
Yeah, sure.
So I'd just like to understand, number one, using range of motion, what are the use cases specifically that you're targeting? You said you have some customers. Talk a little bit more about that. And then, actually, let's just focus on that, please.
So our device is very unique in one way. Range of motion is one of the features of our product. There are some companies who give range of motion. I completely agree with you. But one thing I want to share with you, sir, a movement of any joint is not independent of the physiological activity of the muscles. Most of the companies, I have very few competitors in the world. I have in the other parts of the country, not here. But the USP of our product is the way they are looking at the joint is only on the outcome, the mobility. Okay, they are not looking into the physiological aspects, which is an incomplete way of looking at joint health. Because unless my muscle contracts, my wrist will not flex. One more thing I want to share with you, sir. It may look like a wrist flexion, but there are 2 important muscles here. I don't want to, in the interest of time, but there are 2 muscles which we call as complementing and compensating each other in neurology. So even if one of the muscles contracts, you will see a wrist flexion. So for my competitors, if they show a wrist flexion, they don't tell what is the health of the muscle. And if both the muscles don't work well, I will never achieve complete recovery. So in our case, we have myopotential sensors also with our own algorithms. So we correlate the movement along with the muscle activity, and then we talk about the health of that. So this is a huge, IP that we have. And there's no similar thing because there's a lot of mathematics and database involved, research involved to come at this conclusion. So with this, now we can do something which my competitors have not done. For example, consistency in the movement, controlled movement in a stroke case. See, our hand can move like this in a stroke case. So there the muscle and the range of motion has to be correlated and analyzed, not just seen. So we are very good in that, and that sets us apart from others who say that I can measure the range of motion.
Renuka, please.
Okay.
Part of my question is kind of answered. Like I was trying to understand what is the productivity, a physiotherapist would get out of, this tool, because it's kind of taking away from the job that the person has to do it, right? I mean,
No. We are not taking away anybody's job.
How is it complementing? That's something it's not clear.
No. I'm sorry. We are not taking away anybody's job. Rather, ma'am, for example, it's an aid. What we have built is more like a aid to a therapist.
True,
like
but what's the productivity that they're gaining out of it?
Yes, I'm
and
coming
what
to
kind
that.
of customers do you have right now?
Yes. So I wanted to clarify that it's an aid. We are not throwing them away. That's one thing. Coming to what is the value addition. In physiotherapy, ma'am, most of the things, when a patient comes to a center, the entire diagnosis happens with visual assessment. Okay, based on the skill of the physiotherapist, experience of the therapist. Unlike other sectors in healthcare, where if I go to a cardiology department, first thing they will do is take an ECG. Similarly, for an orthopedics, with a broken bone, they'll say, what is the degree of, level of broken bone, right? So there's always a machine, a basic instrument, which tells what is the ailment. In physiotherapy, for all the sectors, ortho, neuro, cardio, they all come to physiotherapy, but there's no objective or a scientific evidence or quantitative. Our device gives that quantitative evidence, which tells, as I explained my, which muscle, because it may look like that. Okay, so that's one advantage which helps them in taking good clinical decisions. Second, that's from the clinical front. When we give reports, that also tells the patient, rather than telling verbally, it's like, if I go to a general practitioner, I have fever, doctor says you have medium fever. What does it mean? But when they say you have 101 degree Fahrenheit, I understand this is a thing. So that's the kind of black and white picture we give to the patient. The second thing from the business front, so one is the clinical aspect where things are very clear. Our reports are being monetized by my customers. So it's a revenue generation tool for them.
You mentioned that it's an enhancer or like sort of like an add-on for the existing physiotherapist.
Yes, ma'am.
You might want to add, like just for the clinical or like your pitches, what's the time saving by the physiotherapist in using your device, or whether there's a, like, while it may take like 20 days or like a month, and you are reducing by using your tools, you're reducing the timelines to just 20 days.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Very, very true. Efficacy of treatment has improved. Yeah, sure. Efficacy has improved. The reduction in timing is almost by, I think, 40%. 40%. So something which goes for 20 days might now happen. Okay. Yeah, sure.
So one last question from the audience, I think. Nice presentation, by the way. I work in the medical device industry.
Okay.
So is this like MDR compliant?
Sorry?
The new medical device regulation compliant?
Yeah. We are a registered medical device with CDSCO, Government of India, and we are compliant. We have done EMI, EMC, and biocompatibility, and all these are required for USFDA application. Yeah, we are USFDA.
What is your current revenue for FY 23-24?
We crossed around 40 lakhs. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Suresh.
Thank you.
So next one is 30 mg.
Good evening, everyone. You all know that India is a highly populated country in the world. 1 in 7 Indians suffers from coronary artery diseases, which is basically heart diseases. And almost among the total death in India, 26.6% death is because of these heart diseases. And when a patient suddenly gets a heart attack, the first line drug or the emergency drug which is being given to the patients are aspirin, heparin and clopidogrel. And most of these drugs works basically based on the patient's DNA. For example, 30% Indians, they don't respond to clopidogrel, which is commonly used antiplatelet drug. 30% Indians won't respond to that. And if your patient takes clopidogrel without knowing that he is a responder or a non-responder, it may lead to severe side effects like bleeding, and even sometimes it may lead to death also. It will also triples the treatment cost and also increases the hospital stay. So, FDA gave a very clear-cut warning. It's a black box warning saying that if your patient have to take clopidogrel, they have to undergo genetic testing before taking the drug so that the clinician will know it. But the currently available technologies are not affordable for anyone to take that genetic testing, and it will take minimum 7 to 10 days to get the result. So there is a need for a faster technology to give the results very quickly so that the clinician can do it in emergency cases. Next. So to address this challenge, we have developed a technology, on-spot testing technology that will assist the clinicians to personalize the medication for the patient. And our technology is accessible because it's totally portable and give the results in just 90 minutes. And also it's too affordable. Next slide. So when you see Indian market for coronary artery diseases, it's too huge. 1.96 crore patients are suffering from coronary artery diseases, and if these patients are taking genetic testing, it will give you a total market of $2.94 billion. And 55% of Indians visit private hospitals for this emergency condition, and 54% of Indian doctors are already aware of this personalized medicine testing. So that will give you a total, serviceable available market of $875 million. And currently we have a capacity of making 25 lakh tests per year, which will give us an obtainable market of $38 million. Next one. So this is our technology. We call it a smart PGX, which is highly portable. And you can see the portable instrument there. So it can be placed anywhere and it will give the personalized medicine testing in just 5 steps. And it will give the result in 90 minutes from sample collection to the result. Next slide. So our business model is very simple. We are completely B2B. We sell the hardware and also we sell the consumables. We sell the hardware, it's a one-time purchase with a 78% margin and our consumables has 80% margin. Next slide, please. So we have already done pre-launch installations in 8 clinics around India. So we got very good customer feedback and we got a feedback in the usability of the instrument. So we have modified our current version based on the customer feedback. And as individual components, we have sold our consumables and the instruments to premium institutes like CCMB, IGIB, IIC Bangalore. Next slide. So we will enter into the market mainly by popularizing our technology through medical events like conferences and exhibitions and by directly visiting the clinics and hospitals and also by partnering with distributors, medical distributors and marketing agencies. So we are different from our competitors in terms especially affordability and on-spot testing. So that no one in India have on-spot testing for personalized medicine and that's our moat. And also we are the first to the market. We have patentable technologies and our technology is very simple to use. Anyone can use it. No need of any technical expertise required. Like a glucometer, you can do your genetic testing. And main thing is you need not to purchase anything additionally. Next slide. So this is us, myself, Dr. Das. I have 15 years of experience in project management and also in personalized medicine. I did my PhD from JIPMER Pondicherry. I am taking care of customer acquisition and administration in the company. And my co-founder Pavani, she is taking care of R&D and she have experience in genetic assay development. She is trained from CCMB Hyderabad. So we have raised 1.5 CR so far from different government grants and private investments from Amey Mashalkar and Arya Mashalkar. So this is our roadmap for the next 5 years. So by this year, we are completing our patent filed and regulatory clearances done and we will enter into the market. By 2027, we are expecting to break even and by 2029, we will be reaching out to the global market. Next slide. So right now, our ask is $120K for the next 6 months for getting our patents and regulatory clearances done. And apart from the financial support, we expect mentoring support mainly. So thank you so much.
So let's assume the doctor is following a course and let's say 100 patients do the test.
Yes.
What will be the effective change? How many would he change the approach?
Yes.
And I'm assuming there's a pharmaceutical industry which is sitting, but I'll not talk about that.
So I will give you clopidogrel as the best example because that has the FDA warning also. So they have done several randomized controlled trials all over the world and they have found that if your person is having a particular genetic variation and if clopidogrel is given, 80% of the patients have recurrent heart attacks. 80% of the patients. Within that to first 3 months of first attack.
But still, let's take a sample of 100 patients, right? How many do you think the doctor will change the approach?
Yes, I would say based on if they are going with the genetic data, it will be 30%. Because 30% of our Indians have this genetic variations.
Wow. Yes. Okay, great. One advice, since you asked for advice, start selling, don't sell the hardware at all.
Yeah.
Right? Just sell the tests.
Yeah.
Give that hardware for free.
Yes. So that's our model. We are planning for a racer model actually. Yes.
What's the accuracy or what's the this thing that you have achieved so far?
Yes. So it's a 99% accuracy because the main thing what we are doing is we are not checking for any markers based on our knowledge. We are doing only FDA approved markers. So the markers are already approved. So we are taking that so that we are getting 99% accuracy.
And what sample size is that?
8 clinics.
8 clinics.
Yes.
So about 1,000 samples
Yes,
roughly.
yes.
Is there any such high demand for this?
Yes. So the main thing is we put up this platform for a different purpose, especially for checking for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which is a genetic disease which is increasing very highly. When we gave this for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy to the clinicians, they have asked for clopidogrel. So we have developed this whole technology based on the request from the clinicians. So they are facing this issue, especially for clopidogrel, aspirin and statin. because it is given to not only for heart diseases, even diabetic patients are taking that. So normally 75 mg, but in case of acute coronary disease and also PCI, it is 300 mg. That's too high dosage. So they are asking for it. So that's the reason we have developed, and we are getting good feedback from the clinicians.
So is there any demand supply gap?
Yes, the main problem here is, in case of emergency, suppose a person got heart attack. Usually how it happens right now is they have to collect the sample, they have to send the sample to a centralized lab. For example, if I want to get it done from Kanyakumari, in Kanyakumari there is no genetic lab is available. I have to send it to Chennai. So I have to transport the sample from Kanyakumari to Chennai, which will take at least 1 day. Again, the samples will be processed. Only when they get enough samples, they will start processing. So the overall time is increasing. When a patient is having heart attack, within 3 hours, they have to give clopidogrel. They cannot wait for even 2 days. So if they have this setup, portable setup in their clinic, they can get it done in 90 minutes and they can start the procedure.
So my last question, what is the cost of the device and what is the cost of the report?
Yes. So right now, our MRP for our device is 99,000. And as I was mentioning, we are planning for a racer model, and consumables is we are giving it as a kit of 50 samples. So with a kit, you can do 50 samples and it is $650. So that will be around 47,000.
One question I have, as was alluded earlier, that how do you anticipate to fight the pharma lobby?
I will not say
from a long-term perspective, because you'll see a lot of resistance from them.
Yes. So I will not say I will fight with the pharma, because nowadays pharma company itself, they are changing their approach. They are developing drugs based on the mutation, especially in oncology. They are developing for KRAS specific drugs. Even the government is insisting on such kind of drugs. Yes, definitely. Yes. So we have got the same approach. Initially, we started with minoxidil drug. Before clopidogrel, we started with minoxidil, which is used for hair loss. So we were approached by pharma companies, which is making minoxidil. So they want to provide this test free of cost to the patients, so that they will not go to the opposite party. So they are taking it in a different way, because FDA itself, they had given the warning, so they are taking it in that way. And even some pharma companies, they are start making the alternate drugs also. Because in case of clopidogrel, the alternate drug is prasugrel, ticagrelor and all available.
I'm Aditi from Bryota. We are a point of care technology company trying to screen 300 million by 2030. What are we doing? We are trying to reduce burden on government of India. And how? With this. What is this? Let me talk about NCDs. You all are aware what is NCDs. The non-communicable diseases in India is rampant. They are the silent killers. What are we trying to do? We are trying to do the early screening, which will help government of India and other CSR companies and the private sector to understand where is the prevalence, how we can curb it and how we can work on it. Each year, almost 41 million people die of NCDs because that was not understood in time. They came to the doctors, they came to the primary healthcare centers when they were in stage 3. In India, due to the technology and due to the other constraints, primary healthcare centers can only give you a diagnosis of probably a diabetes, blood pressure or anemia. What about the cancer? What about the CRDs? We come here with a solution which involves CKD, CRD, common cancers and other NCDs which are prevalent across masses. What is the reason why we are not able to screen the NCDs at primary healthcare? Because of the less of technology, the community are generally the lower economy people. They depend on the tertiary level hospitals to go, and going to tertiary level healthcare involves time, cost and money. Solution? Bryota comes to you with a great solution called Suraksha. Everybody knows what is the meaning of Suraksha. We are giving you a kit which involves different NCD screening devices which are made in India, and we do screening for CRDs like COPD, post-TB, COVID, also including common cancers for women like cervical, breast, also oral, and then we have few devices from market which includes the total NCD umbrella which can be screened at any given PHCs. We have our own CDSS system called SAVE. SAVE gives you a total data analysis on one touch with the required inputs. Also, we would like to tell you that we are all CDSC approved company. We have apps made in the regional languages. The whole system is made where ASHA or A&M carries that bag all to the PHC levels, do their screening and come back with the data. So government gets a reduction in the whole burden which you are going through about the whole healthcare system. Meet the team. I am in front of you. I am Aditi. I am the COO. The founder Gajanan Sakre, he is a serial entrepreneur. Our CTO Shardul, he has a background of working in many other healthcare startups. Also, we have some international Denmark and US people who are joined us in the journey. For the scientific advisory board, we have doctors as we need them coming from a health tech, as a health tech company, and we have somebody working in abroad also in European sector. The market is huge. I really would not like to say the gravity of the market. I would really not like to say these are the numbers which we talk about in the market. But I would really like to mention here something very, very serious is if we help the government do the diagnosis at the right time, there is a big economy which will get affected and we can see a good growth and good, you can see after effect for giving this kind of help to government. As you can see, looking for 1 million to 2 million, the concept asking you this kind of money is very clear. We want to ramp up. We want to make these kits more so we can grow across India. We are getting inquiries from Africa and Europe as well. Of course, for Europe, we need regulatory and regulatory costs a lot of money for a startup which includes CE, FDA. And that is the reason we are asking you for this kind of money in investment. So this is me again, Aditi from Bryota, and I'm open for your questions.
What kind of test does it do at the end of the day? What are the, it's a BP or is it sugar? What does it do on a base level?
We have a kit which includes cancer, CVD, CRD, NFLD. So let me put it in a simple way. We talk about diabetes, we talk about BP, which is common. But we give you common chronic respiratory diseases, which called COPD, asthma, post-TB and post-COVID. We talk about common cancers in women and in men, which talks about oral cancer in women, breast and cervical cancer. And also we have CKD, that is chronic kidney disease, which are simple solutions which can be used by using the urine samples. And we have NAFLD, that is a liver. That is again a small kit, and we help ASHA and A&M to gather this data, which can be pushed to the district level hospitals.
And does it do some kind of a blood test?
Sorry?
Does it take blood from you? Do you take blood sample is required?
All these are non-invasive. We are talking about all non-invasive devices, sir.
Okay, thank you. What is the test?
So your customers are government?
B2G, and there are some private customers as well for CSR. Government, yes. Right now we are working in Maharashtra, Karnataka, Chhattisgarh, Tamil Nadu and Gujarat.
What is the cost per test? Price per test?
No, we go as a service model, sir. We are also selling per kit. We are on the e-government portal as well. But it depends which government needs what kind of services. So the kit is involving that kind of services. Some people have their own. We have an ECG machine, a portable ECG machine, which I can show you. It is such a small device which can be used with the app, and there is a belt which we put. So some people already have ECG, they don't want that. So we give as per the requirement.
2 quick questions.
Yeah.
The devices / the assays that are part of your kit, are all those invented by Bryota, or you've partnered with other?
Nice, good question. So Bryota started with CRD in 2018. We spoke about only and only respiratory. I think 2 or 3 investors has heard me about respiratory in this club. But when government started getting involved, we got a request that we should have something under one umbrella under NCD. So we have a portfolio device called Spyro Pro, which is made technology everything by Bryota, and the ECG machine along with the help of Bark, BARC. Other devices have been collaborated with us. So right now we are giving all the certified devices which are made in India, which 2 or 3 are from Bryota and other from the collaboration from the other startups.
Okay. Second question, what is your business model?
Sorry?
Your business model.
So business model is we are doing project, okay, with government at our PHC level sector. So right now my team is working in Chhattisgarh. We are doing a 1-month camp using our devices. We train the A&M and ASHA. See, the whole concept is we are empowering A&M and ASHA in such a way that what is the scenario in PHC? All the lower economy sector or the village sector or the PHC sector are very much close to ASHA and A&M. They are like their family doctor. कुछ भी हो जाए वो आशा को पकड़ के लेके आते हैं, A&M को पकड़ के ले आते हैं. Our whole healthcare system depend on ASHA and A&M. We are empowering ASHA and A&M to make sure that they are giving the point of care technology at that particular level, which bring them out to district level hospital, which will help the government in the end. So there is the burden reduces if you do it at the right time.
Got it. Just one suggestion.
Aditi. So last time we made around 45 lakhs plus, and this year we are expecting double the.
It's okay, I'll tell. Aditi, it would be good if you could also highlight the accuracy of all your devices which are part of your kit.
Correct.
On your pitch deck, and also the patent status of individual. Also the patent status of
the devices made by Bryota, which are CRD based, that is chronic respiratory disease. Spiro Pro, that is patented. Our
Just
solution is
on your
also patented. And other devices includes a Breast Pro, which is a light device which is showing the breast alimony. We have something for cervical. We have for oral. We have ECG. We have CRD. CRD takes care of 4 elements in the the whole. So basically, we are covering thoracic, we are covering the cervical, and we are covering oral.
So that's the suggestion to keep in your deck, so that accuracy things as well as patent details, because most of the deep tech things they rely on the. Thanks. One more question then.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
What is your implementation strategy? Because the reason you're getting into this space is the lack of medical, talented medical, practitioners in the low or like in the village or remote setting, right? But now you're talking about these devices, technology, even that needs a technical expertise in those setups.
Yeah.
How are you going to address that gap again?
So, ma'am, it's really valid when it comes to a startup, how to roll these many devices in the market and how to make sure that they're all getting used properly with the technology training. So what we're doing is the devices which are made by Bryota, manufactured by Bryota, and 2-3 more devices, we do training for A&M and ASHA ourselves with a doctor on board. So we have for every for cancer, we have doctors. For CRD, we have doctors. And the whole training system or the training material is developed along with them. So we generally go and train the ASHAs and the A&Ms. If required, we supply a team from our side to do the testing as well. If it is like 1 month camp, and if they want to use it for long, then we do a training and we come back. We do a hand holding, and yes, we do a lot of hand holding after the sale as well. So if they need anything from our side on the data portion, we keep helping them.
I think your overall presentation talks about PHCs, primary healthcare centers. So what kind of margins do you deliver here?
So right now, we are not looking forward for a margin as such. We are looking forward for selling of the kit right now. And we have got good, feedback.
So how do you make revenue? So because you need to return back to your investors, right? Maybe 3 years, 5 years down the line.
See, the thing is, sir, to be very particular, when I came last time in front of investors, I had only one product. So I could not explain them why you need to invest in me, because I had only one product about CRD, that is chronic respiratory diseases. Now I am asking you to help me out, because I need to spread this whole kit concept across India, which will eventually help the whole health system. So I am not giving you solution only for lungs. I am giving you solution for all the NCDs, and NCD being the biggest problem for NHM to resolve when it comes to the whole burden on the government. So before I conclude, I would like to tell you that there is a hospital in Mumbai called Sion Hospital. And if you go to the respiratory ICU, okay, Sion Hospital is a government hospital. There is no money taken from, people. The respiratory ICU is full, there are no bed allowed, and the patients are not moving out from there for 6 months together, because medically they are not capable of going home back. And there is a burden which is increasing on that hospital. I am talking about only one hospital like this in Mumbai. And imagine we are talking about the biggest country in the world with considering the population. So this is the whole concept we are coming up with. government is helping us. There are private players who are also, coming into the picture when it comes to a CSR. For CSR, we do the service model with them.
So, hi everyone, dream big, dream crazy, and I am Ranjit, co-founder of Biodimension. So, we are a tissue engineering company with a vision to become an organ manufacturer. And this particular vision was carried forward by 3 visionary co-founders. And we have combined industry experience of 50 plus in the industry, and we worked with companies like Syngene, Anthem, Intas, and USV. And we are a team of 10 located at Bangalore, and we embarked when developing reconstructed human tissue models as an efficient non-animal testing and human relevant testing platform for drugs and cosmetics. So with this team and with this skill, like we are focusing on 3 major problems that are existing in the industry. The first one is the drug failure rate. So whatever the drugs that shown a promising effect in animal studies, that is not showing good in the clinical studies. So that cost millions of dollars and years of time for the companies. And the second most thing is like the recent regulations, starting from FDA Modernization Act and even the recent CDSCO regulations are encompassing the companies to form the non-animal alternatives and also to provide a better human relevant data to get a more success rate in the clinical and as well as the disease efficacy. And the third most thing is like we need a technology to create an organs in the lab. So this can be possible with developing the reconstructed tissues in the lab. So for all these 3 problems, we have a solution like developing the tissues in the lab or organs in the lab. So at the initial stage, like we have achieved developing the first layer of the skin, which is epidermis, and the full thickness skin. And we also have this vaginal epithelial tissue. And we, along with the collaboration, we also developed a beating heart tissue model. So this would serve as an efficient platform to screen the drugs and cosmetics for its efficacy and also for its safety. So what is the market size? The market is not that crowded, and there are very less players in the market, and most importantly, that is they are not from India. So if you look at the total available market, it is 10.5 billion. That is only for in vitro toxicology only. So the markets for our tissue models are drug screening, cosmetic testing, even on the regenerative medicine purpose. So as I mentioned, the demand is not equal to the supply. There are very less players in this particular technology contributing to the requirements of pharma companies and the cosmetic companies. And we are competing with 2 major companies. One is Episkin and Matek. And Episkin is a France-based company, which is a subsidiary of L'Oreal, and Matek is a US-based company. So there is so far no Indian companies supplying the human tissues for the drug screening and the drug testing purpose. And we are also competing with the parallel technologies like organ-on-chip, organoids, and even bioprinting companies. Yeah. But when it comes to our USB, like all our tissue models are 30% less, and also like we are providing the tissues in a very lesser time compared to the Episkin and Matek. And yeah, when it comes to our journey, we started in January 2021, and we were incubated at VIT TBI. And now we have a presence at Bangalore with a small R&D facility, which would support the development of tissues and also the manufacturing. So now we are at 10, and now we focus mainly on commercializing the skin models and developing the new tissue variants like heart tissue model and liver model for multitude of application, starting from cardiac toxicity to hepatotoxicity. So till 2024, like till now, like we have achieved around we have developed the product skin and its variants, and we have secured grants worth of 75 lakhs, and also like we have a small facility to do that. And most importantly, we have 25 companies in our sales pipeline. So with this current fundraising, like we will be establishing a GLP-like facility for tissue manufacturing and also providing the testing services. And most importantly, we want to achieve a revenue target of 3 crore per year. And this is the sales overview we have. Like September 2023 is where like we started commercializing our skin models. So from September 2023 to March 2024, like we have achieved 20 lakhs. And most importantly, like 20 plus brands shown interest in testing on our tissue models. In the case of cosmetics,
30 seconds.
Yes. In the cosmetic side, and when it comes to drug, like 6 plus companies shown interested in developing the custom tissue models for their drug discovery process. Yeah. So currently we are raising 8 crore, and this would facilitate the establishment of a facility and also taking the skin model for the global market with necessary approvals. And most importantly, that the fundraise would support the expansion of the team and boost up the R&D. So what would be the exit strategy? If you invest in this particular technology, invest in biodimension. If you look at the recent happening in this space, Novo Nordisk invested around 650 million US dollar in a relevant technology called Aspect Biosystems to develop tissues for regenerative medicine. So this particular area is blooming, and also the acquisitions are happening. So investing in this technology definitely brings a great value. And we are more committed to be committed to futuristic and more human. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
What is, you said there's no other company in India right now. What is the biggest challenge in adoption of this technology?
Yes, the one biggest challenge which they are facing is like in the R&D side. So this uniform architecture is what stopping the companies to market their products, and this we achieved with our unique process. And there are companies which is working on developing the corneal tissues, and also there are several companies working on organoids. But when it comes to the skin and the complicated models like hard tissue models, as of now there is no company in the market because
like an Anthem is, I would say, also in a competitive space, right? Like, wouldn't they be able to develop this? And because they are a CRO themselves,
right?
So
right.
Do you not think that they can develop this technology if had it been that the market is already there? So I would expect Anthem to already be in this space.
Right. So last month only we had a conversation with Anthem's management team. So they are actually looking to develop this kind of tissue models, and they initiated a conversation with us. So they are also interested in upscaling this particular technology for their services as well. So they are actually interested, and they are also facing certain challenges, and they are in touch with us to see how we can work together.
Hi, I feel the timing wise this is good because pharma companies are going away from animal trials, etc. Right, and this is a very good sustainable option. So when I look at your competition, you said that you're more affordable compared to the others like Mattel and Epstein and all that. Right. I mean, is it because this is local made, or is this, how are you beating that, your competition from the price point?
Wonderful. So, ma'am, if you look at like the price got reduced because of the process we are adapting. So, Matec and Episkin process is different, and our process is different. And for that particular process, like we are going to file the patent. So because of that particular process, we are eliminating whatever the cost that, adding the cost. Example, the serum and also the media cost and even the consumables cost, like, whatever it is adding up the cost, like we are eliminating with our own indigenous materials. So in that way, like we are reducing the cost.
Hi. So in your competition slide, you mentioned Revivo Biosystems, right? So they're those organ in a chip guys.
Right.
So two things I'd like to understand. The first is just clearly explain to us how you are not organ in a chip and how you're different because they're indirect according.
Sure.
So just like to understand the solution a little bit better.
Yeah.
The second is Revivo's journey and most organ in a chip journeys are a lot more extended than what I'm hearing here, right? So how are you faster to market? Because it looks like you're commercializing fully next year, right?
Right.
So could you just give us
already have commercialized.
So you're already fully So how is it that you're so much faster, and how is it that you're different?
Yeah, sure. So Revivo Biosystems, like actually they approached us for their chips, like they required tissues, like they wanted our support. But unfortunately at that time, like we couldn't be able to collaborate with them. So when it comes to the comparison of these two products, like our Biodimensions and Revivo, so Revivo, like the high throughput screening is not possible. But when it comes to our tissue model, high throughput screening is possible. And most importantly, like the cost per test. So that is higher in case of Revivo. But if you look at our tissue models, like they can do that test in less than 10x times. So in that way, it is better than that Revivo Biosystems. And most importantly, whatever the endpoints they are saying, like they can do with that machine, we can do that with our own tissue models. So in a way, like the cost wise we are different, and more accessibility and more holistically, like we are different from the particular Revivo systems.
So I want you to look at your business model. I think you're looking at drug discovery, like looking at drug testing, early stage drug testing for novel drugs, right?
Right.
You're not looking at API manufacturers, which is the majority of the pharma companies in the country.
Right.
You're targeting a small slice of pharma, which is the CRO sector, right? Is that right? So you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
So now in the pharma sector itself, how many of these the CROs are testing for these drugs? So you want to relook at your model itself.
Right.
Just a suggestion.
Sure, ma'am. So when it comes to our business model, like one is a tissue as a product we are giving. So the tissue as a product goes majorly in the cosmetic company, and another model is like tissue as a service. So I would like to bring one case study. There is one vaccine manufacturer based out of Ahmedabad. So they are the largest vaccine company. So they have approached us for developing tissue models for their drug discovery process, but in a more customized way. So in that way, like the different segment of the industry is looking for more customized way of tissues for their drug discovery programs. So as you mentioned, API, even the chemical companies can be our customer, but only thing is like we need to suit their requirements with a little modification and alterations. Yeah.
It's mostly covered. So just wanted to understand the exact IP in your process. How is it supporting high throughput screening? How is it cost effective? What exactly is the IP?
Right. So when it comes to this particular reconstructed tissue model, like there are major cost factors like the serum and the media which we are using, and the third most is like consumables like the plates and other things. So what we done is like majority of the companies, what they do is like they build a scaffold and then they develop the tissue, but ours is scaffold free tissue. So in that way, like, we are eliminating majority of the time and majority of the consumables in the process.
Got it. So just a disclaimer, we are also investors into a company that's creating an artificial liver outside your body. So it's a bioengineered liver. Probably we can talk about some synergies.
Yeah, sure. So thank you.
So what's the pricing model? How do you actually price your tissues?
So when it comes to tissue as a product, now when we compared with Episkin, like they are giving it for 1,45,000 along with other consumables. So, but when it comes to us, like we can able to, we are giving it in 88,000 plus other consumable cost. So if you look at the profit margin for this particular thing, it is more than 60%. More than 60%.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So I'm Dr. Preeti Nigam Joshi. I'm founder of Fast Sense Innovations. So before starting and delve into the company journey, I would just like to present a scenario in front of you, because we all know that 60% of Indian population is out of any healthcare net. But we believe that healthcare shouldn't be shouldn't be only for the privileged one. It should be a right for all. And this is the vision that is driving Fast Sense Innovations. The genesis of the company actually started, I was scientist in NCL, that is a CSR lab. And then I lost my mom due to pancreatic cancer due to late diagnosis. That was the turning point of my life when I decided that instead of ending my research into just publishing papers, I should work for the people. And then we established the company with the mission of bringing affordable, accessible healthcare for all and making healthcare you can say very awesome or easy to use for everyone, so that a PSC worker or ASHA worker in the remotest area in the country can run the test. So we want to make the diagnostic very easy to perform. And today I would like to present my point of care platform with our first use case, sepsis and AMR in front of you. Now this is a very small device, so you can see the platform that we have developed. Yeah. So this is a very, you can say this is a glucometer of complex. You can say this is the glucometer of complex diseases. It is very easy to use. Just a drop of blood, you can identify the sepsis and AMR biomarkers that are related with. So basically, why we have chosen the problem of sepsis?
Stand here. Stand here. Yeah.
So basically, why we have chosen the problem of sepsis? Because sepsis is basically maybe half, incidence maybe half as compared to heart attack. But the death rate is more than, you can say, twice as heart attack. And even every 1 person among 5 global deaths are related to sepsis. While we are talking 1 minute, every 1 minute, 1 or 2 people are dying in Europe due to sepsis. So overall, it is responsible for approximately 11 million deaths globally. And you can say approximately 10% of sepsis-related deaths are due to AMR. So basically, This platform is very easy to use. This is an AI/ML based solution. And what we are providing, it's a very easy to use tool for the doctors. So the doctor in its place can get the decisive data, can get the swift analysis that is required. Because what is the problem in sepsis? You can say high mortality of sepsis is lack of accessible, affordable and screening devices. So that is the major cause of sepsis related mortality. And with our device, we can reduce the basic mortality along with, so at present we are basically at preclinical stage and we have, yes, like we can. At present, we have basically completed the preclinical studies with the 100 samples, and we have achieving approximately 95 to 98% of accuracy with the device. We have one granted patent and two patents we have already filed. Move to next slide, please. As we are a pre-revenue stage, so this is the projection that we are showing here. So with respect to device, we are approximately launching 300 device, one in the first year, 600 in second year, and then 1200 in the next year, third year. So with respect to 3 years of basically projections, we will be approximately 7 to 23% EBITDA we will attain. And along with that, if we talk about a launching strategy, so basically we will launch our device in first phase in India. And then of course the African and other countries are there for the next phase of launching we are planning. Next slide. Today, basically, I am here to ask for 2 CR. 1 CR commitment we already have from Government of India. And the next 1 CR is we are looking for to complete whatever the basically regulatory approvals are required. Different kind of scaling up. Some part of scaling up is needed. So for that, we are looking for 2 CR. Next slide, please. If we talk about our competitive advancement and competitive landscape, so why we have to work on point of care system? Because majority of the cases, majority of the tests are laboratory based. Either they are from the big company or whosoever are working on LFAs, all the tests required some kind of, you can say instrument. So what we are doing, just a drop of blood and a doctor, a PSC worker, everybody can test the patient at the place. Data can be shared from the real time. So this is the advantage that our device is that it's an AI/ML based enabled tool so that we don't have to, it is reducing the burden on the healthcare also because the time of analysis is getting reduced. So what we are basically planning to do, FastSense is a one-stop solution for all your diagnostic need. You say and we make. So not only sepsis is the initial, you can say starting for us. We can develop, we can extend the platform for cancer screening to PCOS. Next slide, please. We can extend the system for the cancer, for the PCOS, for the cardiac biomarkers. So all the FastSense, this platform is basically a one-stop diagnostic need for all your diagnostic requirements. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is all about my team, myself, Dr. Preeti Nigam Joshi, and all my co-founder Harish Joshi and Mr. Dr. Shailen Mishra. We all are from IITs. Shailendra and Dr. Harish is basically from ISB Hyderabad and they are taking care of the business aspects, while Shailendra is in US and currently taking a part of the data analytics and AI/ML modeling. Along with that, we have a good team of scientists and researchers to take our journey ahead. Along with the technical team and scientific team, we have a good team of doctors because we are closely working with the doctors. We are the early stage of deployments. We have deployed our solutions and getting the data collection and feedbacks from the doctors and the stakeholders. And we have industry veterans also with us for joint go-to-market basically that we are looking forward.
I think you were trying to talk about your business model and time ran out. So please just finish what you were doing.
Yeah, so basically our business model consists of distributed network mostly. So we will engage with the market influencer, key opinion leaders and distributor network to get the market access and market reach.
How long does it take for a test to happen? How many hours or minutes it takes?
Okay, so we are basically reducing the time from 1 hour to, you can say the current testing requirement is around 1 hour to 72 hours when we go for the sepsis and culture testing. But we have reduced the time to 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
And what is the cost of assay?
The cost of the assay is between 200 to 300 rupees.
Per assay.
Yes, there is a two components. One is the platform and one is the strip. So you can say it's a glucometer kind of system. Our platform cost is approximately 20K, you can say. But it is the initial estimation and when we scale up, the cost will automatically reduce.
Is it specificity, all the things are already proven?
Yes. We have completed the preclinical studies with the hospitals And the specificity and sensitivity is approximately 95 to 98%.
Okay. Very nice. Good. It's a very important thing. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks,
We
Uday.
are basically raising funds for the large scale deployments of the device currently and regulatory approvals associated with that.
What are your next steps, Preeti, in terms of, since your clinical validation is only on 100 samples, which has given you an accuracy of 95%, I guess. What are your next steps?
Basically, there are multiple components. So first of all, whatever the manufacturing aspects are related with the device post-validation, so there are certain, already we have identified the vendors because we want to keep ourselves asset light so that the contract manufacturing will be done for the platform things. Whatever the secret sauce, basically the modification of the strips and the cassettes, that we will do that we will keep with us. So that will be in-house. And whatever hospital we are basically working with, we have chosen for the trials and the deployments, they are going to be our initial customers. And with that, we will extend our network through distributors.
How do you go from 100 to 1000 or 10,000?
Yes.
To match with the accuracy? That's the question.
Yeah, that was my question. To have a actually clinically significant accuracy data in place.
For the testing, how many patients we will test, that you want to know?
The accuracy number, how you call it, 100 samples. That's what the question is.
Okay. Basically, whatever the initial testing we have performed, that is based on the different blood samples, and rest of the data is not there. But when we will go for the hospital, so we will basically, more number of samples will be tested, maybe 1,000 to 10,000. And in that scenario, based on the other parameters that will be there, we will get better accuracy that is basically expected. We are expecting.
All right. What's the revenue model now?
Revenue model basically is maybe, first of all, the government is one of the customer for us because whatever work we are doing, it's very much relevant for the PSCs and the remote areas. And our work is well aligned with the WHO and Government of India newborn screening and all aspects, mother and maternal and child cares. So for that, first one of our customer is government. And along with that, we are retail customers also like GPs, doctors and hospitals, path labs, because we are not taking anybody's business. We are only endorsing, we are supporting. And one of the other aspects is the software model. So the software version that we have, that can be integrated with any existing system. So we don't have to basically club it with the R device only. So that can generate some early revenue, early tractions for us. So when the software model will be validated, we can deploy it with the hospitals. So that can provide us the subscription model or licensing model. So that will generate revenue for us.
Great.
And the comprehensive device, because it required a long time, so in that scenario, we can do it later.
Greetings from Plebs Innovations. Our vision is to make ultrasound accessible to inaccessible regions of the country. So if you look at the global data, one movement dies for every 2 minutes due to preventable causes during pregnancy. And if you look at the Indian data, only 24% of the Indian women undergo at least one ultrasound scan in their entire pregnancy cycle, whereas the recommendation is 4 to 5. Thereby, India is having the highest number of birth defects. And 60% of these birth defects can be detected and managed prenatally with ultrasound. So, not only with the pregnancy and birth defects, 80% of all the cancer cases can be screened early with the ultrasound. And this increases a 5-year survival rate from 20 to 90%. And not only the cancer and 2D echo scans, and even in case of road traffic accidents, traumas, ultrasound increases the time to diagnosis by 50%, thereby saving the golden hour. And not only the diagnosis, 27% of all the clinical cases like interventional radiology as well require ultrasound as a basic imaging modality. So if you look at the barriers of ultrasound, there are 20,000 practicing radiologists in the country, but only 13% of them are in the urban areas. What happened to the 66% of the rural population? On an average, Indian patients has to travel 45 kilometers to get the ultrasound scan done. The parity increases if you move from southern part to northeastern parts of the country. So all this is because of the requirement of physical presence of radiologists for the ultrasound. If you look at the other modalities like CT or MRI, X-ray, we don't need any physical presence and radiologist can give a tele diagnosis. So we are solving the need for a technology which enables radiologists to perform ultrasound without being physically present on site and also retaining the habit and feel how they are doing the scans. So if you look at the solution, there is a doctor station, somewhere he is sitting in Hyderabad and the patient somewhere in any rural town like Karimnagar or Nizamabad within Telangana, and doctor will be able to control the ultrasound probe with the help of a robotic arm, and the same image will be relayed back in a real time with low latency and with a secure network layer. On the doctor side, there is a haptic curve pad which gives a unique touch feel to the doctor, and he will be able to do the basic ultrasound motions, and there are 2 displays for audio video feed as well as ultrasound feed. So on the patient, there is a 7-DOF robotic system placed, robust system which does rocking, tilting and rotation motions. The novelty in this thrilling manipulator is it doesn't change the plane of contact, which is a crucial requirement for ultrasound, and it is attached to a XYZ positioning system, and it is responsible for motion of from one place to other. So the network required for this scan is 3 Mbps upload and download, whereas our recommendation is 10 Mbps, and with the help of broadband we experienced a latency of 130 milliseconds, and with 5G it's around 80 milliseconds. So our IP, our product can reach from thorax, pelvic, abdomen to varicose veins regions. Through from head to toe control we have, and it can do additionally 2D echo scans as well, and it can do the lateral side scans as well for pregnant women and obese patients. So I'll quickly take you through the market size as well as the business model. So for today we are looking at tele-operated ultrasound scans, but our vision is to automate the ultrasound scans. We'll deploy these to the rural centers, we'll collect the data, we'll do the automation from organ to organ such as liver cirrhosis or 2D echo scans, and we'll do predictive diagnosis as well with the robotic systems. And if you look at the market size, the ultrasound service market in India itself is around 8,800 crores. And if you look at the targeted population with towns with less than 60k population, the market is around 1,096 crores, and the SOM will be around 700 crores. So we have 3 different business models. One is the FOCO model, franchise owned company operated model. For a small scale diagnostic center, you bring in 50 lakhs and a space. We will give the entire radiology support as well as robotic support. And
so does this unit require a remote control system and all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So is that also ready?
Yes, ma'am. The doctor side is also ready. So we are at the MVP stage and we are yet to go for safety certifications.
MVP stage. So it's not in the market yet.
Not, ma'am. We are in the pre-compliance stage.
Okay, what are the challenges you are facing? Because this looks, I know portable is a selling point, but there are various components to it, right? So what are the challenges you're facing to get the whole thing in place?
So the technical challenges we were facing was the embedded latencies, which we have already solved. So the technical part is sorted now. Challenges in the sense it's a regular part to go for the safety certifications. We are in that phase now, and the challenges with the latency also, which were already covered.
Okay, so what is the cost price
so
advantage?
The robotic system will cost around 12 lakhs selling price, and it is bundled with the ultrasound machine, which is a OEM, which will be around 10 lakhs. So the selling price would be between 20 to 22 lakhs.
How is this in comparison to the traditional ultrasound setup?
So the basic difference between traditional ultrasound and this is, on an average, the radiologist price per month is 3 lakhs in the city. If you look at the rural setup, it's 3x. So rural hospitals should pay 3x the price which they are getting in the city to attract the radiologists to their centers. But here, the capital cost is increased by 12 lakhs, but still there is no recurring cost. We'll be paying only per scan basis, and diagnostic center need not hire a full-time radiologist, and they'll be doing on a paper scan model.
So you're positioning more from the radiologist costing point of view, yes, in comparison to the technology.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Hi. Hello all. Great evening. So we are from Calder Health Technologies, where we are a company which is focused to develop an ecosystem for developing in-clinic procedures. So we are a team of people who are engineers and doctors. We have started working on this because our co-founder Arisharan, who is trying to figure out the slides part there, has a problem of nasal congestion, right? So here people, if I just have to have rise of hands who struggle with breathing, right? You've seen your relatives, your family members, people who are struggling with able to breathe normally through their nose, right? So that's what we are trying to solve, and that's a particular condition called as deviated nasal septum, where there are studies which indicates that it's one of the primary reasons which causes a lot of problems like sinusitis, sleep apnea, and all the things like fatigue and even nasal blockage. Next. So what it is? Basically, it's very simple. We have a septum which separates our nostrils. If it is deviated to either one side, it significantly obstructs the nasal passage, which in turn can able to manifest a lot of anatomical deformations, and that's where you see people getting obstruction for 10 years, but they can't take it anymore, so they go for a surgery. So that's what generally happens in this condition. Next. So what are we trying to do here, right? So when we started talking about this to ENT clinics, what we started to really understand is there is a large set of people who needs to have a septal correction is not going for the procedure. So that is what our target opportunity is, and that in India itself, it's huge. About 1.2 crore people in India would want to go for a septal correction, but only 4.5 lakhs are going, which is 1 out of 60 is only happening, where the 59 is our target opportunity that we are going after. And there is a pipeline of trend which we see also, where we take all home remedies, we use nasal decongestants, we use medications, and at the end we go to an ENT guy. And even he says the moment that you want to get into a surgery, we'll ask our relatives who gone through the procedure, and we say, I'm not going to do it. I'll probably die with this medication but not go for a surgery. But why? Next. So in nasal, the surgical procedures, there are two major factors. One is the nasal packing, where your nose will be completely stuffed for 2 days and they will forcefully pull it out, where there will be a lot of blood coming out, and this is a very painful process. So for those reasons, they stick to medical management. And at this point, we understand there was a need to empower these doctors to help it treat better. So what do we do? Next. So we have a patented medical device called as Swasam. So this is a non-surgical treatment option which can be performed within the clinic, doesn't require an operation theatre. So the doctors now can able to treat the more patients, the 59 out of them which are not taking the procedure. And for the patients, it's going to give them a long-term relief. He's not going to use any more medications. And now it's also going to be painless for the procedure. And we envision a procedure where he can just walk out of the clinic and resume his day-to-day activities. Next. So this is a here quick demonstration of how our product works. So basically the doctor will have an endoscopic examination to understand the septal deviation, and they apply a local anesthesia, and he'll insert a balloon unit which in the septum is deviated, and he'll inflate it so that it pushes to the center. And then he'll insert the other balloon unit, and then he'll hold it for 15 to 20 minutes, and he'll apply a EMR, and he'll able to reshape the septal cartilage. So how do we do it is that we harness a science called electromechanical reshaping, which can able to reshape cartilages with minimum electric potential and mechanical stipulation. Next. So we have one global competitor called as Vivare, which uses a radio frequency technology to do the same sort of an effort we are trying to achieve. But we are differentiating by becoming even a lesser temperature procedure, which will even reduce the level of tissue damage that has been caused. Next. So we are a B2B business model where our focus is on clearly ENT hospitals and ENT clinics. And we have a one-time sale of a Swasam device and a recurring sale for every procedure. They have to use our balloon unit. Next. So we have three pricing models. One is the rental model where the ENT clinics can procure our medical device at a rent of rupees 1 lakh. And on top of it, for every procedure, they would pay 15,000 for the balloon unit. And for the hospitals where they generally have quite a amount of volume, they will say that they'll procure 100 units, which cost about 15 lakhs per year for 3 years, and we'll give them the medical device for free. And we just have a one-time purchase model just to show them that we have a device which is worth of 5 lakhs. So, but our focus is going to be the pricing model and subscription, and as well as the one-time sale. Next. So we're starting with India, the largest population of the world, where about 4,700 odd ENT clinics and hospitals are available. Our focus is to get to the 724 of them, so that we can get to 100 crore ARR, and we want to achieve that in 4 years post our regulatory approval. Next. So this has been our journey. We started on December 2022. Onward, we were able to develop our own control unit. We were able to establish our safety, and we were able to also complete our MVP design. But right now, we are at a stage to do our MVP product development. We'll be completing in next 2 months. And onward, we wanted to secure the test license and want to get it to a level of human trials, where we are looking for partnerships with organizations like Cipla and other pharmaceutical companies and also medical device companies to become a strategic partner. Sure, sir. Next. So, we have been recognized by the ecosystem. We have filed a patent and one is in process. We also have received letter of intents from leading medical institutions like AIIMS Guwahati, Patna and Guwahati, and also we are the winners of Embark 2022. Next. So, our ask is for 1.6 crores, which will primarily help us to accelerate our process towards getting to a human trial testing in AIIMS Jodhpur, where already our clinical advisor, Dr. Amit Goyal, is available for us. So, we wanted to harness that partnership to do it, and we were able to take to the next level. Thank you. So, as a last part, so as a company, we don't want to stick to one product, right? We identified that in nasal congestion is not an area where a lot of solutions are available. So, we want to become the next Medfin or the next Practo for nasal congestions, where our focus is going to be narrower. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Couple of questions. One is, so you mentioned you're at MVP June 24.
Right.
So where exactly are you with the product readiness?
So basically, we are now trying to do the animal model trials with our things. So we have completed all the lab validations right now.
Okay.
So we had the balloon unit now in fabrication. So we want to test that out with an animal model to generate.
You've not yet started.
The animal model has not started yet.
Okay.
Yeah. So because we started about 1.5 years back. So we are in the process of now getting to it. But the funds is already available for that. We are primarily raising it for the test license and the human trial testing.
And you mentioned you have some LOIs, right?
Right.
Okay. From Hyderabad or?
So primarily we focused on getting some from private ENT clinics, private hospitals, and primarily we received a lot of interest from the government setting, because for them the surgery is costing about 3-4 hours of time, and also there are inpatients are coming for them. So if this procedure can be integrated, they see that it's a very quick solution for them to offer. So we got a traction from their part of it.
And you mentioned in one of the slides a revenue of 13,80,000 something. What was that? Since you're pre-rev right now, what was that amount?
13 lakhs.
There was a revenue figure that you'd mentioned. What was that?
So basically, we have 3 pricing models. One is a subscription model.
No, not that. There was a slide before that where you'd mentioned a revenue number.
Okay. So in India, we are starting now here, and we have about 4,700 odd hospitals.
Okay.
We want to acquire 724 ENT such hospitals. If we acquire them,
that was your projection.
That was our projection. So that's what we wanted to get into.
Interesting.
And we start with India, and we want to eventually get into the US and Europe. But we feel that here, since our sort of medical is aligned, we want to do it in India first.
Got it. And I think just one quick, question also around the device itself. How are you controlling the pressure? So you've mentioned that, the doctor inserts it, and how do you control that? I didn't see anything about that. And also how much expertise is required to administer this? Is it a doctor level thing? Is it a nurse? Is it a, Yeah,
I'm glad that you asked that question. So there are products already available for different use cases for epistaxis of the nose, which uses a similar balloon, which is a mechanically operated balloon. There is no electronics involved in it. So the doctor along with his assistant will be able to apply that necessary pressure. So that device is already there. We are not reinventing the whole thing. The unique IP that we are trying to do is that we are combining it with a small electric potential so that the cartilage can be reshaped. So that's what our IP is.
Interesting. And again, a doctor needs to do this. It's not something that other people can be trained with.
Yeah,
right?
the ENT doctor has to be doing it. Under his supervision, it has to happen.
And there's constant feedback to understand how much pressure he's applying, what that's doing to the septum. There's continuous feedback, right?
Yeah, we
so
wanted
the chances
to integrate
of
those
this
sensors.
going like the other way, what are the chances of this going the other way?
The chances of this going other way in terms of the damage it's probably going to cause.
Yeah.
So the epistaxis balloon, I think they have a safety limit already fixed. So it will not go beyond that. And for our septal corrections, we are not applying like the pressure which will basically cause any nerve damage also. It's under that pressure. So we are not going to harm the patient at any cost. But as you said, we have a system which will be able to measure the
Like
pressure.
a fail-safe. Got it.
Also the
Sure. Thank you.
I'll keep it very quick. Two quick questions. One, just an extension of what Vaishali asked. do you foresee a certain level of training being imparted to the ENT surgeon before they can actually use your device? Yes. Second, in terms of the lifetime of the procedure, the correction,
Right.
have you done any internal bench level validation study to identify that there won't be any reoccurrence of the deviation post surgery?
Right. So, in terms of the training part of it, there is going to be a level of training required for the ENT doctor to get familiarized with it. But as I told you earlier, that we are not trying to give them a new treatment procedure. They already use epistaxis balloon. We just going to give them the other modality of these electrical potentials and how to control them. So we'll provide them a console. And since we have AIMS Jodhpur on board, we're going to conduct these workshops and awareness programs to these doctors, and we'll able to take it better. So that's where we said we need 4 years to get to a level of 724 because it happens very slowly every year.
And you mentioned that you would be conducting animal study.
Right.
Do you think you can bypass it and maybe do it on a cadaver? That would...
Right, but the thing is, yeah, again, as you said, by doing a cadaveric testing, we might not able to get the safety studies because it's a dead tissue already. So we cannot able to get the safety, and also, as you said, the relapse rate, like if the cartilage is going to come back or not. Yeah.
Yeah, Renuka, please solve.
Hi, very good presentation. I think you covered very all the valid points. One question I have is regarding that expansion process itself. So, is that process patented? Can that be replicated? And what's the entry barrier here for someone to do what you're doing?
They basically cannot use the technology of electric current to reshape the cartilage. So that is the technology that is patented. The process of treating a patient cannot be patented in India, but in US it can be possible.
Okay.
So in US it can be possible to replicate.
US they have like a couple of patents which are patented the procedure, but our core IP is that we don't want to do the procedure. We want to create a device which a doctor can use it to sell it. So our IP is in the construction of the device, how uniquely we were able to reduce the tissue damage. So we were able to work with the electronics part of it, how the electrodes arrangements work. We were able to identify there's an optimized way of doing that, and that's where our IP is.
Okay, and you have secured the patent on that.
We have applied for a full patent specification, and we'll be having it maybe in a month or so.
What is your pricing model and how is it beneficial for the patient in comparison to the other models?
I'm glad. So basically, right now, if you look at in India, the septoplasty starts anywhere about 30,000 and it goes up to 1 lakh. There's a range in the cost of it. But if you look at the lower margin of the cost, the doctors only get 6,000, 20% as his surgeon fee. But in our procedure, the only cost that you probably have to pay is the balloon part of it, which is 15,000. So with our procedure, you'll earn more, but ours is a premium solution. So we are starting with this model of calculation, but if it ends up that our clinical results are so good and will be a premium towards conventional procedure, then our pricing even can go higher because the patient will be willing to pay more because there's no recovery or any harm involved. So we are waiting for the whole clinical validation to get done so that we can be concrete on that part.
My name is Praveen. I'm the founder and CEO of Neuronics Lab. At Neuronics, we are building 10 minutes diagnostic delivery platform. So I graduated from IIT Delhi in mathematics and computing, and I always had the inclination to do something in healthcare. And that is wherein I joined Stanford India Biodesign to understand healthcare. And that is wherein I met my co-founder, as well as I have advisors from AIMS and IIT Delhi. So having said that, so we roughly came across more than 300 problems that we identified in the clinical immersion that we had. So out of all those problems, diagnostic was one such area where we realized we actually can do something through technology. And so given the fact that there's a lot of people and processes involved today in even the most basic test, which is called the CBC, complete blood count. So next slide, please. So there's right from the collection of the blood, which is which you require a phlebotomist. Then you basically require a lab technician. Then you require a lab clinician, right? And it cannot happen in a primary setting. And this is one of the most fundamental tests that is being used across your healthcare system. So we thought if we can actually challenge that and bring down to a system in which you can actually do your test just like you do your blood sugar, right? Prick your finger, get the sample done in your small kit, and then it process it less than 10 minutes. And that is what we have built at Neuronix. And it takes less than 10 minutes, which otherwise takes you at least in tier 2 and tier 3 cities as you go around. It will take you more than 24 hours for the same test. So the 4 fundamental technology to which we have basically, rather than venous blood, you can actually do it on a finger prick, is that we have a precision robotic system. Then you have a microfluidic cartridge. Then you have multispectral imaging that we do. And on top of it, we use AI. So we have, for the first time, what we have done is that we have actually separated the hardware and the software part of it, which essentially means that today, if we are able to do CBC, the same platform can essentially be scaled to malaria, filaria, thalassemia, leukemia. And the underlying principle behind that is that anything which has to do with your morphology, cell structure can essentially be done on the same device. All you need is to change your cartridge. And I have kept some of the use cases, but this particular use cases can be also scaled to animal diagnostics, to your IVF, say, sperm analysis, and n number of other things in which morphology plays an important role. So one of the important aspect of this particular technology is that it's visual based. Just like you in your radiology, you get a film, right? You get an X-ray film so that the doctor can get it. But in blood, you just get numbers. You never get a visual evidence. In our case, what we are saying is that if we are able to give you, say, if we are giving a nucleated RBC positive, we can actually give you images of that. So on the market side, we have a huge market for the CBC, just for the CBC alone, and roughly around $1 billion of market is what we are basically is the serviceable operatable market. Next slide, please. So on the revenue model side, this will be a kit-based, so razor blade model in which we will charge for the per cartridge, and the device will go either as a one-time cost or as a rental model. So so on the unit economic side, the BOM of the device costs us 3 lakh rupees, and the kit is roughly costing us 10 rupees. So if you actually just do 20 tests per day at one particular center, which is on a very lower side, if you actually look at the number of tests CBC is being done, so the cost of the entire machine can be covered in 6 months. So our idea is so to install it at 10,000 centers for in next 5 years, and for which we can expect revenue between 700 to 800 CR. Our global competitive landscape, if you actually look at, there are very limited players who are actually doing something in the point of care CBC. One, which is in Israel, SiteDX, who has already got the FDA. There are other couple of companies who are not exactly into the CBC, but into the peripheral, which is the 10 to 20% of the segment wherein the visual analysis of the smear are done. So what we are basically saying is that we are playing at a point wherein we are reducing the complexity as well as bringing the cost down. Yeah. So we have already got our IP covered. We have 1 patent granted. We have already done 1 scientific study, academic study at AIIMS Delhi done. So we have already got the test license received. We are now in a process to get our manufacturing license. We are already in talks with some of the bigger distributors. So we were awarded some grants. Next slide, please. So we were Tech 30 startup in 2022. We are supported by AIC CCMB. We are supported by AIIMS, IIT Delhi, and Venture Center Pune. We last raised at a 4.25 CR at a valuation of 36 CR pre-money. We just closed our another bridge round of 4 CR to commercialize this particular technology. What we are basically looking forward is, I think there was 1 slide next to this. Yeah. No, next. You can just skip this. Yeah. So the idea was the money that we raised was to build a core team for the technical team. Next slide, please. and we have built a team. So we are currently raising 3 CR because we spent 10,000 on the flight. So we thought we'll close this particular round with additional some funds. So this particular 3 CR will go into 100 installation once we have our commercialization, the factory license comes in, which will happen in after July. So thank you. Any other questions? Happy to answer.
Currently in the market, it costs roughly around 120 rupees, the CPP test.
Yeah.
Are you saying that somebody will pay 100 cartridge plus some money for the hospital to make some money out of it?
So if you actually look at it, the cost to the lab is roughly between 30 to 40 rupees today. And that is just the cost of the reagent. Then extra cost, you have phlebotomist, your lab technician, and the lab clinician. That is an additional cost. And of course, the licensing part that goes, you cannot have a CBC machine at any facility without taking a license. What we are basically building is you do not have to take a license for that. So the cost to the patient comes anywhere between 250 rupees to maybe 600, 700 rupees.
Second point is on the same platform, I'm interested in knowing what are the things in pipeline to build more models other than CBP.
So currently we are in talks with some of the institutes who are dealing with malaria, some of the institutes who are dealing with filaria, and that after that we also would like to go into more of like say thalassemia or leukemia based testing, which is basically done on the morphology based.
Okay, thank you.
So one is, why are you thinking of manufacturing these units, and why aren't you like subcontracting or contracting it?
Currently, we would like to, at least for say first few 100 devices, we would like to do an assembly, and post that, because there is a lot of optimization that we believe when we actually do it in-house, there's a lot of processes that can be optimized. And that is what we intend to do in first few 100 devices. We want to optimize the entire process and then do maybe a contract manufacturer.
So what's the BOM cost today?
3 lakh rupees.
3 lakh. Okay. Yeah. So let's say I am a diagnostic center. I'm taking your device just for CBC or CBP, right? But I'm doing other tests through whatever mechanisms I'm doing. So what's the advantage that I get?
So if you actually look at the entire market, so we have 1 lakh diagnostic centers, out of which you have 5,000 NABL, and basically someone who has in-house testing units and devices. Most of them are collection centers, but all of them aspire to at least do some of the testings themselves.
But that's what you're assuming, that I'll do only CBP as a patient, and hence the requirement.
Right. So as I said, CBC is one of the most primary tests. And apart from that, anything that you do, you can actually outsource that to AD. At least for now, you can actually send samples just like you do today. But the idea here is that at any center which does have say 3-part differential, because so even in CBC you have 3 kind of machines. One is 3-part, 5-part, and 7-part. We are giving you 7-part analysis at a cost of 3-part analysis, right? So yeah.
And finally, what is the efficacy numbers?
So currently, out of 19 parameters that we would like to go for the entire CBC, 10 parameters have already been done for internal validation that we have completed, and it is 10% of deviation, which is by far WHO standard. It's okay, because if you have a hemoglobin of say 10, and if you are basically giving a 10.5 or something like that, it should be okay.
Thanks.
Quick question. What sort of regulatory approvals do you have? Do you have any regulatory approvals?
So, just like any medical device, you require basically, so what we have done is we have got a test license, and after that we basically as we go along with AIIMS Delhi and AIIMS Jodhpur we will do our clinical trials. The academic study has been done, but post test license, the study has to be completed. Internal validation, we have done more than 1,000 samples till now. Yeah.
And also, is it a digital pathology that you're doing, or is it like a manual?
No, everything. So it's basically a small point of care device, which has a kit in which the blood goes, and it basically digitizes your sample, and then you actually build analysis on top of it. So it kind of digitizes all your cell lines.
So you'll have a cloud connectivity for a central collection center where they would actually analyze this? So, or do you
So
have
it will
automated?
we are currently doing it, say on cloud, but the same model can be scaled, to put it down on the device itself. So everything will be edge computed. It will not have to go back to the cloud and then do
What's the time to market that you have? Like,
so we are
what's the-
looking forward to commercialize as soon as July this month. I mean, in coming 2 to 3 months.
with the regulatory approvals
Yes,
also
yes,
in the
yes,
time, like the
yes,
CDSCO
yes.
and all
Yeah.
those. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah.
Do you have any manufacturing unit right now?
Manufacturing unit. So
Unit.
we have established in Gurgaon itself.
Okay.
So we can actually do 1 unit per day at our center, the current setup that we have today.
You said your ask is for 3 crore with 100 installations, right?
Yes.
Can you just elaborate about what are those 100 installations? What do you mean by that?
Can you please repeat?
You said 3 crore
Yeah.
with 100 installations.
Yeah.
What are those 100 installations? What do you mean?
So basically what we're saying is that for 100 installations, for manufacturing 100 machines, given the BOM is 3 lakh rupees today,
Okay. Mhm.
right? So you need a working capital of 3 CR in order to go forward with.
So it's more like a working capital.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple of quick questions.
Yeah.
So, you mentioned that your BOM currently is 3 lakhs. At scale, how much could you reduce it to?
We are very ambitious. We are looking forward to bring that below 50,000, but
Below
we are not
50,000.
we are not promising it yet.
And
But
at what
essentially,
scale, what would that number be?
anywhere between above 1,000, we would be able to bring that cost to less than 50,000 rupees.
Interesting.
There's a lot of engineering that is already ongoing to actually bring, because the last time I spoke to Aditi, our cost was 10 lakh BOM roughly, which we have already reduced to,
Interesting.
3 lakh rupees. And now we are basically pushing forward to bring the BOM to further 50,000, because as we understand, it's a volume game. Because one Trans Asia has roughly 10,000 installation of 3-part differential in the market, roughly doing 600 CR of revenue. What I believe is given the kind of solution that we are building, it can easily replace such kind of systems which are say 3-part or 5-part, given that one, it will be cost friendly, and second, you do not require any expertise in basically operating those devices.
Right. And you mentioned, of course, this is all visual, right? So, what's your lens quality like?
So,
And in comparison to the competitors?
So one, basically you can visually see and differentiate the cells, the granularity, the cellular structure,
But give me
and
the number.
nucleus.
Give me the number. What's
So
the?
I'm really sorry. So that is something that we have basically with our own manufacturer, we are basically working on that particular.
Where are you right now?
Huh?
Where are you right now?
We are based in Gurgaon.
No, I meant where are you right now with the image quality of the lens and the stage
So-
of the project, the product
Yeah. So
readiness?
in our product, with the lens that is going, that is built sort of with our sort of expertise and with manufacturers in-house capability of what they can actually build. We are not using standard objectives which are in the market. And for that reason, we have actually reduced the cost of 10 lakh to 3 lakh, because एक जो objective जो Olympus का आता है with high achromatic with all the aberrations, so it costs you 1.25 lakh.
Quick answers, please.
Yeah. And what's the product readiness like? Is it
So by
completely-
July, we should be able to commercialize.
this July?
This
3
July.
months.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
The 3 crore that you're raising, are you raising at the last valuation of 40 or?
So you are asking about the valuation?
Yes.
So we raised last at 36 CR pre-money. We just closed at 70 CR pre-money. And we
Okay.
are open to, at the same valuation or maybe more, if you could.
Okay. And in terms of milestone achievement, what exactly do you plan to achieve once the 100 installations are done?
Post 100 installation. So our idea is to mainly think about say 1,000 installation, right? And for that we would require again some capital to scale it, and that is wherein there are VCs who are interested, who would like to take this. Come along with us to take it from 100 to say 1,000 or 5,000. So the idea is mainly once we do that 100, one, we will establish the entire product line. The second, you understand which are the areas wherein this particular solution is actually accepted well.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Said from Obron Biotech. So we are a next generation qPCR technology company. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw a boom in PCR infrastructure across the world, and that proved to be the golden standard of testing. But PCR still has a detection limit. As we could see during COVID, patients were probably weren't being detected early enough during the onset of the symptoms, or at the back end of their symptoms, they weren't probably being detected closely enough. So RT-PCR, though still the golden standard, still has a sensitivity gap to be bridged. So the current gold standard of PCR detection, TACMAN and other methods, basically has so any attempts to improve sensitivity leads to a drop in specificity. This is due to non-specific signal or noise. So our technology platform aims to reduce non-specific signal. This simultaneously increases specificity and sensitivity by improving the detection window and by improving the dynamic range. So next slide, please. So PCR usually has three components. So the oligonucleotides or the probes and the primers is the secret sauce of our technology. The labeled ones and they are currently being made locally successfully. DNTPs and TAC and enzymes, that is the building blocks, and the enzymes will be made locally further later on. Currently, we felt the need we felt the need to be because of really bad last mile logistics. We were forced to basically kind of start making this component in India itself. Currently, nobody makes this particular kind of oligos in India. Next. So we undertook a clinical sample study of 70 samples in a local government hospital here in Hyderabad. And as you can see, we were able to achieve 1500 plus basis points jumps in sensitivity, which we were basically using the both the assays. I might mention TACMAN, Libra is what we call our assay. Both were made locally so as to basically to not bias the comparison, but then we were still able to detect 5 more positive samples than the current gold standard, and we were actually able to detect 8 more positive samples than what the current hospital PCR setup is. This is again done using all India made reagents. Go ahead, next slide, please. So the opportunity is basically PCR has multiple applications. The big applications, obviously molecular diagnostics, and with an increased focus on infectious disease diagnostics on diseases like hepatitis B, C, HB, TB, HIV, HPV. As you can see, molecular diagnostics is the most regulated industry, while forensics, agriculture, food safety are semi-regulated industries. While drug development, contract research, environment, and clinical studies are non-regulated industries with PCR applications. Next slide, please. So where our market positioning for this is going to be is we plan to price though our technology differentiation is higher than what the current gold standard of Roche and Thermo Fisher, we will be pricing ourselves below Thermo Fisher or Roche and between our QIAGEN, but then higher than what probably like a local manufacturer is. Our technology can also be extended to dPCR. And similarly, we will be able to offer a lower price than dPCR just because of the higher dynamic range and the sensitivity of there. What's our value proposition? Our value proposition is for any PCR assay across any application, we will be the next generation best in class applications. Your more accurate diagnosis, your more accurate clinical outcomes. As you said, because it's a more sensitive technology, we will be able to enable early detection of disease. And more importantly, across workflows, there won't be any change in the technician's workflow, be it in the hospital, diagnostics chains, or any setup. Next slide. So we have IP filed already in US, Europe, and Japan. National filing which is completed 3 months back. PCT has been filed. We are filing the next patent right now. The global PCR market for reagents is around a 9 billion market. The US PCR market is around 3.6 billion. And with the concentration, the clinical diagnosis is a $4 billion worldwide market. Clinical samples validation studies, and where we have our MVP for hepatitis B already ready, and you can see the efficacy results. What our next plan for go-to-market is basically to launch more products in the unregulated space, then apply for regulatory clearances in the clinical space, and then launch them, and then eventually, if we have more and more traction, then go launch in newer markets. Our team, basically, I'm from a Bitspillani graduate with a background in marketing and analytics, early employee Swiggy. I work with my father. He is one of the with almost 3+ decades of experience in the PCR field. He also has a patent in the field, has developed assays, has developed reagents, all the multiple raw materials, so on. So we are the recipient of the 50 lakh BIRAC BIG grant. The IP and the proof of concepts have been self-born. And we are currently, because we are still pre-revenue, we are looking forward to most connects and all, and obviously looking forward to more questions.
Basic one, how much are you raising right now?
We are still figuring that out. I was just saying, but then we're happy to connect most with people.
Sure.
Because the thing is, again, depends on the traction, how many of basically how much you want to do of the next milestone. We have our MVP ready. So it's a platform technology, and it's not necessarily products, standalone products itself. But the idea is that we basically start off with the non-regulated products in contract research and drug development, which don't require any regulatory clearances, get some traction. And once we have our first 1 or 2 paying customers interested, then we come back to larger, more and more investors and so on.
2 quick questions. One, what is your pricing strategy?
Yeah.
And second, how competitive are you going to be in terms of, the foreign players? We have the PCR platforms available.
Competitive in terms of technology or price?
Price,
as I said, right, we plan to basically, because this is good superior technology, in fact, this is best in the class PCR positioning, we'll be positioning ourselves below Thermo Fisher and Ross, which are the gold standard companies in this field, and slightly above a company, QIAGEN, which also has a fairly large market share. So that's where we're going to be. We set up in around October 2022. We picked up the BIRAC BIG grant in August 22. We've been incubated in Atal Incubation Center for over a year.
Where are you with the product readiness? I didn't see the timelines. I know you mentioned that, you're
the product readiness, as I said, right, we are a technology platform. The technology platform is probably 70-82% there. There's further scope for improvement. Any product development will take, any assays will probably take about 2 months to build out. But that's the average period. And since we're manufacturing capabilities, once we have an assay developed, we should be able to get it out in hardly any time.
So what are you looking at in terms of timelines right now?
Right now is probably in the next 3 to 4 months, we basically get some tractions with the first contract research companies, raise some initial funds, and then basically go ahead and then apply for regulatory clearances for our first 4 products in the clinical space. We already completed hepatitis B, hepatitis C, TB, and HIV.
In terms of your technology, your TACMan competitor, so your enzyme is your secret sauce, right?
No, like the primer and the probe, which you can think of as like a chemical sensor.
So your primers are designed better, or what is it?
Yeah, the primers are designed in a different way.
And then what about the enzyme? The
enzyme and the other building blocks stay the same.
And so you have a patent on that? You file for patents?
Yes, we file patents in there. So the patent is on the oligo design or the primer probe design, the chemical sensor.
So you have to file a patent for every oligo that you're going to design for?
No. This is basically, that's how the current gold standard one is also set up. I was mentioning TACMan, TACPath. They filed the patent about 30 years back. About the platform tech. And using this platform tech, you basically keep launching oligos and so on. In particular, in some segments, if you're able to show particularly great efficacy, then the patent opens up.
So are these like room temperature ones, or is it?
No, this basically are qPCR and dPCR, which is basically your hospitals and diagnostics change lab base and so on, generating revenue through the unregulated space, through launching kits in the contract and R&D space.
I hope you're not looking at acquisition as your potential exit.
Sorry?
I hope you're not looking at potential acquisition as your exit. And then you're going to...
It's far away. I mean, if that's on the horizon, it's far away. Because the thing is, we've also set up like an Indian supply chain. So, the game we want to probably play in this match is also long term.
Hello everyone. I'm Shankara Kola, co-founder, Enzyme Solutions Private Limited. Okay. Next slide. It is a protein engineering company. We design the proteins for improving properties, for designing protein therapeutics and enzymes. We have a proprietary technology called mass spectrometry assisted in vitro evolution technology. By using this technology, we can improve the proteins with improved properties like protein resistance, thermostability, and aggregation such kind. So, this technology we have developed in my PhD during CCMB. By using this technology, we developed some growth factors with longer half-life. by using these growth factors, we are able to make wound healing products and also serum free formulations for artificial meat and also stem cell culture. So this is our team. I am Shankar Kola. I did my MTech from IIT Kharagpur and PhD from CCMB. And Dr. Amulya Rao Garu, a co-founder, and we have 4 members team. They have good domain knowledge. Next. Coming to the market, target marketing, mostly our growth factors, we wanted to develop wound healing patches and ointments. It has a big market value, huge market value. According to Grandview Research, it is 26 billion by 2026. In India, it is nearly $1 billion. Different enzymes and growth factors for different purposes. Our main go-to target strategy, our main business plan is B2B and B2C. We will help academics, companies, pharmaceutical companies to solve their protein problems. We got some grants. By using that grant money, we have developed some growth factors and also some improved engines. We wanted to give them as a technology transfer, and also we will out-licensing our technology to develop wound healing products. Why? Because this wound healing area is very huge. At least nowadays, since 20 years, everybody are doing same way, like they are using antibiotics and some collagen like substrates for maintaining the moisture. There is no novelties so far. So this technology, by using the growth factor, that will give the novelty to the wound healing products. Where this growth factor is helpful, like in wounds, naturally growth factors are there, but in the wound environment, some proteins are there that degrades the growth factors, that slow up the healing process. But our growth factors are more stable. It can withstand the our body proteases. How much stable it is, like in this human serum, natural growth factors are degrading in 15 minutes, but our growth factors are stable more than 6 hours. We are able to accumulate nearly 1 crore. We spend that money wisely. We developed all protocols, everything, and also in this 1.5 years after starting our company, we are able to develop 3 products towards the patent filing. So we need 1 crore rupee for next 1 year to take these products into the market. And also in the for the 4 years, we are expecting at least 4 crores, improve our expertise, and also doing some preclinical and clinical studies.
Shankar garu, what is the current stage and ippudu ante ఏ స్టేజ్ లో ఉంది మీ ప్రొడక్ట్?
Current stage means we have lot of products, projects, mainly in this growth factor area. We made 8 natural growth factors. Among the 8 natural growth factors, we made 3 growth factors are more robust. Okay. Those things we already making some containing wound healing products like transdermal patches. We are in preclinical studies.
So you need 1 crore, right?
What's it?
You are looking for 1 crore. At any valuation, have you done any valuation?
We already did valuation, but yeah, for next 1 year, we need that money to
develop the product.
Goals,
Excellent product, excellent. And sir, you need to understand more about product and other financials.
Who are your target customers?
Our target customers are like, see, right now we don't have any experience in the market. So we wanted to make different products like wound healing products. We wanted to sell that technology to the already existing companies. It is related to pharma companies who they are making ointments for wounds.
With this, we ended about 11 presentations, and thanks to all the jury members and investors, angels here. We got a lot of angels today. So now I just want to invite Dr. Madhu. Yeah, so we'll call each one of the jury come investors here so that they can tell about the experience and also the best deals that they're going to announce. So first I'll start with the senior most and also having a different experience in this game, Uday sir. So please come in.
Basically, we focus on healthcare, coupled with technology a lot. And we do ourselves some of the innovations and some of the areas we invest. Like we invested in Bionic Arms, which is one of the company which produces Bionic Arms. In fact, they sell it to Ukraine a lot. Ukraine is having war torn, and that's one area. And we also invest in hospital areas. Thank you very much. Okay. And so it's a great thing. Thank you very much for inviting us. We found some exciting things here and we marked them here. I'll not announce anything, no surprise announcements, because we need to go behind the what is presented to us. We'll check it up, and based on that, we'll be choosing some and we'll be taking forward. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for the invite. I think it was great sessions, good pitch. I think you had curated them very well, so they had made the right requests, etc. Coming from a biotech space, I think the pitches were great. So I like that. Some of the startups were interesting and we'll definitely look at them. Silver Needle is not predominantly focused on biotech, but we would like to get there. So I think we'll look at a couple. As Uday mentioned, I wouldn't name any here. It's obviously a fund that will take its own course, but happy with what we saw today, and I think very enriching. Thanks, Amji.
I'm from Global Innovation Hub and Silver Needle, so most of the points they covered, and some few interesting pitches are there, which we will discuss later. Thank you.
I think all the 11 pitches are wonderful. Everyone is very, all the founders, they're very vibrant, young, energetic, and I've seen a lot of passion among them. Basically, I run a company called as Finanics Capital. I'm an investment banker. We have super HNIs and ultra HNIs. I manage a portfolio of around 5,000 crore AUM, and we do a lot of debt syndication for mid and large corporates. And we also do a lot of IPO services for mid and large corporates. I have 2 portfolios in my mind. I'll get back to you, Ramji Garu, maybe a week.
Great. Thank you so much. That's a great positive vibes.
So good evening, and I think congratulations to CCMB, because I think very diverse set of portfolio that we saw, and obviously great work happening there. I'm not someone who's actively investing right now, but there are a couple of exciting ones, and my job more as an enabler is to see what can be done to help some of them, and I'll kind of pursue that separately with you, Ramji. So congratulations and
thank you.
From Biome, what we do is we partner with exceptional entrepreneurs such as you, and we help build businesses and invest in them. Special congratulations to all the entrepreneurs, because I know how hard it is to communicate biotech to a bunch of people that might not necessarily be biotech investors, and I think everyone put in a lot of effort, so thank you very much.
So it's heartening to see, as a scientist turned investor, to see a lot of faces and really see the science evolve over time. So it's really heartening to see, as a scientist, many of you have also turned into entrepreneurs and making commercialized products. So it's really nice to see how the ecosystem is also evolved. And I've known both Ramji and Madhu for a very, very long time.
First of all, I think amazing work being done here. And me coming from a technology background and also working in healthcare space, I understand how relevant some of the work you are doing is. And it's an extremely difficult space as well compared to purely tech-based startups, right? But I think definitely, I'm representing the fund, Silver Needle Ventures, and as Ajay mentioned, we'll definitely see how we want to get into this space in future. Only one feedback I would give to all is that I think being in this space, I think most of the times you pitch for grants or some of the CSR fund money, etc. The way you approach pitching is kind of different when you come to the investors, but because what they see is more from not only the social impact, but how commercially viable, scalable, and Yeah, I think those are the aspects you look, and ROI, right? I think those are the elements some were missing. I thought I'll share that feedback. It will help you all. And yeah, very nice to be here, and truly enjoyed listening to all the pitches.
Thank you so much, Ramji, for inviting me here. And as I said, I represent Temples Law Associates and here to support the startup ecosystem. Thank you so much.
So yeah, I really enjoyed the pitches that I did catch. It's always a joy to listen to the startups that CCMB presents. Been part of several before that he's roped me in for. I just want to say I was particularly happy about the last one that came, Enzyme. It was a surprise. And, I was very happy that, he made an effort. He pitched, especially right at the end when, nobody is expecting. He's literally the last entrepreneur between us and food. And he had the confidence to come and pitch. And he was the only one, at least in the pitches I saw, who didn't look at the slides at all. He just spoke. So I really appreciated that. Thank you for making the effort. So I just want to say all the very best. I'm currently representing India Partners, working with, I'm sure all of you have heard, one of the first early stage VCs which invest in life sciences.
Yes.
Before this, I've been an entrepreneur myself for 10 years. Not at all related to healthcare, but deep tech. We were doing extended reality, AR, VR in 2011, donkey's years before it became, so popular. So obviously you can understand how that story went, crashed and burnt, 10 years. And then after that, I actually ended up getting therapy by working in an NGO. So 1 year I worked for social good, tech for impact. And now, of course, trying to, help the ecosystem from my perspective, from my experiences, from my failures, trying to tell startups what not to do, because I have plenty of that experience from this side of the table. So, very happy to see the ecosystem here today. I myself was actually in Hyderabad, and the Hyderabad from 15 years ago is very different from the Hyderabad today. So really, really happy how much progress we've made, that incubators like CCMB exist to help. All of these amazing investors here exist to help startups. The kind of grants that everybody is getting, it's incredible. So, very happy to be here, very happy to support, yes. And, and lovely to connect with all of you. So, thank you for having me here.
Hi everyone, I'm Aditi from Indian Angel Network, and I'm leading a biotech sector focused initiative called BioAngels, which is in partnership with BioLab. So we're trying to angel invest in early stage life sciences startups, and thank you Madhu sir and Ramji for having me here. Some of the startups did really, really well. Clearly stating out their ask, their roadmap, their financial projections, etc. But of course, there is a lot of work which is needed to be done for the remaining startups. And I'm really glad that we could actually have this kind of a mixer event especially for life sciences founders and the investors, because all the events that I've attended in the past, all of them are sector agnostic, and we poor life sciences founders and investors are, trying to find our own niche space. So great job, the whole AICCCMB team. And in terms of couple of suggestions to the founder, it would be great if you can, as Dr. Renuka mentioned, as an investor, we of course invest in the team. We bet a lot on the founders. We are also trying to assess the financial growth trajectory of your startup. So it would be great if you could actually couple your financial revenue projections with the company roadmap, and you're able to sell a growth story from your pitch deck. So that's all for tonight. Would be happy to connect.
This is Suril Chatterjee. I'm representing Succeed Ventures. So coming from a biotech research background, so I had a wonderful time looking at the wonderful startups, especially biotech and medtech space. So thanks for having me. And to end on a lighter note, to all those founders who are looking for a fund, I'm just one call away. You can just have my number, and we can just fix a meeting and take this forward. Yeah, thanks.
I call one after the other who please quickly, so that Dr. Madhu can hand over the certificates as well, and maybe
Good evening. I just want to draw your attention to the bag that we gave you, the image on that. It's an elephant on it. I just want to bring your attention with one of the activities we are doing now, where we are running an ideathon that closes on 30th of this month. We are very serious into wildlife conservation besides what we do. What we want, this ideathon is about bringing technology solutions in wildlife conservation, whether it is AI or some kind of any kind of warning systems and things like that. Whatever people may have, it is in our website, all the details. Anybody who has how to prevent poaching or using acoustic methods to prevent any wildlife crimes, or how to reduce the wildlife, wildfires, or how to maintain digital fences to reduce human-animal conflict. These are the kind of things we put up there. And I'll really request you to spread it among your, group of friends. If they are interested in putting up, it is just an ideathon where we give some money to the best awardees. We have a lot of wildlife conservation people as judges for it. And we really want this kind of activity to go around because technology has gone up so much and it's important to use these things which is very important in wildlife conservation. We ourselves do a lot, but that is something more on a molecular biology. We try to come up with technologies where we prevent contamination in say for example, pashmina shawls. Pashmina is a very expensive shawl and then there's a lot of adulteration. We developed methods to prevent that kind of a thing. So I thought I'll just give you a flavor of things that we do so that, at least this one, if you can take it forward and ask people to participate, it'll be a great help. But having said that, I thank each one of you for taking time and really encouraging us to do what we are doing. And 6 years ago when I started, I was a scientist for 30 years. And I feel very bad. I travel a lot in the world. We have something much deeper and much better. But somehow the process that needs is not very well established in this country. I'm sure you are all aware of it. And then the kind of metrics investors like you would look at life science startups should be different from what you look at other fintech and edtech and other kind of, startups. I really request, in that sense, the runway required for life science startups is a little longer. I'm sure you understand that. And the kind of companies that we have are, I can tell you, as a professional scientist, they are very good. But at the same time, as you know, some of them are not really, profiled or structured in a way that is more, but that may be more interesting. In that context, I really want you who have a lot of experience in looking at these startups from investment point of view, we want your help. Whether you call it pro bono, paid, I don't care, but really we want this ecosystem. I feel very bad being in Hyderabad. I'm sure all of you are Hyderabadis in one way or the other. I feel very sad because there is so much of industry, biotech industry in this city, but somehow the ecosystem hasn't developed to support the life science startups in this city. And I can tell you the kind of institute, I think Hyderabad has next to most number of central institutes in the country. And we are the top 5 producers of science knowledge in the world. But we are around 40 in terms of innovation. That is very sad that just because the ecosystem has to still mature in many ways. This is why the only reason why I started this Atal Incubation Center 6 years ago, to make tech translation much more, affordable for the startups. I know there are problems, but at the same time, all of us are here to solve those problems. I request all of you to take a personal interest, not only in our AAC, but there are at least half a dozen incubation centers in life sciences in Hyderabad. I want you to look at all of them and see how much we can support. It's very, very important. And if you don't do it now, we'll be just delaying our success to that much. So I request all of you to look at that. And I thank each one of you again for being with us, spending 3-4 hours of your time and really encouraging all of us. And thank you from my heart.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This conference is the largest AI conference in the country that has been held with an overwhelming response and resounding success with 2000 plus participation of academics, researchers, IT professionals, students and representatives from the government organizations. And this conference is deliberating on a lot of issues which have a real place for the people's issues to be solved. And from the tracks of fintech to the agri-tech to the health sciences to the life sciences to foundational research in AI, there are close to 8 and 9 tracks that include journalism, creative media industry, and all the issues that are related to the commons in all of these sectors is being jotted down, and the deliberations are being held to see on how do we solve problems for the commons. This conference began with the launch of a AI model where people communicate with the machines. There were 3 farmers who lost their dear ones because of electrocution. It's not that the farmers do not know how to switch a motor on or switch a motor off, but rather they just got electrocuted because when they water the fields, they get drenched in water, and one droplet of water from their little finger or index finger when they switch on the button is sufficient to be electrocuted. And this AI model that we built enables the farmers to communicate with machines, and while doing so, it made it really possible for them to give oral commands either to switch the motor on or switch the motor off. They can do it remotely, they can do it near the borewell site, or they could at the borewell site. And I think this is something which is going to be a path-breaking thing, because farmers being able to communicate with machines, agricultural workers being able to communicate with machines, we are only one step away from people with different languages being able to speak to each other. The only thing that is required is language models in different languages, and then there is already a bridge of being able to talk to one another. And the 3 farmers, we have called them. One is a mother of a farmer who died because of electrocution. Her name is Bhimamma. The other woman whose husband passed away because of electrocution, and her name is Ashamma. And there was Basavaraj who lost his brother. There are thousands of farmers who just get electrocuted not because they don't know the why and how of switching on and switching off motors, but rather because of the harsh climatic conditions or the harsh conditions in which they need to live and work. And this conference is a resounding success, the first of its kind in India. And I thank all the people and the support that we got from everyone in making this conference a grand success.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
How the AI is currently changing, or how do I foresee how it's gonna change the landscape in the IT industry for sure. Right? What I foresee from the current trends right now, it's massively gonna impact the day-to-day life. Be it in any domain, I'm not going in specific to the fintech to start with, but be it in any domain, the generical problems gonna get impacted and gonna solved very easily going forward. And I think we are getting the flavors now. Everybody is aware of how the chat GPTs, the Soras and all those things are working out. It's a mixed flavor. People are excited about it. There are people who are scared about it. But I do believe, I think it's a more of gonna be exciting journey going forward, because the help that the AI brings you to your day-to-day work is enormous. Like the task that you were performing till now, maybe it's in few hours, with the help of an assistant, which is trained in a specific domain or for a specific task, can actually help you deliver quite fast, like 10x or 20x, right? So it's definitely gonna do a lot of additions into our life, and specifically to the fintech world, right? Where I'm currently working on, and we are seeing the wave of the fintech, at least in the Indian economy, right? It's gonna help a lot, specifically for the areas where ease of solutioning or ease of the payments is going to happen, a more robustness into the payments, the more openness into the payments kind of scenarios will happen. It will open up a lot of portals for us to have niche products from the payment sites, from the fintech sites, that will actually get into the day-to-day life of each one of us, and it's gonna have an impact, maybe doing a half of the work for us without taking a lot of help from us. So it's gonna positively impact our life for sure. That's my take on the AI in the coming years.
How AI is impacting today, as in our this generation, I feel it is immensely affecting us. We know or we do not know. For example, I can give you a certain scenario in the current financial world, how it's going on. But you can think of that when the customer getting targeted, you may be getting a call, maybe from phone, maybe through emails notifications, or maybe from app notifications. So starting from the targeting a customer to acquisition of that customer, to bringing that customer through the process of a financial journey, and then managing it over time. Everything is today happening somewhere in some form, the AI or in a word, a traditional ML is used. So it's nothing new that we have found a new thing. It's happening. Just that we are slowly realizing. And given that the awareness today is very high, people are trying to understand, why did I get a message through my mobile, and why not I'm getting a phone call? So there is a difference. If you are not targeted through a phone call, that there is a certain algorithm behind that didn't prioritize you through a phone call, then maybe through a message. Right? So that's happening. And what is going to happen down the line 5 years? Then a lot of things going to happen. For example, if you have seen today any particular any technical product, or maybe whoever is using mobile, maybe before 10 years, there's just a phone. Today is not just a phone, it's much smarter than that. You can do a lot of things on top of it, right? And it has integrated today, the very basic thing today, we have the sensors through which you can play with it and you can do a lot of things. What I believe in down the line 5 years, already iPhone has built a lot of AI layers on the mobile we have. Similarly, you do see a lot of applications are built on top of it. And which would be everyone's hand, and people would play like any toy. So it would be so simple and so easy. So that's how I see it down the line 5 years. It is impacting, and it will impact our life.
If we have to think from a macro point of view, it is common sense that finance drives economy. And if India has to go from a $4 trillion economy to a $35 trillion, which is the aim which our Honorable Prime Minister is setting us for 2047, we cannot do anything without actually driving finance to the next level. And if we have to do that, everybody believes that an incremental technology adoption cannot do anything for us, but we need disruptive technology frameworks that will change the landscape for us. India, thankfully, has figured out through the digital public infrastructure the two facets of the fintech world. One is the identity layer, which we all have been beneficiaries of by the Aadhaar framework and multiple other frameworks that have been rolled out over the last decade or so. The second layer is the payment framework, which the gentleman just talked a few minutes before. And again, we all have been beneficiaries. More than us, I think the bottom of the pyramid have been beneficiaries of these two layers, right? People who didn't have the any kind of identity or who didn't know how to go to a bank and initiate a payment have fundamentally benefited out of this, right? And of course, there are multiple numbers being talked about in terms of how much these technologies have created or added value to our GDP. I think the next layer is going to be credit. So the identity is fairly figured out. The payment is fairly figured out. We are also taking it to the global level. The next thing which is going to revolutionize finance and obviously revolutionize the way of life for a lot of people, and application of technologies like AI, ML will be the significant development which we all will see. Thank you.
when you look at the transformation that we all have gone through, the generational transformations, probably a decade over decade, this is probably the AI generation or AI decade that we are going through, right? It's been there, but the acceleration is picking up. The acceleration of AI transformation is dramatically picking up. And if you look at probably a year ago to till now, the acceleration has been quadrupled or even more, right? So what it transforms into is in our everyday life, especially point of the customization, which is really coming down to the personalization of your own information, right? Which is how do I serve you better? It is all machines are learning that. Machines are learning you. Machines are becoming better to understand what you want. How can that be served to you, right? I think that transformation has been more manual till now, right? It is when you automate it, part of the true characteristics, the behaviors that you wanted to really exhibit out of what you wanted to get out of it, you're going to get it out through the machines, right? So that's a power to start with. And second thing I just wanted to add on there is, especially the fintech layer or a financial services layer, and my partner here rightfully called out, which is finance is the center of the world, right? Everything is centered around finance. And when you look at your financial information, how that is secured enough, how that has been monitored, how that has been looked into in terms of your banking or in terms of your trading, in terms of your own activities that you do with finance, everything is going to change in a way that it is going to be much more personalized, much more into the aspect of how best can I do, what is the best, and a lot of those recommendations come to you rather than you seeking that. Lastly, I want to conclude with this, which is recently I saw a post on LinkedIn which said humans are going after machines in terms of phones. We're all watching phones, but machines are reading us, right? When machines are reading us, they are becoming smarter, and that smartness is what going to reflect back onto what we do on a day-to-day life.
Very well said. Very well said, sir. Thank you. So I'll just double click on one of the key points that you mentioned, right? The hyper personalization, or how customers will see an evolution of kind of services that we'll see, right? So you and Sarah represent a global firm, Paytm, right? Anand represents an Indian giant, and Sir represents a startup. So how individually within your, I would say an industry level, right? How are you guys getting ready for the wave? What kind of changes should each of your industries what should the audience take from each of these industries as the next wave, from a technology perspective or from a consumer perspective? What should they be expecting, or anything of that?
Yeah, I think I'll address that in a couple of ways, right? And then probably pass it back this way. I think from a consumer point of view, you have to be cautious about how is your data, is that data secured enough or not, right? Your personal information, is that secured enough or not, right? How far it is, how global it is being transformed into, and how much of that is something that you want to share or not, right? Some of those are not in your control, right? So when you go onto the websites nowadays, they're asking for cookies to say, do you want to accept these cookies or not, right? Watch out. I think it is important for you to watch out what you're accepting, what you're not accepting, right? For example, the other day I was just traveling with another person, and somebody calls and says, hey, somebody is tracking you. On your Snapchat app, you turn your location services on. So they're really tracking you, right? So that means you're with this person, you're going there, right? So you have to watch out what information that you're sharing, right? That kind of impacts your personalization. And second side of it is companies, organizations, what they're trying to do is they're trying to really predict. They're trying to build those predictive models around your personal data, right? So we have a lot of our focus right now is a lot of that chatbot technologies we are bringing in, and making sure that we're able to address your questions, your personal questions, much more freely and much more accurately, right? That accuracy is increasing as we speak, but we are not there yet, right? It's a journey. The model is improving as we speak. But I think it all comes back to understanding the intent. That is where the model maturities are coming along. The multi-model maturities, the intent behind that human behavior. More we understand, more personalization that we can start doing, and that's the journey that we are in. And as we mature enough, the serving to the customer becomes much more easier and much more accurate as well.
Yeah, probably I'll talk about the context a bit. The gentleman talked about the intent. So we are in the trade finance industry, and everybody knows that when a small business buys or sells something to another business, it is not a straight line, right? So there are dips and there are seasonalities attached to it. There are a lot of dynamic situations where a customer is paying you very early. There are situations where the customer pays you late, right? And it's not just about telling a financial institution that, hey, go and fund this guy for about 10 lakhs, right? But it also is about giving the context. And that context can only be established when we look at large data sets. We look at the history within that spectrum of that industry. And we are able to bring intelligence which doesn't exist in the financial services ecosystem. So today, all of us know that banks are dependent on credit bureaus, right? So when somebody applies for a personal loan or when somebody applies for a corporate loan, the usual thing or a baseline thing which a financial institution does is to check about your financial history of what you have done, whether you have defaulted or paid your home loans, paid your EMIs properly, right? Now, this is a very baseline kind of checking that happens with the historical data that the system has captured. But what about people who do not have a history of data, right? What about people who face new dimensions of business? So today I might be a small business, serving about 100 customers. But the moment I get listed on an Amazon or the moment I get listed on an e-commerce website, probably I'm staring at a million plus kind of customers who could come and ask me for business, right? And how do I meet the financing needs of these transactions is a fundamental challenge which trade finance institutions do not know how to solve currently. Because on balance sheet, on financial history, I may be worth only X lakhs or X crores in terms of my eligibility to draw financing. But I have a genuine case of looking at an hyperactive business traction which needs financing solutions, right? That's where ProFintech comes in. We are working with some of the voluntary organizations like iSpirit, which was at the beginning of UPI before even the NPCI came into picture. iSpirit was championing UPI payment ecosystems, and they are at the front end of bringing innovations which have an impact for the next decade or 2 decades, right? It's not about just trying to solve what is in front of us for the next year or so, but about creating something which can impact generations. So we are working with them. There's a first cohort which has come out where we are looking at large data sets and applying machine learning technologies to figure out if we can make this a kind of an auto decision process, right? Where people may not bring the data sets which usually people bring to a bank, but looking at their identity and looking at the industry and the trading situation they are in, we are able to make a decision that yes, this business would require this kind of financing at this point in time, and make that a kind of fulfilling story for that business. Because from a trade perspective, if you are not giving financing at the time of the need, then we should not be existing in the first place, right? So it's like a hospital. It's like a hospital in many ways, because if a patient walks in with a pain or a problem, and if you're not able to solve it and ask them to fill a form or give some do some requirements, then what's the use of being a financial institution in the first place? So we are thinking from that perspective, Kumar, and we are on an initial journey because the financial services industry is highly regulated. There are a lot of other challenges of risk, etc., which we need to solve for. But I think the direction that we are all taking is in the right spirit.
The way I see it in this case is that this is a win-win situation for both industry as well as the customers. So industry want to do better in their margins so that business can float. they can make good money over time, and customer wants better experience. So then needs to be balanced. Now, how AI is doing it? AI is, the way I said, AI is going to enable it so that business has better way to make money. At the same time, as a customer, I get better experience. That's what we want. And the same time, the beautiful things are happening as you see in this landscape for last 2 to 3 years, right? So if you look at simple KYC, know your customer. So simple things like you upload your documents. Today people are just calling you, call over a video. You do not need to go to a particular bank or something and just prove it that you are the customer, right? So there are a lot of things are happening through this, and this is where, in a way, AI is making many things as an enabler. So it also brings like a lot of concerns as customer says, do I, my data is get secured? Am I sharing whatever the data I'm sharing? These are my personal information. I'm giving right consent so that the models are getting built or the customers are getting targeted. So I think that's why government is going to do a lot of role. And in the same scenario, RBI also playing critical role where, as you see over time, in US it is always there. The market is well regulated and a lot of compliance is there. And I do see India is going to catch up on that. RBI has already put a lot of rules and regulations to build a lot of things. And recently you have seen this AI advisory came out, like how to build models, how to do things, but that's still not getting enforced. But the way I see it, that's in some point of time going to happen. So customer needs to look at it in more positive way so that the data is secure there, the trust is going to be built.
Just to refresh the question, what the customers should foresee or expect as we grow in the AI world, especially towards the fintech, right? So pretty much covered by the folks over the panel. I will just complement the answers and totally agree in aligned with the directions the folks has already described the things. But I will just add 2 points over here, right? Whatever the next outcomes that we're gonna see, right? Whatever the next products that the customer is gonna see will always be accompanied by 2 dimensions. One is on the fingertips, that is speed. So just to give an example, right? Let's take an example of KYC. So previously, when you used to go to a bank, it used to take maybe few days for you to complete the KYC because you have to submit the form, submit the documents and all those things. Nowadays, you just go there, fill the details and you are done. It's on your fingertips and it's with the accuracy, right? Lending. The underwriting nowadays is on the fingertips. You just apply for it and within few seconds you will get an SMS, congratulations. Yeah. Or even nowadays it's going even above that. Without applying, you are getting the messages that congratulations, you've been allotted. So definitely with the accuracy, a lot of accuracy gonna increase, a lot of speed gonna increase, and the second dimension is affordable experts, I would say. So if I just ask in the room, right, how many people here have a wealth manager? Maybe very few, hardly one hand or maybe nothing, right? So, but with the help of AI, with the help of technology, the segment of robo advisors or the wealth advisors, which are affordable to the medium class, right, to affordable to the new young generation, is gonna happen, and that credit goes to the AI world, right? Because finance is a very very big world where you have to diversify, you have to learn a lot of things, right? And if an expert is sitting out there giving you an advice very cheaply, which also works in your direction according to your goals, that's something you should expect going forward in the fintech world. That's my 2 takes on it.
There are multiple challenges, but one of the positive things which I would like to start this, Kumar, is that whether we like it or not, the rules in the financial services industry or the regulations in financial services industry have been unknowingly made by the wrong set of people, right? When I say wrong set of people, these are defaulters. So when one Nirav Modi uses an instrument like a letter of credit to defraud the system, suddenly the entire rules for millions of other customers have been framed, right? It's like almost somebody going and crashing into a divider and then, without doing any checks on why the accident happened, we come up and put a traffic light or a signboard saying that this is an accident prone zone. right? So that has unfortunately happened over the years. So the good thing which is happening in this space is that a lot of data is coming into use, and RBI and SEBI and multiple other financial regulators who are the key stakeholders in the system are kind of believing that we need to look at the larger pools of data and bring in things like AI and ML before taking decisions which can impact the lives of people. Because obviously, if I decide based on one Nirav Modi whether to lend or not to the next million customers standing in the line, I would have probably done a disservice, to several customers. So that I think will be is a good thing which is happening. There are several challenges as you can imagine. Regulations always take time to catch up with any new technologies, and that is big in India because it's also about financial stability, right? Finance has both angles, right? It's a kind of a double-edged sword. So on the positive side, it can fuel the economy, it can fuel the growth. But if you don't do it the right way, the economy can just spiral down and create huge problem for everybody, not just for government and RBI, but even for common people. You guys would have heard what happened in countries like Zimbabwe, right? Or what happened in countries like Argentina, etc., when there was spiraling inflation. And all of us have seen that to buy 1 kilo of tomato, people used to take a pile of cash in a country like Zimbabwe to do that, right? Obviously, we don't want to go through that situation. So there will be a lot of caution before mainstreaming these technologies. But I am an optimist. I think that as the adjacent technologies or adjacent systems like the identity layers, the payment ecosystems, and things like account aggregator. I don't know how many of you have heard about that. Today, there is a regulated framework called account aggregator, which, if you give consent, can actually touch all your financial services providers like banks and NBFCs and take out a history of what happened in the past, right? So as these adjacent technologies and ecosystems mature, I think there will be a greater propensity for government and RBI to support adoption of AI and ML, not just adoptions, but also to support mainstreaming these technologies. But till the time these things mature and till the time it is proven with data sets, we still have to bear with a little bit of a slowness, which is okay. I mean, we don't want to take a step and suddenly get into problems, right? So that's what I'm seeing.
True challenges point of view, I probably put India probably on the better side of it than rest of the countries, right? To be in fact, because our fintech industry has been really matured, right? The great example is the previous session that we really had, the NPCL, that is driving a billion people in systems, right? That kind of maturity is probably not there even in US, right? So I think definitely we are better off. AI, right? I think European is slightly better in terms of the regulations. They at least came up with a AI Act, right? We haven't seen that come out of India. So if something that like that comes out, and which is gives us clarity on what can be done, what can be done, I think it just gets us another edge as well. And even in India, government wise, there is a lot of support for AI. AI in India is definitely a big motivating factor for entire India as a whole. So I know the gentleman spoke about the underlying financial challenges. I don't want to go into that specific things, but I think the challenges, if anything at all, I think for us is the variations and the maturity level of people that we deal with, the billion people, that really brings in a quite wide spectrum of the maturity and the adoption, and how do we really tune our technologies to adopt that spectrum of the variation, whether it is highly educated to not educated. How do we really deal with that, right? I think we are much better there already in fintech world, but I think AI will be enabler. but we need to solve some of those underlying challenges that comes with it.
The AI is nothing but, just in a simple words, this is a data stack, and using the data, there is the models are built, and then models are getting deployed. So currently the process is that how can you make it this two endpoint within a very quick interval of time, so that's where you have a better business to be there, and then you will make an impact to the customers. So doing that is where the current challenges are more. Like, how do you first prepare those data? How do you gather the data in the particular business context? I think many times people are struggling there to gather data and preparing the data on which you can build a model. This model is nothing like you just put in garbage in and garbage out, right? So it will not learn anything magical, whatever, nothing there in the data. You need to make sure whatever the use case you have in hand, you understand the problem well, and keeping the right set of the data and putting to the right kind of algorithm and get the right set of output. Now you have an output. Model is trained, everything is good, but you can't put it in production because your production framework or the current the hardware or the architecture is available in the technical stack that is not capable to do it. For example, I build a model using a Gen AI Llama 7 million model, and I want to make a fraud detection on this, which I need to make a decision within maybe 1 to 2 milliseconds. That is impossible to do, because you need to generate data and pass through the model and get it out, right? So that required a massive infrastructure to do that particular inferencing or scoring to make it work. So it is not about the technology or the financial world, the required technology. It is not about this machine learning and AI algorithm. That requires the infrastructure and certain kind of hardware and software stack to support to that. And that's where the fintech, so-called tech, is helping the fin side of it to evolve faster. And that's a big thing happening, and this will keep evolving as we speak. And that's the beauty of this complete world. Right?
Again, it's the fourth term. Most of the things are being covered. But yeah, 2 points. Very, very important things said by my friend Sarah. Garbage in, garbage out. It's the data quality that's gonna be used to train the model to actually say that we're gonna be an AI leader, or we're gonna be having a lot of AI driven applications, is gonna play a very, very important role, right? And that's one thing, I guess, where we as an Indian or as an as a country have to do a lot of work on. Definitely now we have some base through the Aadhaar, through the PAN, right? But still a lot of things to be done, which says, okay, these are the unique identifications and all these are the well structured data which I can use to train my model, which will produce the accuracy which I am expecting, right? So a lot of importance has to be given to the data quality if we want to excel into the AI world. And the second thing, from the India's perspective, right, on the AI journey, what I see is adoption, right? We are very, very diversified country, right? Religion, caste, wealth levels, a lot of diversions, right? You just imagine, suppose if the demonetization would have not happened, for example, what would have been the percentage of UPI transactions or the digital wallet transactions as of now? I'm pretty sure the upper layer would have adopted it very, very nicely and would have done it, adopted it very nicely and have given a lot of inputs to it. But the lower layer, which is the larger layer into the Indian ecosystem, right, might have struggled a little bit, because it might be possible that much effort into the adoption might have not been kept if the demonetization would have not happened, right? To do, even if we build a lot of AI driven applications, right, a lot of efforts needs to be put for the adoption to the lower level, right? We have a tier 2, tier 3 people who still believes in the cash market, right? They still want to do a cash transactions. Now you're just saying that, okay, there is a chat bot or there is a voice bot, right, which will just do the transactions for you. Just tell it, right? How much changes they have to bring in their day-to-day life or their thought process, that whether this is gonna happen fine or not, even if it is a 10 rupees transaction, 100 rupees transaction, right? So that adoption the drive for the adoption has to be there with a lot of force from the AI's perspective. Whatever application you deliver, you have to be on the ground. You have to make it very, very usable, very easy to use. In a different targeting different segments, maybe language wise, the region wise, and then drive for the adaptability. Until unless that won't be done, I think it will be a slow start. Slowly it will pick up, but for a faster thing, like to tell the story like UPI, right? You need either some event like demonetization, or you need some force which actually drives the adoption. Sure. Let me start maybe this time. With AI, there are a lot of challenges for sure, and responsible AI. Actually, I'm very, very happy that responsible AI is picking up early in the days, right? If you see the boom of 2000, right, where we were adopting towards the technology, the backslashes that could happen because of the technology was not brought that wisely or with that much voice previously, and then slowly we saw that the impact over it, right? But it's really good if we start with the responsible AI from the day zero, or in the early days itself. It's very important. It's very, very helpful technology, and at the same time it can be very, very dangerous for us, right? Because both the sides of world exist, right? You will see people who wants to build the applications who are like really helpful, but at the same time you will see the people who just want to ditch you, or who just want to make a fraud or make money out of it, right? So to create this responsible AI, early stage regulations, or a kind of community which can say, okay, these are the standards which will be followed while releasing an AI app or an AI feature, right? Anything, it's kind of gold mark standards we have, right? If you're going to have a buy gold somewhere, right? You generally see that, okay, these tests are being passed, or any software you see, you generally check these are the security checks which are being passed or not, right? If we can together come up with an standard that, okay, whatever the application or the feature that you are building through the help of AI or delivering as an AI, it has to go through certain security checks, or it has to pass certain benchmarks, and that becomes a kind of hallmark that, okay, this is a sanitized app which it's not gonna harm the general people, right? And that will build a sense of trust within the people, that, okay, I'm going to have an application which will be working for me rather than working against me, right? So it's gonna be a very important charter as we grow in the AI world. It will be very interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, so this is very interesting theme, like responsible AI. So, but when we say responsible AI, so first we need to understand what do we mean by that, right? So it is where the responsible lies. So it is the person or the company or the organization who is building these models, right? So the model is built, and then model is used for certain decision. For example, if you are getting a card or a credit decisioning is happening, you know that decisioning happens. So now I will just catch up on two themes, which is very important, I believe. One is the model bias, and second part is that how can you bring accountability through transparency. So what I mean by the model bias is that when I build a model, like as you collect the data, there is a certain inherent bias into it. For example, you collected a certain amount of data only because the person who surveyed or the way the data is collected, it is targeted to only male, not much female. Now the data is highly biased towards male, so because he has seen more attributes of those male population, so that when the decisions are made, and it says you are likely to get more profitable if you target a male customer rather than female. Now this is a bias inherent to the data that is selected and the model you build and the algorithm you choose to build these models, right? So now how, so Going, but the important part is that the regulator who is looking into this model, or let's say I own the model, so my primary purpose is to understand, is this model is biased towards something or not? Is it biased towards a certain language or certain race? So how can you make sure that? That is one responsibility lies with which building this model and posing to the customers at a final decision. Second part is that the interpretable AI or explainable AI. So now the decisions are made. Now we need to explain. I say, no, Kumar, I can't give you a credit of next. Let's say you are asking for, let's say, 1 lakh incremental credit or a credit line increase. Now I am saying, no, I'm not going to give you the credit line increase. Then I need to explain you why I'm not going to give you this credit line increase. Right? That part when I build into my system, I'm creating the transparency. So Kumar would be more now trustworthy with me, that he believes me what I'm saying, how my decisions are made, and that is the responsibility lies with me. Right? So these two aspects are really more important. There are more to it, but these are two critical things today. How the models are built.
One, I think, as I mentioned in the previous comment, the financial services ecosystem is highly regulated. And the good part is that a lot of financial intermediaries, whether it is insurance companies or banks, are regulated, which is not the case in many industries, right? So today, if you look at media or if you look at technology companies, they are not regulated. None of the Facebooks or Googles of the world are regulated, right? So in those sectors or in those industries, obviously the technology will be miles ahead of regulations before we open up our eyes and see that there are certain things which have happened the way which we didn't want to happen. Fortunately for us, the financial services industry is regulated, and also the service providers have an element of discretion. So if you are a bank or an insurance company, you are not allowed to just go ahead and give loans to anybody, right? So there are certain ways and means of looking at it. For example, if there was a small company here which comes up and says that, hey, I would like to build a factory which will manufacture, say, machine guns or say narcotic substances, they're not going to get the loan, right? Because these are banned business activities. Fundamentally, they will not be allowed to come inside. So talking about the ethical side of AI and ML technologies, I think there is a fundamental design level deterrence which has been built because of the nature of this industry, because of the nature of these regulations. So I personally think, and I could be wrong here, this is based on my experience and my bias, that there may be very less scope for things to just crop up out of the blue and create ethical issues within the spectrum of fintech or financial services ecosystem. That's my personal opinion. Thank you.
I think we are evolving, right? Ethics play a big role in the entire AI spectrum. Organizations are really transforming their chief ethical officer into chief ethical AI officer, right? To make sure that there are ethics that are looked from an AI spectrum point of view. It's very important. So I look at it as probably 3 or 4 sectors. One is what organizations are doing, making sure they are doing ethical AI, ethics at the center of the AI. The second dimension is government, as the gentleman talked about, the regulations, the AI acts that are coming together, that really plays a big vital role. And third, we all are consumers. We are on consumer side of it. We also have to play a role into it to make sure that ethically we are able to consume the services that are being offered and challenge if something that is not right. I think we all have a say in this entire ecosystem. And overall, I think ethics is one of the reason probably AI didn't take off as much as it's supposed to as we are sitting here today, right? Because ethics, the kind of data controls that we want to put around, the kind of regulations that we want to, everything passing through that stages makes it even becomes challenging in these LLM models, because they want a lot of data and all of the data is fed in. There are no controls in it. Then how do you really make sure that data is controlled enough and ethically correct enough to make sure that we are serving the right information to the right people at the right time, right? I think these things all play a vital role as we evolve. And ethics is really organizations are putting at the center of it as they evolve the AI practice as a whole.
I think one of the very interesting themes which is taking shape is the whole data and behavior footprint that we are generating as consumers, whether it's a corporate entity or whether it is an individual consumer, right? There is tremendous amount of data across various platforms and systems that is getting generated. I have taken an Uber in the morning to come here. I have made a payment using my GPay or PhonePe. I'll probably go back and do something, take a metro rail or something. So there is a data and a behavior footprint which is getting generated. Now the challenge is how do we bring these together, right? And whether we like it or not, there is a very thin line between snooping on privacy and creating something for the productive use. Now sitting in Hyderabad, we have all been reading news about phone tappings and things like that, right? So, people will always have a fundamental challenge of where do we draw the line. But to answer to your question, Kumar, is that if we can find a way in a clean and ethical manner to integrate the data footprint that we all generate, it is going to evolve into financial magic, right? We will see a day very soon where AI and ML will be able to give out a very, very curated experience of what financial products, at what rates of interest, at what points of time that you will be needing from the financial services providers, right? And that is going to fundamentally change the way the financial services ecosystem or industry has been built over a period of time. But more exciting is that it is going to bring a lot of changes into our way of life, because now we are going to get access, we are going to get better rates, we are going to get better financial products driven and fueled by AI and ML, right? So those are my thoughts around this.
One important thing, the way I see currently is happening or also will happen. So one thing which has happened is the financial inclusion. That is a good part which has happened, and then payment systems are in place. Now these things are placed. Now as a young India is growing up, what they need is the financial stability. So that is one of the important thing. What is the country is going to do something about it, and that is coming up. For example, so there are, as you have seen, there are very minimal instruments where people can diversify their wealth. Today, that is increasing. You may have seen these mutual funds have taken a lot of traction last 4 or 5 years, and people have started investing in stocks. Now they are getting learned in how to do that. Now there will be more safer instrument will be created where people will be more going to invest and make sure they have their financial stability. So that is what I think will happen. And I can give, there are some interesting stuff like pay over time, or they call it pay later. That's the easy credit everyone has in some form or the other, right? Where they can get that credit and do some sensible transaction out of it and then pay back, right? At the same time, what we see as easy credits are coming, that has its own challenge. So as we are going through these systems of change, we need to find that balance and make sure we get to a stable scenario where the country's wealth is safe and sustained over time.
My 2 cents on the question, Kumar. The answer is yes, I would say. To me, AI for India or India with the AI, there are 2 things which are required. One is the talent, and the second is intent. And we in India have both, and in plenty, right? So it's gonna happen for sure. We gonna be leader sooner. That's my belief. And it's gonna happen for India, especially in the fintech domains, health domains, where we have a lot of to catch up. And the acceleration that we'll see in those catch ups will be something which the world will see for sure. That's what I think.
Seriously, I think it all starts with the talent, right? And we are here sitting here in JNTU Hyderabad, where there are a lot of students that are really growing up in AIM specialization, right? where, when I'm growing up, there I didn't even hear any of those terms, right? Of course, it's a while back. So the reality is the talent is being built around AI here. That's definitely the number one big positive. The second side of it is we have already done in payment systems. We've done it. We have the subject matter expertise. We have the kind of financial background, financial systems, how they operate, what it is, what the challenges are at scale, right? We talked about scale as well. So we've seen it all, right? So we have the advantage than any other country in the world. And I think that combination is super powerful. When we bring that together and the intent that he talked about, and our heart is there, right? We are there, we are technologists, we are passionate, and we bring that passion together and make that happen. I think we're going to be very powerful. And it starts from top down, right? Our leaders like Modi all the way down, it is AI centric, how they're driving India to be AI centric. I think all of that just fuels, comes together, and we're going to be a very powerful country as we go along.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
We have enough data across the world, and the compute power has increased. Not a breakthrough in terms of the compute power, but essentially raw increase in the fundamental computing power that's available and the data that's available. So now we are able to crunch all of this data, put all of these together, and now those same algorithms, neural networks was what, perhaps 90s or something like that, when neural network algorithms were coming in. I know, for example, Professor Kumar Ishwaran is here, has been working on this. Chaitanya has been working on some of these things. And there are other challenges as well. Can brute force approach, be relevant for India and all of this stuff. But before we get into those things, I would like to start with Surendra Garu. You're at Microsoft again, which means you're seeing, what's happening in the business landscape and enterprise landscape, the challenges and other things. What do you see for India as both the opportunities and the challenges in terms of becoming the AI leader? Let's say if we want India to become the AI leader, what do you see as the potential challenges and opportunities?
You can do for me in the question, or we can say what I can do in here. I think that has to be a mental model or mental shift one has to start adopting. And especially for Indian context, how in Indian ecosystem, the Indian youth, we have the largest talent here, how they can really lead. When I actually put this in context of how it can be done, in any technology there are 4 parameters of success, okay? Or 4 parameters to really ponder upon. I think a lot of students here, we all heard about IQ. Generally in academia they are introduced as IQ. And as we grow from academia to professional, we get into a lot of EQ. How do you handle your emotional quotient in terms of connecting with each other? These are the 2 personal and personality aspects of it. Any technology has to become, and I have to adapt and I have to embrace it. There are 2 more parameters which are very, very fundamental and which generally not talked upon in a larger forum. One is the social quotient. Okay. In terms of the amount of population, amount of society, amount of communities which we have, what is the social relevance of any technology is the most important aspect of it. And when I was looking at the UPI, why UPI has become so relevant and so successful? Because it has elevated the social identity of every person of every Indian. That's the fundamental key difference to the success. So any AI technology which we wanted to implement, we want to represent, first it has to bring the social context, social quotient in every person and everyone who is attempting to do that. Once it helps me in terms of establishing my social identity, it increases my social awareness, it increases my social quotient, then I will be slowly start trusting that. 4th aspect, once the social thing is established, it has to be very, very relevant to the way I live and way I conduct myself.
that is where the CQ comes into the picture. It is called cultural quotient. It has to be very much relevant. When I saw the demo of the IoT, it will be adopted here because it is basically talks to me and then responds to me the way I conduct myself, my life in the society. So I think the key challenges or opportunities for any company, any product, any AI revolution is to, while we establish the basis of the technology, we start basically making the social relevance and cultural importance. These are the two aspects, and that is where I saw one of the first introductions of data for me is when they introduced this language model for Tanmama story. That's my cultural question. That's why I relate to that. That's why it becomes so relevant for me. So those are the opportunities and those are the challenges one has to really consciously. You're wearing multiple hats. You're the director at Meta, Facebook, you're dealing with data, emerging tech and stuff. But might I request you to put on the free software advocate hat while we talk about this. Surinder was talking about this, with these opportunities, there's a social opportunity, there's a cultural opportunity. For AI to be relevant in any of these things, we require lots of data to come in. Right? And we have spoken about the same thing now that the data storage is cheap, inexpensive, it's available. But I don't know if that's quite relevant to data that's produced or data that's required to build these open source models and stuff. Right? What are the potential challenges that you see in terms of building these data sets in the country? Now, India is quite diverse, from across the length and breadth of the country, you have lots of data that can be generated from, for example, agriculture, the stories, Sannamama Kabiru that Surinder was talking about, voice data sets. There are tons and tons of data sets that can be generated. But without, in some sense, protecting, what are your views on how do we protect our data, to build models that are relevant, that can help the society? I know there are no license per se, but your views on some of this so that we can build a better AI for the country.
Thanks, Praveen, for your question, and thanks to Switcher for having me here at this event. It is truly an honor to have this opportunity to share some thoughts with all of you. Since you're asking me to answer the question with the free software or open source software hat on, perhaps I should start with that piece, which is what is Meta as a foreign tech company? What is Meta as a producer of proprietary software? What are we doing here at a free software conference? What many people don't know is that Meta is a very hardcore believer in free and open source software. And it has happened, Mark Zuckerberg was not very keen when he was building Facebook to pay for other people's cloud, or as Richard Stallman would call it, other people's computers. So he started an open hardware project called Open Compute. That was the first big project at Meta, which was an open source project. Today, and every year, we publish a state of open source report. So if you count the total number of projects at Meta, it is 1,200 open source projects that Meta has released. Separately, we are keeping a count on GitHub and on Hugging Face. We have released 650 open source or close to open source AI models, and we've also released 350 open data sets. So that is the extent of our open source portfolio today at Meta. And that's why we believe we are part of the same tent. Free software or open source software is a very powerful concept where you will see the same idea in the manifesto of the CPIM and the same idea in the manifesto of the BJP, and both of them will give separate ideological arguments for why open source is important for the country. So in the same movement, you will have large capitalist mega corporations, and in the same movement, you will have a small socialist cell as well. We're all part of the very same movement. So that's the first thing, that it is in a world where increasingly we feel divided, that you are different from me. Open source is still that very powerful big tent which brings us all together. But it is very connected to the question that Praveen is asking about privacy. So, suppose you're using a proprietary software like WhatsApp, and as WhatsApp, a proprietary software company like Meta is saying, we are protecting your privacy and nobody can intercept your communication. The guarantee is being provided on the back of an open source project, which is Signal. And in the Meta white paper, we say very clearly, for the end-to-end encryption part, we have directly copied the Signal code because it was available under a liberal license, where you could put it even in a proprietary product. Then, more recently, what Meta has done is we have moved to make Facebook Messenger also end-to-end encrypted. But when we did that, we did one more thing. We made some additional contributions to open source. We released a project called Code Verify. So what does Code Verify do? From your browser itself, you can verify that the code running on your computer is exactly the same code running on somebody else's computer. So that there is no targeted backdoor that Meta has put into your software to spy on you. So how to verify that there is no targeted backdoor? Only way to verify this is to use this project, one of the ways, and this project Meta has released as an open source project called Code Verify. So open source and privacy are very, very closely connected. If you don't have open source, then usually you cannot be 100% sure that you have privacy. So that is a very important piece. But what is the situation in India? India has a new law enacted in the middle of last year. It's called the DPDP, Digital Personal Data Protection Act. They have tried to do what Professor Raina said, what engineers do. They try to secure a trade-off. The trade-off is between three broad objectives. First objective is protecting individual rights of citizens. Second is protecting innovation. And the third is to protect the ability of the government to govern its citizens. So that was the three objectives that the policymakers had. So, very strangely they say, if you voluntarily put your personal data into the public domain, then anybody can use it for any purpose. It is not even covered under the Act. So voluntarily, if you put data in the public domain, it is not covered under the Act. But if it is not voluntarily put into the public domain, then you need consent. So at least India has quite a firm basis to protect the rights of citizens, and all corporations, big or small, hopefully will comply with the obligation under the law. So I will end off by connecting this back to one of our projects at Meta. The project is called Llama 2. It is a near open source. There are some big distinctions from the standard open source licenses, which people will complain about, and they should complain about. But the advantage of using Llama, I'll first start with the advantage for us. When we released it, we had released the code in Python. It was not very fast. One developer called Andre Karpathy, over a weekend, re-implemented the same code in C, became 4 times faster than us, and we ourselves took this C implementation back into our servers to use. Obviously, free software is good for the capitalists, that much is clear. But the more important thing is, once you made it so small and you could run it on small devices like a Raspberry Pi or a Pixel or even your laptop, then you can disconnect from the internet and you can ask Llama any question. And now there is a whole series of small models like this, which are offline models that completely protect your privacy. Nobody will ever know what question you had asked the model, because sometimes regulators in their enthusiasm will go too far. For example, the FTC in the US at one point thought that every single prompt used against OpenAI could be an attack. So they asked OpenAI to submit a database of raw prompts to the FTC. And that would be a horrifying thing if you had asked some embarrassing question to OpenAI. So this is what is important, that there are multiple rights. These rights are often in conflict with each other. For example, we have a right to information. That right is in conflict with the right to privacy. And we have to be part of the policy making process so that our lawmakers make laws which solve this double optimization or double maximization problem. I think it's a great opportunity for startups as well, right? To be able to reply to this. I know this is a huge data problem. We'll get to that. How do you see this as an opportunity for startups? You don't need to build your own models right now. You can, but as Sunil was talking about, we have lots of open source models available right now. Data is a problem. We'll get to that. Can leverage this thing. How do you see how can this ecosystem be nurtured in that sense, and especially in Hyderabad, Telangana. Right? If you want to, let's say, become the AI capital, what are the potential pitfalls, challenges, opportunities that you see with models also being available, the open source models being available? How do you see this? The startups, I'm sure some of these people would want to take this opportunity and build something out of it as well. A lot of people know about T-Hub, but let me spend a couple of minutes more about T-Hub. T-Hub is the world's largest innovation hub. Not sure how many people know about it. Second thing is, I don't know if you've been to that place, you would find that there are a couple of other entities also in and around. One is T-Works, and there is another tower that is coming up behind called Image Towers. So, T-Hub itself has got about 450 plus startups, right, resident in the building. And T-Works, that is next door, is the India's largest prototyping center. Right? And then Image Towers that is coming up right behind is going to be one of the world's largest AR, VR, VFX gaming solutions setup. Right? Just coming to your point, Praveen, about what are we doing here, making this place Hyderabad unique model. Now, leave that aside, let me continue the story that the professor was talking about. So he spoke about the untold story of UPI. There is a bit more about the untold story about UPI. The UPI stack that was built had a significant contribution from startups. Right? So the sourcing of a lot of applications happened from startups. There's also another application, I don't know how many people remember, I don't think we can forget, called COVID application. You guys remember COVID? Right, so nobody can forget COVID application. Very interesting thing about what we have done to the world. I've seen people traveling from the US coming to India carrying the COVID certificate. Did any one of us carry COVID certificates? No, right? I hope I heard that. No, right. So the point is, if you lose a certificate in the US, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks to get the certificate. And we never lost any of the certificates unless somebody had a problem. So this was another technology export that, along with startups, India did, to the world. In fact, the other point about Hyderabad and Telangana, again, because you brought up that point, Hyderabad is the pharma capital of India. Hyderabad is the pharma or rather vaccine capital of the world. So, if you look at sector by sector, there are so many sectors where there is one transformation is happening and Hyderabad has been contributing both to India and to the world. In fact, in that process, we have attracted Microsoft and Meta, and I'm sure that's a long list, right? So, as of now, 25 to 30% of foreign companies that want to come to India are actually coming to Hyderabad. And this is something that I am not saying it is national support, I'm sure you can go and check it out. So, where I'm coming from, the opportunities exist. You don't have to look outside, beyond, say, India. I'm not saying you have to drop your plans if you have any, but there are opportunities right here. There are support systems that are available. I know there was this question about, it is just one T-Hub or, one of those entities, T-Hub, etc. both the governments as well as the institutions like ours are trying to see how we can replicate this model across different segments or sectors. For example, in colleges, many of you are probably still studying in colleges. Some of the colleges have already taken that responsibility to build innovation hubs within your colleges. And some of them have approached us, some of you have already the talent required, infrastructure required. All that might be required is to really go on and build on those. Now, when it comes to technology challenges or issues, I think both my eminent panelists have actually talked about data. In fact, I was in Delhi last week attending a seminar or a symposium on healthcare. The biggest challenge in India, and this is a challenge for all of you youngsters who want to pick the problems to solve, right, is really to look at healthcare. So, and again, there's lack of data. We were just chatting a little while earlier. There's lack of coherent data. Of course, data is available, but it is not available publicly. If a startup working in healthcare domain wants data about clinical data, or they want data about patients, you have to approach 100 different hospitals or clinics to get validated data. So that's a challenge. So one is, how do you build applications that addresses that? Just to let you know, the government of India and of course local government is actually building something called UHI. So on similar lines to UPI, Unified Healthcare Infrastructure, and that is going to be equally massive. It is being touted to be much bigger than UPI, where you unify, stratify data for patients. Patients are nothing but people like us, who go to the hospitals. So that is going to be an opportunity. I would request all the youngsters to watch out for, because if somebody is in Nagar Karnool or say Hyderabad, where do they rush if they have a critical issue? Everybody comes to Hyderabad. How do you make the tertiary care, or rather the primary care? Tertiary care is what we have offering here, which is like the Apollo hospitals, etc. The primary care facilities. How can technology, the same AI, which actually solved one of the problems that was demonstrated, can take up a challenge around healthcare? It's one opportunity that I really see that is in front of us. So the other point is that when we come to the entities like we have, we have people from 16 years to 62 years as the founders range. So age no bar. Really, it is about the idea. It is about the problem that you want to solve and the technology that you want to pick and adopt. These are the ones that exist in front of us. You just need to walk in and build on it, and we provide a lot of support from ideation stage till you are able to raise funds. So one of the motto we carry is, we want to create job creators rather than job seekers. I'm sure all of us, each one of us, innately want that to be the case. So there is tremendous opportunity. Of course, there are challenges, but very confident if we have delivered UPI and COVID, I'm sure UHI and many more would follow. So, I can only wish good luck.
You've been in this, entrepreneurial ecosystem space for quite some time now. And, you've seen a lot of people come in, try to put up their startups, and you've been with incubators. You're an angel investor yourself, right? What is the message that you would perhaps give? Because you've seen a lot of people come and try, and some succeed, some perhaps fail, right? What is it that you see? What is the message that you would want to give if somebody wants to get into this AI space? It's quite nascent now. Let's say the level, it's still a level playing field for now. What is the message that you would give to them from your experience working with different startups?
What is AI use cases for different societal use cases, right? And I kept noticing the first 10 were always US case cases, UK case cases, or in a few cases, somewhere in Australia. The Indian cases were like the 30th or 40th number. I started counting after the third or fourth search. So any use case that we develop here will have to be for that kind of a database and with a diverse database. Let me take a simple example. The government is developing something for languages in India, right? One of the best use case somebody suggested was that we can use it for translating government documents, government information into easily accessible to women entrepreneurs and any other entrepreneurs across the board, right? So you can access, let's take for an example, agripreneur, right? If the agripreneur has information that they require for doing their business, in Telugu, that data will not be available easily. That information is not available easily simply because he has typed in the data, search through 10 different websites. Half of them will not be, my Telugu is not that great. But even I can make out that translation is little off. And you have such, if the simple language translation can be made so that the person in the last mile of India can get that, understand the skill and apply for that skill. That's the best use case to start with now. Right? Simple things like the Right to Information Act. Why should there be one person sitting somewhere in some office making that decision? There is in fact a startup which is working on that anywhere in India you can put in the information and the AI tool answers the question. You don't have an AI officer having to answer the question. Believe me, most of the time the AI officer has got many other things to do and he's not interested in replying to that, the RTI officer. So let there be an AI tool that's building that. Simple things like this, if you can build and execute it, the UPIs and UHIs, we have the big technicians doing it, but let's have some startups build legal, agri, health, education. Taking out from what Sujit said, there is telemedicine that's being talked about, right? One of the reasons it's not working is because there is enough data around women health. And most of the times the women health is the last priority in the family. So, the data sets around that is not available. One of the entrepreneurs that I'm working with is trying to develop data for women around menstrual health, right? And that, she's developing data, she's not talking about building an AI on top of it. Right now, she's just developing the data. Can we, with different, sorry to disappoint the many, not all women are the same. We have different health problems and different issues, and different genetic compositions lead to different issues. So, if a person is suffering from a certain type of disease in Telangana, the same disease will not occur in Nagaland. Can we therefore have the data for each place? And that's something that a startup is working on. Can you build the data sets? Indian data sets will be very different from foreign data sets. And please, if we can have startups which are giving data, there's money to be made there too. Because Meta and Google are not really sharing data with us.
I hope nobody minds. We are going to create these data sets. In fact, this data set is going to become open source. Right? We are just working on a licensing model to create and release this. And I was talking about, some sort of attribution should go back to people who have contributed to this, right? And this was not built by one company. This was not built by a few engineers. This was built by tens of thousands of people coming in together to contribute data sets. In fact, over the next few months, this is the focus of Swecha. We are going to be releasing a lot of data sets from agriculture to healthcare to all of this stuff. But I'll come back to this because there's a lot more questions about data. For example, all of you are mentioning this. If I'm a hospital, why should I share my data? What am I getting out of it? But we'll come back to this. We'll come back to this in a bit. But I'll go to Raj. Raj, as a CTO of one of these very few firms, it is that I know of, which is really working on AI ML projects, product services. Can you give us an example, or have you seen projects where AI is being used to solve societal problems, where AI not just SORAs and the activities, but something that can directly solve a social problem? Have you experienced anything like that? Any projects like that would you like to share with us now?
One thing I want to say is, social problems are everywhere. So we have one customer in the US. What they do is they work in providing jobs for the low healthcare jobs. So these jobs are mostly from Mexicans or the blacks or low poor, right? They basically take up the jobs, cleaners, janitors, things like that. Right? So what they said is, this company does a job screening for all the employees for healthcare companies to hire such workers. The problem here is when you plan these interviews, the guy is so poor, he doesn't know how to come to your office, he doesn't have commute, he cannot come at the right time. and when he comes, the interviewer will not be there. So it's a big challenge to make sure that the interviewer and interviewer are both present when the interview has to take place. It's a real societal problem, right, in Philadelphia and other regions. So what we said is, okay, we can give an opportunity where they can do the interview at home, right? They will go to a web, there will be questions and they'll answer. These answers are not like ABCD, right? They are like interpreting how somebody thinks through. So somebody says that, what will you do if you find a difficult patient? So there are different ways, right? I'll talk to them, or I'll ask my manager, I'll talk to my peers. There are so many ways you can judge on how a person reacts to a problem. So what we have done for this particular stuff is, we have from the interviewer the list of 10, 15 points that somebody can say when this kind of question is asked. What we simply did is, we created a recording. The user simply records his response for that. We simply do a semantic matching, thanks to the tools we have, and we tell which of them really match, and we get the information back to the interviewer. So the interview process is done quickly. So what I believe is, wherever technology can help the poor to make a difference, it will really help. One final thing I really want to say is, when I see all these LLM, the way I see them is, there are different small tools. Some tools can convert voice to text. Some tool can translate text to other language. Some tool knows how to get information from documents. Some other knows how to get data from SQL. The beautiful part is unlike, see, everybody uses chatbot now. Chatbot was at 10 years back also. I had a lot of challenges with chatbot because never will understand the intent of the person. So those chatbots used to be, you go to the bank, select one for savings bank, select two for checking account. It is like your mobile phone only. Why? Because you don't understand how to interpret that. But now, thanks to ChatGPT, whatever you ask the question, it understands your intent. And based on it, knows what to do. And of course, we do a lot of work behind the scenes to train the model so that all scenarios, all prompts, it works. So I encourage all the youngsters here to basically use all these tools to solve different problems. When you have this set of 10 or 15 ways to solve a problem, like you said, any problem that we have, any challenge we have, we can think about how to bring all these tools together to solve the problem. Thank you.
It's not that we don't have the data. Data is there, but in different silos. For example, hospitals, let's say one of those big corporate hospitals, but they have lots of EMR data already available. But they are in silos. Everybody has both their own thing. And in fact, Raj was also mentioning a little bit earlier, people have their own 5G deployments right now. There's a lot of data that's being carried, but inside a silo. In edge cloud deployment where the data is in a silo, right? What do you think? How do you think we can actually, break these silos? And I know there's a policy aspect to it, right? But what can be done? What could perhaps be an incentive for, let's say hospitals to begin with, right? To start saving some of this data, because I know that there's a lot of potential positive outcomes that can come out of that, from early detection of cancers to all of that stuff, somebody, I think you can get different perspectives on the same thing. Who would like to go first? Yeah.
Hyderabad has the highest number of research institutes after Delhi. Delhi is mostly administrative, but Hyderabad has the highest number of research institutes. These are central government, these are state government research institutes. And they have a huge amount of data sitting with them. So let's take an example of hospital data that we talked about. There is an organization called CCMB, right? Center for Molecular Biology. They have been trying to collect disease-related data and other kind of data. They have been trying to collect it. One thing, if we can just have a policy, a way of getting that data to them, they can then democratize that data. So there's one person who is in charge of all the data for medical. Then we can, so the way NCPI was created, then we have the central research institute which have the capability of managing the data, which understand use case of data. Because data is not just about having a data, it's understanding how it can be used and how that can impact ethical, non-ethical, all of that consideration. But if we can have a central agency which is using it, and the people scientists who understand how the data can be used and misused, then those can become the basis of having all the data. And make it mandatory to share the data. If the banks have to share my financial data, somebody can as well share my health data. So, everybody is possible. So, and data can be, in a way, not be very personal, but you can at least have the data in terms of, let's say, female, so age, has this, this is the genetic makeup. You don't have to have my name and my phone number attached. So that can be sent out. I think that could start working there.
The hospitals or clinics are the custodians, have a fiduciary responsibility to hold the data. They do not have the authority on it because we give the consent to them to, for the data storage and processing, etc. I think, I'm sure it's not something what I'm saying is new. They understand it. I think so that's where the policy needs to come in to help everybody come on to the same page so that the data sharing starts happening. It is not monetized but anonymized, what she was talking about, so that everybody starts using it the way it was done in UPI. I think that is something that is already happening. I'm sure the professor would cover that at some point. That's the way forward.
The data is ours and ours, but are they actually really acting as filters or custodians, or they hospitals like to believe that they are holding the data? And what is there some policy on this? How do you see this?
So Meta has released a open source model called massively multilingual speech, and the model can ID 4,000 languages, and it can do speech to text for 1,100 languages. So what was the data set to do that? Because when you start talking about 1,100 languages, many of the languages are resource poor languages. That means there is no digital corpora to achieve. What is the example of resource high language? It is French. So thanks to the Canadian government, every single government document in Canada mandatorily had to be translated from English to French by very high quality translators and made publicly available. So the first language where we had very high fidelity between English, between the two languages of translation was English and French. So, but then there is the other end of the problem statement, which is very low resource languages. So for these 1,100 languages, for most languages, the only text that was available was the Bible. And they got a human to read the Bible, and then they trained the model on that single recording. Yeah? And it made reasonably good speech-to-text software. High error rate, obviously, because there is no corpora, but even 60%, 70% accuracy is a good job for the first cut. So, let's take another example. There is a non-profit in Bangalore called Agami. They have a project called Open Nyai. They have created a chatbot for domestic violence so that women can ask questions about legal remedies. If you look at the question answer pair that they have used to create the RAG pipeline before the model, it's only 300 questions and answers. And behind it, they're using some generic language model to make it into sentences and to respond to the context you're asking and so on. So again, you want to make a very powerful project, doesn't take so much data. It's only 300 question answer pairs, you will arrive at the project. So there is a lot of work for us to do in India, which doesn't need to wait at all for data. We just need to be very clear, what is the performance we are interested in, what is the application we are interested in, and then we can quickly move to all of that. And I wanted to break the seriousness a little bit here. I think everybody is talking about very serious use cases of AI. I wanted to share two use cases which I think are useful for us. Munshi Premchand's stories are now in the public domain. They're free of copyright. So it is possible to have the story translated using a variety of open source AI systems or even proprietary to any other language, maybe Kannada, and then a Kannadiga farmer or a Kannadiga person who is illiterate can hear Dr. Rajkumar, his favorite film star, read Munshi Premchand's story to him and he can enjoy literature. So that's one application which we should all be very excited about, provided the children of Dr. Rajkumar allow us to use the personality rights of Dr. Rajkumar for that application. And then the other story or the question that I keep asking everybody, is what percentage of Indian homes do you think own a personalized piece of art? So suppose in the good old days, a king wanted a portrait of himself painted. Only kings and queens had that kind of art in their homes. You could potentially go to a cyber cafe if the cyber cafe owner is savvy, and they could use a model to render your grandmother or grandfather's photo in the style of Raja Ravi Varma or Amrita Shergill, and you can print it and put it in your house for about 100 rupees. This technology chain is already available to us. And imagine the profound way, because even if we estimate that 10% of Indian homes don't have this art, I suspect it is much more. My suspicion is much more. That 10% is hundreds of millions of people, and this will be a profound contribution to the quality of their lives, which is not serious, like medicine and many other serious topics that we're also talking here, because I believe the fun part of AI is going to be very exciting, and that part also should be open.
I want to add something funny here. Right? My mother is almost 88 years old, so she can go and buy sarees she buys for all the others and all sarees and all everywhere. So she started looking at this video things, WhatsApp and all, where people show, there is a shop owner, he keeps on showing the sarees and all, she'll be watching them, all those things. So I was thinking something like this, right? So UPI, for example, has made it so easy for anybody to buy from anywhere, right? So now so many people have been able to start from the house selling sarees, selling things and all. Obviously, AI can, what you submit can be applicable. My mom can probably see the saree and see how the saree looks on her, how it looks on the person she's trying to buy, right?
Why people hesitate to share, and why whatever available data we can train the model and be successful. I think that the underlying question, underlying theme is the quality of the data. That is the most important, right? Because of just with 300 question and answers, a relatively good model can be built. Now, the fundamental thing is quality of data, but in order to get the quality of the data from any person, any organization, or even from, like, somebody asks my data, I want clarity of usage. That's the main premise. If I know why that data which I am sharing is going to be used, how it will be used, clarity of usage, where it will be deployed. One of the important aspects is the policy always kind of trails behind the innovation. Okay. And today, if we go to any application, the main, once you sign up, the main disclaimer says that, are you ready to share your data? It might be used somewhere in some context. Another thing, there is no clarity in terms of how that will be used. That is the reason which I will be very much hesitant to share any of the data. So the first aspect in terms of policy making is to bring the clarity of usage. When the clarity of usage has been stated, even though there is not a strict legal law which has been established, people will be willing to trust the system because there is a usage which is being already stated there. So quality data and clarity on the usage are the fundamental two aspects which we need to really empower everybody, and that is one of the fundamental challenges in order to really make the AI for everyone. Okay. And that is going to be one of the first challenges, and that's where the technologists, academia, and the students need to have a platform to interact. And one of the reasons behind the slowness of growth, or slowness in terms of adoption, is the mentorship. When I interact with students as a part of my social responsibility to raise awareness on AI with a lot of students, what I feel is the environment where somebody can really ask any question without any reservation, okay, and then seek answers for that in a very secure way. That is missing. That's where we need to have a platform of mentorship without hesitation to create awareness of how the data will be used, where it will be used, what will be deployed. And one of the only forum that can enable this is the open source forum. Okay. Because open source doesn't promise any employment. But one thing open source promises is the deployment. That's the fundamental importance of open source. Once you promise what you're going to deploy, then people will trust you and then people will be ready to share the information.
Absolutely. In fact, all of this stuff that we're doing is proof of that, right? You know, to the fun part, right, the Chandamama Kadalu, it's not the equivalent of the Munshi Premchand stories, but these are stories that we all grew up in. You know, Surendra was saying the same thing. There's a huge cultural connect to all of this. So it's a fun way that we had, in 6 hours, 10,000 students proofread around 40,000 stories that then fed into this small language model. Even the voice collection corpus activity was a fun part, right? No, yes, sure. There are going to be a lot of fun projects, but I'll have to, go back to serious questions again. I have 2 questions for all of them, and probably relevant to all of us over here. 2 questions for each of you. Same question, different perspectives. I know we are at the back end of this discussion. First question is, in your opinion, what should happen, what should we do to ensure that we are the AI capital of the world? Okay? And one message to all of us over here. Everybody over here for the AI days, so I'm guessing everybody is here because they want to learn and become successful in AI. Right? So what's one message that you want all of us to take away, and one thing that you think should happen, or one thing for us to become the AI capital, whichever way you want to go? Okay, we'll start with Surendra.
AI days gives me a kind of impression we are just few days away from the elections as well. Okay, so this request, if we wanted to become AI capital of the world, AI capital of leaders in the world, information is out there available. So go and use the best intuitive way of using AI. Understand your constituency, understand your leaders, understand your representatives, blog about them, share your feeds on them, and then make that as the most relevant topic, because the AI adoption is all about the relevance and the context. If we approach any problem with the relevance and the context, I think it will be the first starting step to be called as leader in that space. So my request or my message is, just few days away, we're going to elect new leaders to use the AI to the best ability and share your story, how you use AI to really understand the problems of your constituency and the representation of the leaders, what they are promising, are they relevant or they context based.
I think that would help you hit it off well. It doesn't matter whether you are an entrepreneur, founder, or a student, or somebody who's looking for a great job opportunity. I think what you need to do is where you want to go and what you really want to achieve is what you need to keep in mind, especially for entrepreneurs or would be. Try and identify the problem and solve it. For AI capital, in fact, I'm sure we are all aware that we are now $4 trillion economy. World is coming to India for market access. So if we can solve for data issues, the world will come for data as well. Just to let you know, in fact, US has got roughly about 30 foundational models, is what I read somewhere. India has got none. I think small countries like Israel or some of these, I'm not talking about China, have got probably 2 or 3 big large language models, foundational models. So there's a huge opportunity for us to build on, and of course we have got 2 great organizations that are offering open source capabilities as well. So these are the areas to look into for to respond to those. See, the IT guys never understand business, no? Same way, AI guys never understand customers or society. So first thing that I would say is, okay, we are in colleges, schools, we learn algorithms, we learn data structures, right? We get a job, at least we know how to use the tools, how to solve. So at least in the initial days, we learn how problems are being solved, right? How to change the hairstyle of a person, how to change the dress of a person, how to write a nice article. right? My daughter does all her BB assignments using ChatGPT, right? So I'm worried about that also. So my thought process is, we need to go into business or go into society to understand what the challenges are. I think it is rightly said in the morning call by professor. So we need to understand where technology can make a difference, right? There are many technologies that have to come through. I see GenAI is just one of them. I was just talking to Praveen earlier. Even big enterprises, like when we want to work with ports or airlines, they also have these big challenges. They don't have the reliable network bandwidth to use technology in ports like sensors and cameras and all. They can't. So what is happening now with new technologies like private 5G? They are issued a bandwidth. So what I'm saying is, when technologies, players, everybody has to come and create an environment where a business problem can be solved. My earnest request to all the people is, maybe you should go and work with companies, say that you want to work on business kind of problems using AI. So get familiarized with it. So when different solutions, different problem comes, at least we know how to approach. Thank you.
I agree with you when I say when you said that people don't know where to look for problems. They seem to have solutions first, and they don't have. Then they, half the time they come to us saying, "I have a fantastic product, no market, no funding." So my simple submission is, the solution is fantastic only if there is a market. Now coming to that, the one thing that I think India can do for AI, for any data set or any modeling, any IT that we can do, is how can we model it for the last person? Whether it is, look at agri supply chain, right? We've not even thought, if you look at the way the world is looking at agri with AI, you combine the two, the things that you get is precision farming, you get things like commodity price management and things like that. In India, right now, the farmer is not, with 1 acre of land, is not really worried about how much commodity should I produce, at what price should I produce so that I can sell it. Because he's seen his neighbor, he's making, putting tomatoes, I'll also put tomatoes. Because last year he sold well, I'll also sell it this year well. But can you then have models which can, the tomato that guy is producing, where is it going? 40% of Indian food is wasted. The production that we do is wasted. Can we build models for post-harvest? Everybody is building models for pre-harvest. Can we build models for post-harvest? Where should the cold chain be? We can have mobile cold chain storages, but where should they be when the harvest happens? Right? That's one use case. Taking another use case, let's look at traffic data. India, one of the biggest problems in most cities in India is traffic. And please, somebody find a solution where there are no U-turns. My everyday morning commute is, how do I find a road to go where there is no new U-turn today? So the same traffic management data that we have can solve for ambulances, which is the best route for the ambulances to take. The same data can be used for preventing accidents, predicting accidents and preventing that. So the same data can be used for lots of small things which can then be impacted in smaller towns, smaller villages and things like that. Think of solutions that can be like UPI, which is mass, which is scalable, which is everywhere to the last person it can go to. You build models in India for that. You have best case scenarios here. Then it can be deployed anywhere in the world. So that's my submission for this.
I think it is solved. Only Bangalore traffic is an NP hard problem. I don't think anybody can ever, solve that. Right? Anybody from Bangalore? No. Okay, there are some people. Oh, I'm sure it's an NP hard. I think for me it's an NP hard problem.
Shall I? Okay, so I'll come at this. I think the other panelists have covered the question rather comprehensively. So I'll take a slightly different approach. I think some of us here are part of what we call the free software or open source software movement. It's a community of people that use or build free and open source software. But that is just one of the many openness movements. There are many other openness movements. And the problem with AI, exactly as we had during the inaugural ceremony, is that it's a dual-use technology. It comes with some risks. Just like electricity. Electricity, even today, comes with very significant risks, but also very, very useful technology for us as the human species. So whenever anybody is selling you some technology, they will make some claims about the risk. It is risky this way, or it is risky that way. But how can you believe those claims? The only way you can believe the claim is if it follows what is called an open science paradigm. That means the software should be open source, the training data set should be available under open data license, the full documentation of what you have done should be published under an open access scholarly paper. And that is why I would slightly resist this point that India has no foundational models. Because many of these foundational models, they are even if they are proprietary models, they are released alongside with a paper which will explain the model. You should just go and look at the names of the authors in those papers. You will see many, many Indians. So India as a country may not have built models, but Indians have definitely built some of these key foundational models, including Llama 2. We have Indian authors building them. So what should you do to be part of this open science movement? Because that is the critical moment if we want to solve the data problem. According to DST, Department of Science and Technology, and Department of Biotechnology, they have an open access policy. That means every year they give $0.85 billion to Indian researchers as grants. But the expectation is, once you do the research should be published under open access license. That is the expectation. All we can as citizens say to these professors, please also release the data set. So that in the tradition of replicability of science, some other scientists can also repeat the process and check whether your scientific claims are correct. If there is a culture of releasing data sets in India by state governments, by scientists, then these data sets will be available for us to do other things. There will be a culture of open data sets being broadly available. So I encourage each one of you, because this $0.85 billion of research is your money. The intellectual property that has been created by that is licensed to you mandatorily by government policy. You own that, you're a custodian of that IP, push that IP in a further open direction, which is going to help all of us secure this leading position on AI technology.
Since you brought it up, I think it's a pet peeve of ours, but let's take this as a challenge. Open access journals, the Elseviers and the Singers of the world charge thousands of dollars just to publish one piece of paper. Per page is I think approximately $100 or beyond for any open access journal. The problem is there needs to be scopus indexing and all of that stuff. Can we today, take a stance, say that, we are going to come up with our own open access journal, not relying on the Elseviers and the Fingers of the world, but to also, at some point get into scopus as well, because we can't start with a scopus in the journal.
I mean, we need not be obsessed with journals, at least for some domains like AI.
Scopus is the problem.
Because some of the best papers in AI are not in journals. They are outside journals.
It is something that I think we should go for the next 1 year.
Yes.
If we can actually come up with our own peer-reviewed conference, proceedings, which are open access, and that is a huge thing, because even if you are the author right now, you can't even go and look at your own paper. That is something that we should definitely work towards. Open science, open source software. If you want India to become the AI capital without any of this stuff, it's absolutely impossible. Let's work together on that. So it's an open call to everybody over here. Let's work together. Create that open access system, open access conference. Alright, so we have come to the end of it. I have a small message to give to all of you as well. While we are talking about AI, society, all the serious topics, as Sunil said, I have a slightly, more fun thing to say. How do I make AI us as the AI capital? Is first of all by letting the word go out. AI days, AI for society. My request is how many of you are on LinkedIn over here? So we should perhaps do this. Can we tag hashtag AI days? What do we do? Maybe we just go back to the previous session. Here was a UPI story, right? It had brought out different emotions in all of us. Some of you felt proud, some of you felt, oh, this is good, inspired, whatever it is. Maybe we can do this. I watched, put the link to the story. At AI Days, hashtag AI Days, all of us, I see more than 1,000, 1,500 people in the auditorium. All of us together, can make a big bang, right? Put out, post on LinkedIn, say you watch this story, hashtag AI Days 2024. Put out the emotion, whatever you have felt, okay? And then nominate 3 of your friends, each of us. I know this goes back to that, ice bucket challenge, but maybe, sorry, we're not doing this on Facebook any longer. But we'll perhaps do this on LinkedIn. Okay? Just because Surendra is sitting closer to me, right? We'll do this on LinkedIn maybe. Okay? Why don't we do that? Hashtag AI Days. There's a good photo booth outside. We can take a photo over there, post it on your LinkedIn. Bhavneet was saying in the morning, you don't feel shame to ask for appreciation, promotion. I think we should appreciate all of us. This is a huge thing. I see a lot of energetic faces over here. Why don't we do that? Take a photo over there or something, put it on LinkedIn, say that you watch this at hashtag AI Days. Sahiti will kill me if I don't give the correct hashtag, which is I'm not saying it out. Sahiti, AI Days, hashtag, see, Naveen is already ready to kill me. Hashtag AI for society, please also hashtag AI Days. I think this is one way, these sort of conferences will actually allow us to become the AI capital, I don't think there is ever another conference like this where lots of people here, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, Google, everybody come and talk about all of these things. We have the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We have people who are really working on AI projects, and we have the open source community, which is creating all of these things. So, they're already bored of looking at my face. So, what I will do is, I'll thank all of you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
A person, who needs no introduction, but again, please allow me to introduce Dr. Jaydeep Ganguly, not a physician because we have a lot of other doctors as well today.
We are going to cover 50 plus years of work in 20 minutes. So we'll be flying by decades and minutes actually. But I want to leave with you, there's so much of hype and talk about AI. Some of it is good, some of it is not so good, that I wanted to take the opportunity to walk you through from the very early days, how it all started, because I happened to be there at MIT with when all of these things were happening with Macy and Tabert and everybody else. And since then, what we are doing today is very, very different. And my first observation would be that I would urge you to consider that we don't know what intelligence is. So before we say something is artificial, we need to know what is the real stuff. If you talk to neurologists, and I am not a physician, I have deep interest in these subjects, so I study the brain. As time passes, my knowledge is still deep, but I'll talk to you about how the brain functions for you to understand how our neural nets do today, to let you decide for yourself how the brain works, how neural nets work, how LLMs work. There's a lot of excitement because it does some amazing stuff, and that should tell you the future years are definitely in this space. But we don't know exactly what that path is, that I want to caution you. But this is the most exciting area because the fields of neuroscience, quantum computing, machine learning are eventually going to converge, as you will see. So without more, so let me start with this, the first slide. Now where do I point? Yeah, if you can see the next slide. This doesn't seem to work. Okay. Yeah, it's working, sorry. Yeah. So, the mid-80s to almost the end of 2000, almost, was all the era of what I call knowledge-based systems, logic. Somebody would put in the rules by hand, craft it, and the machine will get smarter and smarter, and eventually it will behave like a doctor, it will behave like everything, like the humans would not be needed. There was the 5th generation project of Japan, many of you may know this. None of this really happened. So there were projects at almost any university, which everybody was working in this space, and they did produce some remarkable systems. For example, Some of you would know the IBM's Watson. I personally was fascinated by Maxima. I don't know how many of you know, because whenever I struggled with math, I would go to Maxima and ask it to solve that problem for me. So whether it's Bessel functions or anything, it sort of did expanded and simplified solutions of partial differential equations. So it was a lazy man's way of solving math problem. And this technology, ability to deal with symbols, reason, primarily through two mechanisms, forward chaining and backward chaining. Forward chaining was very much prevalent in Carnegie Mellon. They came up with languages like OXPY. MIT came up with Lisp as language for symbol processing. We used to call it my friends used to call it lots of single, imitating single parentheses. Because Lisp was famous for its first brackets. And then there were people in Europe mostly were into propositional logic like Kolmogorov and others who like to believe that logic, first order predicate calculus will solve everything, and that gave rise to the languages like Prolog. And for almost 2 decades, people thought this was AI, and it is not today. So all of us who did our PhDs in this era, and there were so many of them, we are pretty much obsolete, because none of this really is out there. Now, around way back, 1959, Arthur Samuel was given, he was basically a mathematician at Bell Labs who came up with this idea of machine learning. And his idea was very simple. You put some data, put some model, and it will sort of crunch it and produce some answers, and effectively the machine will learn. That's what machine learning is, and linear regression and other forms of algorithms like Bapnik support vector machines, a little bit more mathematical. They were all in this field, but they were basically, it was like a statistical approach, you would say. It's really not intelligence, if you ask me. It's some data you throw in and you crunch some numbers, and eventually it comes up with the optimal model. So that was that era. And then the math behind, I want you to be patient and not sort of be irritated by these very simple equations. Machine learning is pretty much one equation. It is your some objective function, which is in this case is an error. Some model, the equation one is a model, a very simple linear model. You run some positive, what we call convex function, because it will always converge, and you keep on crunching and minimize, and eventually you will get an answer. And this is how the gradient descent, that as you start up with unknowns, theta 0, theta 1, which you don't know what they are, x1, x2, you keep observing, y1 you observe, you keep doing it. If you go back to your school days when you fitted a line with a bunch of points, you minimize the error. It's very simple elementary arithmetic, and that's all that's working in neural nets. You'll see that later. Now, interestingly, and I'll always go back to the brain actually functions like that. It does backward propagation. But let's wait for that slide to see why that is not that simple. But there is obviously a way when we make decisions. If you look at the brain, by the way, is a very complicated thing. There's a prefrontal cortex, there is amygdala, there is hippocampus, it's a zoo, 80 billion cells. So each part of them actually function differently. And here we have a very, very simplistic model which says we are going to regress through this and find a model. So that's the beginning of the machine learning. And not everything is a number. Sometimes it's binary, yes and no. So there we tweak this a little bit to this formula, and therefore for people like what little bit into mathematics, they'll immediately realize that we get to something called log likelihood to force the answer to between 0 and 1. So it's very elementary stuff really. That's all there is to it in the world of ML. Either of these two equations are working, whether it's neural networks, whether it is GPT, whether it is reinforcement learning, whatever you say, machine learning is only classification. Don't forget this one statement. ML is classification, classification, classification. When I say 10 words, what's the next word? It is one word out of the dictionary, which is typically 2000 words that we use. So it's a classification. 2000 classes, you pick one class. GPT, same story. Decision trees, same story. So ML is classification. ML is not intelligence. Okay. Now, let's proceed forward. This is the first part of our discussion. And we come into some very elementary concepts obviously you have to do correct fitting. Some of the words are like overfitting, underfitting. Means that if the model is too simplistic, it will do an underfit. You're trying to fit a circle with maybe just a straight line, obviously it's an underfit. Overfit, you get it, you're trying to force a solution. Now, we don't know these parameters. We don't know how many features we need. So how do we know what to be fit? And that discussion will come back to this in the world of GPT and LLM and see how this has become such a huge problem. So the one thing that now at this point we know that an elementary linear model with some kind of objective function that you want to minimize, you will run into one of these issues. Either it's an overfit or it's an underfit. What's an overfit? Well, you have a cubic function and you are trying to fit something which is an 8th order or 10th order. And you can do that because you have so much data. And the reverse is what? You have actually a parabola and you want to fit a straight line. The problem is you don't know. The machine doesn't know what that curve is. So, and this will become, I'm spending a minute here because you'll understand how this takes shapes in GPT. How that becomes a formidable problem in generative AI. Most of people are overwhelmed with generative AI, but that will come back to haunt you in the world of generative AI, this particular slide. Now, next is the last slide, which is mathematical. I promise you there's only one. That machine learning, I said, it's all about classification. So not everything is continuous. There are groups of things. So way back, Claude Shannon, everyone would know him. He came up with the concept of entropy. And what that really means is that if there is order in the system, entropy will be low. It's a thermodynamic concept actually. It's kind of common sense. There's a lot of, like for example, if you don't know anything what's going to happen tomorrow, that means there is no probability of, you really can't say anything with any probability. That means there's a lot of entropy. It may rain, it may not rain, it may flood, it may not flood. So nothing is known. So there's total chaos. That concept is Shannon's entropy. It's typically used in something called a Prelog Q format. What the name is after the gentleman. Very simple concept to Kullback-Leibert divergence. That you pick a model and you see that formula that you last line and you see how it matches with your reality. See the divergence. If the divergence is 0, that means you got it right. If the divergence is huge, that means your model is not good enough and you keep iterating. Why do you need this? This you need in those classes of problems where it's classification. So we end the phase 1 of, I talked about the decision tree. We talked about regression. So you now need to come up with decision trees. Because that's another, we call decision trees also as artificial intelligence. At least we used to claim that once upon a time. Now, many of you would have played with XGBoost. It's a beautiful algorithm, very simple one, works great. If it is like 10 or 12 lines of parameters and very simple code, less than a page, works wonderfully. And all it does, it does something like this. That if I'm tracking soccer games and I want to make sure that how do I structure them, the tree, do I group them by the teams when they play in the morning, or do I group them they play in the morning in the local, in the what they call home and away? How do we group them so that the information comes out very, very lucidly? And that's where we apply this entropy concept. The formulas that you saw there, you would like to crunch through these very elementary numbers and come up with an information gain, what they call, and see the one that has the highest information gain, you would want to organize your tree, your so-called tree that you see in Excel or anything in this format. So classical AI stops here. It comes into using regression, some model, and classification. So that's the end of 20 years of work. And obviously there's a lot more, but I think you get the sense. Then we move on to the world of neural nets, which will lead you to LLM. The neural nets, around 2000, when Hinton showed in the ImageNet conference the beauty of the CNN algorithm, and Hinton is actually credited to this gradient descent algorithm and the variations of that, and showed that the enormous capability of machines to recognize images. And it did a pretty good job. I mean, it could tell varieties of cats, varieties of dogs. And you will see later that while this was very nifty, it took enormous computing power to recognize. The amount of training that had to be done is mind-boggling. Now, But then that spawned a great interest in machine learning through neural nets. And today, for example, when you use Alexa or when you use Netflix, you will see all these neural nets making recommendations for you. So all of that is powered by the so-called deep net. This is interesting because by the time in the late 70s, 80s, it was completely discredited, initial, and then kind of came back. And now, all of you know this neural net stuff. I captured it in one slide, very elementary stuff. What you see here on the sigma sign is that a bunch of inputs are coming in, and theta 0 to theta 1 are the weights. You multiply them and apply a function, and I'll come to why we have that function. That function is given below. It looks like a S-curve. There are three of them: sigmoid, hyperbolic, and rectified linear. So essentially, it's a threshold. So when you multiply all those summations and you pass to that function, it crosses the threshold, then you get the next value. If it doesn't cross the threshold, it doesn't. And it propagates. So you have this incredibly complicated network. And again, you do the gradient descent that I talked about earlier. And all of you are probably familiar with it. You don't even really need to know. Most of the software will do it for you. And you crunch backward, the weights will get adjusted. And that's a neural net. Now, does it converge? Nobody knows. Actually, in many cases, it doesn't. And why doesn't it converge? Because most of the time, the optimization for those of you who are mathematicians will immediately recognize it's a local maxima or local minima. So it's like saying I went to see the to the Mount Everest, but I landed up in Nainital and I didn't see any other peak higher than me. I can't say anything. So I concluded I'm at the highest peak when you are not. So that's the problem of this approach. And people try to solve it. We'll talk about it a little. But I want to spend a few minutes to understand this slide and the next slide. So what you see here as the sigmoid function is the activation function in the brain that once the threshold crosses, is fed into that function. If it crosses, only will it go to the next neuron. Otherwise, it is zero. And so, how do you know what the thetas are? You don't. You just throw in some random numbers and then you run experiments to see what it produces. It's completely supervised. Does it give the answers that you see? And that's exactly how LLM works, by the way. If it doesn't, you start changing the weights again. How do you change the weights? Well, you change the weights by the good old chain rule of differentiation. Remember that anything that I've talked in math here, you probably have done in grade 11. Probably earlier, I don't know, these days probably they teach it in class 2, I don't know, but given our competition. But this is the beginning of the math and pretty much all that is used. But here lies the problem. This is what the brain is. Now I have a deep interest in the brain, so I am not a physician. I know very little, so with that caveat, I will tell you how the brain works. What you look at the nucleus, that's a neuron. And neurons are connected to the next neurons by axons. In the axon, you see there's a junction between the two neurons where you see the synapse which is blown up there. The synapse is the Greek word which means a gap. It is not a continuous connection. So first thing you should understand in neural nets is if a signal is 1 and if it crosses the threshold, the next neuron thinks it's 1 multiplied by the weight. The next one goes on. So the signal will travel entirely. The only way you can flip on and off is a sigmoid function which simply says, is it going through or not? It's almost like a gate. It's not almost, it is a gate. That's not how the brain functions. The brain, the axon is the brain, the first part, the axon is an electrical signal. The electrical signal that comes to the synapse stops at the electrical signal because there is no connection. It cannot go forward. Understand the neural net and why LLM. All of this is coming from this. And if anybody is a neurologist here will immediately jump and say, will be excited at this. What happens when the electrical signal comes at the synapse? The synaptic junction sends a chemical message. The chemical message is produced by the electrical signal by 1000 plus genes. There are 1000 plus genes right there in the signal. How do these electrical signals proceed? The electrical signals start by what is called an action potential because of the difference between sodium and potassium. Inside the neuron is potassium, outside it's sodium. These sodium-potassium potential differences start the electrical signal. So anything that you see, anything that you do, anything that you hear, anything does is a result of this action potential. The entire brain, this is the Zuban of the brain, it only says action potential. Now the problem is, when the action potential goes to the synapse, how that signal will go out is not a single signal, it's a signal there on the right bottom there, all those fields. The very interesting thing about the brain is that the code that goes out is a sequence of signals. All of the signals are of the same height, amplitude, but the packing of the signals are different. The amount of information that is flowing out is enormously complex. There are people doing research on that, and I'll tell you how these researches are done. So our model of neuron is an extraordinarily simplistic model where it simply says a signal comes in, it goes out, but that's not what it is. When you hear a piece of music, first of all, your brain, we are making neural network the assumption that the neurons are uniform everywhere. That's not the case. The brain consists of distinct segments as what we know. The hippocampus, the hypothalamus, the amygdala, the prefrontal cortex. There are different parts of the brain. The brainstem is where all the chemical serotonin, dopamines are all generated from that. All of these things are used in the synapse to decide what kind of chemical signals are going. So you will immediately realize that this is a digital plus analog, whereas your neural network is completely digital. So neurologists will tell you what we have produced is more of a caricature, more of a toy, thinking that, oh, this is the brain. And neurologists don't even understand it, by the way. There are 80 billion neurons in the brain. 90% of the brain is water. 10% is actually used. Different parts of the brain are collaborating with different parts. So there is an objective function going on. We don't know. It's not that there's only one part of the brain that's doing the objective function. It's all over the place. We don't know which classes of neurons work together. The neurons differ. And now I think you will understand that the complexity and how this is different. There's a guy called Meganka Sur at MIT who does this, he's an electrical engineer. He does a lot of, I've been following him for a long time. He does work on understanding this, and the way he does that, he has instruments on photoluminescence and high-speed, studies on mice cells. So different parts of the brain lights up. There are videos out there, you can see it. So that's how he's sort of back calculating and saying which portions are working where, what are they doing, and is there a mathematical representation of that, right? So obviously this is way too complicated. And by the way, even before you go to the next step, there are people like Roger Penrose who believe that it's not only these neurons and synapses, but actually consciousness and thinking is part of a lower level quantum processes in the brain's tubules, microtubules. So this is like quantum computing, and I don't even understand that, there's no way to tell it whether it's right or wrong. So obviously one part is that the brain doesn't work the way, like neural nets. Even this description, according to Roger Penrose, he thinks that there is at a quark level, something has happened, quantum entanglement. If you really have to read his book, I think the book came out in 1999, and it's a viewpoint where he draws concepts from Gödel's incompleteness theorem, quantum computing, quantum physics and brain, and there are people like Max Tegmark who don't believe in it. So I just don't know. I mean, I'm an engineer. This is way too far out. We are not even here. So now you are here. Okay. Now let's continue. So what did the computer scientists do? Well, they did some hacks. We're good at hacks. We said we'll have RNNs. We are going to take the state from one to the other. Basically, all the weights will carry on to the next state. And then they realized that this will be like you deal with sequences. Because earlier neural nets, I showed all the input coming together. Now it will come as sequences. But then we soon realized it doesn't converge. Many of you know, RNNs don't converge. They have the problem of vanishing gradients or zero gradients. And so this was given up. Then we did more hacks. We said, okay, there's a smart guy in Germany. Sorry. He said, you will know, this works actually pretty well. LSTM, long short-term memory, that will have some gates. We introduced self-state and said, we're going to tweak with the RNNs and force it to forget something and remember something and suit. And it worked for a limited, and for example, it's intuitive to you. If you say Ram met Sita, that makes sense. But Ram met Ram doesn't make sense, right? So I will force that through neural nets at a self state to force that whenever Ram meets Ram, no, that's not a valid sentence. So that kind of, basically common sense reasoning. But then also there's another branch of subject that popped up. We can't go into details. Reinforcement learning. A very, very important part of machine learning is reinforcement learning. RL is how I believe the brain works. Now there's different views of thought. Imagine a baby. A baby looks at 3 cats and recognizes the next one is a cat. A machine has to be trained with 1 billion images of cats, 1 million images of cats for it to recognize. So obviously something is very different happening. And the very different is happening is obvious also from the fact that the brain is very slow. A brain works at max 200 cycles per second. Mine probably works much less, but anyway. And a computer runs at gigahertz. Just imagine. But a baby is able to say a cat is a cat within, as soon as some neurons are developed in the head, very quickly. A computer, you keep feeding forever and it doesn't. Why is that? Because of the information content. The content that after the synapse what signal goes out is far more enriching information than what goes out of a neuron in a neural net. Remember, your brain is probably 1 kilo. 80 billion neurons in 1 kilo, which is less than 2% of your weight. Yet, it consumes 80% of what you eat, energy. Fascinating numbers. So, all the stuff that you eat, all the pizza, cokes that we eat is all going to fuel the brain, basically, right? And that's because the content of information that is created is of so high order. Whereas computers are basically doing very simplistic calculations again and again at a very high speed. That's the big difference. So now, we did some hacks and that worked, but then I'll move to the last part because we have time constraint, because this is the part where you probably are most interested in. All of that suddenly gave rise to the world of GPT. In 2017, this Google guy came up with a paper which caught my attention in 2017 itself because of its attention, with the title. I thought this is a really weird title for a paper. So it grabbed my attention. So I read it a couple of times. And then I found that actually in 2014, Benjo and one of his students, Benjo from, I think, NYU, and Badano had produced an earlier paper, very similar in the context of translating languages, I think German, where they introduced this concept of, I'll come to that, but what did they try to solve? All of us know that this is a problem of machine learning language. We went to the bank and learned of his bank empty account, after which we went to the river bank and cried. Now, a machine will be completely flummoxed, right? This is the problem of language. And that's why we talked about neural nets, that's why we talked about LSTMs. None of these really work. And people who worked on classical languages like Barbara Liskop and before that Chomsky, and both of them at MIT, they had a completely different approach to language. Suddenly the neural net guys came and said, LLM guys and came, we solved the problem. Did they? So let's look at that, because in these days, if you can't say GPT, you are not very smart, right? So we have to say GPT. So this is what GPT is. GPT introduced a few very interesting concepts. Simple concepts, elementary concepts. The concepts are, these are the last 3 or 4 slides. After that will be a master of GPT and LLM. And you will see that this is now democratized. Everybody in the world can build these things. It's not just big companies with, all you need is a lot of server machines. You have to also, earlier we talked about neural nets being fed data, then we said one after the other. Here they introduced a concept that I will provide positional embedding That means where do these nodes are? Where do these words occur? So we went to the river bank. Every word we went to the river bank in a set of bits will also encode where that word exists in relation to the others. So it's actually a positional embedding. For the first time, they introduced that. They copied a concept from good old databases. Query times key must give value. For anybody who's coming from the database world and a relational database will immediately recognize that query key value are nothing but database concepts. Query dot key must give me the value if I got them right. We'll see how that. Then they use the concept I'll talk about: attention, information prevention, and normalization and decoding. Very simple ideas. Let's see how this works or does not work. So first thing, the words that they come in now, they're coming serially. Words are not letters, words are embeddings. All of you know that. They're vector representations of some numbers. What we do, we create three arbitrary matrices, weights, neural nets, query, key, and value. What are the weightages of those? We don't know. Arbitrary. The idea is that if I do Q dot the input, whatever is coming in, it is a query representation of that same input. It's not the input, but the query representation. Bear with me for a second. I do that also for the key. Obviously, these are all wrong because your weights are wrong. You did the dot product, you got something, then you got Q and K. If you did a dot of those two matrix multiplications, you would get the value. Now, the value is also wrong, but hopefully they'll get trained. How will they get trained? So now, I have this embeddings coming in. I did the multiplication. And no, I don't do one representation Q, K, and V. I actually, V you don't create, V is generated. Q and K, I create 4, 8, multiple random matrices. Because you don't know what to start with, you create with multiple. So this is called multi-head attention. Why is it called attention? Query.key is the attention. How many of the K's and Q's do you do? 8 of them. Why did they do 8? Because that's what the Google guys started with. There's no reason. You did that, and then there's a technique for collapsing them to make them linear. Now you've got 8 results. Intuitively, it makes a lot of sense. If I tell a sentence, it's very hot today in Hyderabad, and if I ask the same question to 8 people or 10 people, their reactions will be different in their mind. There will be 10 interpretations, some of them similar, some of them not. So, the language assessment of this sentence cannot be led by just one query and key, and that's essentially the idea, that we'll have multiple of those. And there are some very elementary matrix multiplications and coalescing of these that will result in one final output multi-head attention. And what that attention is actually very simple. It is you can clearly see, it's almost like a masking, I'll give an example after this, but also they did another nifty thing. They said after this query.key, they would add back the original positional embeddings back to it again, because there's no mathematics behind it. Why? They just felt like. Because they would think they've lost the original positions of those words, what they meant. So while I have the intent captured, I'm again adding back the positional encodings, and then they do some normalizations, because this matrix has some are big numbers, some are small numbers. So you normalize by standard deviation and mean, and add a little bit below that 0.001, because sometimes if it goes to 0, it will blow up. So you will get a new matrix. So this is your multi-rate attention matrix, elementary math, right? You would get a matrix like this. And if you stare at this matrix, when you play the Game of Thrones, you will see the diagonal is very high. Why? Because it's most relevant to itself. After the crunching of this KQ, when you do all this matrix, this is like the Sobel matrix in image recognition, filter rather. Here, you have the words which are most relevant will pop up and higher numbers, and that's your attention. So, for example, the word is pretty much 1 to itself, because the word is most relevant to itself. So, when you say play the Game of Thrones, you will say the word the is not so important, so it's mostly 0. But when you say, some word like game, when you play the Game of Thrones, you will see correlation between game and thrones, if your query and key were trained properly. So that idea is out there. And then what you do, the rest is very simple. After you do this stuff, what you do is, You take the K, Q and K from the decoding part of the story. Remember, this was the decoding part. We started off by saying the left part is decoding. Left part, that is decoding. Position and embedding, multi-head attention, then again added a normalization. Now you got the Qs and Ks, which is fantastic. And then you take it to the other side and you're all done. You take it to the other side. Now you have to produce the next word. How do you do that? You simply mask the attention matrix to zeros of the words that you haven't seen yet. Repeat the same process. So basically what you do after that, you will crunch to this number. Okay, I'll just stop here and take some questions, but essentially right at that step, after you got the K's and Q's and you did the dot product and produced a value and did the same old stuff again here, and eventually at the last layer, you are still doing a softmax, which is meaning picking a word, a statistical most relevant word, and so you now see that there goes your intelligence. It's at the end of it as a statistical machine, and it picks up a word. So you feed Wikipedia, it reads one after the other words. After reading 10 words, it predicts the next 11th word. As long as it gets it right, it continues. If not, it goes back an iteration and keeps on changing. This, by the way, at this point is billions and billions of parameters with so many neural nets all over the place. And so eventually they'll get it right. But now, here's the thing, the last slide of my talk is, So GPT does not replicate human cognition. First thing we should understand. It differs from human cognitive process. It's just a statistical weight of one word with the other words. It's almost like saying, I am going to fit all the curves in the world with one parameterized equation. You know, and anything that you throw at me, any equation, parabola or whatever, circle, I'm going to take this one equation, which has all these weights, and it will give you the answer. So it is at best a weighted solution to that. Number two is that it will be prone to errors. What we love to say in the industry is hallucination. There is no hallucination, it's an error. It is statistical error coming out from picking a softmax. Remember, at this, then you understand, GPT doesn't understand what an African elephant is. It knows Africa, it knows elephant. It doesn't understand African elephant because the elephant is the softmax of the previous state. It doesn't understand a Bengal tiger because it knows Bengal. It has seen many times Bengal and then tiger. So it will say Bengal tiger, but it has no notion what a Bengal tiger is. So, but it does jaw-dropping things. That you guys have seen it. And that's because, and nobody knows why. That's the beauty of it. Because statistical, basic statistics will tell you any overfitting will give you bad results. But what is very interesting in GPT is, as you fit more and more data, the results go up, then it goes down, then again goes up, and then again goes down. Why is this behavior happening? Nobody knows. So use GPT at your own peril, but I think you now know the opportunity is understanding the brain functions more, translating into neural networks which mimic the brain really, if you understand that, and add real computational processes, the convolutions that are happening inside the brain, the image processing that are happening, realistic modeling of those things are what will shape the future with the computing power that is arriving at our doorstep. So this journey will continue and it will be, we just don't know which way it will go. But hopefully, with this I'll stop, and I know I'm over time, but hopefully this was interesting for you. If there are any questions, I can try to squeeze in a few. It is not a language model, it is a statistical grouping of words, and if you have seen many of such examples before, it is likely to parrot it. Think of it like your African grey parrot. It hears 10 words, it will say the 11th word, but it doesn't understand what it means. That is something you need to keep in mind.
Thank you, Dr. Jaideep. That was quite a heady mix of mathematics, biology, quantum physics. Sir, Jaideep, sir, you kept saying this is all elementary. That only served to remind me that I'm poor at all three subjects that you're touching upon. No, but thank you for this wonderful opening keynote. Right, now we'll head into the first panel discussion. The panel discussion will be on open source and AI, the way forward. Again, open source needs no introduction as to why we are doing this panel discussion. But let me invite the panelists onto the stage. I'll start by inviting Mr. Nagarjun Maladi, Vice President, Tech Mahindra, a huge supporter of Swecha and open source software. Nagarjun Garu, Nag Maladi as we call him. Might I invite Rajendran Kaushik, Principal Architect, AWS. Thank you, Kaushik. Thank you for coming over here. Ranganathan, Ranga, I call him, co-founder, CTO at Everest Engineering. I would have been surprised if that reaction did not come. Ramesh Yoganathan, a person who needs no introduction, a huge advocate of open source, has been an influential figure in the startup ecosystem in Hyderabad, currently a professor at Tripoli Hyderabad and is involved with the CIE, Ramesh. Might I invite Amit Kumar. Amit Kumar is a senior director at Salesforce. Thank you, Amit, for coming over here. And to moderate the panel, might I invite Kaushik Katrapati, who heads data practice at DigiQuanta. DQ is one of the AI/ML partners for this conference. Kaushik brings in more than 18 years experience with working with data and other things. I have a small request to make to the panel, Kaushik and the others.
So we hear a lot of all these big companies pledging towards open source, like Meta, Facebook, everyone pledging towards open source models. But while all of these companies are pledging that they are open source, we have a basic problem, right? We don't understand, or like there is no clear definition of what is open source AI. What is your take on open source AI, and who can define it properly? Please.
Thanks, Kaushik. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'm a firm believer of open source myself personally, and even when I started my career, I remember developing frameworks even before the microservices world. I was building something similar to that, and I open source entirely. So again, let's just take a simple stand of what open source is, right? It could simply mean a way of a developer or a contributor sharing their source of information or code or whatnot with limited or no licensing arrangement or whatnot. So basically, anyone can flexibly or freely use that source of information. It could be a code, it could be data, it could be anything for greater good. So if you really look at why open source is a popular topic now, if you look at why developers love it, our customers from Amazon or AWS, our customers love it. One, it accelerates innovation because you don't have to start from scratch. For example, today if you want to build a model, you don't really start from scratch. You have lots of pre-trained models available in several hubs and whatnot that you can actually take, fine-tune the model, and then deploy. You take any project like, for example, you take Java, JDK, and many other things, right? You are able to take advantage of them and innovate faster too, right? And most important part is the trust, because you exactly know what goes inside this particular source of information or a code or whatnot, and you'll be able to tune it to your own enterprise or your own startup or even research purpose. Now, all of this flexibility also extends and support you with cost, because you don't have to pay licensing or whatnot because it's secure. So you can actually take it, port it, and then use the way you want to use at your disposal. Now, I think these are some of the benefits. Being a researcher, being a student, being an enterprise or a startup can greatly take advantages of and build on top of it. So, I mean, again, I'll not dive too much into what we are doing, but AWS have been proponent of open source, and perhaps I'll talk more on other things. I hope I answered you.
I would like to have a follow-up also. So, who decides whether a particular model is really open source? Is it like Azure? Is it like Palm Open? Is it like only the model open? Is the data open? So, do we have any standards, or are we working towards any standards of making AI open?
Good question. In fact, I wanted to touch this, and somehow I did, which is, if you look at especially open source and artificial intelligence or machine learning, right, there are two things to it. One is the model itself, like for example, the set of instructions. For example, today if you want to build a model,
You don't really start from scratch. You have lots of pre-trained models available in several hubs and whatnot that you can actually take, fine-tune the model, and then take on. You take any project, like for example, you take Java, JDK, and many other things, right? You are able to take advantage of them and innovate faster too, right? And most important part is the trust, because you exactly know what goes inside that particular source of information or a code or whatnot, and you'll be able to tune it to your own enterprise or your own startup or even research purpose. Now, all of this flexibility also extends and support you with cost, because you don't have to pay licensing or whatnot, because it's secure. So you can actually take it, port it, and then use the way you want to use at your disposal. Now, I think these are some of the benefits. Being a researcher, being a student, being an enterprise or a startup can really take advantages of and build on top of it. So, I mean, again, I'll not dive too much into what we are doing, but AWS have been proponent of open source, and perhaps I'll talk more on other concepts.
Who decides whether a particular model is really open source? Is it like Azure? Is it like Palm Open? Is it like is the model open? Is the data open? So do we have any standards, or are we working towards any standards of making AI open?
Good question. In fact, I wanted to touch this and somehow I did, which is, if you look at especially open source and artificial intelligence or machine learning, right, there are two things to it. One is the model itself, like for example, the set of instructions that trains on your data and then infers on top of it, right? And the second is the data itself, like on what data is trained on, whether that data is an enterprise data. For example, I can simply take the whole algorithm, it could be open source, and train using my enterprise data. Now that doesn't mean that the whole model can be replaced for all open source purposes. If you look at even today, I'll not name, but generally speaking, many companies and the startups or enterprises were doing many number of very interesting innovations or proof of concepts. But for them to go to production, the problem is the models, not only a source that needs to be open source or at least a license that makes sense to them. Most important thing is the model that the person gives the output, the data, whatever it has, should have the complex concept or whatnot, right? So, to go back to your question on who can do this, I think obviously the contributor, whoever has actually contributed to the open source, should be transparent enough and say, okay, based on what data the data is trained and whatnot. So, I mean, again, from Amazon's standpoint, the models that you build usually come with something called we identify our customers for using such models. For example, if you're using one of the models that Amazon, like for example, Titan text generator or whatnot, then if a customer is using those models and generating the result, and tomorrow, let's say for whatever reason there is a copyright issue, it is AWS separate. So I think these are emerging patterns in the industry, and I would also say it's with the contributors who should really evolve and say, okay, this is where my data, this is where the data comes, this is where model comes straight, and they have to do.
So the future of AI, what we understand from all our talks and everything, is the future of AI should not be singularly decided, right, by massive corporate industry. Should be then the motive of helping for the betterment of the society, for the betterment of the humanity. That I think we all agree upon, right? But the key problem here is how can we build a diverse, decentralized AI infrastructure, or like AI, not just infrastructure, AI ecosystem for the future. How can we achieve that using a collaborative model, or what is your take on that?
So generally I see this is a three-pronged problem. One is the algorithm, which now have a lot of variants available right now, llamas and Falcon and whatnot. And the second is data, which is again available, and if you don't, you could just scrape Wikipedia and get it, or a lot of other sources. It's barring enterprise data they're talking about. And third is compute. So that is where I see there's a gap. You can get data, you can get algo, but you cannot get the compute, because compute is limited to all these big orgs. And that reminds me something like, I think one we were passing out to college, you may see a project called CT, to search of extraterrestrial elements, right? Where they use this public infra to run their algos. And then we did the same thing years later in terms of Bitcoin, where everyone is using their phone and harnessing the bitcoins. Right? I think that's something which we as an individual can do. But there's a good part of it also, the government is also serious about it. I was going through some of the government projects like Ashmi. That's something which is trying to provide the compute part as well as algorithm. Then you have different states or individuals, or like we're talking about Tamil Dhamma, there's a Kannada Dhamma. So I see people and orgs are getting interested in this and they're adding compute factor to this. I'm seeing it's very positive direction. Again, it's for all of us to contribute to that. And Bitcoin is not the only shiny thing, this is the one.
Why people are going open source? I think first thing on the AI aspect, I think one thing I am personally, again it's a strong statement, is that let us take all the companies, right, corporates. They are building up all this AI and like that, like crazily going on dimensions. And if you see all the research comes from universities and eventually come to, like they don't have like resources or like the computing power, which comes from corporates. Now the merger at some point is coming up, and then they are like trying to produce models which are like right now like close to 361 billion kind of parameters. It's like really, really huge models, like really scary ones. The thing is, assume that the corporates hold on to itself, right? And a few more corporations are holding on these stuff within themselves. I think it comes to a point where like right now nobody is realizing the perils of it, but sometimes like somebody wakes up and the government says like 3 weeks back, the European Union said like, hey, you know what? AI has like an act right now. That's the first time somebody came and said AI has an act. They worked on it for 3 years. They came with like absolutely beautiful rules. Like within the first version, it's like really good. So they're saying like, what are the sources you're turning up? You need to be very open about it. So they're like really good points. The point is that could have come any point. Now, assume that corporates are holding on everything within themselves. There is like a point where like they are having a commercial value, but some of these acts will just stop them from doing what they are doing. So there is like an obligation, which may be a reason why somebody is doing it. Like we don't know. Like that's one reason. The second one on the governing factors on like how to stop or like manage that, I think one of the aspects that I personally feel is there should be like the third party agency. Like for example, like let us think like all the countries are formed by themselves, and then like they're all sovereign states. They can do whatever they want, right? Like nobody's coming and telling them, oh, you can do this, you can't do this in AI, you can do this. But in AI, it's very strong, right? See, assume that it's like again because there are students to understand it's very easy. Like assume that it's a nuclear bomb that the countries are building. There is a treaty which says that you can't go and do these things, right? A very strong treaty just blocking them. But that's at nation level. It's not at a privatization industry level. So what's stopping them is like maybe even or like a group of countries coming together and stopping it. So eventually, I think right now it's not there. But there's a governance model that will come up which is equal to an event for like AI, and that treaty like that's the first version of EU, but a lot of other countries should come out in a strong way that like it's managing the governance very strongly. Yeah.
Again, we would like to revisit that point of governance. I have a follow-up question on that. But before going there, I would like to ask Mr. Ramesh Loganathan here regarding, we see a lot of these big corporates having collaborations with IIT Bombay, IIT Hyderabad, IITs, like doing a lot of AI research with a private and public partnership kind of a thing here. But the question here is, do we already have any collaborations between our premium educational institutes? We have so many educational institutes doing a lot of research work. Do they collaborate within themselves in developing a larger data model? And what does it take to have that as a proof of concept for the larger private audience, private enterprises to come together and adopt that model in their work culture?
So, the academic institutions do a lot of work, and there are funding agencies, especially government these days, is asking for consortium proposals, right? A lot of consortium projects where they expect 2, 3, 4, 10, 15, 20 institutions to come together, right? And they're realizing that like, while each institution is very good and can do a lot of work with themselves, but if they don't bring the power of all institutions, the scale cannot happen. But it's very hard. Very, very hard. I mean, I will refer to Bashni. It's a project where, like, its predecessor form earlier, the Indian Languages Technology Mission, or Technology FO, what's called, project, I think, had 10, 11 institutions, leading institutions, all the old IITs, ISC, Hyderabad, and such. 10, 11 top research institutions, language space, that engaged for almost 15, 16 years. Lot of research work came out. Zero solutions came out. right? And so then the ministry realized and then tried to do a few other things for a couple of years. And then in 2021, conceptualized the Smart City project, where now the project is supposed to get tangible solutions in the field. More than 2 years since it started, and still there's some solutions, but not as much and definitely not as fast as anybody would like, as the government would like. So these are institutions that are research institutions, very socially minded already, right? Academic institutions are social in nature, research institutions are social in nature, and academicians are social in nature, especially when they say no to kind of fancy industry jobs and they take up academics. They have a very strong social and societal mindset. But while the intent may be there, execution is very hard, right? How do you get multiple institutions to collaborate? Even government is able to do it only by making it a funding requirement. If it can happen, if we can figure out models where, so which is, there should be a shared purpose, shared interest, which has to come a little bit more organic, right? When we talk about, we try to do this for international collaboration, but the same thing applies here for domestic collaboration. But the only thing in domestic collaboration is faculty know each other very well. So a lot of peer-to-peer collaboration happens. Like two institutions collaborate because two professors know each other well, they make up a joint project. So that way, if we take UPID, probably at least half our professors have projects that they're collaborating with others because of their own connections. And then there are others that do it because the funding mandate is that you have to be in a consortium project. But when they don't have a natural collaboration, what happens? Technically, there are 10 institutions collaborating, but they're working on 10 very independent parts. So in effect, there's no collaboration. It's like, it seems like a collaboration, but they're just broken down into 10 independent parts, and so again defeats the purpose, right? The idea is that like sum of 10 parts should be much more than 10. Here at best it is 10.
What does it take from a governance or a government perspective, policy perspective? Does it help you to have more enforcement?
I think, we have this thing, right? If you have a battle cry, that aligns people, right? You can't say it's a funding requirement. Yes, there's a purpose why the funding needs consortium, because the belief is that it is that kind of scale. National quantum mission. There was a consultation meeting in Delhi, led by the principal scientific advisor and the EDSC secretary. Every research group in the country that's working in quantum, about 60 of them, were there in that room. 400 people in the room. You name it, and that institution had 2-3 people from the institution in the room. Phenomenal, and they're finding ways, they say quantum especially, it's not something we can do unless we align all our forces, completely aligned. They're finding it very hard. I mean, like, again, these are institutions like, I'm not from the space, I accompany the professor who leads our quantum effort, and he knows many people. Like, everybody in the room, you at least 10, 15, 20% of the other people. They're that well known, whereas quantum world is not such a big world. They all know, and still not as much collaboration happens. I think what government could do, policy and financial models is one thing, but that is not enough. You have to create a battle cry, create a mission mode which everybody aligns to. Then it will happen. That is very hard. I mean, that needs a strong leader, strong vision, identifying that and articulating in a way that it aligns everybody around it. It needs that. I mean, like, true open source is a community movement. If you want open source model research across institutions, the community has an aligned purpose. Random people don't come and just work together. People that believe in one purpose come together, right? So government, that's the hardest part. Creating that purpose, which is a battle cry, that gets everybody aligned together. That's the hard part. And you had a question on corporates. See, when corporates work with academicians, they also do pairwise projects, right? A company comes and works with one institution on one project or a set of projects. So it's a very commercial model, so there's nothing social in that. The companies want the IP or they want the goodwill to have people, right? They come for that mostly. The few companies that do it more social, like Intel does a lot of work in India around research, and they invest a lot of time and effort. But few companies do it, most don't, which is okay. I think at the end of the academic institution, a company comes and funds a project. We value it very, very highly at Reflect because it's a real world problem with real world data, right? Real world perspective, real world domain knowledge coming in with funding. So we value it. We may or may not get research publication out of it, but it's a check for the reality check for the work we're doing, get a reality perspective to the work we're doing, and of course get funding that funds other research projects does. So we're okay with that, but I don't think that's going to see corporates supporting open source has always been motivated. It's a proxy market war that they find. So that's not a good thing to do. The very standard model, which is okay. Knowledge is open, but the commercial use is not open. Free is a different thing. Free and open source is a different form. That's not very common. And when a corporate supports open source, there is motivation, and that motivation is generally not good.
So let's switch gears here, and then we see that okay, there is a lot of push for AI from the corporate, all the industry leaders, and everyone is pushing, saying that they are adopting AI within their organizations, and then they are saying we are enabling AI for their betterment of within the organizations. But with that comes a small insecurity for the developers that will their existing skills be obsolete, right? And how are enterprises going to cope up and educate and enlighten and upskill your resources? So I would like Nagarjuna to take a stab at this.
Yeah. Once again, a very good morning to everybody, all fellow students, industry experts, and academia experts. A very, I would say, jubilating atmosphere. Thanks to the other panelists, which kind of set the platform. All the difficult questions are over to be you. And as a connection to what Professor Ramesh had mentioned, and this question is positioned well. And again, I'm from Tech Mahindra, and to me, honestly, he started saying, I'm a practitioner of open source as well. As soon as I think like in 1998, if I'm not wrong, Netscape's code was available outside, and it was compliant to me. It was a complaint from me till such time saying that the IBMs of the world, Microsofts of the world are spoiling us in terms of they give a lot of things to you. If you because on that you don't learn, the creativity is going for a task there. So I was always complaining on that. So as a practitioner in the industry for the past 27 years in Tech Mahindra, we took the complete advantage of open source. Fortunately, Dr. Ramesh's comment on the corporates. If you look at the latest example, what we have done from our company side, if you watched our press notes in the past 2 to 3 years, like 2.5 years back, we kind of announced a AI platform for our customers and customers. He's absolutely right. Unless it is commercialized, we are in business of making profits. And my intention is to, as a business leader, my intention is to make it faster, better, cheaper, steadier, and larger. So these are like our parameters where my margin counts. So in line with it, what we have done is we kind of launched a platform called Gaia, G-A-I-A. It's like our own platform. And interesting thing is it's all open source. We kind of partnered with Optimus, which is again an open source partner, and backed by Linux Foundation itself. The way Linux Foundation, I like them because personally, for example, if you look at the way blockchain is evolving, the way the support they are giving, like the way I think we answered in terms of consortiums, right? They back it up. So as a company, what we have done is we took the advantage of the open source, built a platform, and a reason why Ramesh's point on corporates will not really promote a lot on open source is in terms of the security, information security, right? For example, you are adapting somebody else's code. Many of the customers, especially formal licenses customers, where we have regulatory authorities and all, they don't appreciate it. Or even product making companies for that matter. I think Professor Jaideep was mentioning about Google, and we support them as well. But if you look at the confidentiality they maintain in terms of the source code, it's appreciable. It has to be a combination. It can't everything be open source, everything be proprietary or enterprise driven. So we respect our customers' objectives. And somewhere we are getting opportunities to convince our customers saying how this joint collaboration is making sense for commercial use. Again, going back to faster, cheaper, better, steadier and larger. We are achieving their commercial purposes. At the same time, we are giving a solution in faster time with better results, more productivity. That is working out. And this is happening for a while. I still remember, some of these facts are, you can Google search it. Apache, if I'm not wrong, it is most used web server, right? About 60 to 70% adoption. And if you look at projects also, most of the IT projects, if you look at the statistics, 66% are abandoned projects. 66 to 70% are abandoned. What do you do with that code? Give it to public, right? So they will take it forward and then finish it off. And coming back to the skill angle, thanks to a lot of the open source movement happening for a while, forget about the people who are working in Tech Mahindra, all the students who are sitting here. Thanks to the open source movement, we call it as MOOC, right? Massive Open Online Courses. Even Stanford courses are available to you. Pick it up. Like the concept, knowledge was available. Dr. Ramesh was mentioning about it. Knowledge was available. A real problem with AI, professor's session, Dr. Jaideep's session in the morning, if I tell to the students that among the 8 to 9 slides he presented,
80% is coded, they get the motivation, right? If, for example, if I have to code all those, algorithm matrices and all that, they feel it's very complex and difficult. No, it's not. 80% is coded. You pick it up from there and take it forward. That's what Nuke is selling. From a student community, who are our future engineers? Basically, they also should learn about our individual dignity that they can take to the table, right? If I think in a productive way how to utilize open source right from their college days, using Nukes, practicing, understanding all open source platform, coming to a company like us, end of the day, you may be basically owning an idea to get a product, which India would like to get in. The services versus product, right? Your revenues will be non-linear. So that's what, in my opinion, it's positioned well. AI, the problems are around data and compute. I think we touched base upon it and Amit also spoke about it from Salesforce angle, and we also spoke from Amazon angle. Data is proprietary, data and compute. If we solve the problem in terms of crowdsourcing on an open source way, I think we are positioned well for this wave also. It is not new to India, right? We've been solving these issues for a while. In my opinion, open AI, collectively, I'm sure we will definitely make it happen, in my opinion.
So, I think if you look at it, like say all the academic knowledge by and large is published, right? It's one level of open knowledge. So even academic knowledge, like if somebody were to license, they have to, we have licensing terms and such. The paper may be public, but IP may still be owned. Open source, what is out there, like any of the open source projects, it's like public knowledge, right? Like you said, it's available, a group of people for whatever reason went and created, and you could use it, leverage it the way you want to leverage. And then commercially using it is the next level, right? Even if it is an open source, sometimes it comes with license terms. So it's okay. Everybody has their own motivation to do, like some want to build the same thing commercially, some want to build just for fun, build it as an open source. But once the knowledge is available, it's up to anybody, like Nag rightly said, for a project, they will choose what's available out there, right? It could be a paper that they take and build, it could be an existing framework that they use, it could be a commercial product. At the end of the day, they have something that they need to build. Now, where a platform like this can help, right, very significantly help is in social problems. Social problems, like if we're trying to create low resource languages, the work that all these lectures started, it's going to be very hard for any commercially driven initiatives to fund it, because there are not enough commercial returns. But the social returns are huge. I think those are places where probably open source is the only way, community-led open source, the only way to do it, which may result in IP that could be commercialized maybe, once it is done. But the initial funding, nobody's going to come and pump money like OpenAI got to build for low resource languages, which most Indian languages are low resource, digitally at least, low resource languages. And the others like public health or any of those areas, agri, you've been talking about agri, Rachel's been talking about, those are areas where commercial forces will not come and fund because it's very hard to figure out a model. So I think open source community-led is a place where, those are places where it's absolutely necessary. Because nothing else will come, and governments find it very hard. They're trying to do many things, but they're finding it very hard. The results that Switch has already got in the last few months, I think it's a strong indicator. I think keep that momentum on. We will solve for the nation what Bashini is finding it very hard to do. As a community, it can be solved.
Yes, Ranga. Actually, you have answered my next question. How can we push for start AI adoption? That's my next question. So Rangnath, please, if you can also
Sure. Yeah. So I think I'll start with the answer and then extend it here because both are very well connected. First thing is let us take the point of industrial revolution, right? When it happened, I think one of the things, just think, right? When machines all came, people are actually drilling railway rails, right? And then suddenly machines came and everyone was scared, okay, my job is gone. Then suddenly all these machines came and they dig tunnels and then suddenly a lot of hardware came up, infrastructure came up. The world became a lot better place, right? And that time there was a lot of scariness around all these things happening. The second thing is there's a simple example, right? There is this 1984 the great manure thing where the hospitals used to put a lot of manure on the New York streets, and then they used to put a lot of remove all of them, and when cars came in it removed, and then the whole problem was over. So always the betterment happened. I think from an industry perspective, as a student or people who are thinking okay, what will happen to this, right? First thing, when people approach us with a problem statement saying that, hey, we want to build this, the approach is similar to what we are doing with, again, the progression on AI is same as when IoT came in, a lot of devices came in. When being contextual to this open source, no industrial projects are based out of Raspberry Pis or Arduinos or equivalent open source hardware systems. But what was very good was all these things helped in prototyping things that helped build things on that space. Like the smartwatch that you are wearing is far, far more advanced. But it was built on one of these open source wearables. Eventually they just commercialized it and made it a lot more powerful and then like adopted to it. But for prototyping it, this open source thing made it a lot more possible. So all the things that you're doing, like checks on like your health, on everything on the smartwatch, is just happening because of that open source thing that happened on like the IoT stuff. But right now, if you take on like the growth of AI, we are taking the same path. Like somebody just made it open source. Again, it's like this open source thing in AI is a bit arguable because like what are this open sourcing? Are they open sourcing the model? Are they open sourcing the data on which they trained it? Or like both of them together? Nobody is doing all of them together. So there is some commercial angle, but still, like if it is used in a particular way, the adoption of this will be like having these machines together, they are doing a journey together. But also like at some point, till now, like human intelligence has been like a lot more advanced than like machine intelligence. So it's very rare, like where they were like in specific tasks they were doing it, which we call like a narrow-based task or narrow intelligence. But on like general intelligence, people are like always like right now or afraid that it will overtake us and what will happen after that. Like so there is like recursive relearning and those kind of things which scares us. But still the evolution happens. Nobody is going to stop the red button. As I said, like once we come back to governance, there are like points in which we need to discuss, which will make that happen in like a better way.
That is fantastic. So Amit, if you can, I would like to understand what are the open source contributions from your perspective, from like Salesforce or like whatever your companies are doing for open source contributions. I would like to, for our audience to know more about, details more about that. Please.
Market traction. They get the community with support and the innovation, what it does upon. Innovation happens very fast the moment you open source. For example, I know that Salesforce open source Flip, this is for image to text, the text to image, and then there's XGen, which is LLM model. So, and then you see examples, just not limited to Salesforce, Meta has Llama 2 also, and now this week I think Elon Musk announced that Grok also will be open source. So what's happening that you are getting a lot of these models which are telling you how to do that. And the great news for the audience here is that you figure where to use that, what problem I should solve with that. I think that's an opportunity, and that way you'll get the skill and then you'll get a use case.
I think from AWS, I think we've been one of the most open and when it comes to open source, nurturing of the whole open source ecosystem and also embracing open source technologies. If you even take technologies from relational databases or whatnot, what we have done is we have taken the simplicity of open source and added our expertise in managing the infrastructure. If you look at some of our offerings, greatly embraces open source, like for example take Postgres, MySQL and whatnot. We took all those open source technology and put like our expertise on top of it to give a highly scalable and also kind of affordable infrastructure for anyone to innovate on top of it. Now that's from the compute and general perspective. Now I'll talk two perspectives on our contributions. Now when it comes to Amazon or AWS, we've been actively contributing to projects like Babelfish. Even if you look at AIML like MXNet and whatnot, we've been actively contributing. So much so like even the father of Java, who is James Gosling, is actually part of Amazon AWS and who is working on projects like. So we've been developing several, for example, free real-time operating system when it comes to IoT world and Babelfish for like database world and MXNet and Kubernetes and whatnot. Right? We've been actively contributing. Now, when it comes to the execution or use of such tools and techniques, right? So in AI, when it comes to that, so we have an initiative called Registry of Open Data on AWS, which is called RODA. Now, in RODA, you can actually we host a lot of open source data, open source data. For example, UK Biobank some time ago released 100,000 whole genome sequencing data. And we are the hosting partners. Like we took the whole data and we hosted on us and then hosted on the RODA platform and then shared it. Like this, if you go to RODA, there are like number of data sets that are available for anyone to freely use and work or build any model on top of it. Now, when it comes to the AI models, and again, we've been building hubs. Like for example, we have something called SageMaker Jumpstart, which basically provides a platform to host all these pre-trained models that you could see in Hugging Face. Like for example, like Amit mentioned, Llama models and several other pre-trained models are available, which you can actually easily deploy and train. Now, what it means for you as a student or perhaps from the community is, take all those pre-created data set or pre-trained model and start. You don't have to start from scratch. You can easily build on top of AWS. In fact, we also give credits for some of these use cases. And one such initiative I can tell from healthcare perspective is AWS Health Initiative, where we give funds to some of our customers who does solve the equitable problem and whatnot. Like if there are many funds that we have set aside, even recently we announced something for generative AI. Like we set aside $100 million fund to support our customers and partners and everyone to innovate on AI space. So yeah.
That was really educational. I would like to close this session with one last question. The main motto or like what the initiative of this event is to see if we can make Hyderabad the capital of AI. I would like to take each one of your inputs and see how we can make or what are the potential challenges. What is the road for Hyderabad to be AI capital?
I can start probably, yeah. So I think I was from Hyderabad, I'm from JNTU, like, so a lot of things, I'm from Tripoli, Hyderabad, so a lot of things together with Hyderabad. But having said that, I think one city becoming a capital of like the whole AI thing is going to be like a crazy power, like superpower, like to somebody. But what I think I can suggest is like governments relatively, like again, like as I said, like somebody took an AI act from Germany or like, sorry, Europe or other places is good. But like from India, we can become like pioneers, like in starting the governance model and then acting on it. I think nobody, as far as I know, has like a serious model there where like Hyderabad comes and says, you know what, like we are forming this consortium and then this is going to be like the first one of like the like first version of the draft, and that will put like spot on the map in India, like far ahead of other cities. Yeah.
I think there have been many attempts in the last 6-7 years, right, to put Hyderabad on the national AI map, and it's okay. Some success has happened, but I think what can really, we need to think much bigger. It's not an incremental. I think the initiative that's being taken up now through the Swecha efforts, right, to create a very large platform. When I say platform, talking about most broadest form, which people, processes, systems, right, volunteers, energy, the battle cry. There's a battle cry here, right? I mean, like if you could get the Telugu ASR created, right? And I think there's an opportunity to see, like yesterday, 2,000 people in the room, right? Yesterday, all day, and more than 1,000 people here today, second day. I think if we rally around this and amplify what we just already started, right? And say like we create, and they're all social problems, by the way, right? We talk about agri or morning ranks of policy and public health. These are all social problems where this is the only way to do it almost. Either government should do it or community should do it. And government has its own priorities, like, so they'll pick what is the most important thing at that point. And so community can do this. And I feel if we amplify this, like say what the success that's been got in the last 6 months with the Telugu language, like I think I forget if it was Kiran or right, Praveen that was saying Hugging Face for India, right? Create like models that's built by community, lot of models available, right? Whether it could be used for social purposes, it could be used for commercial purposes, right? But the models get created, for which the data has to get compiled first, right? And labeled and data sets. I feel we should take this up in a mission mode, rally all forces, right? Whatever support from companies available, get other communities, academic institutions, significantly amplify and accelerate. And if we can get, like the many initiatives, like there is this AI for Bharat, there is Bharat GPT, many initiatives, I don't believe they're going as fast as, like given the forces behind it, the people, the thinking, and the funds, it's going nowhere nearly as fast as they could. So this could be an opportunity to show that it's possible as a community to do it. I feel that's going to put us on the national map, nothing else. That will put us on the national map.
No, I thought it would take, but somehow Ramesh's points are very resonating to what I'm thinking actually. The sense of urgency is even, I feel that actually. It is not as if we are getting ready as Hyderabad for a .com or a .net or a SAP boom or something like that. If you look at the slide back, there are only two, Anurag University and Meta. Why? Why? That is the issue actually. For example, when we show to other customers, we show a a slide full of customers who are our partners who enabled our growth, right? As even they did, Amazon or a Salesforce. But that is only two right now. And it is being driven by Svecha. There is, I think, we talked about it, shared purpose and shared vision. That's what we used a few minutes back. Honestly speaking, the industry is worth a $150 billion market. It is going to grow something like 1.8 trillion with a 36.4% CAGR. How much of it you take is up to you as Hyderabad. Right now, in my opinion, he is absolutely right. Sense of urgency is not there. Why am I telling? As Hyderabad we can do. If you look at the COVID situation, earlier it was like a 5 to 6 year to invent a molecule and a vaccine. March 23rd is the date in 2020, lockdown is announced. January, you have a vaccine in hand. That means as a team we can do it. As a team we can do it. But we are not doing it is a problem, in my opinion. But really greatly appreciate the kind of efforts the Svecha kind of organizations are doing for ganging everybody together. It is not anymore a luxury or a nice to do. It's a must-have thing going forward. In my opinion, the educational institution should come for the supply side. End of the day, if I do AI or a machine learning or a federated AI, supplies from universities, supplies from colleges, and there is a variation. In my opinion, the universities have a shared problem right now. I think somewhere, one of you mentioned it about it, right? The compute angle. You had a great model. How do you deploy? How many institutions in Hyderabad today are positioned to really deploy a machine learning model? And at the same time, we are positioned. For example, Mahindra University, for example, IIIT. And why are we not collaborating? And why are we not forming a consortium with a shared vision of making Hyderabad as a GNAI? That's what needs to be done, in my opinion. And now you are telling all this. I've been telling this for so many folks in so many forums, but some action is what I'm expecting. He hit the nail on its head, actually. Sense of urgency is the most important thing. Trust me, market will make the money. Amazons of the world, Googles of the world, Salesforce of the world, Tech Mahindras of the world will make money for sure. That $1.8 trillion money will be made. Is it Hyderabad? Is it Chennai? Is it Bangalore? Is it Pune? Is it Mumbai? Is it Noida? Is a question. It is our share to get it back. I'll count on my support on anything that we'll do in Hyderabad, actually. So that's what I reflect. Thanks for the platform you already said.
So just to condense your thoughts, right? I mean, I agree to all the points, and what I believe is three P's. I think one is purpose, and then partnerships, and finally policies, in that order. I think what made Svecha and other initiatives possible was purpose. I think there was a clear-cut definition of what anyone wanted to achieve. I think, let's say, to go back to your question on Hyderabad, I think Hyderabad should have that purpose or a vision narrated, following which we should have partnerships. This is where all these universities and private, public firms can actually come together and work towards that greater good. And like he really quoted a very good anecdote about COVID success, right? I mean, it is possible. And finally, policy. Trust me, I think policy sometimes is an enabler, sometimes is a blocker, but truly, in my opinion, I think the right policies at the right time will enable the whole ecosystem. So I would say you solve these three, I'm sure we can realize that potential of ABPS.
These gentlemen, they cover almost everything. I'll just talk about the concrete things. One is specifically currently we lean on professors to share this knowledge, and we have this untapped pool of people who have done that hands-on. So connecting the students with the mentors in industry, I think that will go a long way in solving this problem. And secondly, creating one great example. Think of it, Abu Dhabi came with Falcon, it's 180 billion parameters AI model. Why can't India do that, or why can't Hyderabad do that? So set one shining example of something like that, and then connect these two ends. That's possible.
Thank you very much, panel. We have really good insights from all of you. So we will give a good applause for the entire panel for sharing your thoughts, sharing your resources. And I would hope the audience here will take great inputs from this. The policymakers, the startup owners, the education institutes, everyone will make a big push for having a greater open source AI initiative here at Hyderabad. It can be a model, it can be a inspiration story for the rest of the world to pick it up from here. Thank you all.
No, thanks to Kaushik for asking soft and nice questions. I thought he would ask a question to us saying, can you code for one of the slides, Professor Jayad? Thanks for being so nice. Again, a great moderation. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Praveen.
Thank you, everyone. I think the key takeaway for me is the purpose. And I think we're all driven by the purpose over here.
Thank you for taking your time out for the panelists, moderator Kaushik, another Kaushik, Ranga, Ramesh. Thank you everyone. Thank you so much. People, updated schedule has been sent over a WhatsApp message to all of you. If it hasn't reached you, but this is the schedule right now. We are running 20 minutes behind schedule. So without further breaks, we'll go to the next one. We're almost ready for that. There are talks starting right now. There are talks starting in the Jain Seminar Hall, which is in the first floor. There are some talks that are starting in the Golden Jubilee Hall of the EC department, and the panel session which is starting in the event center of J-Hub. But here, we have a very distinguished person, a very renowned person, Dr. Pratik Desai. Pratik Desai is a founder and the CEO of Kisan.ai, the seasoned entrepreneur and computer scientist.
Can I add my slides?
Again, sorry for that. He's a computer scientist, founder CEO of Kisan.ai, and it's quite late in the night for him, and he has kindly agreed to stay up for us. And we requested him for a brief talk. Over to Dr. Pratik Desai.
I'm Pratik Desai, founder and CEO of Kisan.ai. I hope you guys can hear me. Just let me know if I'm audible, so I can continue the presentation. Naveen, can you confirm? Thank you, Swecha, and the team for inviting me for the presentation. I hope you guys are having a good time. And the topic for me today is about using AI in the Indian agriculture ecosystem, and how we have been working to bring AI, the latest technology, in hands of the farmer. And our goal is to divide this knowledge gap that has been very widely the reason behind how the agriculture in India is kind of traditionally one of the backward in terms of digitization. So just start with my own journey. So I grew up in agrarian family. Generations I remember we were in agriculture, and I grew up on farm, helped my father, and knew the first hand all the problems that farmer faces, and very much aware of what's going on. But then I moved to US for my masters. My father took one of the biggest risks in his life, taking a loan to send me to US, and then I've been working in doing my higher education. I work on solving sensors, robotics, and then move to the AI/ML to solve the knowledge extraction problem. And after that, I moved to Silicon Valley, and really I have been part of multiple startups, the founder or founding member, and we did develop some amazing technology. So one of the problems that we tried to solve was using real-time analytics on social media. Then we also worked on building wearables. This was pre-Apple Watch, and our objective was bringing intelligence inside the wearable devices. And the last startup was in automotive. Again, my role was to build the AI-based intelligence system for the cars, just like how Tesla has over their updates and data analytics. We built something for the regular cars, the company that acquired, and at the same time I realized that it's time for me to start working to my roots, like the people I'm associated with. And there was a time in 2019 I decided to start a company called Tutori in India, and the objective was to build AI/ML application, high-tech tools that goes directly inside the hand of farmers, so farmer can access the technology and take the benefits of what's going on. And our journey has been more than exciting from the day we started, but we also had many great learnings from where we started and where we are right now. So when we started, the objective was the first problem we tried to solve was the plots. The farmland plots are not geolocated or digitized. So the only way farmer can find out where the boundaries are, he goes to like collector's office or some regional office, government worker will give them a printout. It will have plots, and it will say, okay, this printout, this is your plot. It was not digitized. So we started with working on digitizing plot for the Gujarat state. And using machine learning, computer vision, satellite images, we did plot 1.2 crore farmlands. And and we are running a startup, so it's always important to find out the product market fit and understand your demographics. So even though we built some advanced high tech tool, the farmer had really not able to use for it, and we also understand like the position of our farmer. So that was our first learning, that if you build something high tech, but if if your farmers cannot pay, you cannot continue like running a startup. So we started learning, even though we were building something in terms of advanced technology, we had to bring farmer on board. So we created this digital marketplace where our goal was to help farmers create their online shops and give them money prices, price prediction, let them sell directly to consumers. And through that, our goal and objective was to start giving them the advanced technology that's possible. Now, this is the time we also started collecting a lot of agriculture data around different commodities, the markets, to us in the future. Next thing we worked on is helping farmer to create automated label and packaging. Now, like why? Like to understand the problem. If today farmers wants to sell something online or Facebook Marketplace or somewhere else, they do not have access to graphic designers or like some advanced labeling mechanism. So they will end up printing something on like paper with the name, and this is not something that's going to stand out in front of consumers. Now, how can we solve it? Like farmers cannot afford to hire a graphic designer. So this is the similar time the stable diffusion image generation model tool where farmers just select turmeric like or any commodity name, the name, price, and we will generate like a really nice looking label for them. They can print it out. And this is something very helpful because like these are the small tools that end up helping farmers to the day-to-day life. Now, our learning from this one was that even though we are helping them out, there is still something that missing. That is, these tools are created by tech folks for tech people, not for the farmers, because they require education to explain them how to use it. Which in sense, it's not very simple. There's like a literacy and language gap, and it needs to be very intuitive. So next step we use again diffusion models with ink painting and background removal application, and created something where farmer can take a picture of whatever they're trying to sell, automatically replace the background and create like something very professional looking. And when we did this one, we tried to create application which started becoming very simple. So they take a picture, select what they want to do, and they will create a picture. And this create like the professional looking image, then they can start sharing in the WhatsApp group or wherever they're trying to sell. So through all out, what we learned from our experimentation with building new applications, that the farmers has a really huge literacy and language barrier. Like for India, where we have so many languages, and most of the farming and agriculture happening in the rural area, this is very prevalent. Also, the education cost is very high. Like explaining farmers, because their day-to-day life, they are doing their job. Their job is not to remember all the filters and tools and settings the app. Now, this time we also realized that like this trained farmers are using WhatsApp, Instagram, and everything very well. Like nobody went to teach them, but they still started using it, and like they're sending millions of messages on WhatsApp every day. So I think it was like a realization was that it's a problem in the people who are creating things for farmers. It's not the farmer themselves, because everything we see today around built for farmers are not very farmer friendly in a sense. And the existing mechanism for them to access the knowledge, for example, we're not expecting farmer to go on Google and read 20 blogs, right, in English. There are many institutes in India and around, like, agricultural region who generate a lot of knowledge. This knowledge kind of stays to the institute. We are not expecting farmer again to travel 150 kilometers to find out and read these booklets and to figure out what is the best way to, what is the latest method to grow rice, or what is the latest variety. So what farmer end up relying to is the local expert. They are not expert, but like local vendors who are trying to sell something, which kind of put them in this situation where they are subjected to exploitation. This advices are biased. Meanwhile, we do have a lot of knowledge and research, everything generated to be served to farmer. So we saw this big knowledge gap from the knowledge that they produce to the person like farmer who's supposed to consume it. And we also saw that's like a two-way accessibility problem. It's not just the farmers. The knowledge that could produce is also unstructured. It's not designed to be digested by automated tools. It's very fragmented, and for the knowledge generation to the acquisition cost for farmer to reach to the farmer is also very high. And not just the farmer, people like extension workers or supports or sales, whoever is trying to kind of bring this knowledge to the ground, is the whole system is broken. So this was the chance where we already had a lot of knowledge that we have collected from different sources which we were using to on our platform. So we saw the opportunity that we can use this knowledge, use the generative AI technologies and the models are getting cheaper every day. So we realized that if we can build something that can bridge this knowledge gap between farmer and the knowledge that producing organization, we can solve one of the biggest problem, because now farmers can reach out and get access to all type of knowledge, from the seeds to the equipment, to fertilizers, pesticides, finance and loan. Meanwhile, they can just talk in their own language and something very simple in the interface. So this is what Kisan AI is. When we launched Kisan AI last March, my objective was to create something very simple, intuitive, just a one button, select your language, and then you can start talking in your own language. And we are building knowledge base. We are even today we are like continuously adding and getting more information. The goal is to all the data, knowledge, diversify information from practices to like climate resilient agriculture to organic farming. We would like to deliver them in a way where they can talk to the AI through the voice. And this is what the Kisan AI we launched last March. And surprisingly, because we were always focused on AI, but when we launched, we found out that we were not just not just agriculture. We were like one of the first vernacular voice-based assistant built using generative AI, and which was supporting many languages. Because if you remember, the OpenAI and Bard and all started having this voice-based conversation very recently. But like we did in March, we received a really great response, because very first time farmer realized that they have the power of the entire internet in their hands, and they do not have to read. They can just talk to it, and it will reply. They can go back and forth. They can ask multiple questions. It's not like a call center. They have to wait for 5 hours, and then we don't know the person on the other side. It's like the knowledgeable person, and it will not take them 15 minutes, 30 minutes to find out the right answer. The answer is there. We started seeing getting requests at the middle of the night where someone is just doing in India and farms, the power come at the night time. So most of the time farmers are actually watering their farm at the night time. So we started seeing at the night time people are calling and asking questions about that thing. So we realized that we have built something which is really valuable, and by expanding the knowledge that we have, we can actually solve many problems related to agriculture and rural economy. But we are focused on agriculture. There are many other problems and many other organizations trying to solve this thing, but we want to solve the agri problem. Now, there are many other things that we realize that the Gen AI is still expensive. So if we keep running the show and keep serving more and more farmers, we have already reached 110 per farmer without any marketing. It's still spreading. People who find out, use it, people they come back with the feedback, say hey, there's this thing missing, can you add equipment data, can you add finance data? So we are ourselves are keep expanding the knowledge that we have, but we also realize that using the latest models, which are really huge in size, and if we go and try to serve millions of farmers, then it ends up becoming expensive. And because we haven't even figured out the business model, remember, we have to at one day, being a startup, have to generate revenue. So we cannot keep running it. So we started actually doing research on the language model side, like if we can reduce the size of the model for using open source like a model, something like a Llama 2, we can actually reduce the cost of inference. And similarly, we also realized that one of the biggest asks from the farmer was detecting disease and pests. So we started ourselves working on training, like fine tuning models, so we can actually reduce the cost of inference while keep serving the more demographic and try to bridge this knowledge gap. While we launched, we really got like really huge response, not just farmer, but everyone around, like many media houses kind of check it out, they published about it, and I think that also helped us to kind of reach to more folks. And we also started seeing many success stories, like for example, one farmer from Chhattisgarh, he was growing geranium, which is like mostly get used by perfume companies, and then there's a lot of agri-waste. And the farmer has to sometimes pay for to get rid of this agri-waste. So this Lokesh, he was interested. He was like curious about what he can do. So he started asking questions and figuring out what he can do with the agri-waste. Then he found out like there are some chemical composition he can use. And using that, he actually created air freshener. And then like he registered his company. He became entrepreneur. Now he's incubated. And so moral of the story is like, now with the AI, so many things like this research of how to use agri-waste into air perfume was there always, but it was not accessible to farmer. And there are many stories that can be created, like we are collecting, but it looks like, with this AI will help progressive farmers who are always looking to find a new way of like using better practices, building something from agri-waste, or like improving or increasing the yield, better way of using pesticides. They all have no answers. They can go and like have conversation with AI to find it out. And now this time we also realized that while we are building it for farmers, there are like thousands of agribusinesses who directly serve farmers, and they also have the same problem. They have their proprietary knowledge. That knowledge also needs to be served. Like all the equipment companies, tractor companies, pesticide companies, India or around the world, who have proprietary knowledge of their product, and they also struggle to take this knowledge back to the farmer, because farmer, let's say for example, someone is growing cotton and interested in finding out like what is the product from company XYZ that he can use for whitefly. That's one of the common pests. Then he will not have, like he will go to the nearest shopkeeper and ask, and he will sell whatever is best he knows or what is available in the stock. But now that same farmer can actually talk to that company's chatbot, and then the company will suggest like this is the latest product that you can use for whitefly and cotton. This is available in your area. And that is what we are building as like a startup, an agri-co-pilot platform, which helps every businesses to take the advisories, manual, how to use this product, how to use a tractor or the new connectors or like extension product, and serving them through different type of channels and APIs. So this is about like the model that we are building. Like when we started working on the model, we also we were not like racing to release and create a model. We knew the problem. Our problem was always to create cheaper inference with the more knowledge base. So we were already collecting huge amount of data. We had around 400,000 different conversations that farmers can do through our platform. We knew what kind of question they ask. So we did curation on top of it, and using the fine-tuning standalone parameter model. With this model was created on Llama 2, Open Hathi, which is based on Llama 2, and we name it Denu because Denu as a calm Denu kind of symbol for agriculture, at least in Indian subcontinent. And also, if you look at the naming conversion happening with the models like Llama or Dolphin, we also realize like Denu would suit in that category of naming models from the animal's name. And then we last month also trained a vision model. The objective for the model is to not just detect pest and diseases for most commonly done crops, but also start having conversation. So a farmer can take a picture and then they can ask about what's going on, what's wrong with it, what can I use. So this is like very early stage for the vision model. And our goal is to kind of cover all major crops and the diseases. So we can create like a cheaper version that can be used by every farmers, because the current APIs with CNN models are very expensive, and we want to create something that is simple to use, just like our Kisan AI app, and then add multimodal capability to that, and always stay on and focus on the agriculture, because like we cannot there are many things that people can try, which is like the purpose for the general purpose model, maybe like the AGI, but our goal is to solve the agriculture related problems, because that's very near to my heart, and what we have been working for a long time. So when we released, we also realized that not just we were first to release the Copilot, vernacular Copilot, we were also like one of the pioneer in building agricultural LLMs. So I'll just play this one in terms of like how the training model, which is a bilingual, because we train on OpenHati, which is a bilingual Hindi and English, and you can see like the knowledge that we have trained on is basically very specific to location for like India practices. So if you can ask and select the state, and it will provide you practices or advisory based on the location, not just very general purpose answer. And still like right now, the first version we trained had like a 300,000 instruction, because it's instruction train model. But next one we are like collecting around million different instruction. So it's going to be like a really huge data set, and I hope that when we have the latest version, we'll able to actually make it much more better in terms of the knowledge that it can embed. Because the fine tuning method, there are two things that you can do. You can try to embed some knowledge. You can also embed the style, and the style would be like what kind of question that usually originate from farmers, and how we actually reply to them. This is the small clip I like to play for the vision model. In the vision model, like you can see, select the farmer can take a picture, select an image. Now the early models which were based on CNN, they will just kind of take a picture and tell you what percentage they think this particular disease is, right? So that is anyway basically will be kind of identified by the model. But then the other additional thing that a farmer can do, like right now this is in English, but when we actually kind of implement on production, we will be able to do this thing in all other languages that we support. But they can start just having conversation about what's going on, is there a disease present, what can you name it, how to take care of it, and all those kind of questions they can ask. So basically we are having a conversation as an expert, and not just detecting the thing and then relying on reading again. Like today in traditional method, you detect a disease, then you take the name, go to the shopkeeper or ask someone or call center, and then they'll tell you something, right? Now you are over here, just in the chat board, you are actually having this conversation. So our goal is to kind of, right now we train the vision model for just 3 crop with 10,000 images, but we will be expanding this to more than like 80,000 images, 80 crops, and see if we can actually create something which is very remarkable and solve problem on the ground. Summarizing the presentation, so maybe we can take some questions. So ultimately, if you look at it, what we try to do, we want to be like the knowledge superhighway. So there has been always like the gap between the information advisory that produced by institute and experts, and between the farmers on the ground. And we want to be that the conduit to deliver this knowledge. And at one point, and like in a longer roadmap, we also want to be someone who trained the base agriculture model and the base platform, and create an unbiased platform that can be like the farmer's companion for everything they want to do like every day. Like the single app farmer when he wakes up, he want to rely on. and that's what we actually want to do. And that be all from my side. Thank you. And if love to see if there's any question.
Currently, AI is applied almost everywhere. You can see from, from wearables like, bands, gadgets like Aura rings. So in nutrition, in disease diagnosis, in new development of new drugs and so on, imaging in particular. So precision medicine combines individual data on genes, biomarkers, physiological and behavioral data. Understand? This is important to understand this. Biomarkers, genes, behavioral data and physiological data. It makes a lot of data to understand to make a precision of a single individual. So, if there is an excess gene, can be trisomy, an excess branch of gene that comes into causing a disease, should be able to cut it. Or you cut it here and attach there, that's how some of these goes. So, it will be very precise, and precision is the key word. For example, I will tell one drug. So one drug, that's called Zolgensma, which is the costliest medicine on the planet. That in Indian terms it costs around 18 crores, just one injection. There is a disease called SMA, spinal muscular atrophy, and caused by a lack of functional SMN1 gene. So you just give this particular injection, intravenous, and this goes and makes it functional. The lack of function causes the disease, and SM1 gene, it makes it functional. It goes and precisely touches the particular gene which is dormant and makes it functional. That's how the art of precision medicine works. And another example is statin. We all know hypercholesterol. What is high cholesterol? So when there is high cholesterol, doctors usually prescribe what is called statin. That's like atorvastatin, rosuvastatin, and simvastatin, etc. So there is a big trial in which they found a particular gene, sequence, which is there in about 5% of individuals on Earth. So this causes statin resistance. Statin doesn't work if you have such type of genetic pattern. So what you need to do, you need to take an alternative drug like PCSK9 inhibitor. So if you know the genetic pattern, you can precisely avoid the drug, you can precisely, prescribe the drug. So in diagnostics, it is used in diagnostics to increase the efficiency, and deep learning is helping in prevention of errors, diagnosis, improvement, and it helps detecting lung cancer, assessing risk of sudden cardiac death by, some of the AI models can detect 72-hour sudden cardiac death even before. So by the time he reaches emergency, if the possibility of sudden cardiac death is high, you know how to triage him, where to send him to the intensive care and set what are the measures to take. So classifying a skin lesion, there has been a model compared to a qualified dermatologist who gains knowledge over years and has to specialize and decades of experience. A AI model, what is called DCNN, deep learning, deep convolutional, neural networking. This is the AI system that can detect as good as 29 dermatologists who are experienced in learned and practicing. This is what AI can do in medical practice. So finding indicators of diabetic retinopathy, I think it is there in the domain for a very long time, and Google has taken it up. And in cardiology, AI uses prediction of cardiovascular disease and acute coronary syndromes or heart failure much better than a qualified and experienced cardiologist. If you just feed all the information of the chambers, thickness, and the measurement of the heart, it can give you better prediction than any of the existing, electrocardiogram or ECG, echo, and so on put together. It can give a better opinion. So anyway, It is also in the precision of disease stratification. It works in many ways in cardiology. So it also works for heart failure, prevention cardiology. For example, I tell a live example. My grandfather was a smoker. He died of heart attack at 52. And my father was a smoker. He had heart attack at 52. He stopped smoking. He was fine then. And looking at this, I did not smoke. Recently, I got my gene studies done, which is showing the cigarette smoking will greatly affect your cardiac health. That's why coronary artery disease. Since I avoided and I did not have a problem. This is a live example how AI can make preventive cardiology scores. And pulmonary medicine, there is a gray area what's called pulmonary function test. AI can augment this. And tumors also, potential improvement in early diagnosis of lung tumor. Lung tumors are some tumors before stage 3 is difficult to diagnose. When it is 10 millimeters or 8 millimeters, if you diagnose, it's already stage 3. If you can make it when it is less than 1 millimeter, which AI can do. It also, it uses all these. Your behavioral data, as I told, like smoking, like genetic study, age, your, all the tissue data and multiple omics, all this put together, you can easily stratify and diagnose early as well as, you can make treatment plans. And in radiotherapy, this is one area that has greatly improved by AI. Radiotherapy is one, when I was a student, if there is a lung tumor, if radiotherapy was given whole lung, used to get fibrosed. And later came the linear, linear accelerators, which precisely bombards the tumor and also the normal lung tissue before the tumor and after the tumor gets affected. Now there is a recent AI model. This is shattered. This is the latest ethos, which is AI based machine. It doesn't affect any normal tissue. It precisely recognizes the cancer cells and bombards the cancer cells. Similarly, other areas. So endocrinology, continuous blood glucose monitoring. If you can just put a patch anywhere in the body, it recognizes the blood sugar levels every 15 minutes for over 15 days so far. Still, people are trying to make it 1 month. Okay. If you can show to the patient, definitely patient is going to improve his, lifestyle changes and going to make benefits. And further endocrinology, it works for, there is this model I cannot understand, but there is what's called hidden layer, which, output prediction is the phenotypes, biomarkers, and overall survival it can assess, and so on. So in nephrology is one of the ever increasing disease process where increasing in diabetic, rapid increase in the incidence of diabetes is increasing the kidney failures, renal diseases. So AI can, for instance, has proven useful in understanding the decline of glomerular filtration rate. Once diabetes is diagnosed to have diabetes, unless it is under control, microvascular disease like nephropathy, neuropathy, or retinopathy can be progressive. So this progression can be caused, can be understood, the decline of glomerular filtration rate by the AI in many kidney diseases and establishing the risk of progressive disease in IgA nephropathy and diabetic related nephropathy. Similarly, it can also in kidney transplant patients can predict the graft rejection, how far the graft can survive and how far the new kidney can survive and function. And also you can optimize the immunosuppressive therapy depends upon the risk of rejection of the kidney transplant. In gastroenterologists, again, at many places you can use it. In neurology, there is what is called AI model called Empatica. and this received an FDA approval in 2018. This also works by neuronal nerve network, etc. And this can predict possibility of generalized epilepsy much before the actual onset of seizures. So you can be alert, you can alert the AI can alert the patient, alert the relatives as well as the physician to take measures before and prevent the seizures. Retinopathy, there is what is called RCNN algorithm. You can understand it better. You can predict the disease or retinal disease much earlier than an ophthalmologist who is a trained ophthalmologist through AI, through this AI system called RCNN. So in emergency room, the popularity of robotic assisted surgery is, we all know that many advertisements on robotic surgeries, knee replacements and cardiac surgery, etc. on beating heart surgery, open heart surgery, minimally invasive surgeries, all these use AI as its, it directs how to go about, and robotic assisted surgery have led to fewer surgery related complications, less tissue destruction, precise understanding. And similarly in the emergency department, you can try predicting likelihood of cardiac arrest in a case of sepsis, that is severe infection. It can predict the likelihood of cardiac arrest. So you know where to send the patient to intensive care, you have to do all the required measurements. So drug discovery is another area that it used to take very long time. Recently we have seen in COVID, usually it takes about 5 to 10 years to come to finalize a vaccine, but this time it just happened in 18 to 21 months, because mostly people, they attribute it to the AI related assistance, where you can cut short most of the stages. Similarly, in a drug discovery, normally you have many models, you have to identify where the drug is required, and then you should keep searching for animal models, for preclinical, for human beings, for normal human beings, and then sick human beings, and then stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4 trials, and then comes out to the market. So it bypasses so many of these stages. So these are the various stages in drug discovery. Find the biomarkers and identify the target molecule, and then you can clinically precisely. So I will tell you one example. There is what is called, an apple is famous for what is called an apple a day keeps the doctor away. When you eat an apple, what happens? It goes to the stomach and then to the duodenum. In the duodenum, the L cells of the duodenum secretes a peptide called gastrointestinal peptide. Because apple increases the blood sugar, it goes and stimulates the beta cells of the pancreas to produce insulin. Similarly, if the blood sugar levels is low, the same peptides will go and stimulate the alpha cells of the pancreas to raise the blood sugar level. And thus a balance happens. And in between, from the intestine to the pancreas, there is an enzyme called DPP4 enzyme. It is going to neutralize almost 90% of the peptides. So precisely you have an area where to work, you have a target. If you can cut the effect of DPP4 enzyme, produce an DPP4 inhibitor, so that the naturally innate gastrointestinal peptides will go and improve the effect of the, this is called incretin effect. That's how apple is famous for a long time. How identifying the target molecule, discover the effective drug, find biomarkers, you will make much easier, much earlier, much better than the conventional drug discovery. So there are certain rights in the precision medicine. Certain rights to the patient. Patients need to be part of precision medicine for achieving its potential to the fullest, because you are using the patient's data. Patients need to understand assurance of data privacy. Data privacy is very important for a patient, because as I told earlier, one model where statin doesn't work, you have to give a PCSK9 inhibitor. Statin costs about 3,500 rupees per year, whereas PCSK9 costs 350,000 per year. So if your insurance company knows this data, nobody will give an insurance policy. So you should have a complete assurance to the patient of data privacy, and owner and utilization of the genetic information is patient itself, and understanding the informed consent and to voice their preferences, sharing genomic and other information. So it's important that patients express their preferences and requirements while they are assured of their data security. So physician also has certain rights in precision medicine, medical curricular reform, specialist training, ongoing physician training, and additional courses on genetics, understanding the genomes, and and so on. So introducing more CMEs, more courses in that, because this is not a part of curriculum so far. So this is one area where actually in the liver, the pathology of medical imaging is very, very important. I am into a project with the IIT to identify the liver tumors as early as possible. When they are about 9 to 10 millimeters, the prognosis is poor, and already they try to go out of the liver, and if we can precisely make when it is less than 3 millimeters, we can make a better complete cure, and almost 99%. So I am into this project with AI based, and we can have many applications like this in day-to-day practice. Similarly, you can have a endoscopy, which is AI directed. You can have a radiology, CT, MRI, ultrasound, which is AI directed, which can make more precision, more precise diagnostic tools. And of course, these are not my area. Normally these AI systems are produced by data scientists, and we usually collaborate with them. We give all our requirements to them and patient point of view, and then they make the models which should work for us. So in surgery also, robotic surgery, you see this is the surgical instrument, end instrument. It can go to a very narrow place and can move 360 degrees where a human hand cannot reach. So it can stitch, it can cut, it can, so tissue damage is very, very little, recovery is very fast, and the pain and post-op complications are very, very less with robotic surgery because of the high precision. So similarly, preoperative planning, if you feed all the data, like what exactly you are going to cut, you give all the measurements to the robo, it can make a preoperative planning, intraoperative guidance. It guides you, go this way, cut this, do this. Ultimately, it gives you assistant. It doesn't cut. It gives you signal to cut. And the surgical robotics, it requires precision, robustness, real time, and safety. All these are being practiced already. So future of medical practice with AI, we are practicing last decade, current decade is this, with all the biodata and available evidence-based medicine, but next decade is going to be robotics, AI, augmented reality, and then differentiation via intelligent solutions for evidence outcome-based health, focused on preventive care and individualized care in particular. So health trends technology, remote patient monitoring, just put a chip in front of his chest, you can see all the data wherever you are, and you can monitor the patient, alert the patient to go, and a lot of telehealth after COVID is happening. So all that what we need is that data to interpret, and how AI will strengthen the future of healthcare. This is what is important. Ultimately, the end user is the patient, saves the doctor's time, improves the precision of diagnosis, prediction, and planning, and drugs, and as well as the prognostic monitoring and so on. So more personalized solutions in medication and treatment plan, and better understanding of human biology as you start practicing it works much, much better and makes more accurate. So there are certain drawbacks like black box bias. If you do in certain people like South Asian Indians, it doesn't work for everybody. You have to make a models like by itself. Overfitting, data leakage is another thing which I have already told, and acquisition of data, privacy and security, quality of data, particularly the physiological data. If you know somebody's genetic data, what drugs work, what drugs doesn't work, you know. So you use your medication according to the genetic data. At the same time, physiological data. If somebody has more high sympathetic outcomes, somebody secretes more adrenaline. If you have all that data, you can give a sympathetic blocker if the sympathetic secretion is high, and so on. There are so many things like that. So normally we give beta blockers if there is sympathetic hypersecretion. Some people have very type A personality; they are anxious for everything. So indicating that they need sympathetic stimulation, and then we should give beta blocker to curtail all the sympathetic effects. And then finally, the ethical issues, privacy, safety, accountability, and regulation is another important thing. So unless these are the future promising AI-based automation, new job creation, if you start practicing AI and understanding AI, an opportunity to build advanced AI capabilities, emergence of general AI to create synthetic systems as sophisticated as the human being, the formulation of AI regulatory framework. So far we are listening computerized, for everything computerized tea, computerized drawing, computerized haircut, computerized cleaning. But AI should not go like that. So there should be a proper regulatory framework for that. And the barriers being absence of interoperability, regulation implications, moral and ethical implications, concerns about the privacy, as well as the shortage of relevant and sufficient talent at this point of time. So globally, their precision medicine has initiated at so many places. So some initiatives have built new cohorts from scratch. Most initiatives have leveraged on the existing data from the biobanks, of course. And most of the initiatives predict that their findings will help improve people's health and update the latest knowledge in general and in particular for that personalized patient. So, ladies and gentlemen, in summary, advances in AI have the potential to transform many aspects of healthcare, enabling a future that's more personalized, more precise, more predictive, and more portable. And globally, AI could become a key tool for improving health equity around the world. We need investment into upskilling a healthcare workforce and future leaders that are digitally enabled and understand, embrace, than being intimidated by potential of AI augmented healthcare system. So one should understand the future requirement and gear up. If you are a doctor and if you adopt practicing AI, you will have an edge in future, and your patient will get better precision medicine, precision diagnosis, precision investigation, and finally the outcomes will be much better. So far we don't have much data on how AI works in a group of people, so it is only individualized here. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Okay. Yeah. So I'll be happy if you have any questions. Yeah.
Hospitals hold lot of data sets. How much they are investing in developing AI tools? Are they putting any efforts in collaborating with the IT industry?
There are now, most of the hospitals are using health systems to stratify, to give appointments, to change appointments, to give time slots, and these are up to that only, not per se interpreting the personal data of the patient and put together. There is some recent, during COVID, there is what is called Arogya Setu, which intelligently can tell you what is your risk if you are there around. Similarly, there's prediction when they are traveling from one place to other place, there's a prediction of possibility of these people, infected people, how many people are traveling. Similarly, with similar AI systems, China can curtail a lot of, can contain the COVID transmission. So far it is not much utilized and the database is more personalized and there are no clear guidelines or ethical issues that,
all the hospitals or hospital research-oriented institutions if the Indian-based data consent will not be all, diagnosed data. Maybe outlet of the problem of the patient is going to make it open. Then we can have a broad view. What are the geographical areas? What are the areas specially? And what might be the symptoms dominating in that particular area? Will it be possible to bring out some of the solutions?
Definitely, it is possible, sir. We have to study in terms of AI with specific disease and groups of specific to this area and how to prevent and how to precisely diagnose and treat. So it needs, that's what I told you, there is no epidemiological studies so far and there are only case cohort studies and case present. So there is no epidemiological studies so far on AI based understanding in the to put into the society. That's where we are.
What the point is, considering individual patients' data related to other some linked data should be there. Then only it is possible to look up to this picture.
Yeah, of course there is data already, but the data is very primitive data. We need more genetic data, which is lacking. We need more physiological data, which is lacking. Biophysical profile, which is lacking. So if we can gear up our systems to get all the data and try to put into a model, then it is going to work.
It has to bring up to the common platform, I think.
That's the future of medical practice. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So somebody is asking what goes for doctors' practice in future. The future we cannot predict. If we know, with 100 rupees I can get 1 lakh. I could have invested in Infosys. Whatever it improves, if you start practicing, if a doctor starts practicing AI, he is going to improve the precision. He is going to make better things for his patient, and he is going to be ahead of. And he is going to make difference in his own career. So, adopting AI in practice is important. Is it useful for all the general public? To understand the disease model is important. Okay, as I told, I spoke one of those statin related. In general public, if that particular genetic pattern, as we know, if you come to me with high cholesterol, I don't know your genetic data. If I know your genetic data, if you have that particular statin resistance, I will not give statin to you. I will give some other drug. Okay. Definitely, if you have data, it is going to be useful for every individual patient. All that we need is the private personalized data of the patient, genetic data, biophysical data, etc. The AI-based Zolgensma is about 18 crores at this point of time. So it is not that as anything is expensive initially, but when you take up at a society level, looking at the benefit of overall society, gradually this knowledge will be useful to develop a newer model which can be useful in general at a large to the public. So you have to start somewhere. So keeping in society, we can start and make models. Thank you very much for all of you for patient listening.
Dr. Somudatta Karak, she is a scientist in CCMB. So, she is a science communicator and is working towards making science accessible to all. She is leading science communication and outreach projects that connects active science research and researchers of India with communities around them. She worked towards creating educational content for students and educators. She is also deconstructed science and technology for policymakers and public. Over to you, ma'am.
I'm trained as a biologist, and I studied biology because I just wanted to understand my own self-being and also the living world around me. And biology and sciences was my way to do that. And I really found joy and curiosity through sciences. And I deeply feel for spreading that joy and curiosity among people, and that has shaped a lot of things that I do today. At the same time, as I was doing my higher education in biology, I also saw starkly how inequity of information exists in our society and also in any other society, in human society overall. And that is another thing that has inspired me to work in science communication. So I'm a science communicator. I mean, my designation is that of a senior scientist for the parlance of the government system. I work with a CSIR lab, the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. But as a science communicator, which is what my job is, my job as a science communicator is to make science more accessible to people. And most of the people that I work with are non-experts. So of course, and why would non-experts want to know about science? They want to know about it for education, and that's the reality of India. Science is something that most people associate only as education. On one hand, while it is education, I get access to a lot of young people, but then the notion that people have around education is also a little problematic, which I'll come to a little later in the talk. People also want to know about science because, like me, it also helps them make sense of the world around them. So it helps them find joy and curiosity. They want to be better informed, and when I say information, in my experience, I have seen a lot of people want to be better informed about health choices. And that could be around the latest understanding of our bodies, our medical technologies, or it could be even things like, oh, the 5G is coming out, and is that going to impact our lives? The later points that I have here are more for people who are into the system. Like there are tech businesses, technology-oriented businesses who want to understand what's happening at the cutting edge of science because they can keep themselves at the forefront of the field. And there are policymakers who are also interested in science. And this list that you see here is by no means exhaustive. It is highly, highly influenced by the kind of stakeholders that I and my colleagues have to work with at CCMB. So this schematic, which I've taken from this paper, is, I really like this schematic because it talks about science communication in a very layered fashion. Science communication is not one thing that you have done for once and it is going to work. You need to really cater it for the audience that you are working with, and you need to also do it in a stepwise fashion. So the outer layers of this onion are basically information that you're giving to people. And you can give information by as many means as you can think of, as many sensory systems you have those many different ways of reaching out to people. But as you keep coming to the center of this onion, you're basically going to see that the conversations are going to get more targeted, and the ideal aim that science communicators or those who want to engage with public on science is that we want to make public equal stakeholders in decision making of what kind of science should the country be doing, what kinds of technologies we should be investing in, and what kinds of aims we want to have out of those. So that's what are the basically different layers of science communication or public engagement we expect to see in science. And to be able to do this, there are two broad areas that one needs to work on. One is the content generation, which is the broad aspect that most people are going to be given access to, and then also platform development, because where do you get these people to talk about science? Are these going to be physical spaces where they all come together, such as the conference, multiple other spaces, or are these going to be virtual medium or anything else that probably I'm not able to even think about today? So developing content and developing platforms are two key areas that a science communicator needs to really invest in. Now, who wants to know about science? And again, this list is not exhaustive, but really influenced by my own experience, is scientists themselves want to understand what's happening in the big wide field of science, and that necessarily does not mean that a biologist wants to know only about biology. A biologist wants to know about physicists' work as well as vice versa and all of it. There are students who want to understand what's happening in the field because they associate their career developments with it. There are educators who want to help their students. and hence want to understand what's happening in science. Citizenry, who just want to understand because their taxpayers, they're funding the work that's happening here. However, in India, that sense is much lacking. I mean, there's a lot of trust that our citizenry puts on the scientific ecosystem, and maybe the citizenry needs to be more proactive about being accountable for what's happening in the ecosystem. Tech businesses, investors, they want to understand the science better. Investors I will particularly put here because AI, for example, it's the buzzword, right? Like everything is AI, AI, AI. And then the investors are completely clueless see what exactly is the big thing about it, and or how much of it is just hot gas. And investors are, I mean, it's something that I've seen really appreciate science communication and policymakers. And how do they get really access to these information? And traditionally, science journals, these are academic journals, and mostly available to the scientific community only for multiple of reasons. It might be behind a paywall, which you get access to only through institutional handles, or the language of writing a paper is very dense, very technical, and not accessible really to everyone. Popular science books try to bridge that barrier and is written in a more laymanish way, and that does not dumb down the science, but rather uses a language, asks questions that a non-expert would really relate with. Newspapers are another great source of science communication, and now in newspapers there are two kinds of things that happen. Traditionally, scientists used to write in newspapers talking about their own work or what's generally happening in the bigger ecosystem. Then now there's a breed of journalists called as science journalists, and they want to understand science better so that they can cover science better. As well as at the same time, the science research institutes themselves have started investing a lot in sending more informed press notes to these newspapers. Social media is another great way. Twitter especially is a place where a lot of science-related discussion happens, and has become a very easy way for the journalists to stay connected with the scientists and ask questions right away there for them. Then there are trusted websites where people put trust in certain organizations. They feel that these organizations will have answers to the questions that they have, and they follow those websites. And in-person interactions, which are the most difficult because they're just most resource intensive. You need to have the expert who is going to do it for you. So these can range from expert talks to hands-on activities or exhibitions. So why do people enjoy certain content? And I'm asking this for every one of you to think about, because that's at the core of science communication. Generally, people think of science as something really difficult. Why should I invest thinking about science? Especially for those who are not already excited about science. So people find certain things, the content, exciting for them if it is relatable to them, if it is empowering to them. It is simplified, but it does not dumb down. People don't want to think, you just don't think I'm capable of understanding this, and hence you are just simplifying it so much that it is making me feel bad about myself. And no matter what, the content has to add value to their lives. So you can do those only if you understand their own context, their lives, the questions that they generally relate with. And I'll just go back this one slide, because here we have certain examples that I think will help you understand what I mean by context. So up there, there's a group of girls who are talking about antimicrobial resistance. But then they're using comics that they have made to explain it to their own peers. So it's not like they are just listening to people, they are also making sense of it in their own way, in their own community. How are they seeing a problem like antimicrobial resistance play out in their own communities, and talk about it to others who are there. Or down here, where I've used a lot of art in explaining questions of science to people, because science discussions have traditionally been only text-based. And what problem that creates is that the country as a whole is not very literate. Their relationship with text is that of a fear. And hence, visuals really help break it down and make it more accessible to many of the people. And visuals is something that I have played with. I mean, I'm not a visual artist, but I've worked with a lot of visual artists. But the same thing can be done with many other sensory sensory arts as well that you can think of. Another example in the center where you see those paper swans hanging and a lot of people crowding is actually a group of mathematicians who are talking about math in a public space. This is a picture from the Hyderabad Lit Fest of this year. And what I really found interesting was that math is something that people are even more scared of than science. And this was a group of people which was constantly crowded. And that was simply because they were using paper origami to explain geometry. And they were able to infuse art and fun and address questions. I mean, geometry is something that's everything around you has geometry. So they were able to relate all these different things together to get a popularity like that. So these are some of the tools that we science communicators use regularly. But at the same time, there are many problems in the field. And some that I have related with are that there are not too many science communicators, not too many trained science communicators, not too many positions that employ science communicators. There are not many organizations which are invested in the cause. And at the same time, I mean, the number of people that you want to reach out to, they're all different in their own sense. They're all different demography, the places where they live, to the languages that they speak, the kind of questions that they relate with. And this diversity is so enormous that content creation and platform development itself is a humongous amount of work. And without dedication of investment into it, that becomes really difficult to go ahead from there. And effective SciComm is something, I mean, the tools to even measure what is effective SciComm are pretty much lacking. One of the dream tools is that can you measure behavior change because of the science communication that you have done? And such tools for a mass scale is not existent today. And for smaller scales, there are tools, of course, I mean, because social science does that all the time. But to be able to see such a change is enormously difficult, and hence that also deters a lot of people to get into this. And because these are difficult questions, I think these are where AI should start helping in. And I'm going to just run through these big, broad questions of science communication and just let you all think, I mean, all of you in this room are much more equipped with the tools of AI. If you can think of solutions that can help in any of these. And these three questions, I've marked them in actually increasing order of complexity. The easiest is, can we make better content? Next is, can we fight misinformation better? The third is, can we create communities of people who are empowered with tools of science so that they can make better informed decisions? Let me take you start with the first question. Can AI make better content? And by better, I mean more inclusive content, more engaging content. And by more inclusive, one of the questions that, for example, I have often been challenged with is, what language do you use for science communication? And in my line of work, it has been predominantly English. And at that, very urban English. And I think everyone in the room will not need any explanation to understand that that does not work for most of the country. And given the lack of number of people working in this, it has just not moved beyond this very much. But at the same time, of course, there are smaller initiatives who do work at the grassroots in other languages. But we just need a bigger movement of creating more science-inspired content in various different languages. At the same time, it should be even more engaging. Most of the cases that I know today are people who are trained in sciences, people who are working as scientists, also doing science communication, which means that we look at science in a certain way, and that's how we are portraying science. And that often does not connect with how non-scientists look at science. And that's where students who are not trained to be scientists, but you're trained to be content makers, you're trained to be technologists, you could be anybody. I think AI tools should enable them to also make content. It could be text, it could be visuals, it could be audio, it could be also installations. And as of today, except for the installations, there are tools for all of these. And unlike you who talk about Llama and this model, that model, for me, these are all products, okay? That I just go to these platforms, I I feed in some questions and I get content out of it. And they've become really that well that for someone like me who does not need any tech knowledge is able to utilize them already. For installations, of course, these are much more physically intensive things, but AI tools today can also give you inspirations of what kinds of installations that you can think of. But at the end of the day, you still need people who are good with hands to make those for you. Now, let's say that, let me just tell you how humans create Cycon, and then I'll come to if AI has to replace humans, what all things it needs to do. So, as a human, as a science communicator, when I want to create something, first thing for me is to come across something interesting, something which is worth telling. Then I have to find its validity by going through scientific papers, talking to experts, contextualizing the study from a critical lens, because I have to also use my own sense to take away nonsense from sense, and then create content for my target audience in a style that will resonate with them. Now, let's say AI has to do, and this is a very simplistic model that I've put here. One, it should know which scientific journals it should be accessing, because scientific journals today itself is an industry where there's a lot of fake journals. But let's say that can be done. Then it has to know how to read academic papers. And as of today, what I understand is that tools are able to read it, but not able to quantify things. And I'll come to the details of that also. So one, it needs to know which journals it should look at. Two, read those and understand those academic papers. Then also know which experts it should reach out to validate the claims of those papers. Identify contexts appropriate for the target population, and then create content for them accordingly. And what's the current status today? Science journals are already using AI tools to make social media content based on the abstract, largely abstract of the paper. What it means is the content generally is of that of a celebratory nature. Abstract is a much shorter thing, right? So it only generally says only good things about the paper. So the content that also comes out of such a tool is generally like, oh, okay, these are the good things that have happened in the paper. And the tool really helps them create the tone for multiple different kind of people. You can say that, hey, I want it for like a 20-year-old, and they'll create it in a language that 20-year-olds would relate with. These tools can work really well on text-based content, but it cannot quantify. And that's a problem for scientific papers, because you really need to understand the graphs that they have put up there. Many journalists also cannot understand those, but what they do is then they access experts who can help them understand those, or tell what is the shortcoming in the way the experiments have been conducted. So the AI tool either needs to learn how to quantify or know how to reach out to these experts. Then I'll come to the image generation part. In scientific, for scientific academic papers, image generation today with the accuracy that we need is still very, very blotchy. And that needs to improve, and that probably is just a matter of time though. So today, the tools are such that it can help you do many things, but definitely under the supervision of a human who is trained very well in science. Plus content generation, because I'm talking of communication, content generation raises significant ethical concerns today. For example, image generation. A lot of art that you probably saw earlier in my talk, those were humans who made those art for India context, India specific contexts. And the amount that they got paid for those were not commensurate with a certain AI tool, which is now going to train itself on these work and earn much more. So from the science communicators, especially those who work with visuals, they definitely want to be a part of the community which thinks about how to ethically use these images for training your models. Coming to the second question. Can AI help disseminate content better? And by disseminating better, can it also target misinformation better? In short, can it be a better social media influencer, a more responsible social media influencer? So today, there are already algorithms, right, which can sense people's mood, what they like, what they don't like, and give content accordingly. But all these algorithms are shaped by businesses, not by the intention of giving the right information to people. So this, I think, is just a matter of finding the finding a way for you to integrate the ethics of communication with the financial, economical feasibility of doing something like this. But at the same time, I know examples from the medical community where they have already been working on things like this. So there's an app, for example, for sickle cell anemia patients. And now patients who are detected with sickle cell anemia, their doctor themselves, if they ask that, okay, you download this app will guide you to what you should be doing. I mean, it is just an enormous amount of help to the patient because now they're empowered with something that they can ask. The same thing that Dr. Pratik Desai also spoke about, the farmers having access to information that helps them take more informed decisions about agriculture. So, and these number of questions, I mean, they're numerous, and we all know these questions based on which community we are part of. So we really need, what we probably lack here is diversity of science communicators who come from different communities, are able to identify what kinds of content that their community would want to know more about for whatever reason. It could be for better livelihood, to just debunking age-old superstitions that they have. But if we can have that diversity of science communicators, we can then think about what questions and how we should go about them. So today in India, science is looked at as something that you need to do just to get employment. It's just a degree-giving endeavor for most people. Hence, most people don't think of science as something that gives you the tools of thinking. It is only the tools of passing an exam. So building community on this really requires a cultural change. And as of today, I really don't know of any AI platform which brings about cultural changes. Any example of this that I have seen, I mean, by humans also, bringing about cultural changes are extremely difficult. Whatever examples I know of are driven by very handful number of highly driven human individuals. So now this is probably the ultimate frontier that we as society want to think about, is that can AI help any of those? Like, what is the current status now? Probably is that we have chatbots that can answer my questions. From there to really making those chatbots, if at all, really connect with me as another human is really a question that I do not have an answer to. But AI sector, not the AI sector, the education sector has been playing with such tools because they want to have AI tools which can help the teachers. Some might even call them replacements for teachers, which has a different problem, but that's how the sector is moving at, and I would probably be keeping an eye on that, on how they are able to move and what advances they can actually enable. I mean, what advances AI can enable them to do. So yeah, those are the three questions, and for me as a science communicator, I really wish to see if AI can help democratize access to reliable information to people based on their needs, not their biases. Giving content based on biases is what we are already able to do. The second is, if there's like, I'm a lot on social media and I see a lot of social media wars happening and based on misinformation. So I think this is fairly easy if AI tools can actually alert a diverse set of experts when it senses that something's gone viral. And now Twitter, for example, gives you the option of adding context to a certain tweet and say that, hey, this looks like problematic. So which means that this already has kind of started happening. Can AI take it further? Can you bring in a bigger community of people who have actually tools to understand the question better and put more context to it? And third is, which is related to that, is can you detect information and misinformation and targetedly send them more informed pieces? And for everyone in the room who want to be science communicators, I think you need to identify what really you want to use science communication for whom you want to do it, and why you want to do it. Accordingly, design your plan of action, the kind of content you want to make for them, how do you want the content to reach them? Is it going to be social media? Is it going to be internet-based? Is it going to be physical-based? All of those decisions you need to make. And definitely use AI tools to make your work easier and find inspirations. But remember that science communication today still is a very human-connected endeavor, and requires a human to be able to do it. With that, I'll end my talk and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Yeah. So, thank you so much, ma'am.
I'm not able to figure out who's speaking.
Yeah. Any questions from the audience?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Any questions from the audience, or you can also have offline. Yeah. I'm really sorry, couldn't come down.
Thank you for the wonderful lecture. When you communicate, for example, if I communicate in one language to my patient, a Dada and Didi can understand it in Bengali, a Bhaiya can understand it in Bihari, etc. So, what is the current status of such communication now?
Yeah. So, like I mentioned, that this kind of in-person communication is largely done only in English. And that also means that any of these in-person communications, when they happen, they're limited to a very, very elite set of audience who come in for this. And what we are trying to do, which has nothing to do with AI, is basically encourage more scientists to engage themselves in science communication. And in the scientific community, there's anyway a huge movement, if I may call it a movement, on increasing the diversity of scientists themselves. Like, it should grow beyond these certain specific states. I mean, Bengal, for example, creates a lot of scientists in India for whatever reasons. Then South India probably also has some. But then we don't have as many scientists coming from most of the states of India. So that's a different endeavor in itself. Like, how do you increase diversity of scientists? The second is, how do you incentivize science communication for these scientists? Many of these, especially in places where I have studied or now where I work, most scientists do this out of their goodwill. They really think that this is their way to give back to society. But at the same time, a lot of scientists have also started becoming more vocal about it, that this requires a lot of investment from their side, and they need to see more tangible outcomes for them. But nevertheless, coming to your question is that at this moment, it is really limited to the abilities of the scientist who is doing it, or the science communicator who is facilitating it or leading it. And hence, doing science communication in different Indian languages is a huge focus for the science communication community.
So, we'll have one last question if there are any questions here from the audience, else I think we'll close.
And maybe, I mean, until any other question comes.
You can take offline during lunch.
No, I just wanted to add a little more context to your question. So, unlike, let's say, a chatbot answering what medicine one needs to take, and that already is a complex question though, but it can be probably pre-fed. But in science, especially things which are at cutting edge, a lot of it is also how that specific scientist looks at that field, the kinds of opportunities or the shortcomings. And that makes it really complex to train a chatbot to give those kinds of responses. But a chatbot, on the other hand, can be trained to give more generic answers, which probably is useful to a certain extent.
How can I go? I can just do a blood test. I can give a small card and then just get it up. That is feasible. I can do a liquid biopsies. I can do a mammogram. A lot of conventional mammograms are available. It is screening the breast. But what we did is different. We took a small piece of film, what you are looking into the picture, placed on the breast, and tumors are harder than the normal breast. So if I am compressing it at the point, this is the point, right? Okay. So let me see. So if you can see the blue one, there is a small pink, the green one, the small pinkish one is where you can see a small dot there. So that's where it is not able to compress. So that's the thing that we are able to empower. So why do you require? I'm a trained oncologist with 25 years of experience. With my hand I can feel it. But a nurse who got training with only 6 months cannot find it. So this mission is going to actually replace Dr. Suresh, and I'm going to make the nurse as probably more experienced than what I can do. So this is what we applied the technology and then we did. It is not a simple thing. Our publication is there in 2022 in European Institute of Medical Oncology. We screened 86,000 patients and detected 34,000 patients they have experience for that, and 486 cases for this, they detected with the breast cancer certificate, which are otherwise missed. So this is one thing how technology is going to make an impact. We always are trying to explore the image analytics and then try to embrace it, and we try to do it in the cervical cancer. Cervical cancer, I can diagnose the looking into the cervix. What we did is, we arrange the camera. This is a machine, it is like a mobile phone, and let's take a picture, send it to the cloud, it will tell whether there is a cancer or not. So I am replacing one sense, that is touch sense, with one of the devices. The second sense is visual sense, that is what we call it as a image analytics, we did it. And the third thing is the warmth, temperature. The oral tumors are warmer than the normal looking mouth, and they look also different. So we use this technology called SASCAN, and we screen 1.32 lakh patients and to diagnose 2,826. This is what I am telling, what we are doing. It is not hypothetical. This we have applied in the fields and we got the results. So AI is no more a thing of future. We have been using it for last 4 years and we have great success with it. We are more comfortable using this. This is another story. Every woman gets a mammogram done to detect the breast cancer. What we found is what we see in the red color. Everyone from the medical background identifies that this looks like a breast cancer and coronary artery diseases share exactly the same features. No big difference. Okay, so we use the new technology, and these are the publications that we did it. Total, the International Journal of Community Medicine, the topmost journal called Journal of Clinical Oncology, and ESMO, that is Annals of Oncology Europe. So we found that if you subject the conventional mammogram of a lady to a machine learning process, add on some of the features, you can actually tell how soon the lady is going to develop a heart attack or a coronary artery disease. This is possible. We did it. And to a surprise, the detection rate of cancer is 51%, whereas coronary artery disease is 8%. So just one extra layer of analysis, image analysis, will detect and prevent almost 8% of the preventable cardiac deaths. And we are not doing any extra tests. Same mammogram you do for the breast cancer screening can help you to detect heart attacks. We did one more innovation, it's called CAPD device. We all know that there is something called average blood sugars, right? So 3 months average sugar, because chronic diseases have a long lifespan, but there is nothing like a chronic asthma score or a chronic anything score. It is always a snapshot. Okay, just to give an example, I am a diabetic patient. Today I control my sugar well, and the doctor treats me wrong. But if the HbA1c is wrong, he says, boss, in the last 3 months you are behaving bad. Today you are good doesn't mean that you are good in the last 3 months. Same thing is true with COPD. Most of the under treatment or over treatment are happening because the doctor is clueless what is happening in between the visits. So we collected the breath in silicon things and developed a prototype. This is heart. This is I forgot to show the picture. So by looking at this, it gives a COPD score that tells that the average control in last 3 months is good or bad. So this is again using the big data, how we are going to help the physician to make a better decision of enhancing the treatment or curtailing the treatment. One more huge data set, 54 million lab reports have been identified. Classically, this is everyone knows. People who have diabetes and hypertension and other things. We did a global test and we use myeloma in most of the cases. When I analyzed it, the 10 years of my follow-up of my patients, all of the people are telling 8 years ago that I'm likely to develop a myeloma today. And this we missed it. And what we found is these 400k patients with almost 5 million data sets, 5.4 million data sets belonging to almost 5 lakh patients. We analyzed, focused on 50 most type tests, and 230k patients have at least one abnormality. And this is what is the algorithm that we will. This is more of a statistical stuff, 80-20 rule, and what our inference is, the future most troublesome disease in 2040 is NASH, non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. People die of CLDs and liver cancers, not because of cervical cancer, because we have better tools and there is nothing that can prevent it. We are closely working with one of the pharma companies on how to detect it early, at least 8 to 10 years before, and develop a drug to stop this happening. Right? We also did the development of NASH. I can tell in next 5 years a diabetic patient is likely to develop dialysis dependence and renal failure or not. These are all the things that we did with 10 years of data sets belonging to the same patients, 500 patients, 5.4 million lab tests. So this is what actually the frequency of the tests and other things. So if you look at the consensus of the conclusions of what we found is the human senses like the touch, the vision, and other things can be comfortably replicated using the technology. That sort of technology is available now. Using advanced mathematics, what our brain works can be reasonably replicated so that you have expert standing in front of every person to guide them on whether the disease is likely to happen or not. So here we are not replacing anything, we are just augmenting a normally skilled person to a better skilled person. This is where I call as augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence in the medical field. So I stop here because I have only 20 minutes time. I have 5 minutes to take your questions if you have, with the permission of the organizers. I hope it is not too complex.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I'm working in medical healthcare in blockchain technology from last 4-5 years. So, sir, the main problem we are facing the raw data sets. So, sir, in Indian perspective, because every data set is from the US and UK market and it is already 1 decade old. So, for the Indian perspective, from where we can get the raw data sets? Or if we are go to the government, the repository, this is already satisfied data and it is not more worthy for us actually.
The answer is very difficult. It is easy to write a code rather than getting the data from the government hospital, honestly. So I'll tell you the reason why. Because the medical language is having so many shortcuts. I can put an arrow mark up. That means increased according to me. So it's so much, I can say, synonyms are used in the medical terminology that even if a person is trying to use some technology to put it into the system also, it is very difficult for them. So getting the data is very difficult, but with the current application of electronic data capture, at least in the corporates, which almost 6% of the current corporate data is captured in a structured form. So probably down the line in 1 year or 2 years, you have the luxury of the Indian data available to you. Government is making it mandatory, the policy is yet to be out. Once it is there, probably you have the comfort.
Actually, sir, when I asked to the one professional who is supplier of the medical data, so for 1,000 of number of couples, he will charge 10,000 USD.
That is curated data. So that is expensive, but I don't think government will allow that to continue in the coming futures because, and what I'm hearing, if it is right, it's going to be less expensive. Thank you.
My question is slightly unrelated to your presentation. I understand that the use of AI is well defined in identifying, helping in oncology, communication, and so on. So, but one question is that has there been these approaches have been used for detecting autism and mental health related disorders?
The answer is yes, sir. Right? The autism is something which is a spectrum. Autism is not a single thing. There are some behavioral changes like the sensory craving, so they require more sensations, they crave for it. The less communication, the mind is hyperactive. These things can be detected both by showing the pictures or videos of the kid to a system and then just trying to figure out what type of specific sensory. Few people listen loud sounds or bright colors, or deep pressures. So these things, these patterns can be detected. It is visible. What is being done? Couple of companies, I don't recollect the names, readily, but I can give you those names. One is in US, another is in Israel. And more importantly, regarding the use of gadgets. So all these are firing of the neurons. There is something like a headband which is available to see where this firing is happening, and you can exactly tell before the acute tantrum of autism is likely to happen. And whether your interventions are calming them down or not, you can actually track it.
So is there also some work on looking at the gut
gut microbiome is almost it's the most complex thing, sir. A lot of attempts have been made. It's like solving the world hunger. Okay, so question itself is framed in a way where you never get an answer. Right? It's too complex, but yes, it is feasible, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I really like your presentation. Just wanted to ask this question, as in, for example, let's say someone from a DS background wants to go into this field. How much of a medical background they should possess, or someone can just give it a try and probably get some patterns out of it, or is it some medical, background issue does affect this?
Honestly speaking, medicine is the easiest thing to learn because everything is predefined in a very simple form, unlike mathematics where you have to apply your logic. If a physician can learn mathematics, a mathematician can definitely learn medicine much better way. Only thing is you need to be very clear what you are going to solve. You need to be very, very critical of accepting that mathematics can throw some nonsense answers, right? So I'm just giving you an example. It says that when your hemoglobin is low, hematocrit is also low, and you feel pain. So they mean same thing to me, right? So you feel like you solved something, but you need to be very open to the idea that okay, they mean the same thing and it doesn't add anything extra to the doctor other than burdening with 3 more extra informations. So if your question and the target which you are going to solve are very clear, and that's what you need to understand from the practicing physicians, what is the pain points, then it is very easy to solve and it is not difficult to learn at all the medicine. Because the language is not too complex.
Thank you, sir. That was helpful. Like they say, prevention is better than cure. Our generation, they are majorly affected by the depression or anxiety or stress. So, how can we use AI to, there are no symptoms that are seen outside. A person may be calm for the people who are seeing, but inside he might be having many things that he is fighting. So, how can this AI help to treat people like that, or to?
Right. I give you a very classical example here, right? So in the COVID time, you must have seen that in the airports, thermal cameras are placed, right? They just trying to segregate or screen the people who probably have high temperature versus not. It is not like a proper medical grade thermometer, right? Medical grade thermometer will take 2 minutes to give you the reading. Whereas thermal screening screens 1 lakh people in 1 second time sort of thing, right? Similarly, when I'm trying to look the mental health problem, solving individual is different, solving at a societal level is different. We're talking about prevention, that comes as secondary part. First is identification. So there is a tool which I came across from one of the professor of AIMS, who is HOD of the psychiatry also. By 10 minutes of, it is a 10 seconds of questionnaire, 3 questions are asked, and the 25 seconds of voice recording, they can tell whether you are likely to have depression or not. So it is going to triage. Don't say that if it says that you are at risk, you already have depression. No. It tells that you need to go and consult a psychologist. So I always tell, screening is different from diagnosis. Right? It is feasible. 1 minute, I think everyone can spend on themselves. I can share the website or the tool, how to use it. It's hardly 1 rupee per use. So they just kept some price for it so that it is not misused.
A few years ago, there was a lot of talk about using AI on the genome to predict what diseases a person is likely to have as they go forward. Has this come into the industry yet, or is this something that people are working on?
Right. A super question. And first, I have to congratulate for bringing this particular question to me. I tell it's like building the building. Building a monument sort of thing. You need to start with foundation and other things. So the G is 10 to the power of 25 things. It's too complex. A sequence of 3 letters will try to make a sense. It's called a amino acid. Bunch of amino acids will form a peptide. They form a protein. They do a function. That's what it happens. So one missing thing can be corrected in this long place. So one big place here and there doesn't collapse it unless it's a critical point sort of thing. So this is one part. So the corrective mechanisms at the end or final point are too difficult to be predicted at the gene level because the entire thing. So there is a reason why we moved from the genomics to transcriptomics to proteomics to metabolomics to polyomics. So combine everything. So that is the future, not the genomics alone. That's one part. Second part, my most favorite quote, Professor V.P. Singh tells, the genes load the gun, lifestyle kills the trigger. So unless your lifestyle is bad, the gene is hardly going to harm you. Right? So if you have a good lifestyle, 70% of these things which are chronic are preventable. 70%. 30% tobacco, 34% diet and obesity, and 4% alcohol, remaining all viral vaccines and other things. And just splitting that also, what is the 70%? So, if you look in the larger picture, genes do play a role, but you know how to just cover that up. So, if one person is not there, other people can take over the work sort of thing. It's developing, but don't stop at genome. Have a bigger picture in you before you solve that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing the advancements which have already happened in AI area. He is a very busy practitioner, conducted almost 500 transplants so far. So, with this busy schedule, he is still consistently contributing to the research community so that the patient care can be improvised. So, thank you very much for your presentation, sir. So, now I would like to invite Rajendran Kaushik Garu. He is a highly experienced healthcare IT leader who is currently a principal solution architect at Amazon Web Services India. He was a deep experience in healthcare and life sciences. He is a strong proponent of Indian Ayushman Bharat digital mission. So I would like to invite you, sir.
So I'm here to talk about, okay, how do you do something like what Dr. Suresh have been doing before? When it comes to healthcare, or generally speaking, AI as a practice, there is a sequence to things, right? You need to follow that sequence. And I'm here going to talk mostly about data and how you make your data meaningful for analysis. So then it is something that you can build your artificial intelligence or machine learning model and things on top of it, right? So this is what I'm going to cover today. So I do want to cover why we are doing this, right? Why Amazon or AWS is interested in talking about healthcare. Just to give a small perspective, for close to a decade, I think we at Amazon have been carefully, or I would say, built a dedicated team of healthcare and life sciences specialists globally, and I belong to that team, wherein our mission is to enable healthcare organizations to improve patient outcomes by leveraging data, harnessing the power of data. And at the same time, we also want to help our customers to improve any kind of outcome by leveraging the data and also to be able to truly digitize the data, right? That's what we work for. And if you really see the pattern that is clearly evident that the patients themselves, I don't want to call patients anymore, rather consumers of healthcare services have moved more from traditional sick care model. It's not like, for example, I have fallen sick and then I want to go and take a treatment from the hospital. Nowadays, I am seeing, for example, customers like mine, like from AWS, Healthify Me, Fitterfly, and many others, wherein they actually work on the premises of improving wellness, right? How do you improve metabolic health? How do you maintain your weight? How do you improve your many other parameters, right? So this is where I think we as a consumer of healthcare services are also moving from sick care model to more of a wellness model. And that's exactly what we see as a trend. And plus, we've been running e-commerce business for quite some time, and what we have understood is the same pattern or the expectations of how our consumers have on our e-commerce platform is reflecting very well in healthcare. For example, how many of us are actually searching for a symptom the moment it happens online? Many of us, right? Just go and at least search online. But I mean, when you go and talk to doctors' fraternity, it has its own pros and cons. I totally acknowledge that. But the point is, We want the information on fingertips. We want to be able to consume services in a much more seamless fashion, like booking appointment, consulting a doctor, getting the prescription, and even like, taking the consultation and follow-ups and whatnot. How can you create this seamless experience of patient journey throughout the value chain of care, right? That's what is driving the consumerism. And if you really look at it, like from the symptoms search and from ongoing care management, data plays a pivotal role. And thanks for the kind introduction where they mentioned that I'm a proponent of ABDM. I am. The reason being, I can really understand or relate to the value of how that kind of an interoperability can enable the holistic patient data, longitudinal patient data, which in turn can help to build or improve patient outcomes. Now let's look at how to build that. For example, if you are entities who are working in healthcare or any kind of business, this is typically a journey. First of all, in healthcare, there are operational or transactional systems like electronic health record, electronic medical record, hospital information systems and whatnot. Now first is you have to solve that problem. You should be able to create digital system that can capture the data. Now after that happened, the next step is eventually to build data lakes or what I call is like, highly modern data platform that allows different business units to consume the data and interpret the data and also analyze the data in the way they want to. That's the second stage. Then the third stage is all about how do you use it for your building business intelligence. For example, one good use case at government level, what they're trying to do is population health. What if, let's say, population health doesn't have to be always at government level. What if you want to do like a care gap analytics within your hospital for a specific disease condition, right? For example, let's say if you want to analyze your cohort of patients for a specific condition, like for example, the risk of stroke, or what if you want to analyze your diabetic patient, or take any specific disease condition, if you want to work on top of it, then you should be able to build a population health kind of an analytics, and then which is nothing but collection of patient records, which helps you understand why some patients are doing better and why some patients are not doing better. What treatment works for certain patients and what treatment doesn't work. Right? This is the pattern that one provider or a doctor or any caregiver would like to understand so that they can course correct any treatment down the line for other patients. Now that's stage 3. Now then comes when we have this data, is when the whole artificial intelligence, machine learning, and even the predictive algorithms like what Sarah has shown before, and everything will come into picture. And final outcome of all of this system is where personalized care is going to be there, right? Personalized care is what? What if by combining varieties of data? So, for example, in healthcare, right? I can broadly tell 3 to 4 different types of data. Again, there are more types. I'm just giving you 3 random. One is clinical data. Clinical data, by what I mean is my family history, allergy history, and present illness and whole clinical data. The other type of data could be my imaging data. What if I've taken certain X-rays, CT scans and whatnot? Then the other data could be from genomics data. And what if there is also other data, like for example, I always make this joke of people, definitely in Bangalore especially, if they are going for a BP or any kind of I would say stress or whatever condition, then I'm sure traffic has an impact and they should be evaluating traffic pattern also in that region, which means air quality. Let's see if there is a patient who is coming for a respiratory problem, maybe air quality index of that region has a greater impact, right? So adding all these environmental and other data will also make sense. So that the combination of all of the data will eventually help us paint better picture about why the patient acquired that problem or a condition and how to approach that issue and create a treatment plan that is far more personalized for them. So in that context, if you really see, and also models are evolving, right? I mean, the years before, we have seen models that can simply infer and give an output with just basically those models were trained on like 20-30 data points. But I think couple of years ago, we have seen models that were actually giving results for based on the models they are trained at like 200,000 data points. But now we are seeing models trained in billions of parameters, or even now we are approaching trillions also very soon, right? Now the models are also rapidly changing. Why? Because the cost of compute has gone down and the data set availability is there. And at the same time, how you can parallelize your training and simply learn and then put the model into use, like we have seen how LLMs can actually impact in varieties of industries, right? So those are possibilities that unlocks the value of data. How much of data in healthcare is unused or unusable? Just a random number, anyone? Sorry? Yeah, I mean 60%, most of it all correct, but 97%. 97% of healthcare data cannot be used directly. The simple reason being, they are all unstructured data. And the reason being, 90% of the healthcare data is medical imaging data. Right? So which means, how do I understand image? So you may think that, okay, what data is there in image? It's simply a photo. No, it's not that. There is so much of annotations and the diagnosis that were actually inferred by the practitioners like radiologists and others, which goes simply unused. Those are all added as a metadata to the DICOM image and never used, properly speaking. Now you take other data, like for example, let's say a doctor writes, again, sorry for the vague description, like, okay, Kaushik had fever, I'm just recommending or prescribing a paracetamol 500 mg for the next 3 days. When you type this, it is unstructured data. You cannot actually make use of the data unless you really process it, the data, and convert this one statement where it is unstructured to a structured data set. So that is why I'm saying 97% of the healthcare data is unstructured data, and only through help of medical NLP, which is natural language processing, medical models, and other tools and system, you can actually extract all this data, convert into structured data, and then finally put it into use. And again, there are 3 stages when it comes to building any kind of healthcare data analytics. Now, the first one is data interoperability. Now, this may sound boring for those who are in healthcare. In fact, Ayushman Bharat exactly is solving this problem. The digital mission solves this problem. Now, how it's going to enable you is, there are so many enterprise systems. You go and talk to any CIOs of any hospitals. The first problem they say is, most of my team's time gets sucked into solving the API integration problem, payment gateway not working problem, and I'm acquiring new hospital, but their system is different, my system is different. There's absolutely no way I can standardize the data and operations and whatnot. So this is truly an interoperability problem. Now, what if just think about a world where like all your systems are actually built on standards? For example, in healthcare, there are different kinds of standards. So, for example, there are syntactic or schematic standards like HL7, FXIR, which is fast healthcare interoperable resources, or FHIR. And when it comes to semantics, which is the language or the vocabulary, like how doctor, for example, in the previous use case I mentioned, right? Kaushik had fever and prescribed paracetamol. What if you replace that with the ICD-10 code and whatnot, or RX num for the drug and whatnot, right? Now, we cannot put this pressure again back to the provider, but what if there are tools that can help you convert this unstructured data into structured data is where I'm going with. So, your first enabler of analysis is interoperability. You build this interoperability among your system and outside your organization, like through ABDM system and all. So, you acquire the data, and after you acquire the data is where you can build analytics. For example, you can enable quality-based indicators to be analyzed and cost-based indicators, and finally you will be able to build predictions on top of it. When you have this capability, is when you will be able to do the interventions. Intervention is where you actually build like virtual care. Like for example, even what if I send a reminder? Again, contextual reminder, not just about medication, reminder about, hey, you know what, after surgery you have to do certain things. What if I send or educate patients very personalized way to basically follow this protocol, clinical protocol. These are things that is possible only when you have interoperability and analytics in place. So, and how if you look at all the hospitals, and I'm not blaming, it's just how any industry or domain would evolve. If you see, even many technology companies, be it telecom or aviation or any industry, right? When initially we kind of progressed, we built data silos. For example, each and every application, like hospital information system, will have its own database. Now, when you're building a data analytics pipeline, then you are actually building a data warehouse with that data only. And there will be another data warehouse for another application, another data warehouse for another application. Now, for a true population health kind of analytics, you should be able to let them talk to each other. It simply doesn't mean that, okay, now I have 10 different data warehouse, I can copy all of them and put into maybe another bigger data warehouse and then query the data. It is a lot of expense for anybody for that matter. That is why if you look at the right side, the modern healthcare data platform advocates lake house or data mesh kind of architecture. Could be data fabric or data mesh kind of architecture, where the data doesn't have to be centralized. The data can still stay in the respective business unit or the application domain cluster, and you build a mechanism of letting your consumers access different data set based on the consent, based on the privacy and whatever the policy that you have on top. This is what we've been broadly helping many customers build this data mesh kind of an architecture. And again, you don't have, now I'm going towards how Amazon is helping in, or AWS is helping in some of this. For example, we have purpose-built tools. If you look at AWS, we historically invested a lot into healthcare industry specifically, and we have a bunch of purpose-built services. And I'll talk about only 3 services today. One is HealthLake. By the way, this service is available in India, which is going to enable any customer to build Ayushman Bharat integration. Now, HealthLake is a data repository and more that allows you to store FHIR compliant data. Like I told, right, HL7 FHIR is a schematic interoperability standards, and it allows you to store the data in FHIR format, which means you store the data, and it also exposes APIs that are standardized and can connect with any other hospital system or through ABDM also. You don't have to be in the business of creating different API standards and whatnot for your different customer. We are a healthcare startup or healthcare business that want to connect with ABDM, and HealthLake could be a way. Our customers like ECACare, which is a known patient app company that is also using HealthLake to build some of that. It has a lot of capabilities. Couple of capabilities that I want to highlight is, one, it has medical NLP capability, which means if you send unstructured data in a specific document file, it will automatically run the medical NLP, will understand something like this. For example, in this use case, you can see it's totally unstructured data. Like patient is a 62-year-old female with a history of type 2 diabetes and whatnot, right? Now, here if you see in the bottom, you see I would say graph kind of a relationship build. And this is not an illustration. This actually happens in the tool. There is a console where you can see this, wherein it identifies all kinds of entities. It is a named entity recognition plus NLP kind of a model, where it understands the entities, and it also does the ontology linking, meaning it understands the symptom, the diagnosis, the generic name of the drug, and the time, the duration, route, and everything. And this is exactly how you convert your unstructured data into structured data. Now, HealthLake as a service will allow you to do that by various mechanisms and strategy and add the data back. So when you query the data again to your system, you will simply not get the description, but also the structured data, which you can use to build analysis. Again, as a concept, there are so many things that we can actually cover, but HealthLake as a service also help you to normalize your patient data. For example, when a patient walks into a hospital, there are like tens of systems that captures the data of the patient, like prescription system, administrative system, financial system. And let's say if they are an inpatient, then the whole lot of administrative tools are all there. Now, this HealthLake can actually acquire data from all these systems at a different time frame in a different frequency. Now, what if it arranges the patient data chronologically for you automatically and also normalizes the data for you? So that is a big problem today that many people are trying to solve, which is automatically solved in HealthLake for you. So when you put the data, HealthLake does all of it for you. So when you query the data back, it automatically is normalized and indexed for you. And it also has a zero ETL pipeline, which means you don't have to convert the data into again analytics friendly format. It converts into Apache Parquet and exposes iceberg table, which means it handles the upset and whatnot use cases. So you can immediately, in near real time, consume the same data, the transaction data, for analytical purposes. Moving on, this is exactly what I told. The data could be from clinical data, and the data could be from other databases. There are tools and mechanisms in which you can combine all those data, query and truly build dashboards. And yeah, these are some of the demos that we have built, which actually calculates the risk for stroke based on certain algorithms that are open source. And it's easy. You can do it in a few minutes. Actually, I'm not even talking about hours. And moving on, the next is imaging. And imaging also, like we have a purpose-built service that automatically extracts the annotations, tags, and all kinds of metadata from DICOM images and builds a data lake for you. And then moving on, we also have something from the genomics or omics world, wherein we have this service that allows you to store, analyze, and also do the workflows. So all the primary, secondary, and tertiary workflows of genomics can also be automated using our purpose-built service, which is called AWS Health Omics. So now putting all of it together, if you see all of these services that I talked about, follows a very similar pattern. It takes the format from the healthcare standards, like for example, FHIR, DICOM, and any kind of genomics data, and then it creates a normalized data lake for you, This in turn can be queried or analyzed using our consumer, like I would say, analytical tools or AML tools for building applications on top of it. And again, I mean, this is slightly more for enterprise format. How do you actually create like a data mesh architecture? I think today also during open source panel, I talked about how many entities can come together and build like a federated learning architecture. Wherein, for example, let's say 2 universities and a government agency want to collaborate along with the pharma company, and if they want to share the data, it's not that easy. There is so much of privacy and other conflicts that might happen. But what if you actually let the models being trained on the data within their environment and simply send the models in the weight? Collectively, you consolidate all of that and you have like a model with better weight and better inferencing capability, and that's federated learning for you. And it also has better security and privacy advantage, and the accuracy could be better and whatnot. So, that's like basically the next evolution of what this particular slide is all about. So, conversion of structured to unstructured data is key in healthcare. First of all, digitizing the data is key. When you have this, then the ability for you to build machine learning models and everything is even a possibility. With that, let me stop and perhaps open it for Q&A. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sorry, this is like a 2-day talk. I was trying to condense in 20 minutes. I think I shared a slide with 150 slides, and I had to slim it down to maybe 5 or 6. So, anyone, any question before the next session?
Sir, for Amazon EHR,
right.
So is it open source or it is?
I think you're talking about Amazon EMR. EMR is Elastic MapReduce. Basically, it's an analytics platform. It allows open source tools like, for example, the Hoodie and whatnot and Spark clusters to be provisioned on top of EMR. Just think of EMR as like the capacity, like a cluster that you can provision using open source tool for doing like a big data processing and everything on top of your data. So that's what EMR is. The health tech capabilities that you talked about, how transferable are they to clinical trial data? So data that we collect during clinical trials for risk-based monitoring. Right. So your question is about how transferable, or are you talking about how easy to move the data from HealthLink? Basically, how can we use, for example, a program like HealthLink to inform decision makers during clinical trials? Absolutely. It is actually meant for purposes like that. See, just think of HealthLink being used in a hospital where all the clinical data are standardized to formats like FHIR and in fact ICD-10 and put everything. Now, then what you do is you cohortize your patients. That's how you do clinical trials, right? Now, on the cohort, if you want to query specific patient's detail or specific symptom or a parameter, HealthLink enables you to do all of that. Now, HealthLink simply relies on the data that you push into it. It doesn't add intelligence on top of it. Of course, it adds through NLP, but that's a different intelligence. HealthLink allows you to not only access data for analytical use case, but also transactionally. In near real time, you'll be able to see the data for your analytics. So it's pretty fast when it comes to how quickly you can access the data. And when it comes to standards, it supports semantic and syntactic standards. So pretty much most of everything is possible. All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Kaushik. But you're only letting you go with the promise that you'll actually do the 2-day workshop for all of us over here. Thank you on behalf of all of us. Thank you, Kaushik. What we have now is a very, very interesting mix of panel. We are going to be talking about AI, analytics, healthcare. But what we have managed to pull off is a very different mix for the panel. Let me start by inviting each of the panelists. I'll start by first of all introducing the moderator for the panel, Dr. Pavani. Dr. Pavani is a pharmacological researcher at Aurobindo. I'm not going to say anything beyond that because my tongue will never twist to pronounce the words that they're actually speaking. I will allow them to introduce themselves in terms of what they're working on. Dr. Pavani, please. May I invite Vamsi Karatan, founder and CEO of deepfacts.io. Some of you would have listened to his talk. What they're doing is I would say groundbreaking work. Fantastic work that they're doing. I was super impressed by the work that they are doing. Vamsi Karatan, thank you for coming over here. And of course, how would I put it? I would have said the brain behind it, but Vamsi said it's the brains behind it. The person with 6 brains, may invite Dr. A.V.S. Suresh,
I have no idea how to introduce him. He's an oncologist, he's an innovator, he's an entrepreneur, he's a racer. I don't know what else. Dr. Suresh, thank you for coming over here. He's one of the doctors who can actually program, right? And we have engineers here who cannot program. So just so you know, I am one of those engineers who cannot program. And thank you, Dr. Suresh. As I said, it's going to be a mix of different panels, right? So we have Nagendranath Garu. Nagendranath Garu he's a serial entrepreneur, investor, angel investor. He's a senior advisor at Salament Advisory Services. He wears multiple hats. He's just coming, from running from a panel discussion where he was a co-panelist with Shobhu Yalagadda and Srinivas Mohan, where he wore a different hat. Now he's wearing the hat of the as an advisor for Medicare Logics. He has his feet wet in almost every domain that we can think of. Thank you, Nagendranath Garu, for coming over here. May I invite Dr. Lakshmikant? Shortly I will probably have to call him Dr. Lakshmikant. He's a veterinarian, trained veterinarian, and hence I'm calling him doctor. And he's also finishing his PhD at the IVRI. He works on, again, some names that I cannot pronounce, some virology research and all. Better that they introduce themselves. Another doctor, Dr. Saket Sriram, may I invite him onto the stage. This is easy for me to say. He works on cancer research. I always say, when I say cancer research, it's not cancer causing research, but one day he'll help us, cure research. I've known Sriram for a long time now, and he has always maintained that one day he will find a cure for cancer. I've known him for more than 20 years now. He always maintained that he will work on cancer research. I hope we'll be able to give this. Dr. Pavani, over to you. May I request that we be done by 4 sharp? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So we had wonderful sessions talking about AI and integration with the healthcare industry. So you are experts from different areas. Dr. Lakshmikant is from veterinary, sir is angel investor, then Dr. Suresh is coming from oncology, then Dr. Sriram. And Vanshikaratam was integrating the patient and the healthcare. He was working on the bridging them. So I just want to understand what are the problems which you are observing in your respective areas and how technology or AI can solve or address these problems. So can you please explain about that? Dr. Suresh.
Yeah, so one thing that most of the doctors claim is they don't have time. And that's true also. Because most of them overwhelmed calls for last 8 to 10 years. So it's very difficult for us to combine. And one thing that I'm really enjoying nowadays, this last 2 years, in my hospital is everything is available at the click. We call as an iPad home, that is healthcare, networking, intelligence, whatever is a good form. But still, a graphical and easy presentation is really happening. So I don't call it a very advanced way, but what is the very advanced towards the experience. So make it easy for me. We see what we do is the capturing of data. That's where we see when we try to capture data. It's not good as Coach was talking the last talk. Here, the cleaning of data is really challenging, and also it's going to be streamlined in a way that it can be model designed and taken to the teaching purpose. That's where the problem is.
Actually, I have more helicopter view. I think as an outsider looking in, because I use the healthcare industry as a consumer, I think, and also because of the other hat we wear of helping startups and others, and there are 5 areas broadly that have got issues. The first area I see is skilling. When I speak to friends in Siemens or all these companies that make medical equipment, even the best of equipment that a hospital can afford, they struggle to find time of the doctors to get trained on it. Forget the other support staff. That's number 1. Number 2 is already raised the point that for improving quality, the basic is to have clean data so that you can have the right metrics to measure.
That itself is a challenge. The third one is operations. Most hospitals all over the world, and especially in India, are actually from doctors to turn entrepreneurs. Their skill is patient care and not in running a hospital. So there is a lot of operational inefficiency that is hidden in the operations of the hospital that directly affects patient. Fourth is governance. There's not much of a governance framework that exists. So that is a challenge as well. Like, how do you know hospital A is better than hospital B for somebody to go to? We don't know today. There's no common way to see and there's nobody coming. The last one I see is leadership in this. Most of the leaders we see in this industry are leaders by accident, not by training. They've learned the hard way in life and come up. And now others look upon them as iconic people to be. But there's no system to generate leaderships. So to me, all these areas, except for leadership, which is a very special trait, can be solved by technology and can be solved by AI. And for a country like India where remote diagnostics, remote healthcare, how do you get patients out of the hospital quicker so that the beds can be used for more critical patients? There's so much that can be done. So I think there's enough opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Lakshmikant.
Good afternoon, everyone. Being a veterinarian by nature, I am not that well equipped regarding data and updating and all. But in my view, I see this in a couple of ways. One is that when Sir said that there is no time for doctors, for us we are short of doctors itself in the very remote and ground level when I am talking. So the number of animals, the livestock that is exponentially growing in farm animals, and I am just quoting not the pets, because the economy is majorly driven by livestock agriculture in India. So the amount of availability, there are efficient doctors, but whatever changes or whatever the updates that are happening, let's say I was hearing about the AI in diagnostics, right? The infrastructure is very low on a very village level. But if only all this data, whatever they were taken, they were filled, if that can be able to penetrate the very low level places, that would act as a real game changer in the livestock health sector, right? And also on a research front, now I am working and I'm a PhD scholar at the National Institute. I am unaware of the AI tools that can be used, right? So I wish there is more of like what we call an extension program in agriculture, right? So I wish somebody makes us more aware regarding this can be used, that can be used in particular things. So that would make us really a better researcher.
Yeah, that is the one which is lacking, which should be where Swetcha also want to intervene there. Dr. Sriram, what is your opinion?
We do have a huge amount of data. So it's not like we don't have a lot of data. Sometimes it is organized as well. So for example, we had a huge project that was completed in 2007. We have like say 450,000 patient genome samples that have been analyzed completely, total RNA sequencing that has been done. However, we still see like at least 10 to 20,000 research papers that have been still published every year, having a small part of that data coming again from the human genome project. What it means is that we already do have a huge amount of data. The interpretation of the data and how we look into the data is still in the preliminary stage. That's what I feel. Like, we are still just scratching the surface. So we need a little bit more expertise into how to completely deep dive into the data. Again, we need an integration of scientists as well as the data scientists over here. We need a huge amount of integration to get into deep dive into data. And I feel that is something which is absolutely useful to get out of the smaller issues, whatever we have in the AI, and helping
Like good that you have brought up the issue of whole genome sequencing. Yesterday, Dr. Tangraj was here, who was trying to sequence 10,000 genomes from Indian population. So mostly the sequences which you are talking about are from abroad. So the ethnicity is different. So I just want to ask Dr. Sudesh, like, is there any every diagnosis possible for Indian population based upon the data which is generated from the different ethnicity, and how much of such kind of work was done already, and what is the research going on there, sir?
So again, this question was already brought up in one of the people from the audience. Something very important. What is this understanding? Your genes are very pathogenic, very predictable. I think you give a couple of examples, but complex disease, BRCA, and breast cancer, which were shown that after a finite point of time, it is likely to be breast cancer. And prevention is not always stopping disease. So there are 4 levels of prevention, which I want to draw your attention to the audience. Primary prevention means stopping disease to happen. That's what I'm doing. Secondary prevention is stop the big surgery to happen, big treatment to happen. Tertiary prevention is stop the damage of treatment and disease to happen on the patient. Whatever it is, disease is wrong, the side effects of treatment is there. So, the genomes help in a long way. Not only preventing and predicting what cancer drugs are. Now we are using genomic data to see what drug requires what side effect, because of how many genomics. Whether the side effect is reversible or not, whether the drug will act better or not. So, which is very unique, is a combination of patient, gene, drug, and environment. So, this complexity is really impossible to be solved with a rule-based algorithm. It requires much beyond a very definitely better. And the genomes, if it is done specifically addressing each question and look into it, is definitely going to be game changer. And we are already implementing it in terms of what people to choose, what patients have to be screened, what is 6 months once a year, and how to take clinical decision to how everything is going to go. It is a practical
platform. It's an everyday challenge. Yeah. So whenever we go for collection of data, this is the care planning. So we say we see the data available, outside the country, not inside the country. And that we find that data, but it's not going to be accurate enough or sensitive enough for us to handle, because our delivery is not too safe. So if you go towards Andhra, we have a different body center, and the data is already come towards Telangana, the other side of Telangana. They may be different the body center, the data. So here the challenge is that so we don't have a particular repository for the data in the country. So we depend on exactly what some of the databases. But India doesn't have a standardized repository to have it. We find some, but not much. I think 100%. I think we have around 3%, 4%.
Okay, thank you.
I'll pass this question. Some outside my domain.
Yeah.
So, the advantage in genomic sequencing is in US, for example, it has been privatized from the government. So you have this ancestry.com or 23andMe, which does the sequencing for anyone who wants to get it done. So you can see ancestry where you are from, how much percentage of black you are, how much percentage of African American you are, Caucasian you are. So when Kamala Harris did that, and she said like I'm this thing, and when other people said that, people laugh at it if you don't have a statistical comparison to exactly get whatever it is. But then the important thing over here is that because of this privatization, a lot of people have sequenced their thing. We do have a huge amount of data. Maybe there's a few certain private players who can bring it to the actual board whenever you want it to. But then it has been done over there, and people know like what are the issues with the sequences of say Caucasian or African Americans. But we don't have that in India, so I'm all for having more sequencing in Indian population, and it definitely helps out to unlock future perspectives of what kind of diseases we are more prone to,
and what kind of treatments we are actually favorable for or not favorable for as well. So it helps us out. Yeah, that's just to add that we are in the process. I'm sure you also, like IGAP is doing a lot of work in just making it stand. The problem is libraries, against which you are going to compare. Libraries. So the genomic libraries, we don't have any standard libraries available in India so far. So if the comparison is wrong, the answer is wrong. So that's why we I just wanted to leverage switch. That's why I wanted to raise this. My cousin who lives in the US is a true Googling recovery girl. When she did this, when she's working in one of those companies, she found some Afghan implant in her ancestry. Right? Right? So the thing is, with organizations like Future, if you really want to do this, you know that the ability to collect, collate, standardize, and get libraries will become like, the speed at which can be done, I think, is an opportunity for organizations like Future. That's all I want to say.
Rightly said, sir, like genomic sequencing is involves a huge cost. Where data analytics definitely switch and other IT industry where they get pitched. So just want to understand other thing like is there any existing AI tools available in healthcare industry and how much they are solving the problems which we have discussed earlier. And can you please throw some light on UHI, which was the initiative taken by the government, and the structured data. So, is it possible to bring structured data to implement in all the hospitals? So, I want to start with Dr. Suresh.
I asked 47 questions. Which is clear combination. So let me just start with a couple of questions and maybe remaining things because time also. So question number one, are we using AI tools? Definitely yes. So most of the people, I think I hear with the fascination from Dr. Kaushik that use tools to explain education. Okay? You have, say, brain cancer or breast cancer. These are your diagnoses, like distributed persistence, or maybe observed brain cancers. So because you have ABC, it is likely to happen in this frequency. My treatment is going to offer X amount of protection. So we are uncovering, okay, if you want to say no to chemotherapy, you are inferior. But you know that 15% compromise is uncure. If you want to say yes, then 3% extra side effects you have to weigh. So these tools are free available, like Predict Breast is some tool which we use. Life Map is what we are using. URPC calculators we are using, MATLAB we are using. I can just say like this 40 calculators which I am using almost on a daily basis. So can you call it as AI? Yes, it's like a vehicle. Starting from the bicycle to the aeroplane, everything is a vehicle. So it's a very primitive form and we are using so far. But it definitely solving a lot of problems. In convincing the patient is also getting more confidence. He feels that there are some. And one part of the story, are we using it or not? To what extent it is really helping us? Counseling, definitely yes. Patient getting partially yes. Changing our treatment or playing new like in the new avenues, still in the fancy is what I can sum up. The other question that you have asked is standardization data. The beauty is like poetry, medicine is like poetry, the beauty is the art and science economy, right? So the art is we want answers. Then only we are well trained. We don't have any standardizations. So that's the reason why we don't have standard data systems most of the times. And scientists want to build a beautiful and perfect block, and we make a bizarre brick sort of thing which doesn't fit you, and you need to be really artistic to see and imagine how to just fit it into that particular place. So the difference of whatever is outside this square actually is vital. Okay, that's what makes response or no response, side effect or no side effect. That helps to build a new drug sort of thing. So this is where I think accepting the anomaly as it is and then putting it into the system will help for the better research. So let us not try to standardize the anomalies and then just
patent for copy. So it is possible, but capture assets. No standardization. That's my opinion. We'll be open for the other comments.
Dr. Vamsi, can you please throw some light on what are the AI tools which are existing other than what Dr. Suresh was discussing?
Dr. Suresh was telling more about the
oncology side, yes.
We come from medical device.
Okay.
So there are AI tools available. They're open source tools are available, and they are there from last 10 to 15 years. We mature now enough, but they're not from. They're from outside of India, but they're mature enough. But here, here we can take that information and we can build our own tools on the top of it. But again, the data comes to the picture and we need to find our own data here. That's the main part of it. Everywhere, AI is very helpful for the doctors as well as for the patient. But the challenge here is how we present it to the doctor. If we present it in the wrong way, obviously the doctor's patient will be affected to the patient indirectly or directly. Okay, that's where I come across. We see that we want to maintain the best data of it, and we want to see that whatever the present AI tools, we don't want to reinvent the wheel every time. We want to use that tool and see the result on the top of it.
Right.
That's what we do in our company.
That's right.
I'll talk about something very fundamental actually. We are going way ahead of where my comprehension is. I think specific to our country, even basic standardization of nomenclature is not there. Like you make a medical test in a diagnostic clinic A and go to hospital B, the codes we use are not the same. So the ability to know what happens. So I think there's a lot of initiatives, many initiatives across the world. You know, there's RX norms. So a lot of things are there, right? The national mission, the national health mission that was announced, trying to standardize a lot of things. So to me, I think unless at this basic level, everybody talks the same language and uses the same nomenclature. I'm not talking about forcefully anybody CPU. You know, it's like, you know, cutting the foot to fit the shoe. That is not what I am talking about. I'm talking about some level of consistency across the country so that it becomes easy for people to understand. And I think Dr. Gaurav Raina is working on a health stack for the country. And I think when that happens, if I, as using that app, can decide I want to talk to a doctor in Varanasi because it's good at something sitting in Udamandalam, UP or somewhere, and I want to share my reports, it should be in a nomenclature that is easy for them to understand and standardized. So I think that level of at least standardization is what the country needs, and that will significantly improve the quality of healthcare. That's my personal view.
So I would deviate from the topic a little bit. I would not talk about patients and just healthcare per se. I would touch base to the pharma industry and drug discovery.
Okay.
So how do we do a lot of AI related information in drug discovery? We can actually structurally have this enzyme pocket where you have compound bind to have innovation to happen and so thereby have some effect on whatever it is and then thereby reduce the disease for a patient. So we have all those technologies from a long time right now. We can have this active site pocket of an enzyme, can be computationally driven, can be seen on our computer, and then we can design the molecule to fit exactly into the pocket so that it does whatever it is supposed to do. So we have all those technologies before. Now we are using AI integrations, machine learning, so that even we don't need to give a lot of input to it to have a proper molecule. You can design a molecule without even having a single manual input to it. You can get a proper molecule that has all those features, whatever you want it to be. You need to have some solubility, you need to have some good absorption, to have, and then you need to have the activity for those molecules. You have multiple ways you can run AI in a drug discovery setup. That is just one part of it I'm talking about, but since that is the first part of the drug discovery setup, I'm just talking about that. You have multiple places where you can run it, but then how do you improve upon is a completely different science. There is a huge space for improvement. We can improve upon it.
Right, as you said, it is the early phase of drug discovery. So there are a lot of gray areas throughout the pharma sector which are still open for AI development to be happened here. Dr. Lakshmi.
Just sort of saying that I don't know exactly the terminology if this is AI or not, because we have a bunch of software. Now, if I am doing the research, we are designing primers, we are going for cloning, we are going for all the cloning in eukaryotic, prokaryotic things and in cutters. So these softwares are there for a very long time. So if this is AI, I'm not sure, but I wish there is the AI comes into play where it helps us more in the interpretation of all these things. As a very young researcher, if you push me back a couple of years, I look at something and I'm not sure what is happening in that particular screen. So imagine someone or AI on any basis, if it is actually suggesting this is what's the direction that you are going. So that would actually push us in a better space.
So just to add what is said, that's what most of the regulators are looking at. So they want AI to be explainable AI. Unless your AI tells why it is telling so, what it is telling, what is the basis of the recommendation or conclusion, and how far it is accurate and where it can fail. Unless it is very open, it cannot be used in things. So that level of regulations are in the process of being implemented across the globe, including. So we are just 18 months away if things go at the pace at which it is going. The target is 2027, but we are ahead of that.
So that is what the question I was about to ask you. Like, is there any regulatory guidelines? But as for you, it is not still under the process of development.
In US, yes. In India, in US only partly yes, not complete yes.
Okay. So whatever the tools which we are using currently, the tools which you have said also, are they validated with the patient data for verifying the outcome results and all?
So, okay. So I'll put it across. AI is very broadly used. Simple decision to these are also called AS. Definitely, I don't want to use the particular methodology of so, but this dichotomy, like you have a age of one. Okay, you ask the next question. Diabetes there or not? Then yes, hypertension there or not? Then you say your cardiac disease. That's what the doctor thinks. That's what the AI does. So this is simple. So this doesn't require because these are all medically validated outcomes. They are just putting it into a user interface which is easy to interpret, easy to understand, and then some nice figures they are able to convince the patient. So this, if you consider this as AI, you are right. If you are talking about more complicated things like a big score at week 32, a pregnant baby is likely to develop hypertension because of low hemoglobin and high sugar. No, they are not validated because it is based upon 1 lakh patients data pool behind, and they need to undergo very rigorous implementation checks.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ramsey.
On the regulatory side towards AI, in India, they're coming up with a policy, but they're not fully regulated. The same in the US and the other countries.
Who are those regulators who are governing these?
So India is Central Control Board, and if you take US,
AI is considered device education.
Okay, so I just want to understand, like there are so many problems. So there are a lot of young investors and researchers are present here. So for them to take up some issues, what are the issues which can be readily taken up? So in your area, which are the hardest? So for them to study and generate some tools for them. Dr. Lakshmikant also, like he was working in agricultural industry. So,
Yes, ma'am. I got your question. There are a bunch of things that coming into my head. I just throw them the ideas. So Definitely, one thing is the first thing that I said is imaging or the AI diagnosis in veterinary field that would be really helpful if it goes deep down. And the other thing is the livestock sector is plagued with very frequent outbreaks of diseases. Like there are FMD diseases. Recently, we are plagued by a disease called as lumpy skin disease. So whenever the animals are hit by this, there is serious loss of productivity and economy. So, but there is a lot of epidemiological data. There is a lot of risk factors that we know. So if only we can club them together and we can predict the next outbreak, or at least if that's a gentle push forward. So that keeps the health sector ready on a livestock basis. And also, I was thinking on a very remote level, just like now we have pull bots and chat GPTs to write our theses and research articles. No shame in doing that. So we can also have chat bots for a farmer level. We not suggest treatment exactly, but even a life hack or I'm saying on a health hack for an animal care or a health hack for an agricultural care. I don't know if it is really there. On something on that front would actually access them or empower them in a better direction.
So one thing that is close to my heart is the pathology reading of the slides. I've given the talk on the AI and digital pathology. It's a very wide field and has progressed a lot in the recent years. However, I would still feel like image-based interpretation of, say, a cellular-based evaluation is far more developed than what a pathology-based evaluations are. Especially if you increase the complexity by stating more, like not just the HLA slides, but say, for example, day of my life, I do the same thing. I just go to Google, pick a part of a code, and then try to see if it can be implemented. I can't do it myself. I'm no coder for sure. So that's how we do it. I just modify a part of a code. So, however, for mostly in vitro diagnostics and things like that, it is pretty well developed. I don't see the same thing for pathology-related slide readings and things like that. There are a few companies that are currently working on it right now, but I would want to see the field I would want to see the field develop a lot more faster because that is something which is of a tremendous application in terms of patient treatment and survival rates.
So, like you are an angel investor, like there are a lot of IT professionals are over here and researchers. Do you have any suggestion for them to pursue the career in AI? And what is your suggestion for them? Sir?
I think there is, first of all, AI is so broad-based. They can work in any industry. This panel is not limiting them to this sector, number one. However, if you are interested in this sector, I think, see, AI is a skill. You have to have passion for that industry also. Otherwise, you'll be ordinary person in a team of extraordinary people. The skill is cheap. AI is telling us that skill is cheap. Like many coders are, he doesn't even know to code and he's picking up code and editing it. So for me, for the people, what I would say is, look for, if you're an entrepreneur, look for interesting problems that are low hanging. Don't look to shoot for the stars. There are enough small problems that can help people. He raised a very good point. If there is a hack for a farmer in a local language, even if it's a question answer brought about welfare of their animal, that is a phenomenal advantage for them, and that can be probably created in less than a year if you collect all the data and you can get it. So there are enough problems to be solved. I would think that if you're an entrepreneur, look for problems that can have immediate return because that gives you the high. If you're a researcher, of course, you'll do like what we're doing. That's a long-term thing that you would do. If you are just a practitioner of AI, have passion to be here. Otherwise, this is not the place for you. Because success rate here, is 1 in a million finding the right molecular combination and things like that. So it's not an easy thing. So you should have the passion for this industry.
Can you please throw some light here? Like, what are the tools we can take up? Do you have any suggestions for since you are also one of the entrepreneurs? So
the most important part. So the most important part of the entrepreneur journey in healthcare or in AI is the patient.
That's the most important part. It needs to be great by the founder because every day is a worst day. It is a good day, you can do a party and everything, but it's not going to be every day a good day for us. So we have to be more patient in that because the cycle time for the success in the healthcare or in the medical device platform or in AI. I'm talking about only on the healthcare side, not on the other side of the industry, but it takes a minimum of 3 to 5 years, depends on the use case. So, and as entrepreneurs, the first thing we need to keep in mind is what is the worst thing going to be happening in the last. We need to come from there to see that how we can break that and take it forward.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Sir.
One final word which I like is, ambition should not equal to common sense when we are doing the research. The best answer is always find is one of the second year students taught us on the fall detection book. I'm still surprised. A lot of equipments are there on how to detect fall in elderly. So if you have to define the fall, you have XYZ axis on the stand up, they become 0. When you fall, it takes 5 to 6 seconds if you want to purposely lie down. But if it happens in 2 seconds, it means you fell down. So till that time is coder's job or a medical device job. But the intelligence comes after that. So most of the equipment stand up when they fall, that's a reflex. If that doesn't happen, at least I prevented one false alarm. And if I don't deliberately stand up because there may be slippery floor or dark surroundings, that means my brain sends a signal to my heart and it says, calm down, things are okay, but you don't stand up. That means HR will get sick. And if that means second prevention of the fall detection, then again comes the coder's job. Okay, if it is a significant one, send it to the ambulance and then IBER and caregiver. So this is all common sense. So this is nothing like a great science behind. So unless you are very vigilant about what things can commonly be solved rather than trying to develop a very fancy code, then you don't come up with a good product.
Thank you, sir. So I have a question for Nagendra, sir. Do we have we have already discussed, and what are the funding opportunities available for AI-based innovations?
I think there is always funding opportunity, in my opinion. So long as you are solving a real problem and you hit the nail on the head, ultimately the patient is God. The patients vote with their feet, whether they vote with their pocket or not. Right? Even if you give treatment for free, they will not come to you unless they, so it's nothing to do with voting with the pocket, they vote with their feet. If you are solving a real problem, enough funding opportunities available. Most of the time, what I found in my experience over the last few years is, entrepreneurs fall in love with the idea and product and lose sight of practicalities. And that, I think, is something that they should be careful about. There are enough people who throw cold water on the money every time they go and ask. But I think it's very important to keep that in mind. I would again and again say there are enough easy problems to solve before you take big problems to solve.
That is nice, sir. Thank you everyone for participating in this discussion. So we want to take few questions from the audience.
Please introduce yourself and which panelists have to answer also. That means our job is.
Hi, this is Bharat. I work for a software company called Nexus Technologies as a project manager. I just wanted to understand, I work in the healthcare domain as well, clinical trials and other stuff. So, we know, recently, stem cells therapy, using stem cells, we can create artificial organs in near future. So, as a doctor's view, where do we stand on that? I know
I think that is for me. Yeah. So the answer is very simple.
not in the near future, right? Stem cells can create a beautifully functioning cardiac muscle, but if this part of the heart is contracting and this is not, so they are not in sync, then output doesn't come. So creating the organ is easy, making it functional is easy, integrating with the existing system is impossible. Wherever it happened by accident, not by design. So accepting for the organs like blood, where they can function in isolation, no stem cells have worked. So some stem cell transplant work only in the organs like bone marrow transplant, where RBC, one RBC needed coordinate with other RBC to carry oxygen, or very gross things like bone, where you just have to bear the weight. So accepting that wherever it requires complex coordination, it always do. So something have to happen, miracle, for the stem cells to come into the real time.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, hi. This is Hardik from Sama. So currently we are also working in clinical trials. But I want to just check the different side of AI. I have read one article. It's called like behavior change. The doctors were using the AI tools for diagnosis and all. And later they realized after 2 years they were performing the nuclear scans were reduced from let's say by it was around 40 to 50%. They reduced scan because they were predict the AI tool what is predicting. So in that case they have misdiagnosed certain patients. How to do in our regular life also, if we see we can't do basic multiplication also because we used to calculator and all. So when all this AI will come, so how human intelligence will be downgraded and the human touch in the care and all. So how we can deal with that also?
To me? Yeah, I know. So thing is, AI according to me is not artificial, but it is automated intelligence. As long as you try to enhance your decision making for the better patient care, that's okay. If you are trying to replace it, definitely a big no-no so far. So please don't attempt that, and that's what will happen. What you told. If I trust the AI that this patient is unlikely to have a recurrence, and if I stop doing this scan, if the patient comes with a disease bad, then I'm the saddest person, so as the patient's family. So we don't deviate from the conventional wisdom and conventional treatment. At the same time, we try to improve on how to interpret the scan better rather than how to avoid this scan. I hope I answered your question.
Hello sir, I am Banu from Biomedical Engineering. So I want to ask Dr. Suresh sir. Sir, as you mentioned, as per regulatory thing, AI is considered as a device. We have to look at it, is it good or bad? Why not as a tool or something like protocol? Because
tool and protocol doesn't go. See, the problem in India, I'm not an expert, but I definitely would like to see some of the inputs from the patent lawyers. In India, the code is not patentable unless it is in a device. Whereas in US and other countries, it is patentable. So, because the device is patentable, it is regulated, so the code has to sit on a device. So, it is more of a law that is making it to happen rather than why it is a device. It is otherwise. So, the same law controls both device and the code. So, that's what is the logic why it is put under the devices side. So, because more of a regulations in terms of law and enforceability and IP that is making it to happen in this stage. So, I don't see any reason, but probably some of the regulators can help you to answer the right way. But whatever I told, I do attend few of the CSO meetings, so that's what I gave.
I have one more question, about the standardization. So, if we can look this into two ways, the practices which would be followed, the protocols where collecting the data would be two different ways. As you mentioned, it would not be standardized for all. But can we? There is a possibility of collecting the data in the standardized method.
That's what sir is telling. That's what even I completely agree. I have to measure the speed of a car either in miles per hour or kilometers per hour. Unless I do that particular basic things, I can't keep on modifying my sporting motors or automakers. Right? So you start with basic standardization and on top of it you modify it and improvise. So basic standardization, no brainer. It has to be done. No choice.
So if we are not standardizing the practices and still we are standardizing the data correction process, so how would it would affect the data quality?
Right. So the practice cannot be standardized. It has to be individualized to the patient. That's where the AI is trying to solve the problem. How can they personalize the AI to you?
See, basically, the outcome decides the practice, effectiveness of practice. The moment you have standardized data and you also are able to collect the outcomes, then you will be able to know that this particular set of practices, right, are good or not good. Right? That's why age-old home remedies still work at home. Because of this historical data, we know that if you get cold, you take some turmeric, something will work, right? So practice is different, right? But if you can measure the outcomes, in fact, that's what a lot of people around the world are doing now, whether they're governments or regulatory bodies, to say there is this movement called pay for performance that's happening, right? Doctors know. So this is nothing about practices, and I agree with him totally. Practice is based on experience. It is also based on a moment of inspiration, right? Because, correct, right? So it is so important that you can't take that in.
Yeah, I have a question to Dr. Lakshmikant. I mean, from my side, so we are seeing how AI is really helping the human sciences and how it is treating in a better way or diagnosing in a better way. But coming to the animals, I hope you might have seen in many places, there could be times where it might be hard for you to diagnose or treatment the animals, right? So is there any way that maybe this technology or this AI could help this diagnosis, could help this in treatment to the animals? Are there any situations that where you have thought maybe this technology or this AI might have helped these animals in diagnosing faster or treatment them faster?
I got the question, but to even answer that, I've never used AI to say the AI would have been better here. So that is the area where we are in so far. But to address it in a different dimension, I've given a lecture in the morning where I felt antimicrobial resistance is a serious threat from our particular livestock industry. Many times I had a very small clinical, how would I say, career. So I felt like whenever I am prescribing an antibiotic, there are only a couple of things that are clicking my head. I wish we had AI where it suggests an alternative, where it can actually bring in data that this particular your area is actually having more resistance for this organism. Let us prescribe something else, or you can actually let me give it a 3-4 options. Like these are all there in the market. The first thing that always fits into our head is the only thing that we write. So I wish that kind of a support, if it really comes, it would have made a game-changing difference to tackle AMR is what I always felt, and I'm still feeling.
Just want to make a suggestion which is probably not good from my point as what I'm wearing. Let's not think everything is AI solvable or you need AI to solve. Because for a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Right? Maybe you need a shoehorn, maybe you need a wrench, you may need something. AI is just one of the many things that we have. So I just suggest that collectively that, AI is just one of the many things we use, and it definitely is a lot of potential, no doubt.
Hello, good afternoon, panel. This is Dr. Santosh Shivagma from BVIT Nasapur College. I'm assistant professor here. And sir, my question is for that people are working in majority of the students are working in Raspberry Pi and Arduino boards. They are working with physical sensors, which is internally Chinese supplied. So we are not getting proper result. And even in my doctorate, when I pursued my PhD, so we are working in that domain also. So we are facing the challenges with the physical hardware sensors. So because that sensor is substandard sensor, so that's why we are not getting the proper result. And if we are compared with the Chinese sensors or the low cost sensors like BP monitor, which is cost around 1500, so it is almost more than 20 to 30% of the result sometimes we get. And even if we are talking about the rural areas, so majority of the practitioners who are like
they are not basically MBBS. So they are GMP practitioners or some kind of supportive staff. So they are using the same medical devices which cost not more than 2,000 rupees for the diagnosis purpose, and the result is affected more than 20 to 30% around. So for that, in Indian perspective, if you want to try something in hardware perspective, so from where we get, because in generally I try from many of sources, but I can't get a proper sensors which is affiliated from any of the companies like Siemens or Philips, or they are not actually supplied in the Indian market, even in Asian region also. So for that, what we can do?
Let me divide the question into two. One, you're talking about the sensor. Okay. And the second is you're talking about the result.
Yeah.
Right. So sensors, India doesn't have a capability to manufacture or design sensors.
Definitely, it will take almost 1 decade.
Yeah, more than a decade.
Yeah, exactly.
So sensors, what you are procuring from maybe from the China or from locally, are more of made in China products.
It is all from the China supply.
So here we need to, the selection of sensors is also very important. So we have to see that we've made it, okay, where the company is from. Okay, if you take a company from US, let me say a maximum integration or analog devices. Yeah, if you call analog devices, they're procuring a sensors from analog devices. They provide what is the standard they are maintaining. If you take the data sheet, you go through each and every point in the data sheet, you have a detailed explanation how the sensor works and in which conditions it works. That's also very important for a prototyping or a POC to be tested. Yes, that's one part. And the second part, when you're doing a POC or a prototype, it's almost like a raw development. I don't say it's a finished development. Yeah. So in the scale, I mean, in the percentage of 100, the development is only 15%. If you take a POC or a prototype 1 or prototype 2. Yes. So after MVP, I'm talking about minimum viable product. The MVP reaches by 30%. Right? After that, 30% reach 100% as marketable product. That's where you can see the result. It's not going to be easy to say that, okay, I've done a POC or I've done a prototype 1 or 2 and I'm ready with the minimum viable product and I can take it to the market. It's not going to work out like that. It takes a lot of time and energy to see that from 30% to 100%, it takes a lot of time. Exactly, that's one. And coming to the second part of your question on achieving the accuracies and all the maturity of the product development also is required to get that accuracy level. You have to fine tune the device in such a way that when you're going to one region to collect the data and doing the testing or the validation, you have to fine tune it in a more, the fine tuning is the most important part to get the marketable product.
I just want to add one thing. Don't underestimate the affordability of the medical practitioner in the village, because I see this constantly trying to bring the cost of the product down and pay for quality instead. I am sure the incremental cost will more than help the practitioner to get more clients. So I don't see that as an issue. I think he raises good points. Cost of product is only 20-30% in the overall scheme of things. So I think if you're guiding them, sir, please make sure that they have the first prototype of the best quality. Then you can choose to do how to do the value versus price and all that. Otherwise, we'll end up building subpar products.
Sir, actually, sometimes we try to communicate with the Philips and Siemens also, but actually, for the starting prototype, our card size is very limited for the getting the sensor. So that's why they are not interested to winning with a business. That's the main problem I face.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Okay, fine.
We have one-to-one interaction with the panel speakers. So I thank every one of you. It is a really interesting discussion.
we had with you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Praveen, for giving this opportunity for us.
That was a very informative session. Lots of questions. I know there are more questions, so I would request that the audience please talk to the panelists and speakers after the conclusion. We now we've had two really wonderful days. We started on a high yesterday. We started with an anthem. And I remember yesterday what we had 2,500 people filling this hall, hundreds of people standing outside. We had this wonderful anthem that we all sang together. Then we had the keynotes and all. And I now have the privilege, and I'm extremely honored, to be welcoming Jayesh Ranjan Garu. Jayesh Ranjan Garu, thank you for honoring our request and coming over here. Jayesh Ranjan Garu is a special chief secretary. He's also been involved with whatever progress we have seen over the last 10 years in IT and all. Jayesh Garu had a huge role to play in all of this stuff. He has been a huge support of what we've been doing. Thank you, sir. Thank you for obliging our request and coming over here. May I now request Jayesh Garu to deliver the closing keynote, and then we will proceed to the valedictory after Jayesh Garu's closing keynote. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to convey my appreciation for the organizers of AI Days, Swecha team in particular, and everyone else who have supported them in organizing this wonderful event. Even though I was not here yesterday, but I heard very good things about the day-long deliberations, also the interactions that happened today. And I feel very happy that the ecosystem in Hyderabad, in Telangana, supporting AI is maturing very rapidly. We are already thinking of developing local language models, Telugu language models, Telugu language products, solutions, etc. So, some of the things that we are doing here in Hyderabad, I particularly feel very happy and very proud about it. Some of you would be aware that while the world over AI has been in existence for decades, but the real thrust came in just about 7 to 8 years ago. And gradually when people in India started taking note of AI, Telangana was amongst the first few states to decide a very focused strategy on how AI has to be developed, AI has to be used. Some of you will recall that in the year 2020, we decided to celebrate that year, commemorate that year rather, as a year of AI. And 2020, all of us go back and recall, was a very tough year. We had COVID, lockdown, all kinds of emergencies. And obviously, if you have planned something, not knowing that these kind of calamities are going to befall you, your plans do get derailed in some ways. But again, I feel very proud that almost 80% of what we had planned for that year, we were able to accomplish. Partly virtually, partly through in-person activities. But nevertheless, the beginning was very good. And of course, when we started something on 1st of January 2020, lots of preparatory work happened in the preceding months in 2019. And one of the good things, something which we have been recognized, national government has commended us for that particular activity. We brought out a framework to support AI. What is the responsibility of the government to promote AI? What is the responsibility of other stakeholders? How do we bring all the stakeholders together? And I would encourage all of you, I'm sure, have deep interest in AI, to go to our website and read this framework. While it was prepared in 2019, later have 4 years approximately have gone by, but it is still very relevant. And I don't think there is anything that we have missed. Possibly, generative AI was not that relevant at that point in time. But other than that, everything else that one needs to do to promote AI, to adopt AI very rapidly, all these features are provided in that framework. So, just to give a very quick overview of that framework, the most important thing, and I briefly overheard some of the panelists of the RPM session. I came a little late, unfortunately. One of the key things about doing anything related to AI relates to training your algorithm. and of course, writing the algorithm, developing the algorithm for sure. But we require lots of data, even prepare that algorithm, train that algorithm. So as a government, one of the first decisions that we took is that we will take upon ourselves as a key responsibility to make data available. And I think lots of efforts have happened in that direction. I feel very proud and satisfied to share with you. We have decided as a government that our priority for AI will be agriculture. Agriculture is one domain. I'm sure all of you know this, that it supports the largest number of rural livelihoods. And I'm very happy that you are also choosing to focus on AI for society, because this is exactly something which is our priority also. AI should work for everyone. Just as we use the thing AI for society, the similar thing that we use is AI for everyone. Making AI work for everyone. That is the thing that we work on. So obviously, everyone is the society, and if you look at which sector, which livelihood supports the largest percentage of that society, it is agriculture today. And to facilitate development of AI-enabled solutions for agriculture, we have set up, and as I said, we are the first state in the country. Now we are showing the way to the national government also. We have set up an agriculture data exchange. So all possible data sets that one would require to develop a solution related to agriculture is available on that exchange. But like any other exchange, like the stock exchange or any other kind of data exchange, there are norms on how do you participate in that exchange. So sometimes we have heard, we have seen also, these are very true kind of episodes, in which large scale misuse of data has happened. Lots of even reputed tech companies have allowed the huge access to data that they have to be passed on for commercial interests to third parties have misused it. Few years ago, when the elections in the US were happening, so the huge debate and investigation on how personal data has been misused to kind of motivate or nudge people to vote in the favor of a particular party by reputed technology platforms, etc. So there is always that risk and always that concern that the more access you provide to data, some element of misuse will happen, some element of extracting commercial benefit without passing any benefit to the people whose data you are using. That kind of scenario will happen. So we have created an agriculture data exchange, keeping in mind all these possibilities and creating very robust internal system of checks and balances. It is not just commercial misuse, it is also privacy, it is confidentiality, it is consent. So that is one very important responsibility. And as I said, while we have created data exchange for agriculture, we are absolutely open to provide or make accessible other data sets also, which people will be using in other domains. So as I just found out, the earlier panel was focused on healthcare. Again, lots of data is available. Lots of mobility data is available with the government and so on and so forth. So making data available is a very big responsibility that we have taken, and many of the startups who are connected with us, who participate in our program, they know how easy it is in Telangana to access any of these data. Along with providing access to data is a related issue or a related question of high performance computing. See, when you are given trillions and trillions of bits of data, many times we feel that the compute capacity that we have access to in our simple PCs, etc., that is not enough. And that is a big barrier that we face, because high performance compute also comes at a very high cost. And again, for young innovators, young entrepreneurs, startups, students, it literally becomes impossible. Even if you have a bright idea, you will be thwarted because you won't have compute access. So again, this is something which we have done for our kind of ecosystem partners. We have been able to access high performance compute facility, more than 15,000 GPUs through CDAC and NVIDIA at literally pro prices. And we are now in discussions with another provider, a company called Jota. We have decided to initially set it up in Delhi, but we are convincing them to set it up in Hyderabad as well. So once these facilities are available, already as I said, the CDAC and NVIDIA facility is already available. Many of our startups with I don't have precise information, but recently when I had checked on this, I was told that more than 20 startups in Hyderabad have used that facility, the low-cost compute facility that we have arranged for them especially. And once this Toyota facility is also developed in Hyderabad, and these are some of the challenges that people face. You're actually right, algorithm. These are the challenges that they face. Accessibility to data, clean data, interoperable data, access to high performance compute facilities. So as a government, we are making these kind of things. Another very important thing, of course, as we notice now, AI is becoming more and more pervasive. Literally, there is no sphere of our lives which cannot potentially be improved or made more efficient using AI. But where are the people who have that talent to run AI kind of programs? So again, skilling is a very important responsibility, and it's a nice coincidence that we are having this conference in an academic institution, a premier academic institution like the JNTU, which is of course offering high quality courses on AI, ML, etc. But again, many of you would be aware, since I see that many of you are students, there are a range of courses available. In fact, AI is not just PhD level skills, writing very logical algorithms. AI skills start from absolutely low end, even to clean the data, data cleansing, data organizing, data annotation, making the data interoperable. Even that is a task which has to be done before PhD kind of people take over that. So again, who does that kind of work? For that, you don't require very high skills. But I have seen that people with as low as 10th pass qualifications or 12th pass qualifications can do that job. And to do that kind of a job, you don't have to be in an expensive office building in Hyderabad. You can be somewhere else and do this work. So again, we have been very successful in motivating some companies to set up basic AI level of skills in smaller towns. So again, I'm happy to share with you that some of this kind of the work is going on in Warangal, some of this kind of work is going on in Nizamabad, something in even smaller towns, etc. So we have made a good beginning to show that the basic skill sets which are required to organize the data, that is also something which can be done very easily, and Telangana government arranges for those kind of skills to be made available to people. Of course, the higher level skills, there are many. JNTU and many of the colleges under JNTU were the first to introduce options, engineering options in AI/ML. IIT in Hyderabad again was one of the first to introduce a full-fledged BTech in AI. But there are lots of short-term courses also, few months courses, few week courses, very fundamental courses, etc. So there is no dearth of content which is available today for skilling, but how to put it together, how to make it easy to do, how to provide credits for it, and how to introduce an element of practical learning. While you learn theory, while you learn the coding languages, how do you actually test the experience or the learning that you are getting on live situations? So that is again something that we have decided to focus on from this coming academic year, which will start maybe from June or so. We will be on our, we have an institution, students will be possibly aware, which is called TASK, Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge. And on the TASK portal, lots of practical use cases will be demonstrated, will be displayed. So if you have done some course and you want to try out whether you have learned something which is worth replicating, which is worth applying, opportunities will be there. And once you enroll that, okay, I'll work on this particular problem, data sets will be made available, you'll be encouraged to develop your solution, the POC will be tried out. So, and then additional certificate will be given to you that apart from learning a particular content, your theoretical needs, you have also been able to demonstrate that you know how to use it. So again, this is something which is, in my opinion, very progressive, because to the best of my knowledge, not too many governments are doing these kind of things. Possibly no other government is thinking of these lines. That the skilling that you are developing, the skill manpower pool that you are developing, must also have a practical orientation. Just knowing the language is good, but how do you apply it in real situation is the real test. So again, that is something that we are working on. Of course, we have seen the world over that large number of AI solutions today are coming from not just big technology companies or niche AI companies. Many young innovators, young entrepreneurs, they are also providing these solutions. And to encourage that to happen here in Hyderabad, here in Telangana, we have set up very useful and a very kind of comprehensive program to promote entrepreneurship, to promote innovation. In the government, we have set up a center of excellence on data sciences and AI along with NASCOM. And we run AI accelerator program, which is called RevUp. And so far, we have completed 3 cohorts, more than 60 AI startups have been supported through those cohorts. And many of them have done very well. The solution that we have developed is in use now. Their valuation have gone up. Some of them have received subsequent funding also. That is happening on a very satisfactory level. The eHub also has been recently given a sanction of a focused AI/ML incubator, which is called MAP, which is funded by the Department of Science and Technology. Their cohort has just started, just about 10 days ago, we inaugurated it. So they also, given the proven track record of eHub, they also, I'm sure, will do well. So the Center of Excellence, eHub, and many others who are doing similar kind of things at their level, the synergy, the collaboration that is possible, all that will be facilitated by the government. And I'm very sure that Hyderabad eventually will develop into a very potent center for innovation and entrepreneurship related to AI. The government also is very serious about AI, and we want to walk the talk. Instead of just saying that I'll give data, I'll give compute facility, I will set up some innovation spaces. How do we actually bring AI into our own processes is again something which we need to show through example. And again, I feel very proud to share with you that in the last 4 years, since 2020, when we began the year of AI campaign, we have onboarded 25 plus solutions, AI-enabled solutions within the government. And one solution about which I feel very proud about, because a few months ago, there was a national conference on AI, and we were asked to present that solution before the Honorable Prime Minister. This is a solution which relates to poaching. Many of you will be aware that in the forests, animals are killed in a very brutal manner to retrieve their skin or their body parts and all that. And it's all very tragic. There are organized gangs of poachers who go to a forest area, they wait when no one is there, they attack the animals, and there is a very big traffic. The parts go to China, to other countries, and it's all very tragic. Animals obviously can't defend themselves, and all this is going on. So we have been able to support the development of a picture recognition based solution enabled with AI, which alerts the forest officials whenever any such images is seen, which is not of a regular animal which is found in that forest area or in that wildlife sanctuary. And it is running for the last few months, more than 1 year, I would imagine. And the initial results are very, very encouraging. We have created another AI-based solution along with Triple IT and Intel, which is called iGastic. Someone might have spoken about it earlier to you, which alerts drivers at the locations where accidents typically happen. So accident-prone zones, and the algorithm also takes into account the driver's own behavior of what kind of quality of driving he is providing. So we have installed this solution in 2 national highways in RTC buses, and the data shows that there is a reduction by 40% in the accidents which typically used to happen in those roads. So many such examples are there. As I said, 25 plus examples are there, and we are always on the lookout for more and more use cases, so that instead of just teaching, we will also be walking that talk. One third example which I can share very briefly. Again, I feel very, very proud about that solution. This potentially is a global solution. Across the world, this can be adopted. This relates to remote voting. All of us know, and coincidentally, this is the election season. On the 13th of May, we will all be required to go and vote. Now, it's of course a very important part of democracy. It is our duty. We all have to go and vote, but many people find the whole experience of going out and voting to be a very cumbersome experience. And many times it is also very user unfriendly. You go somewhere, you stand in the queue, and at the end it is found that your name is not there or someone has voted in your place. So it also creates a big hassle. So we have been able to develop a solution which allows you to vote sitting in your home using your phone. And as you know, voting is a very contentious process in our country. People keep complaining, people keep challenging. Typically, after every election, electronic voting machines are blamed that they were faulty. I pressed this button, but all the votes went to someone else. But so even in this kind of an environment, we were able to successfully demonstrate in a live scenario. There is a town called Khammam, about 350 kilometers from here. In a municipal election, we were able to demonstrate with about 3,000 voters that without stepping out of your home, you can cast your vote completely successful, without even 1% of any doubt or any error, etc. And the AI played a very important role in creating that. So this image recognition solution, but how is your image evaluated with lots of AI behind it. So as I said, many such solutions have been created. The other important responsibility which the government takes is to work towards ethical use of AI, have a proper governance system, have a system which is promoting responsible usage of AI. So we have created an institution in the government which is called Telangana Artificial Intelligence Mission, and it is headed by the India head of NVIDIA. NVIDIA, as you know, is today one of the champion companies when it comes to AI. So their India heads our thinking. There are members of other private companies, members of Transform, members of academic institutions, as a government representative I am there. So this institution looks after all the governance issues, data sets, responsible AI, what will be the ethical usage, which use case will we take up, how will we allow a startup to develop their solution. So this is a very robust mechanism. Again, very few governments, very few states have done something of this kind, which we have done. We are also very keen that we play an important role in popularizing AI usage through frequent activities, events, meetups. There is a strong AI community here. The present event that we are all participating in, AID Days, is one such example where we have been able to bring together all the stakeholders. I'm happy to share with you that 2 months from now, in July, on 8th and 9th, one of the largest AI summits which have ever happened in our country is going to take place here in Hyderabad, the Global AI Summit. And again, the focus of that summit is, while we are still working on it, I can share this very briefly, that the focus of that summit will be to show use cases. We have spoken enough about theory, we are now speaking quite a lot about AI, we are speaking about responsible AI, ethics in AI, but where are the use cases? So we want to show that literally every field of life, AI has a use case, someone somewhere is using it and benefiting from it. So how do you get exposed to all these amazing use cases? How do you decide to use some of them yourself? Or how do you tweak it? Or when you hear about some use case in some field, does it give new ideas to you on how it can be used? So it's a very practical kind of focus event on July 8th and 9th, as I said. So I invite all of you also to register for it, participate in that. Registration will be opening possibly in the middle of April. So look forward to these kind of events that are happening again and again and again. So once again, I feel very happy that the 2 days conference here, AI Days, has been a resounding success. I particularly appreciate the initiative of developing the Telugu LLM, and of course, this is an opportunity which will help the next million users of internet. Most of the next million users of internet will be using it in their own language. They will not be knowing English, they will not be having any kind of advanced college degrees, they will be living in rural areas. So language should not become the barrier, and therefore the effort to collectively work on large scale local language models is very noteworthy.
we are also making similar efforts, and I'll be happy to kind of collaborate and synergize. We have got permission, so it has not yet been officially announced. We have got permission to access the database of a huge Telugu newspaper. This newspaper group has millions of articles, millions of publications, and the entire archive has been made available to us. So this again is a very good kind of resource for us to train our model and make it more and more accurate. Eventually, accuracy is what will push the needle. This voting solution that I spoke about, we have not been able to kind of scale it up or convince the election authorities or the election commission of India because it is still not 100% accurate. So it is, I mean, the accuracy levels are very good, 87% or something like that. But till it becomes much more accurate, no one will really be able to give 100% confident kind of acceptance to it. So this is again something which we need to do collaboratively, we need to pool our resources. And as I said, I'll be very happy as the government will be very happy to support any such initiative which is going on. So once again, good wishes to all of you, and thank you very much for inviting me.
One small announcement, my request, Kiran Chandra, founder Swecha, Professor Pratap, President Swecha, Chaitanya, co-founder, CTO, Ozotel, Nagendranath Garu, Senior Advisor, Salamander Advisory Services, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Tata Narasimha Reddy Garu, so if you can also please join us on stage for 1 minute. Nag Malladi, Vice President, Tech Mahindra, Srinivas Mohan Garu, again, there is no introduction. You've all seen Bahubali, RRR, Turato, he's the person behind all of that stuff.
We're going to set up a center here called as the Center for People-Centric AI. The spirit with which the conference has begun, solving problems for the commons. Thank you, Jay, saying that he is supporting us all through. He has been always supportive of it. And I think this center is going to look at solving problems for the commons. And I think all the scientific community that has been sitting here has listed close to 200 problems or odd problems since all the speakers were going on yesterday. So I think we'll start solving some of them, and hopefully we'll be able to present in the conference that is going to be there. And in these 3 months, we have solved X number of problems.
We've already a few institutes, including IIIT, a few companies, they're also represented over here, signing up, universities and all. There are a few companies which have signed up to be founding members of this center as well. There's an open call. I know there are a lot of companies, startups, research institutes, including the likes of CCMB and others who are a part of this. We're also proud to announce that the cyber cell, they were there yesterday, was there. They wanted to partner in the center that we are setting up as well. So if you're interested, please do reach out this center over the next 1 year. We will be working towards Vision AI for Society. Hubs will also be there across the India. This is not just, this will be centered in Hyderabad. We are opening up hubs in Madras, Bombay, Chennai, Mumbai, Bangalore, other places as well. This is going to be a huge initiative where we are going to be working on use cases. If you're wondering why we have this, we have demonstrated farming and agriculture use cases yesterday. This will actually be, we will be releasing lots of use cases as we go forward. This is an open invite. If you're representing your company, industry, startup, whatever it is, if you're interested in building people-centric AI solutions, please do reach out to us. We're going to be actually launching the center in a month's time frame, and we look forward to collaborating with you. Jayesh Garu has also said they're happy to collaborate with us on all of these things, and we'll be more than happy to work with the government and other organizations which are working with the vision of people-centric AI and AI for society. Thank you. And then we have spoken about how AI is going to take over, right? We started to say something that we have built, executed with a vision towards AI. The AI vision was 2017 when we held the DevCon 2017. We've spoken about AI vision. 7 years later, why don't we do a future perspective? Where do we think we'll be? I am quite sure we will be entering the era of quantum computing. So with that note, I think we should conclude the conference with Dr. Krishna Palam Garu, the founding CEO of AcceleQuant. He's going to be talking about the intersection of AI, ML, and quantum computing. Sir, I think you should please join us. And 7 years, 5 years down the line when we are here, that could be the current, that could be the present. Because 7 years ago we started talking about AI, ML taking over, and here we are today. Probably 5 years later, we will be calling it AI quantum days or something like that. But nobody better than Dr. Krishna Palam Garu to talk about the intersection of AI, ML, and quantum computing. I know it's a very curious topic for all of us. Nothing better than you speaking to close this out. Thank you so much for obliging and joining us over here.
This is on? Yeah. Okay. So, I make you one promise. I will let you go in 25 minutes. You don't ask me any questions. And that's at the end of long 2 days. But this topic actually would have been done better than what, like early in the morning, because it can be quite confusing, and I'll show you why. I'll start out by giving you a 5 to 10 minute overview of what quantum means. Then we'll talk about what it really is used for and potentially in the AI space as well. So I'm right now running that company, so I don't want to go into the company specific things too much. So the spirit of what I do is just an overview of what's happening in the field. You see those words on the left, I'll walk you through those. Those are terms used very freely, quite often without attribution of what it really means. So I'll start trying to give you a feel for the basic vocabulary of what quantum anything is. And then we'll move from there to trying to see how we can use it. So these are cartoons which are very, very approximate. So you can easily misinterpret them, but I deliberately watered them down so that you can understand what the real meaning is. So normally we all know that there are things called bits that you compute with. Quantum lives in the world of something called qubits. So a bit is simply a 0 or a 1. And typically when you build these ICs, integrated circuits, out of semiconductor material, there is a high voltage or a low voltage. And this voltage can be thought of as encoding a 0 or a 1. Qubits are done in a much more complicated and even somewhat bizarre way. So, again, and this is where things could get inaccurate. You actually manipulate and encode information not at the level of charge, which is about, 10,000 to 100,000 electrons, which is called bulk charge, but you can start manipulating individual electrons. So a single electron, when you start moving it around, it really doesn't want to move around the way you want it to. So the way you can think about this conceptually, there's a lot of mathematics and physics behind it, is that black dot, if you want to encode the information on it, depending on its energy level, you use a tiny laser tweezer and actually move the electron to where you want it to be. And this now lives in a supercooled bath, which is held at a very, very cold temperature, and hopefully we can live there for some time. And that encodes your information. So the mechanism through which, and there are lots of different ways of doing this, there's light-based quantum qubits, this is superconducting material-based qubits, but there are different ways of building them. But they're all manipulating extremely fine-grained phenomenon, because I'm sure all of you have seen, whether you like it or not, some point, the concept of quantum in the physics world. So quantization really is quite old. What it really builds on is, by virtue of doing what we just said, you can stack these qubits and they can encode states that are much more complex than bits. That's about the basic idea. And so if you think about classical bits, each bit is a 0 or a 1. Depending on the number of dots, you take that many times 2 as a total number of possible combinations. In a strange way, because you're manipulating these electrons that can live in many states at the same time through this physics phenomenon called superposition, these internal states of these entities can simultaneously encode, you can imagine, many, many such strings. So many red strings can sit inside one green string. And that's the strangeness of quantum. So simultaneously, you're taking a stack and taking a red string, another red string on top, another, and you build a stack of it. Those all live in a single green string. And now you cleverly take the green string and compute by moving it forward to create another shade of green. That means you move the entire stack of reds simultaneously in some meaningful way,
so that the result is what you want. So you can imagine why that's not easy. And the way you do this if you're a programmer is you write this down as some sort of a matrix operation on another matrix. But if you're building a system, it's much, much more challenging. We'll talk about that in a second. So, and this is where it gets really interesting, and that's sort of where it stops getting really interesting. After that, it's basically exploiting what I'm about to tell you. These quantum systems obey something which is, and now confirmed by science, a phenomenon which is somewhat same called entanglement. So a very crude and inaccurate way of describing this, but it gets the idea across, is if you have two electrons and they're entangled, one is pointing up, one is pointing down. The theory said that if you send one of these two electrons that are entangled to the moon, and then it sits on the moon, and then you change the electron that's pointing up to pointing down, the other electron will change its spin instantaneously. And this is so bizarre that obviously it raises objections. So I'll get to that in a second, but let me walk through why this phenomenon builds on something that's actually very, very significant, and it took a long time. So if you don't get it in day one, that's really no one's fault except that it's hard. So the initial model of the atom we all know, which my kids in 8th grade study, is called Bohr's atomic model. So Niels Bohr, the famous physicist, proposed this model where there are these electrons sitting in orbits, and there is a nucleus which is protons and electrons. So the time scale you can see for yourself. But the person who really triggered a very, very important break in this and led to what became the modern view of quantum mechanics is Schrödinger. So he postulated, and it's hard to explain this in 1 minute, but I can give you the idea. What he postulated was that at the level of an electron, when you take a magnifying glass and zoom into the atom, it is no longer thought of as a particle. It simultaneously lives as a particle and a wave, an electromagnetic wave. And it can have both interpretations. So he wrote this extremely famous, I think it's one of those where he had this leap of intuition, where he could write down the mathematics, because there was not enough scientific evidence at the time to justify it. It's one of those just a flash of insight kind of phenomenon. And just to, I know we all talk a lot in India about prizes. So each one of those I'm tracking were recipients of a Nobel Prize in Physics for that work. So now moving forward with this formalism of a wave equation, entanglement was postulated. And then, I'm sure you recognize the gentleman at the left. Everybody knows him. So he took objection to the fact that this phenomenon where mysteriously this equation says you flip something here and something else will flip far away, simply doesn't make physical sense. There's no intuition that justifies it. So he said there must be variables that are hidden that you don't know in the model that are coupling these two things. So he got together with two of his friends, Brodke and Rosen, and they wrote, in fact, a popular paper because of the first author, attacking this theory, saying that he called it, and at the time if he spoke loudly, people took serious notice, said this is spooky action at a distance. And this is called the hidden variable theory, which in the 60s got debunked actually. But the bottom line, this is not an easy thing to propose, nor is it an easy thing to verify. But lo and behold, many, many years later, work done from 64 to 1998 led these three people who did really brilliant experiments, because this sort of thing is very hard to verify, to receive the Nobel Prize in 2022, 3 years ago. So it's only 3 years ago that entanglement is accepted as a verifiable scientific fact. Through experiment, it was postulated, all sorts of indirect proof was there, but a direct proof is raised. So now, not to intimidate you, but quantum computers take all these things except for Einstein's objection and exploit it through a programming interface. So I can actually manipulate all these things through a quantum world. And that's the brilliance of the engineering that happened in the last 20 years, which led to machines where you can actually set superpositions up through software, entangle things, and then if you are clever enough to write the right program, let the stack of entangled bits be processed, where when you touch the answer and read it out, you get what you want. So, and we'll see what happened there. So, an algorithm, a quantum algorithm exploits these features. Okay? And this is what everybody is after. Now, somebody in the opening of this session said that in 5 years we'll be looking at a quantum summit like this. It's happening now. There are summits around the world, the equivalent of this, maybe not 1,500 people, I don't know, but they are able to, and a year, our little startup could actually show how you have a problem that can be solved at scale. And therefore, sooner than you think, and that's the name of the company, Quant, we're accelerating the time to which these quantum technologies will use. And it's purely, we live in the software space, all the big giants, they build the hardware. And so, what is happening out there? The next two slides are largely due to McKinsey, the consulting company, and the Boston Consulting Group. They built these projections. So, you have, these are the areas where it's supposed to have impact. It's a long list. I'll get to that a little bit more towards the end of the talk in 10 minutes or so. But the opportunities are many. But how significant are they? So, the scale on the y-axis is billions of dollars. So, if you look at a modest projection, and this was done 2-3 years before generative AI, the AI piece of that was supposed to grow to $100 billion. And that's the quantum piece. Okay? And now there are all other normal things like pharmaceutical drug discovery, pharmaceuticals, I'll talk about that, and other areas as well. So, if you add it all up, that's close to a $250 billion at that time. But today, or yesterday I heard, I haven't verified, that ChatGPT's market cap, people are talking about to be $1 trillion. Okay? I don't know if it's verified yet, but I heard. Now, that's $1 trillion, and this was when ChatGPT didn't exist. The quantum AI could be much, much bigger. So, these are areas that are just rising extremely quickly. So, is any of this real? Are people taking it seriously? That's a list of companies. Each column is a different type of hardware, technology, physics, who are investing in this area. So, you can see, so the names you don't know are startups, but when I say startup, they're spent anywhere from $100 to $250 million building this hardware. And the big ones, of course, you know, right? So, we ourselves are partnering already commercially with IBM to validate what we do on their machines, and I'll mention that briefly in a minute, and also talking to other companies. IonQ is a very interesting startup out of Maryland in the US, who are doing a different technology than IBM, and Google is invested in this. I didn't list it here, but Amazon also, but they're not as loud about it in the public domain. They're quite much more quiet. That amount of money, and this is old information from 2023, that has already been invested in startups in quantum. So, there is over $100 billion invested worldwide in quantum computing startups. The number is a little big because the hardware companies soak up a lot of this. The hardware companies take up 600-700 million of this. And so the leftover for smaller companies like us is in the $10 to $50 million, but we don't need more than that at the moment, right? So, because it takes a lot of effort and people and cost to build these things, right? So, different companies have roadmaps on where this hardware is going. This is IBM's, one of the companies we use actively. So if you see from left to right, basically you just see those names, Falcon, Hummingbird, Eagle, Osprey, Condor, etc. Those are increasingly big quantum machines. And they're rolling them out as we every year and a half. And as they get bigger, you have more of these things, I said, called qubits. So you can use more of them, you can solve bigger problems. That's the whole idea. Okay? Okay. So everybody who's been building hardware, therefore, has a roadmap, and they're all projecting that by 2028, roughly, you'll have a machine big enough to really do whatever you want, in a sense, something at large scale. And so that's Google's roadmap. And so this sort of the march goes on. Everybody has a roadmap now. So it's a pretty predictable pattern. So just as this mic did just now, qubits do the same thing. After a short while, in the middle of a computation, they kind of fade away and die. So what we just saw was a demonstration of a qubit in real time through the mic. So what happens with these qubits is because these electrons, let's say, are held so delicately in place, a change in an energy infusion to the electron causes it to go to a different state. But that can come from a tiny bump, the famous newspaper article that said a truck driving in New York 50 miles away from IBM facility can send a vibration that can destabilize an electron. So these things are very, very delicate, is a short answer. And that creates a problem. So the fact that when they say I'll have 2,000 qubits in 2028 means that when I'll have 1,000 good qubits that will stay around with us for a while, and hopefully like this might last till the end of the computation, right? So that's the way a typical computation can be thought about. It's evolving in time. Those wire-like things are entanglements. The grayness means the qubit is fading away, and that's very common. So what we do in the company is instead of investing $200, $300, $800 million to make qubits better, we ask the following question, and that gives you an idea of how to approach this problem from different angles. We ask the question, how much does your algorithm really need to survive and compute? And so you look at the number of qubits it really needs through some mathematics, you understand the need, and what we show is you can typically live on a small fraction of the total qubits you think you need. So that's sort of like Archimedes' lever, where you use the leverage of the algorithm's need to live on a much smaller machine. So the name Axelepon comes from the fact that we can take a problem you thought you needed 1,000 qubits and show that you can live on, say, 200. This is a made-up number. And therefore, 200 you can get now. Therefore, you can deploy your commercial application 2 years before you thought you could. So you're accelerating time to deploy. And for a company, time to revenue. Now, I want to close in 5 minutes with the idea of machine learning and where the opportunities are. And broadly, I